At a lavish party of a certain nobleman, seeing Layla approach in a bizarre dress, a young lady exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Layla paid her no mind, focusing intently on the banquet table and wondering, which one should I eat first? I should start with the softest dish, right? All right, I'll start with the strawberry shortcake then. After taking a bite, Layla immediately covered her mouth, a look of happiness on her face, as she thought, it's so delicious, truly soft and smooth. Then she said, "This time I'll try the tart." Just then, someone suddenly gagged. Ugh! Layla's hand movements immediately froze.
Over there, a brown-haired lady covered her mouth and uttered a few words. How could she attend all the royal parties in an outfit like that? Shouldn't someone stop her? The purple-haired lady next to her added, "My goodness, how ugly is she?" Whispers and familiar glances were exchanged. Not far away, a nobleman remarked, "What a disgrace to the nobility," his contempt seemingly undisguised. Layla wiped her mouth with a napkin, thinking to herself, "This damn high society." After silently cursing, she curled her lips into a smirk and thought, "I'm so proud of myself. You're a good girl. You did great for Yoon Sol. All right, today is done. Time to go home." Then Layla turned and left. At this moment, the brown-haired lady still looked puzzled and said, "She truly has no shame. How can she be so confident?" Layla didn't care, calmly opening the door and leaving. In the carriage, she took out a bag. Then she silently uttered a phrase, "hairbrush," and the mouth of the bag flashed, a shoehorn immediately flying out. After using the shoehorn to comb her hair, Layla smiled and said, "The protagonist's buff is truly terrifying."
Then she thought again. Today had been truly exhausting. After recalling the contemptuous gazes and open disdain of the nobles at the party, Layla felt a bit uncomfortable. She raised her head and silently looked out the window. After a while, at Baroness Day's mansion, Layla's close maid, Becky, calmly asked, "You're back, miss?" Layla jutted her chin out and grumpily replied, "Yeah, I'm back. Are you blind? Can't you see me? Why are you asking?" In her heart she thought, "Wow, she's acting like the lady of the house. Anyone looking would surely think she's the Baroness." Thinking this, she immediately walked past Becky, deliberately bumping into her shoulder, and added a, Becky immediately shrieked, "Ah!" Then she also frowned and said, "Anyway, if Miss doesn't have the looks, she should at least have the personality." Layla gritted her teeth and told herself, "No, endure it. You must endure it, Layla." After returning to her room, she flopped onto a chair and sighed. Phew! Then she thought again, "She'll probably tell Louis, since they're dating. My cousin Louis is the head of the Baron's family. That's why I have to treat Becky so badly. Only then will my cousin and the servants think I'm a terrible person." Thinking this, she suddenly sat up and said, "Time to gather momentum and move forward, Cho Yoon Sol. There isn't much time left. Phew, I'll take a bath first. I'm starting to feel stifled."
My real name is Cho Yoon Sol, and I am the makeup artist for the top actress, Jin Yura. When I was Cho Yoon Sol, Yura always bullied me. "Hey, why are you so slow? Can't you work faster?" But because of the overwhelming power of her position, I could only meekly reply, "Yes, I'll try." Being the makeup artist for the nation's top actress, Jin Yura, was a job that was both prestigious and incredibly difficult. The insults and blatant traps, Yura's voice always echoed in Cho Yoon Sol's head. "I heard you applied for this job just to seduce actors. I can't believe it. I hate people who pretend to be kind like you. Isn't that just a way to get more attention?" It was not easy to refute those words. And then, that day, a truck sped straight towards Yura, and Cho Yoon Sol quickly pushed her out of the way. She then fell down. Oh, but unexpectedly, the truck crashed directly into her spot. In the end, because of Jin Yura, this life was no more. The Grim Reaper appeared before me and said, "I apologize for suddenly involving you in this matter. Instead, I will make you the main character." That's what he said. Then, with a flick of his finger, Cho Yoon Sol transformed into a little girl. So I took over the body of Layla, the main character in the novel, The Bird in the Cage, which is short for Birds Feel Happy When They Are Trapped in Cages. In the novel The Bird in the Cage, there are a total of 3 male leads.
Crown Prince Theobald Vassium of Renia, Duke Heinrich V Predio, Marquis Alfonso Louvenier. In the novel, Layla was kidnapped and imprisoned by the 3 male leads, and then, in the end, she drank the medicine given to her by the Crown Prince, which caused her to lose her mind. With the merry bad ending in the previous life, after finishing the story, Yoon Sol screamed, "If it's a bad ending, just call it a bad ending. What the hell is a merry bad ending?" To escape what happened in the original story, I live with an unattractive appearance. Or I'm so attractive that everyone has to exclaim, "Oh my God, how can someone from a noble family have such looks?" I even act irritably to be left alone. Thinking of Jin Yura's attitude, I act without any difficulty. I cannot have a tragic ending like Layla. To achieve this, first I'll make the male leads ignore me, utilizing all my makeup skills. After showering, Layla sat in front of the mirror. Looking at the beautiful face reflected back, she thought about how hard she tried to hide it. The female lead was held captive by 3 male leads, one after another. The reason for this crazy situation stemmed from a special law in the novel, The Bird in the Cage.
Layla silently muttered, "Hairdryer." After taking the hairdryer from her makeup bag, she dried her hair while thinking, the premarital law. Then she dejectedly said, "This law is the biggest problem." After speaking, Layla thought again. The premarital law is a special law in the Bassium Empire that honors romantic values. When two people come together through an arranged marriage, they will live together at the man's house for 1 year to assess their compatibility. It was because of this law that Layla was imprisoned by the 3 male leads, a process that brought not only conflicts, but also sexually inappropriate attitudes. Because this novel is rated 19+, at this, Layla suddenly shivered and said, "I really don't like it at all." She thought to herself, "I absolutely won't become like the female lead." Remembering how busy she always was in her previous life, she thought, "I'm done with that now. How strange, where did all the money go?" Layla continued to think, "In my previous life, I spent my entire life just earning money. In this life, can't I do what I want? This situation is all thanks to that Grim Reaper. If he had let me transmigrate into a pure romance or romantic comedy, it would have been so much better." Looking at the makeup pouch beside her, she suddenly changed her tone. "But thank you for getting me that bag." 9 years ago, after entering her new body, Layla resentfully thought, "Oh my God, did I transmigrate into a novel? Why couldn't I become someone else instead of the female lead with such a tragic life? What's the point of becoming the main character then? Ultimately, I was destined to become a fool." Thinking of that, she burst into tears and cried out, "Grim Reaper, you wicked being, where do you get off forcing people to do your bidding? What am I supposed to do now? Boo-hoo-hoo, it's so unfair." Hearing her cries, the Grim Reaper reluctantly appeared. "I wonder who's crying so loudly?" Layla, startled, called out, "You—" Without waiting for her to say anything more, the Grim Reaper spoke, "I've come to compensate you. I will grant you an item in this world by giving you a wish. However, it must be something you once owned." Layla asked in surprise, "What kind of wish has so many restrictions?" Death immediately turned to leave. Then never mind. Layla quickly called out, Wait, no! I wish, give me my makeup box." Death looked a bit confused. You already have a makeup bag or something like that, don't you?" Layla quickly grabbed a piece of paper, scribbled something, and then asked, "Wait, give me a second, like this?" Death waved a hand and replied, "Yes, like that." A moment later, a bag appeared, and familiar cosmetics and personal items fell from it. While Layla was still stunned, the Grim Reaper asked, "There, is that good? I can't help you anymore now, so don't summon me again because I'm busy." Back to the present, Layla muttered angrily, "He always makes people obey him and then just vanishes." After saying that, a hint of sadness crossed her face. The debut day is approaching. I just need to endure a little longer. In the original work, Layla was haunted by this debut, which is why getting through this day safely is very important to me. I'll be fine, because I've already heard all kinds of insults and offensive words from others. God, if you exist in this world, I implore you, please let me escape the original story's plot. The next morning, still at Baron Este's estate, Becky approached Layla's room and called, "Milady, Becky is here." From inside the room, Layla replied, "Come in." Becky promptly opened the door and said, "Milady, you're truly an early riser." Upon looking inside, she frowned. "But did you bathe properly?" Layla, looking disheveled, replied, "Of course." She thought to herself, from early morning I had tried to apply makeup and dress like this to achieve the ugliest possible appearance. My makeup skills even overshadowed the female lead's inherent beauty. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't help but praise myself for this skill. At this thought, Layla then asked in an arrogant tone, "Why are you here at this hour? Speak quickly and then leave." Becky replied with a look of disdain, "I came to inform the young lady that the Baron wishes for you to attend breakfast. Please come down to the dining room." As she turned, she added, "And please, young lady, behave like an aristocrat. The Baron has suffered greatly because of you, do you know that? Therefore, you should feel ashamed when you think of the Baron." Layla paused for a moment, and a huge question mark slowly appeared on her face. A second later, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "What? Who should be more ashamed?" After saying this, she thought, "Doesn't she know who ate more ravenously than I did at yesterday's party?" After leaving the room, Layla still fought angrily. "I had a reason to do what I did, but what's wrong with him? Just you wait and see. Once I escape this plot line, I'll leave this place immediately." As she entered the dining room, Layla, still annoyed, said, "Cousin, good morning." At the dining table, Louis grumbled, "I told you not to be late. Why are you only coming down now? Unbelievable." Layla walked to the table and replied indifferently, Yeah, while thinking to herself, "That guy just complains all day long." Louis then asked, "What were you thinking wearing that dress yesterday?" Layla immediately retorted, "It's pretty, so I wore it, that's all. Is there something wrong with that dress?" Louis, still with breadcrumbs on his lips, furrowed his brows and questioned, "Is there something wrong with your taste? You call that strange feathered dress beautiful?" Layla smiled and replied, "It is beautiful, cousin. You're the strange one. Your taste is the problem." As soon as she finished speaking, they glared at each other, sparks flying. After a moment, Louis said coldly, "Think whatever you want, but for the debutante ball, I need you to look normal. No matter what, you still have to get married." Layla thought resentfully, "Do you think I want this? I want to date, to get married too. After thinking, she pushed herself up from the table and said, Cousin, I'll go up first. Louis chuckled softly. Well, at least you still have some shame. But anyway, you'll always be a disgrace to the family. Carrying her anger, Lila walked out of the dining room, her hands clenched tightly, as she thought, a disgrace? Ha! You call me a disgrace? Cousin, just you wait, because this person, who only knows how to bring shame to the family, will be even more of a spectacle at the debutante ball. On that day, Lila deliberately styled her hair in a childish bun and wore an extravagant dress. Seeing her appearance, the maids began to whisper, Oh my goodness, what's with that dress now? Ugh! Whispers reached Lila's ears, and she thought with amusement, Hee, this is worth all the effort, isn't it? Good. The more people who find it repulsive, the better. That's exactly what I want. The royal banquet was held to celebrate the noble young ladies and gentlemen who had come of age. In the original story, it was at this coming-of-age ceremony that Lila began to interact closely with the three male leads. This led to the jealousy of the villainous Charlotte, and it was also the day Lila began to encounter troubles caused by the villainess. Remembering Charlotte, the novel's villainess, Lila muttered, This is the future I must endure. It's truly dreadful. Honestly, it's a good thing I have this diary. I wonder if putting it in my makeup bag will help. Before, I used to write reviews about plot lines. I'm truly grateful for this habit of mine. At this point, she comforted herself, saying, I'll be fine. I've read and mentally prepared countless times. When the carriage stopped, seeing the magnificent castle before her, Layla couldn't help but freeze for a moment. After that, she got out of the carriage, bowing her head and mumbling, Though it's a little embarrassing, it guarantees my future, and there's no need to be ashamed. I'm not the protagonist here anyway. She thought to herself, I've been preparing for this day for 9 whole years. Today will be the day I escape the original plotline of the novel. With that, Layla stepped inside. Upon seeing her, the other young ladies and gentlemen immediately wore expressions of disgust. Heavens, is she crazy? How can she show up at a debut party looking like that? Doesn't she think dressing like that is outrageous, not at all proper? Didn't anyone stop her from coming in? Upon hearing those words, Layla smiled with satisfaction once more, thinking, with that kind of reaction, I've succeeded. Suddenly, someone gasped in surprise. Oh my goodness, look! Layla immediately looked over.
Across the room, Charlotte had just walked in, and everyone gasped and whispered, The dress Miss Charlotte is wearing, isn't that the one that was once displayed at Raphael's store? I clearly heard they weren't selling it. It's absolutely stunning. Layla stood silently to one side, thinking, Charlotte, so they're about to appear. No sooner had she finished thinking than a knight burst through the doors, announcing, Everyone, attention! His Imperial Majesty, the Great Emperor, Her Imperial Highness, the Noble Empress, and the Crown Prince have arrived. Looking at the young man who had just entered, Layla recalled the plot. Crown Prince Theobald, Duke Heinrich, and Marquis Alfonso, the 3 male protagonists of the novel. The Emperor entered, took his seat on the throne, and declared, Let us begin. The Chamberlain immediately stood up and read aloud, The official debut ceremony is now commenced. First, the daughter of Duke Penitelli, Miss Penitelli P. Charlotte, please step forward. After stepping forward, Charlotte respectfully stated, I humbly greet your Imperial Majesty, the son of the Basium Empire, and Her Imperial Highness, the moon of the Basium Empire. The Emperor nodded and gently said, Congratulations on your coming of age, young lady. I hope you will dedicate yourself fully to the Empire in the future. Charlotte bowed and replied, Thank you, your Majesty. I will strive my utmost for the Basium Empire. Seeing her expression, Theobald smiled, his gaze somewhat contemplative. Then the Chamberlain said again, I shall call the next name. The moment her name was about to be called, Layla bowed her head, thinking to herself, Honestly, I feel envious. If this weren't a tragic novel, I could have made the most of my makeup skills, and perhaps met my true love. But now they're of no use. But the Chamberlain paused for a moment, then spoke. Finally, the daughter of Baron, Layla Este, please step forward. Layla stepped onto the dais, gently lifted her skirt, curtsied, and said, I respectfully greet His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. Seeing her unusual appearance, the Emperor frowned, but still said, Layla Este, congratulations on your coming of age, young lady. Layla respectfully replied, Thank you, your Majesty, thinking to herself, It's almost over, now to fall just as I've prepared. Just as she turned around, someone suddenly reached out, and Layla was given a strong push. Her whole body tumbled downwards, and she frantically screamed, Ah! She scrambled to her feet. Frowning, she wondered, Who pushed me?
The surrounding nobles snickered. What was that? It's tough being so ugly, oh dear. She looks just like an ugly duckling. Layla said nothing, looking around for a few figures. Alfonso. Seeing he was paying attention to someone else, Layla shifted her gaze to Heinrich. He also didn't seem to be paying attention to her, so she looked towards the Crown Prince and sighed in relief. That was good. This is fine. None of the 3 of them are paying attention to me. I'm doing very well. Being pushed down isn't a problem. But this was utterly humiliating. As she was dejectedly walking away, someone suddenly called out, Layla Este. Leela quickly wiped her tears and looked in that direction. Charlotte walked over, and before saying anything, let out a sigh. Beside her, Monica asked in surprise, "Oh my, Charlotte, are you all right?" Charlotte smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Monica. I was just a little startled by what I saw earlier. I can't bear to look at her in that state." Another young lady immediately chimed in, "Exactly. How can she be so ugly? Is she really a noble lady?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "So, the young ladies are here." Alfonso smiled and said, "I'm here, Charlotte. I've been looking for you for a long time. But what are these beautiful young ladies doing here?" Seeing the two men in front of her, Layla thought with a hint of panic, Duke Heiress and Marquis Alfonso. "No, I can't meet them at the debutante ball." Then she stammered, Excuse me, but I must take my leave." As soon as she finished speaking, Layla immediately ran out the door. Seeing this, Alfonso couldn't help but frown and say, "Wow, is that really her? She used to look so adorable when she was little." Hearing this, Charlotte gave a thoughtful smile. On the other side, Layla ran with almost all her might. She panted as she thought, "I have to go back at all costs. The ceremony's almost over." While deep in thought, Layla suddenly bumped into someone, stumbled backward, and cried out in pain. "Ah!" In front of her, Theobald growled, "What is this?" Layla immediately froze, her heart pounding in panic. This voice is, Crown Prince Theobald? He frowned and asked, "It seems the young lady's eyesight isn't very good, is it?" After a moment of stunned silence, Layla hastily stood up and stammered, My greetings, Your Imperial Highness." She thought to herself, "Oh no, I'm doomed. I tried so hard to avoid being seen, but now I've accidentally met the male lead directly like this." Without waiting for Theobald's reply, she bowed again and said, "Then I shall take my leave first." Seeing Layla run off, Theobald turned and watched her go. He then sighed and thought, "Is she the ugly young lady? I've heard the rumors, but she truly is ugly. She's not suitable for the royal family at all. If she were to enter the royal family, who knows what?" No sooner had the thought ended than a sweet voice suddenly rang out, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?"
Theobald raised his head and looked directly at Charlotte. She immediately smiled back. Theobald stepped forward, thinking with satisfaction, yes, someone like this is truly worthy of entering the royal family, and at the same time replied, "It's nothing." After speaking, his expression became somewhat displeased again. Involuntarily, the image of Layla came to his mind, but there was something very strange about it. That woman, she exuded a sweet scent, a scent that was inherently unsuitable for someone like her. At Baron Este's mansion, Louis slowly walked towards Layla's room. As soon as he opened a door, he angrily said, "Layla Este, what was with your ugly appearance yesterday?" Layla, with her swollen eyes, sat up and said, "Is that you, Louis?" She thought to herself, "After all, yesterday I cried a lot and then just fell asleep." Seeing this, Louis flinched back, his face as black as a pot, and said, My sympathy for you must have its limits." Layla thought dejectedly, "Here we go again." Meanwhile, Louis continued to grumble, "It's because of your father, the former head of the family, who asked me to, that I indulged you until now, but now I can't take it anymore."
Hearing that, Layla couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking, is it because he thought of father that he endured me until now? But he was the one who felt the happiest about father's death. That day Louis had said, "Layla, your father was in a carriage accident and from now on, this cousin will take over the position of Baron." Recalling his smile, Layla wondered, during that time, wasn't he always eating well, dressing well, and squandering the family's assets? What the hell did he endure? As soon as she finished thinking, Louis continued, "I had planned to marry Becky after you got married, but looking at you, it seems you'll just be a parasite here your whole life. Starting tomorrow, I will send letters of proposal to families suitable for you." Hearing that, Layla immediately called out, "Brother!" But Louis paid no attention. He continued, "If any family accepts you, I will send you away immediately. Until then, I will no longer support you. Therefore, you must stay put and not go anywhere." Finishing his words, he turned and coldly left the room. Afterwards, Becky entered and said, "I told you so, young lady. Well then, young lady, stay safe. Oh, now that you know about the relationship between the Baron and me, I can speak freely with you, can't I? You should listen to your elder sister, young lady." Seeing Layla pay no attention, she also turned and walked out, saying, "Honestly, how can you be so ugly?" In the room, Layla clutched her skirt, thinking to herself, "You're so good at holding back. You're doing great, Layla. Only show your true self to those who are good to you. The plan has gone a little off track, but it's okay. There's still 1 year left. In the original story, I'll be imprisoned by May. I just need to get through this period." Hearing the door close, she finally parted her lips and mumbled, "Just a little more effort, Layla." Many months had passed since I was forbidden from going outside, and the weather had gently changed seasons without me even realizing it. Nothing special, except for the misery that Louis and Becky caused. That's what I wanted, but for some reason I felt a little frustrated inside. At times like these, Layla would sew and embroider frantically. She was venting her anger. After a while, Layla put down her embroidery hoop and furiously yelled, "Why are you treating me like this? It's been 10 months, and there hasn't been a single marriage proposal sent?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door, making her wonder,
From outside, a blue-haired maid entered and said, "Milady, the Baron is calling for you."
Layla replied, "Oh, right, I know." She thought to herself, Becky is no longer a maid. That's why her job was transferred to someone else, and the new person is no different, treating me terribly. Becky, on the other hand, would occasionally come and say things like, "You're just a freeloading young lady, a useless young lady who can't even get married." Layla continued to think, "Lately, I've been even more troubled, thinking about how I've started wanting to carry my bag. It's really inconvenient having to hide the bag inside my clothes every day." Just as she finished thinking, they both arrived. The new maid bowed and said, "Baron, the young lady has arrived." Inside the room, Louis revealed an unusually warm smile. "Oh, you're here, Layla, my sister. Come in quickly." Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but think suspiciously, "Huh? What's wrong with him today?" Seeing her, Louis happily said again, "Don't just stand there. Come here and sit down. Finally, you've received a marriage proposal. Do you know Duke Montefeltro, the one who governs the vast northern territory? Among the two ducal families of the empire, this is the family that carries royal blood."
More than that, Layla, you are a suitable match for such a special husband. Duke Montefeltro was also exiled because of his ugly appearance. The two of you will become an ideal couple with your ugly appearances. Seeing him smirk, Layla frowned and thought, how dare a baron speak like that to a duke of royal blood? Now that things have come to this, what more can I expect? And besides, Duke Montefeltro, a name I've never heard of in the original story. It's a relief that he's not one of the 3 male leads from the original story. As she pondered, Louis said again, "You don't need to prepare anything, just leave tomorrow." Layla asked in surprise, "Tomorrow, you say? That's a bit sudden." No sooner had she finished speaking than Louis's expression changed instantly. "How can you say such a thing? If you delay and the dupe changes his mind, can you take responsibility for that, huh? I'm sick and tired of seeing you just eat all the food in this house. If you want to repair Baron Etze, then pack your bags and leave here quickly." The next day, Layla was kicked out of the house with a suitcase. She grumbled irritably, "No matter what, how can they unilaterally send me to someone I don't even know? This is truly outrageous." Then she thought to herself, he was exiled for having an ugly face, which is fine by me, but what if he has a strange personality? Those were her thoughts. And when he saw Layla, Lucas said, "You've traveled a long way to get here, haven't you? You must be tired."
"I am the head of the Montefeltro house." At his magnetic voice and handsome appearance, Layla wondered, so what's wrong with him? What is this? They said he was the ugly duke? As she thought, she carefully observed Lucas's face. After a long moment, he asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong?" Layla started, awkwardly replying, "Oh no, nothing at all." She thought to herself, he's exactly my type, so I just kept staring without even realizing it. Because of the freckles on his face, he didn't fit the beauty standards of the empire. However, he had perfect facial proportions and soft, smooth hair. With my keen senses from years in the art world, I can affirm that this man is a truly handsome man. The problem here is that I also sensed something else. It seemed this person's personality was very unpredictable. At this moment, Lucas suddenly frowned and said, "It's clear we sent a carriage to pick you up and bring you here." "I guess you haven't heard about this yet," Layla thought, stunned. "So Louis gave me a shabby carriage because he wanted to humiliate me. In the end, he didn't care about me at all." Seeing her expression, Lucas let out a soft sigh. "You must be tired from the long journey. For now, go and rest. As for the matters we need to discuss," Layla immediately interrupted. "No, it's better if we finish discussing everything now. I'm perfectly fine. Where should we discuss this?" Lucas hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. "All right then. Vincent, please assist her." Butler Vincent immediately bowed. "I will take the young lady's luggage to her room." Layla said gratefully, "Oh, thank you." She then followed Lucas, thinking to herself, just a moment ago he was speaking so politely, but now he's so distant. Moreover, it's truly strange for a duke like him to propose to the daughter of a baron like me. There must be a reason for it. Up until now, I've always endured everything, but now I can't let myself be in danger. I must quickly clarify this. A moment later, in a room, Lucas spoke. "I think you're very curious. Why did I send a marriage proposal to someone I've never met? I proposed to you for 2 reasons. First, I'm bothered by the gossip circulating, and second is the interference from the royal family." Layla asked in surprise, "The royal family?" Lucas calmly raised his teacup. "That's right. After the death of my brother, who was once the head of the family, his wife became the Duchess. As for His Majesty, he wishes for the Montefeltro family, a family that carries royal blood, to have a solid foundation, so I want my wife to become the mistress of this family." Layla nodded. "Ah, I see. So what about the rumors that concern the Duke?" Lucas hesitated. "Well, because I've never dated, there are rumors that something like that." Hearing that, Layla thought, somewhat reluctantly, "Oh dear, a situation like this." Lucas continued,
I don't know if you know this, but I have a nephew, Layla asked in astonishment. A nephew? Lucas explained. He is the son of my late brother. He should have become the Duke, but he is still too young. Therefore, I want this nephew to become the heir. So besides becoming my wife, you have no other obligations. That's why I chose you, because you and I are not so different. I don't need love. Seeing Layla remain silent,
Lucas continued, if you accept your position, I will divide the assets after we officially get married. That is my condition. And you, state your condition. After a few seconds of hesitation, Layla spoke. My condition is... At this point, she looked seriously at Lucas. After a while, Vincent led Layla to a room. This is the room where the Duchess will stay. I wish you a good night's sleep. After saying that, he stepped back, while Layla gasped in surprise to herself. Oh my goodness, this place is amazing. The ducal family is truly different. This is the first time I've seen a room like this. To be able to stay in a house like this for a year with those conditions is truly not bad. Earlier, she had said, my condition is that after we officially get married, I want you to make me a dead person. Lucas heard this and asked with a bewildered look, What? What do you mean? Seeing his misunderstanding, Layla quickly explained, I don't mean for you to personally kill me, but rather to make me disappear from this empire. Lucas asked again, You want a new identity? That's not difficult. But if you want to go to another country, I cannot provide further assistance.
So you still want to? Layla happily nodded. Yes, just a new identity is enough. And please, don't mind the rumors. If there's strange rumors like that, I've had plenty of them myself. For some reason, after hearing her speak, Lucas's face turned cold. The future Duchess here doesn't seem to mind such rumors much, does she? Layla asked, puzzled. Pardon? He immediately shook his head. Nothing. Is that really your only condition? Layla asked. Since it's not too late, can we set a time limit? Lucas nodded. During the honeymoon period. Back in the present, Layla was soaking in the bathtub, thinking to herself, I've waited for 10 years already. Waiting another year won't be difficult at all.
The Duke is still a bit wary of me, and I don't need love either. There are 2 more months until May, which according to the original plot is the month when the confinement ends. Since that's the case, I will live a truly meaningful year in this place. The next day at the Montefeltro mansion, Lila again styled her hair in a childish way, applied a layer of freckles to her face, and smiled cheerfully. Heh. Then she thought, good, today is also perfect. Is it too much, though? Recalling Vincent's words, the Duke had summoned her to dine with him. She continued to think, today is the first day of the marriage contract. I have to do this. Just as she stepped out of the room, Lila stopped, seeing Michael hiding behind the wall. She thought suspiciously, What? A child? Then Layla walked over and said, Hello? As Michael stumbled back in surprise, Layla was equally surprised. Wow, he looks exactly like Duke Montefeltro. Is this the child he mentioned yesterday? She covered her mouth thinking, he looks just like an angel. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Michael blurted out, What are you looking at, you ugly thing? Layla instantly froze on the spot. Her heart was in turmoil. Looks like an angel. What are you looking at, you ugly thing? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Ugly. You have to take back what you just said. After a long while, at the dining table in Duke Montefeltro's house, Lucas silently drank his wine, while Michael fumbled with an oversized knife and fork. Layla sat to one side like an extra. She thought to herself, it's so suffocating. Compared to eating with her noisy brother Louis, this was heaven. But does this family always eat in such silence? Suddenly Lucas spoke. Michael, have you greeted her yet? If not, do it now. Seeing the boy remain silent, Lucas called again. Michael, say hello. Michael awkwardly said, Hello, Auntie. Layla was also a little flustered. Hello, dear. Recalling Michael's words, what are you looking at, you ugly thing? She thought to herself, this seems to have made the boy hate me even more. It wasn't the first time children hated her, but suddenly there was a clatter. Seeing Michael drop his fork, Layla wondered, Did he slip? The maid Rose immediately came over. Here's a new fork for the young master. As Michael took the fork and continued eating, Layla thought again, I always assumed he was sharp, but he's just a child after all. No sooner had she finished thinking than she heard another sound. On the other side, Michael dropped his fork again, his childish face flushing with embarrassment. Seeing this, Lila immediately felt something was amiss. It happened twice. What's wrong with the boy? Is there a problem? She observed more closely. When Rose handed another set of cutlery to Michael, Lila immediately caught a gloomy expression on her face. She looked around again. The servants were whispering something to each other. Seeing Rose return to her spot, another maid named Chelsea immediately asked, Are you done? Rose replied, At this point, Lila couldn't help but frown and think, could it be that the boy can't? Then she spoke up, Sir Vincent, I have something I'd like to ask of you. After hearing her whisper into his ear, Vincent immediately smiled and said, I'll go prepare it right away. Then he walked over to Rose and ordered, Go down to the dining room and prepare a new dish. After a moment, Rose placed a plate of steak on the table, saying, I've prepared a new plate of food as the young lady requested.
Lila immediately picked up the knife and fork, enthusiastically cutting the meat into many small pieces. Then she held it up and said, "Please give this plate of food to the young master for me. Also, the fork and knife the young master is using seem a bit heavy. From now on, please always prepare lighter ones for him." Hearing this, Lucas said nothing. Michael, a little hesitant, speared a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. Then he chewed it happily. Seeing this, Lila also smiled and thought, "Look how satisfied the boy is. I understand this matter better than anyone. The blunt stares and the whispering gossip, I've always had to experience such things in aristocratic society. This was something Layla Estee had never thought of before." It's incredibly difficult for a child to have to endure such things alone. Lucas suddenly found the person in front of him a little unfamiliar. He turned away and returned to his room without saying a word. After closing the door, Lucas walked towards his desk, let out a soft sigh, then thought to himself, "She looks like a completely different person. If it weren't for that scent, Lucas was also recalling his childhood. At a party once, he saw Layla. When she turned and caught his gaze, Lucas quickly looked away. When he finally mustered the courage to look back, Layla feigned surprise, slowly turned her face away, with disgust in her eyes. Lucas thought to himself, that look was as if she was looking at filthy piles of garbage. Like the gaze of the crown prince and his sister-in-law directed at him when his appearance was mentioned. That day he felt so humiliated that he had to bow his head, not daring to look up. But somehow he couldn't forget the scent he had smelled, a scent that made his heart flutter. So when he received the matchmaking letter, Lucas thought, the ugly young lady of the Baron's family, Layla El Este. Then he said, "I will send a marriage proposal letter to the Este Baron's family." Upon hearing those words, Butler Vincent couldn't hide his surprise. "Pardon? What did you say?" Lucas didn't answer, only silently wondered. Is she truly as many people say? I will verify it myself. Furthermore, I want to smell that scent once more. Back in the present, Lucas slammed his hand on the table, thinking in exasperation. What am I thinking? Indeed, her face, her eyes, and even her demeanor are not the same. She seems to have transformed into a different person. I can see that she is different from before. However, that's as far as it goes. As I told her, I don't need love. All of this is a consequence of having to constantly bow my head before the imperial family and endure the humiliation, this damned romanticism of the imperial family, because both I and the imperial lineage carry the lupus bloodline. The blood of the ancient wolf god, the existence that formed the lupus royal family. The history of the Basium Empire began when the wolf god Lupus fell in love with a human girl. Wolves only love one mate until death, and Lupus was also considered a family god, loving only one person and caring for his children. The Basium Empire, an empire that worships the god Lupus, is a place that highly values love and romance. However, with the emergence of political marriages, the nobility's definition of romance took a different turn. In the Basium Empire, family and marriage were merely considered official affairs, and among the nobility, they even had their own paramours. Lucas rested his hand on his forehead, thinking that his parents and even his older brother were all like that. They were busy having affairs with their paramours right after their children were born. My brother abandoned Michael to meet his paramour, and then died in a carriage accident. If their paramours were so valuable, why didn't they marry them? Lucas found it perplexing. How could they stand by and watch the people they loved marry others? What was the point of these political marriages among the nobility anyway? Lucas frowned in annoyance. This damned romance was truly disgusting. The next day, Lucas's voice echoed in a room. I've added the clauses we discussed the day before yesterday. Please check them. If any clause is still not to your liking, we will revise it. Layla picked up the paper, read it, and thought, this will be my new identity. In a small country that cherished art, a girl suddenly appeared. She had once come from a minor noble family. Now she was a free woman, deciding to live there because of her passion for art.
Returning to the present, Lucas continued to explain if there were any clauses she wished to amend, then Lila suddenly interrupted. No need for further amendments. I like it. Thank you, Duke. Hearing this, Lucas spoke with a serious expression. I don't know why my fiancé needs a new identity, but all I need is to get married, because the condition His Majesty set for me is a marriage. Layla replied blankly, yes. In her heart, she was bewildered. But why does the Duke have such mixed feelings about this condition? As a Duke of the Imperial Montefeltro family, shouldn't he be somewhat free from the Emperor's influence? Since he doesn't appear in the original story, I'm at a loss. There's one more thing. Thinking of this, Layla spoke up. There's something I'm very curious about. If it's an urgent matter, shouldn't we get married right away? Why does the contract state after May? Lucas looked flustered. About that, that's because I have to go through my coming-of-age ceremony before I can officially get married. Upon hearing this, Layla quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed, What? She couldn't believe it. What in the world? I'm older than him by a year? Seeing her startled expression, Lucas asked with annoyance, Is something wrong? Layla quickly explained, Oh no, it's just that seeing how elegant you are, I didn't think you'd be younger than me. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Lucas sighed.
It's natural you wouldn't know since I haven't told you. You don't need to worry about that. So, will you sign? Layla immediately reached out for the pen and replied, Yes, I'll sign. Seeing the sparkle in front of her, Layla was surprised. Oh, isn't the pen tip a high-grade magic stone? This is the first time I've seen a magic stone in real life. It must be because he's a duke that he has something like this. A few seconds later, Layla handed back the paper and said, I'm done signing. Seeing this, Lucas called out, Vincent. Vincent quickly pushed a card over. Lucas took the paper and dropped it into the basin of water on the cart. The contract slowly sank. In an instant, it was submerged in water. Seeing Layla's astonished face, Lucas explained, This is our family's secret method for handling contracts. It uses a special kind of ink, and the pen has a magic stone. Upon hearing this, Layla exclaimed, Oh, it's just like magic. A few minutes later, Lucas announced, This summer, my grandchild will start school early. After the break, the boy will return as a duke. Please pay more attention during that time. All right, you may leave now. Layla happily replied, Thank you, Your Grace. Well then, let's live harmoniously together for the next year. Lucas forced a smile. I will try my best to be a good husband to you. I wish you a pleasant day. After Layla left, Lucas's face immediately hardened. Layla's words from earlier suddenly echoed in his mind. It's just like magic. Lucas thought to himself, like magic? In the Empire, only the imperial family knew about the existence of magic. Not only that, but she currently doesn't remember ever being the laughingstock of the world. Her appearance and gaze have changed since then, but her scent remains the same, unchanged. I don't know how to accept this anymore. Where does this feeling of awkwardness even come from? At the same time, outside the mansion, Layla slowly walked towards a cluster of flowers. She exclaimed joyfully, There are so many hydrangeas in this flower garden. Vincent, standing behind her, bowed his head and replied, Those are blue hydrangeas. This is a flower bestowed by the great god Lupus because its color resembles the eyes of his beloved partner. This flower only grows in the flower garden of the Montefeltro ducal family, a family with royal blood. Layla was surprised upon hearing this. Oh, I had no idea about this. Suddenly, Vincent gently reminded her, Madam, you can speak freely with me without worrying about formalities, because you are now the mistress of the family. Layla replied, bewildered, No, I understand. After that, Vincent suggested, Then, madam, I will prepare tea here for you. Layla immediately exclaimed, Then please excuse me. No, I've troubled you. Oh, I'm still not used to being treated this way. Nevertheless, Layla happily thought, But thanks to the Duke, I've found a little hope for the future. I hope everything goes smoothly. A rustling sound. Thinking this, Layla quickly turned around and shouted, Is someone there? But there was no reply from within the hydrangeas. Seeing this, Layla felt panicked. What is it? An intruder or an animal? I need to find out who it is first, then inform everyone. I must check it. Layla resolutely reached out and parted the flowers. The moment she touched it, her eyes widened in surprise, and Layla looked startled. When she saw Michael hiding in there, Layla exclaimed, Young master! Michael blushed and stammered, What are you looking at, you ugly thing? Layla crossed her arms inside. I've tried to ignore it, but every time this kid opens his mouth, it's, You ugly thing. Michael saw her just standing there and got angry. Stop staring. Get this down quickly, you ugly thing. Layla seriously lectured. Young master, that's not how you ask for help. Now, young master, repeat after me. Please take this down for me. Michael turned pale at Layla's unusual demeanor, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then Michael stammered tremblingly, Please take it down. Help. Seeing this, Layla thought, Honestly, this much is good enough for now. She sat down and took the branch that was caught in Michael's hair. Oh dear, that must hurt, didn't it? Young master, what did you do to get it tangled in your hair like this? There, it's done. By the way, what were you doing over there, young master? Michael grumpily replied, You don't need to know. Layla picked off the last remaining leaf from his head and said, All right, the young master is exploring, aren't you? At her sudden action, Michael froze. Don't touch me, you ugly thing, he yelled loudly and ran away. Just then, Vincent pushed the tea cart over and asked, Did the young master come this way just now? Layla suddenly exclaimed, Vincent!
Is the young master's personality naturally like that? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Vincent gently said, Oh, about that, the young master has a fear of strangers. Layla inwardly cried a little. That's not what I meant. The next day I heard Vincent say that Michael is usually alone, so he's not used to interacting with others. We toured the entire mansion together. The mansion was so vast that I almost forgot my way around. Then Vincent turned back and announced, Today we'll see the kitchen. I will show Madam the rest tomorrow. Upon hearing, Layla exclaimed, This isn't all of it yet? Does the boy spend his time alone in such a huge mansion? Suddenly, Layla felt sympathy for Michael. No wonder his personality turned out that way. Vincent led her to a room and introduced, This is the kitchen.
Cooper, stirring the flour, spoke up. "Greetings, butler." Vincent called him aside and said, "Speak up. Greet the future Duchess first." Cooper quickly complied. "I am Cooper Raoul Valencia, responsible for managing the kitchen for the Duke's household." Layla calmly replied, "Nice to meet you." Internally, she felt amused. Oh, look at that expression. He's not even trying to hide his disgust. At the same time, Cooper spoke with annoyance. "Well then, we will prepare dinner now." As Layla walked out the door, she thought, "This is nothing new." And at the same time, she spoke up. "Well then, keep up the good work." Just as she stepped out of the room, Layla caught sight of a familiar figure darting past. She slowly walked over and called out, "Young master, is there something you need in the kitchen?" Michael, startled, replied, "What? Can't I just walk around the house?" Despite his somewhat rude attitude, Layla smiled and offered, "I'm about to have a tea party. Would you like to join me, young master? I'll have someone prepare sweet desserts for you."
"I've heard that the fruit in the north is the best, isn't it?" Michael looked disgusted. "How can it compare to the fruit in the capital? Fruit that endures the harsh weather in the north tastes much sweeter." Hearing this, Layla excitedly exclaimed, "Then let's eat cake while you tell us stories about the north." Upon hearing this, Michael immediately scoffed. "You're from the capital and you don't know anything? You're ugly and your brain isn't even smart." After a while of criticizing, he suddenly blurted out, "But seeing as you have a willingness to learn, I'll make an exception and teach you." Layla heard this and thought, "Look at that, he really is a cute and innocent kid." A moment later in the dining room, Michael asked, puzzled, "You're so ugly. Why are you still wearing clothes like that? If you're already ugly, you should at least dress properly and decently." Layla laughed and said, "I think I look good in this." Suddenly, Michael exclaimed, "If ugly people marry each other, they'll definitely give birth to even uglier ones." Hearing this, Layla secretly fumed. "I take back what I just thought. But what is this strange feeling? The kid keeps saying ugly this, ugly that, as if he's been brainwashed by someone and forced to say it."
Layla thought so and wondered, who told you that ugly people shouldn't marry each other? Michael was surprised. "Why are you asking that?" Layla immediately admonished, "That's wrong. In my eyes, the Duke isn't ugly at all." Michael retorted irritably, "That's because you only look at your own face, so your eyesight is poor." Layla immediately argued back, "Not at all. My eyesight is excellent, you know." Michael heard this and replied, "But my mother said Dad and Uncle are ugly, and she said because I look like Dad, I'm ugly too." Layla silently processed the previous statement. Then she quickly moved closer and yelled, "What did you say?" Layla thought to herself, "This child looks like an angel. Where on earth does that mother live? Isn't it true that for a mother, whether her child is beautiful or ugly doesn't matter? If that's the case, it's very possible she abandoned the child and went to be with the one she loves just because her husband died. I've lived in this world for many years, but I still can't get used to things like this. Ugh, I suddenly feel my blood pressure dropping. I better eat a tart to feel better." After realizing there were no tarts left on the plate, Layla looked up at Michael, who was chewing voraciously. She asked with concern, "Young master, are you hungry?" Michael shyly turned his face away. "No, it's just that I haven't had lunch yet, so..." Hearing this, Layla spoke up. "Why haven't you had lunch? If you eat like that, you won't grow tall." Michael, having his mouth wiped by her, couldn't utter a word. A moment later, Layla gently said, "From now on, you must eat properly, understand?" Michael blushed upon hearing this, then jumped up and shouted, I don't want to." Layla was surprised by this. "What?" Michael lunged forward and yelled, "You're going to marry Uncle, aren't you? You can't marry Uncle because I'll stop it." Layla watched him run away and thought, "Heh, just like a child. Don't worry, his uncle won't think anything of it." Suddenly, Chelsea's voice rang out. "Oh my, madam, are you going to eat all of this? With a face like this, you still don't care about your body." Layla heard this and secretly got angry. "Hey, someone's still sitting here." Chelsea frowned and advised, "From now on, madam, please don't offer the young master dessert anymore." Layla was puzzled. "Why is that?" Chelsea heard this and replied, "Because the young master's mother has set some rules, and the young master has already violated those rules." That evening, in a room, Layla had just finished showering and was currently drying her hair. She intently looked into the mirror. Suddenly, Layla lowered her gaze and thought, "Rules?" The scene from that afternoon suddenly came to mind. After hearing Chelsea speak, Layla had asked, "What do you mean?"
At that moment, Chelsea smiled and said, It's obvious at a glance. Aside from the prepared menu, the young Duke is not allowed to eat snacks like desserts. That's what the young Duke's mother requested, because the young Duke has to take care of his body and skin." Layla was bewildered after hearing this. "But what do you mean by it's obvious at a glance? I completely don't understand why there's such a rule." Suddenly, Chelsea retorted, "Don't you think the young Duke is very ugly? That's why he needs to take care of his body and face, isn't it? Isn't that the only way he can find a suitable marriage prospect?" At this, she lightly chided. "Honestly, if Madam knew how to think like that, she would have paid attention to herself a long time ago. If you associate with ugly people, you might become ugly too." Layla listened in silence, then seriously demanded, Are you done talking? Chelsea casually replied. Yes, madam, do you need anything? Layla growled. Oh, then she shouted, Are you done talking? Seeing Layla's anger, Chelsea cried out in fear. Ah! Layla exhaled sharply. Thankfully, Vincent appeared at that moment. Vincent burst in, interrupting. Madam, let's return to our room now. Recalling that moment, Layla thought to herself, Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done. It's fine if they look down on me, because I've experienced similar things before. But Michael is different. The young Duke is still just a boy. Judging a child based on their appearance is too much to bear.
Layla leaned back and mumbled, Even a stray dog doesn't deserve this. She's so young and already on a diet. Suddenly, she made a bold decision. I said I wouldn't cause trouble before leaving, but I can't just let this be. I have to talk about this issue. The next day, Lucas leisurely walked into the house. The servants quickly greeted him. Welcome back, Duke. Vincent followed behind and bowed. Welcome back, Duke. Upon hearing this, Lucas wondered, Vincent, do you have anything to report while I was away? Vincent seemed to hesitate. Well, at the same time, Lucas noticed Michael standing anxiously waiting in front. Seeing this, he called out, Michael. Michael startled and replied, Uncle? Lucas approached him, worried. Why are you waiting here? Do you have something to say? At this moment, Michael brazenly asked, Did you really marry that ugly person? Lucas immediately admonished, You must not call your aunt ugly. Michael replied irritably, But she is ugly, isn't she? She also has so many funny-looking freckles on her face. What's more, her eyebrows aren't even at all, truly the definition of an ugly person. But her eye color. He suddenly recalled Layla's image. All right, the young master is exploring, isn't he? Recalling that, Michael weakly assessed, Her eye color isn't too bad. In short, that's how it is. Ugly is ugly. Hearing this, Lucas said, Then you and I are also that ugly. Michael agreed. That's true. Although I'm not as ugly as her, I'm not beautiful either.
Lucas pulled up a chair and spoke. That's all I wanted to say. It seems I didn't come here to talk about this. Michael heard this and immediately asked, You want to talk about something else? Ugly people aren't allowed into my private reception room, right? Lucas felt confused. Huh? After that, Michael quickly explained, No, I mean, this afternoon I was kind enough to teach that ugly person a lesson. A few hours earlier, Michael secretly hid behind the door, thinking, She wouldn't mind seeing an ugly person, would she? Suddenly, Chelsea's voice rang out, catching his attention. And besides, this isn't a place where the Baron's daughter can enter. This is the young master's private reception room. Layla wouldn't back down and retorted, Is yelling at the host also a rule of the Duke's household? Chelsea immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. What did you say? After finishing the story, Michael concluded, That's my reception room, so I have the right to decide. Lucas glanced at him and asked, Something like that happened? Vincent, standing behind, silently nodded. After getting the answer, Lucas spoke. Vincent and I understand now. You can go back to your room. Michael immediately replied, Yes, sir. Vincent turned and said, Good night, young master. After Michael left, Lucas immediately asked, So what happened? Vincent awkwardly replied, But you've already heard it. There was a conflict between the madam and her close maid. And it's not just the maids. Even the other servants don't show the madam any respect. Duke, could you please help the madam? Lucas lowered his gaze and replied, All right. But first I need to hear what happened to her. In Layla's bedroom, she was currently sitting and writing something. A few minutes later, Layla put down her pen and mumbled, This should be enough, I suppose. Adjust the young master's diet. Allow 1 dessert per day. A balanced diet of fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. Benefit, provides nutrition for a growing child. Suddenly, Layla thought, I'm interfering a bit too much in this contract marriage. But if I don't do anything, I feel too sorry for the boy. After deciding, Layla stretched her arms out. Now to go, You scared me. It's really strange to suddenly see your real face like this. She secretly felt flustered. Which one is my true face? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Layla snapped awake and called out, Who is it? Lucas's voice quickly replied, Madam, it's me. May we speak for a moment? Seeing no reply from her, he called out again, Madam. Layla startled and exclaimed, Oh, yes, wait for me a moment. She panicked inwardly. I'm barefaced. This is terrible. Layla hastily called out to stop him. Your Grace, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Lucas let go and didn't open the door. A moment later, Layla, flustered and out of breath, opened the door. You've waited for me for a long time, haven't you? I apologize. It's because I was preparing this and that, so... Lucas suddenly interrupted. It's late, and I've suddenly come to find you. I apologize. Why are you sweating so much? May I enter your room for a moment? Layla replied with a smile. Yes, of course. As it happens, I also have something I wish to discuss with your Grace.
Curiosity piqued within her. The Duke had come to find her first, but what exactly was going on? Afterward, the two entered the room and sat down. Lucas awkwardly spoke up. You go first. At the same time, Layla also said, Duke, you first. The two suddenly fell silent. embarrassed. A few seconds later, Layla broke the silence. Well then, I'll go first. Lucas quickly replied, you go ahead. Layla calmly explained, I happened to overhear that the young master has a special diet. The boy is still so young, he's not even allowed to eat dessert, which doesn't seem very good. Couldn't he be allowed to eat it just once a day, especially since this is a period of development for the young master? After listening, Lucas exclaimed, Oh, so that's it. Suddenly he had a question. But Michael likes to eat dessert? Layla looked bewildered. Yes, I've seen the young master eat it with great relish. Hearing this, Lucas sighed. All right, since I haven't talked much with the boy, I had no idea about this. Hearing this, Layla thought, they're family, yet he doesn't know about this? At the same time, she recounted, the young master truly eats it with great relish. He looks very happy and enjoys it immensely. The servant said that because the boy is bad, he's not allowed to eat dessert.
But what about the bad things? While eating dessert, the boy was so happy. We should change the young master's personal attendant. What do you think? That look filled with contempt. Suddenly, Lucas spoke up. You're very different from when you were little. Layla was surprised. What? Lucas frowned, looking at her with a judgmental gaze. How could you change so much? It's because you're uglier than when you were little, so now you can see those looks filled with contempt. What's the big deal about receiving contemptuous looks? If the boy goes out, he'll have to experience the same thing. You'd better rest in your room for now. Seeing him leave, Layla quickly stopped him. Wait! She felt confused inside. She had never thought about this. This was a character she hadn't seen appear in the novel, but that didn't mean Lucas didn't know about Layla. That sharp, cold gaze. What exactly had happened between the two of them?
The next day, after class, Michael walked down the stairs holding a book. Upon reaching the dining room, Chelsea saw him and said, I've prepared lunch for the young master. It was a dismal meal, consisting of a plate of salad and vegetable soup. Michael picked up his fork with a look of distaste, slowly speared a tomato, put it in his mouth, and tried to chew and swallow, thinking, it has no taste at all. Suddenly, Chelsea grabbed his hand and exclaimed, No, I told you not to touch it. The effects of the massage are still there. Michael trembled as he replied, But my face has been very itchy since yesterday. Chelsea put her hands on her hips, annoyed. That just shows the massage is effective. Michael, hearing this, quietly said, I understand. Even though he had complied, Chelsea still criticized loudly. Oh, young master, really. Michael paid no attention to her. He looked out the window and fell into thought. That ugly thing, I haven't seen her since that day, and we haven't even eaten together anymore. Elsewhere, Lila was happily enjoying her food. She bit into a piece of cake and happily exclaimed, Ah, so comfortable. Lila chewed and thought, I was told to temporarily rest in my room, so I don't need to learn Maijin management anymore, right? She murmured softly, Ah, how satisfying. While staying cooped up in my room, I also did other things. First, hanging curtains. After finishing, Lila stretched and exhaled. Whew, I asked Vincent to hang the curtain in the middle of the room. The purpose was to be able to talk through this curtain. Whenever a guest came in, like last time, she could confidently say, I'll be right out, and the other person wouldn't be annoyed. The next thing is this, the diary in my bag, in which I've written down what I read in the novel, The Bird in the Cage. After the Duke returned, I tried to find his name in this diary. Lila flipped through the pages, murmuring, Lucas Hugh Montefeltro, Lucas Hugh Montefeltro. But despite searching diligently, I found no entries related to Lucas.
A thought suddenly struck Layla. The Duke must have met her before, which was why he sent the marriage proposal. Thinking of this, she sighed. Layla, what were you like as a child? She hadn't thought about it, but she couldn't remember a thing. Suddenly, Michael appeared behind her and asked, Remember what? Layla froze when she heard his voice.
Reflexively, she immediately turned around and screamed, Ah! Seeing Layla's unfamiliar face, Michael was also startled. Who are you? And then a scream of, Ooh-ah! Echoed through Layla's mansion. Michael stammered, trembling, You, what have you done to that ugly thing? That ugly thing looked like this. Seeing Michael back away from her, Layla tried to explain, It's me, so please be quiet for a bit. Michael exclaimed blankly, No way, are you really that ugly thing? Layla sighed, confirming, It's me, all right. And hey, the little Duke will still call me that ugly thing, right? You mustn't tell anyone about this. Layla stared at him with an extremely determined expression. No, absolutely not. Michael pondered deeply. Then he asked, Are you an alchemist or a magic engineer? This time it was Layla's turn to look bewildered. Huh? Seeing her confusion, Michael spoke up. If not, then how could a person change like this in an instant? You used alchemy or some kind of magic, or you're a source. Michael immediately covered his mouth in a panic. Layla, not hearing clearly, asked, Or a source what? Are you thinking I'm a sorcerer? Michael was startled and wondered, How did you know? Layla smiled. Suddenly Michael jumped up and exclaimed, Uncle said this is a secret that even nobles don't know. Layla looked confused. Which one are you talking about? You've been saying all sorts of confusing things. Michael hesitated after hearing this. That you mustn't tell anyone about this. Layla sighed. But you have to tell me what it is first. She thought to herself, I don't even know if I accidentally said anything.
At this moment, Michael's voice rang out. Sorcerers! What you know about sorcerers? You absolutely must not let it be discovered. Layla felt confused.
So she asked, aren't there alchemists and magic engineers in the Empire already? But what about mages? Michael angrily cut her off. You idiot! Alchemists and magic engineers are fundamentally different from mages. Alchemists and magic engineers, through magic technology, simulate magic using magic stones or potions. They don't have mana. To use magic, one must have mana. But mages are those who possess this mana within themselves. Their existence is a top secret. Layla was thunderstruck. Oh no, I didn't know the novel had such a setting. Because there was a scene where the Crown Prince openly used magic, I thought everyone knew. So what should I do now? Meanwhile, Michael asked curiously, are you a mage too? If you weren't a mage, you couldn't have changed your face like that in an instant. You're a sorceress, aren't you? Layla looked confused. No, not really, but you could say I know how to do something similar to using magic. Like this. The actress then revealed her magical makeup technique, showing a before and after. After hearing her explanation, Michael concluded, whatever it is, I want to be like that too. I want to be like you, no longer looking ugly. Please, I'm begging you, will you? Layla couldn't resist those adorable pleading eyes. Oh, how could such a beautiful face be called ugly? Thinking back, the young master was very self-conscious about his face. Because of his appearance, he had suffered many hurts, causing the boy to hate himself. Layla also remembered Michael once saying, my mother said I was ugly. She silently analyzed, and the result was that the boy also judged others by their appearance. Michael had screamed when he saw Layla's face. What are you looking at, you ugly person? Thinking this, Layla felt pity for him, an appearance forcing a child like this to hate himself and others. How truly sad. Because of that, Layla decided, all right, I agree to help the young duke, but with one condition. Michael's face looked bewildered. Condition?
At this point, Layla pointed her finger and instructed, young duke, you must not think you are ugly anymore. From now on, the techniques I use will highlight the features on your face, and you must not judge others by their appearance. Everyone has their own strengths. Understand? Michael was silent for a moment before replying, I will think about that. Layla heard this and happily exclaimed, good, wait here for me for a moment. A few minutes later, she returned with a few special items in her hands. Layla arranged them on the table while introducing them. I've prepared skincare products. They contain vitamins and natural extracts. Michael saw this and became curious. What are you doing? Suddenly, Layla turned and took hold of his chin. She unexpectedly ran her hands over his face, making Michael feel embarrassed. He stammered, what are you doing? Layla didn't rush to answer but pondered deeply. There seemed to be something applied to his face, with a smell like the fishy odor of water. She thought the young duke's skin condition might be related to this smell. Then Layla looked at him and asked, young duke, what did you put on your skin? Michael was still embarrassed. Huh? What?
Seeing Michael refuse to speak, Layla persuaded him, you have to answer truthfully for me to help you. At this, Michael frankly said, I don't know. Before going to bed, the servants would apply something to my face, and then I would constantly scratch my face. They said it was the effect of a massage, but I felt incredibly itchy. It seems to smell like cucumber. Hearing this, Layla slapped her hand, thinking to herself, so it's cucumber skincare. A moment later, she continued to ask, young duke, what does cucumber taste like? At the same time, Layla secretly noted, the young duke's body isn't suitable for cucumber, is it? Michael was annoyed. What? Do you think I'm an idiot? When you eat it, doesn't cucumber have a pungent smell and a strong bitter taste? Hearing his description, Layla was stunned. She immediately instructed, young duke, from now on you are forbidden to eat or touch cucumbers. Michael honestly added, oh, and there's also a spicy, pungent taste on my lips. Layla cried a little internally. Cucumbers are supposed to be refreshing when eaten with seasoning. After a while, it was already afternoon. In the room, Layla's gentle voice rang out. All right, the last step is to apply this cream. She looked at her work and secretly rejoiced. Whew, luckily the skin condition has improved. At the same time, Layla announced, it's done. Young master, do you want to look in the mirror? She quickly handed the mirror to Michael. Then Layla heard him slowly speak. Is this really me? Michael, seeing the unfamiliar face, immediately wondered, is this really me? What is this? I look like a clown. You're a swindler. Layla quickly calmed him. Young master, calm down and listen to me. As I said, this isn't magic. You need to do this regularly for your skin to gradually improve. Michael looked doubtful. You're saying I have to do this regularly? A moment later, Layla pushed him along and said, don't worry and come here. Take a deep breath and get some sleep.
Michael lay on the bed, skeptical of this new beauty treatment. Suddenly, Layla's voice pulled him back to reality. You need to take off your socks too. I'll massage your feet while you sleep. Michael gazed at her, suddenly remembering Layla's words. On one condition, you mustn't think of yourself as ugly. And with that, Michael's eyes slowly closed. When he didn't speak for a long time, Layla looked up and was surprised. When did he fall asleep? She covered her mouth and chuckled. He looks like an angel when he's sleeping. Layla looked at him intently, amused. Then she propped her chin on her hand and mumbled, he looks thinner than others his age, doesn't he? Suddenly, Layla thought sadly, Is my concern for the boy because he went through something similar to my past? My parents passed away when I was very young. I understand very well the feeling of having to move from one relative's house to another.
Back in the present, Layla poked his cheek and said, "You really sleep soundly. While you're asleep, I'll take off your face mask. Since a beauty loves to sleep, go on and have a really good rest. After a good sleep, his skin will surely improve. So much has happened. It's been a long time since I've exerted myself like this, so I'm tired. I'll lie down and rest for a bit." At the same time, she thought, the owner of this bed probably won't mind, right? Layla turned her head to look at Michael. Look at him. He looks so comfortable, so it should be fine. Before long, night had fallen, and a pair of feet slowly stepped into the mansion. Lucas returned home after a long, tiring day of work. In the courtyard, as soon as Vincent saw him, he bowed and greeted, "Duke, you've returned." Lucas looked around and asked, "Nothing unusual happened, did it?" Vincent seemed to hesitate. Well, it seems the young Duke has slept in the ladies' room." Hearing this, Lucas turned back in surprise. "What did you say? Michael? Why?" Vincent honestly replied, "I don't know when the young Duke visited the lady, but he has been with the lady all afternoon. I haven't seen the young Duke leave the room, nor have I heard any response, so I assume they have both gone to sleep." After hearing this, Lucas wondered, "So Michael is in her room now?" Vincent nodded. "Yes, that's right." Lucas looked up in a certain direction. Is that so?" His eyes were thoughtful. A moment later, Lucas turned around and said, "We shouldn't wake those who are sound asleep." Suddenly, he called out, "Vincent." Vincent immediately replied, "Yes, Duke."
Hearing that, Lucas instructed, "Tomorrow, as soon as she wakes up, inform me immediately." Vincent bowed his head. "I understand." As Lucas walked back to his room, he muttered, "I'll see for myself what those two are really thinking." The next morning, Layla was in a deep sleep when she suddenly frowned uncomfortably. Subconsciously, she thought, "Heavy, heavy." Layla opened her eyes and saw Michael lying on top of her. So heavy. She sat up, then yawned and said, "How long have I been asleep? Huh, it's already morning? Oh my God, how could I sleep without having dinner?" Just then, Michael slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Why is it so noisy?" Hearing that, Layla asked, "Oh, you're awake? Sorry, is it too noisy?" As Michael looked up at her, he was startled and cried out, "Ah, when did you change to this face?" Layla smiled mischievously. "Haha, aren't you happy to see this appearance of mine again?" Michael honestly replied, "Not happy at all. But how can you change your appearance like this? How did you do it?" Layla proudly replied, "It's a secret."
Now, add this vitamin to half a pot of water and use it to wash your face. Don't scrub too hard, just gently splash the water onto your face. Michael heard this and immediately exclaimed, "I know already." After getting Michael settled, Layla turned and mumbled, "Face washed. Now for the next step." She opened the room door and called out, "Vincent." Vincent immediately replied, "Ah, madam, good morning." Hearing this, Layla instructed, "I was about to call you, but it's good that you're already here. I'll be having breakfast in my room this morning, so please prepare it for me. The young master is also here, so please prepare a bit more. Remember to add extra meat and eggs. Oh, and one more thing, don't include cucumbers." Vincent heard this and replied, "Yes, I understand. So the young master slept with madam, didn't he?" Layla awkwardly replied, He must have been tired, so he slept very soundly." Suddenly, Vincent quickly turned around and said, I understand. I'll go prepare breakfast then." Layla politely responded, "Thank you for your trouble." She felt bewildered. His expression just now was a bit strange. Or was she imagining things? Is it okay that I asked for so many dishes? It should be fine, right? Suddenly from behind, Lucas approached and offered, "Madam, I would also like to have breakfast with you." Layla thought to herself, "I don't recall asking for this." After a while, the dining table was laden with food. Lucas slowly raised his teacup and took a sip. Layla, on her side, silently glanced at Michael, who also awkwardly looked back. Amidst the remarkably silent atmosphere, Layla thought to herself, this situation was truly awkward. She also noticed how well he dressed, his keen understanding of colors, and his diverse style. She particularly liked his refined taste, using jewelry as an accent, such as the pin on his cuff. While she was lost in thought, Lucas suddenly called out, "Michael." Michael, startled, replied, "Yes." Lucas then said, "I heard that yesterday you slept with your aunt." Michael blushed and stammered, "Yes, yes."
So Lucas said, "Soon you'll have to live alone at the academy, and it's unacceptable that you still can't sleep alone." Michael bowed his head, stammering, I. Just then, Layla suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait, the young Duke did that because I asked him to. Lately, I've had trouble sleeping because I'm not used to the new bed, so I asked if the young master could sleep with me. Isn't that right, young master?" Seeing her wink, Michael quickly replied, "That's right." Lucas silently watched the two for a moment. Then he said, "All right, until you enter the academy, do as you please." Michael happily said, "Thank you, uncle." Layla also smiled, "That's great." At this moment, Lucas suddenly turned to her and called, "Madam, would you like to have tea alone with me?" Layla was startled and asked, "What?" She imagined that when they were alone, Lucas would say, "We must raise the boy to be a talented person." And then she thought to herself, What is it? Is he saying one thing and making Michael do another? If that's the case, I absolutely won't stand for it, because Michael is the first friend I've shared a secret with." Thinking this, Layla, full of spirit, said, "I agree." Michael, standing nearby, was startled and thought, she's so intense, what's wrong with her? Then Layla felt dejected. I had thought that. Now I feel scared because it's truly just the two of us. In any case, their previous conversation hadn't been very pleasant. Recalling Lucas's words, she had changed a lot since she was little. Because she had become uglier, she could discern those contemptuous glances. Returning to the present, seeing her lost in thought, Lucas called out, "Madam?" Layla was startled and replied, "Yes?"
Lucas said softly, "The tailor will come to see you later." Hearing him say that, Layla couldn't help but look bewildered. "Yes? About that, why did your grace suddenly bring up the tailor?" Lucas let out a breath and replied, "We need to dress appropriately for my coming-of-age ceremony, don't we? According to Vincent, it seems to be today." Hearing these words, Layla suddenly realized, so that's why. She replied, I see. Thank you for thinking of me." Then she thought, a coming-of-age ceremony? Once Kate finishes her coming-of-age ceremony and completes her engagement, I can escape this storyline. Lucas suddenly cleared his throat. "Regarding what happened last time, I was harsh with you. After all, you are the Duchess, so feel free to do as you please." Layla said nothing, only bowing her head and smiling. In her eyes, Lucas suddenly felt his heart sink. He thought to himself, again, she has an innocent smile that belies her appearance, along with an irresistible sweet scent. At the same time, Layla smiled and said, "Thank you for thinking of me, Your Grace." Lucas added, "That's all I wanted to say. If you have nothing else to discuss, you may return." Layla thought in surprise, "So suddenly?" Then she said, "Then if Your Grace needs to speak about anything, please call for me." After Layla left, Lucas suddenly raised his hand to his forehead and muttered, "I'm going crazy."
Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Lucas quickly composed himself and said, "Come in." A blue-haired young man entered, bowed, and reported, "Duke, I've looked into the matter you requested last time." Lucas nodded. Is that so? Go on." This blue-haired young man was Lucas's private secretary, Owen. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Yes, I will present it concisely. Please look at this." As Owen pulled out a chart, Lucas stared blankly, wondering, where did he pull that out from? Meanwhile, Owen began to explain. The person who used to care for young Duke Michael was Nanny Maria. However, due to an incident, Nanny Maria decided to retire. These were the Duchess's two close attendants, Chelsea and Rose, who were responsible for assisting young Duke Michael. After that, the Duchess constantly interfered with the young Duke's diet and skincare routine.
Among the servants and hired help, obeying the Duchess's orders was an unwritten rule. They were like rats appearing everywhere, no different from the Duchess's silent operatives. Hearing this, Lucas pondered and said, "What about her diet and beauty regimen? Indeed, she's been doing this without my knowledge." Owen replied, "Because she hates the Duke. Should I handle this?" Lucas smiled. "It's fine. She'll find out and deal with it herself eventually, so there's no need to worry about this." As for Michael's new servant, recalling Layla's words and feeling relief by her sincere smile, Lucas mumbled as if to himself, "Should I entrust it to her?" A moment later, Vincent's voice rang out from Layla's location. "Madam, I am Vincent. The tailor has arrived." Layla, sitting in her room, propped her chin and said, "Come in." She smiled, thinking, when I was at my baron's house, I'd sewn dresses a few times, so I'm not worried about ruining this one. The room door opened, and a woman entered. "Greetings, Duchess. I am Doran Fischia, the manager of the largest factory in the north."
Layla thought to herself, "What I'm worried about is..." Without waiting for her reply, Doran put on a haughty expression and said, "Your ladyship needn't worry that the dresses won't suit you, for the splendid beauty of the dress will conceal your ugliness." Looking into her eyes, Layla, burning with anger, continued to think, "Yes, it's people like her who look down on me." Under Layla's hostile gaze, Doran still wore a confident smile. She said, "First, I will take your Grace's measurements. I will make your Grace splendid, with a corset and a voluminous skirt that fit your body perfectly. Please step forward, your Grace, and remove the dress you are wearing." Layla plopped down onto the chair. "I don't want to." Doran's expression immediately stiffened. "Pardon?" Layla said bluntly. "I don't like it. You can take measurements over the top of the dress, and just follow the sizes I tell you." As she spoke, she thought, "Sorry, even though I don't like this method either. If I take off my clothes, the areas I deliberately made up will definitely be revealed. Previous tailors didn't even bother to touch me, so they just did a sloppy job, even though I'm not sick or anything. This time will probably be the same, right?" But after a moment of silence, Doran hesitated again. "Your ladyship, this is a bit difficult for me." Layla asked in surprise. "What?" She immediately explained. "I need to know the exact measurements to create a beautiful dress, not to mention that ladies of nobility nowadays usually remove all their clothes to be measured. Corsets are also very necessary for ladies to achieve an alluring figure. Furthermore, your grace also needs to dress up more. Only then will you be suitable for the Duchess, won't you? Hearing the last remark, Layla's expression instantly darkened. She recalled Becky's words. My lady, please behave like a proper noblewoman. Do you know how much the Baron has suffered because of you? Layla pondered in silence. No matter where I am, I always hear such remarks. I felt quite at ease here, but I didn't expect that such comments would make me feel upset and uncomfortable. My position is different now compared to before, yet do I still have to endure such humiliation? Then she spoke up. Firstly, I am no longer the Baron's daughter. I am the Duchess. You must treat me with respect. Secondly, where did you get this standard that noble ladies must wear corsets to be beautiful? I am the Duchess. I decide what I wear myself. Thirdly, if you cannot meet my requirements, I will call for someone else. So, what will you do? Doran thought angrily. Did I say something wrong? How shameless to dare claim the position of Duchess with such a face. But I cannot give up the contract with Duke Montefeltro. Just by supplying goods to the Montefeltro family, sales revenue will skyrocket.
Seeing her remain silent, Layla growled, "Answer me." Doran gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and bowed, replying, "Yes, as you wish, your grace." Layla nodded in satisfaction. "Good, show me the designs." Doran immediately brought over the design book. "Here it is." As soon as she looked at it, Layla exclaimed in surprise. She thought to herself, the designs don't look bad at all. The crucial thing is how I'm going to ruin them. Then she looked up and said, "Get me a pen." One of Doran's shop assistants immediately approached respectfully. "Your pen, Your Grace." After taking the quill pen, Layla scribbled on the notebook while saying, "I want the main color for this dress to be red. I'll add feathers here, a bit more fabric on the shoulders, and pleats too." Just as she said this, Layla suddenly recalled Lucas's words. What if I receive scornful looks? The boy will also receive similar looks when he goes out. Then she pondered. On second thought, I won't be attending this party alone, as it's my husband's coming-of-age ceremony. I won't be the only one hurt. After a moment of deliberation, Layla spoke. "No, make me a cream-colored dress. Emerald, diamond, and sapphire jewelry. The back hem of the skirt should be a bit longer, and the front hem not too long. The decorative straps don't need to be too elaborate, but they must have a pattern." "Did you get that?" Doran, a little surprised, replied, Yes, I got it." After sketching the preliminary design, Layla handed the notebook back to her. Doran immediately opened it and looked, then thought with even greater surprise, this was an unfinished design, but in the hands of the madam, it had transformed into a perfect design. Looking at the dress the madam was wearing, it was hard to accept that she was the one who created this design. How could that be? Seeing her look up, Layla asked, "Have you looked through it all? If you have, then proceed with the measurements and make it." After the measurements were done, Layla sat on the sofa, sighing wearily. "Oh my, this isn't the first or second time I've experienced this, but it's been a long time since I met such an opponent, so I've lost all my energy." Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. She asked suspiciously, "Huh? Who is it?" The room door opened, and what met Layla's eyes was a pot of colorful flowers. She immediately widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Flowers can walk? Oh no, young Master Michael." Michael held the flower basket high above his head, shyly saying, I came to give flowers." Layla smiled and asked, "Did you come to give me this bouquet of flowers?" Michael avoided her gaze, his face slightly red as he replied, "That's right, I saw it on the floor, and I thought giving it to you would be better than throwing it away." Layla immediately put on a "sure I believe you" face and asked, "Is that so?" Michael, his embarrassment turning into anger, said loudly, "I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. You're not that beautiful that I'd have to go give you flowers, are you? I'm really not lying." After teasing him for a while, Layla reached out and took the flower basket, saying, "Of course the young master wouldn't lie, would he? Thank you, the flowers are very beautiful." Michael's face turned even redder. He quickly turned to face another direction, changing the subject. "So, all right then, how's the dress?" Layla pretended not to understand, asking, "Huh? What did the young master say?" Michael said loudly, "I asked if the dress fit." Layla suddenly remembered, "Oh!" Young Duke, no need to worry." At the same time, Lucas walked over and knocked on the room door. He called out, "It's me, madam. Are you ready?" Before he could finish, he stopped, surprised. Inside, Layla softly said, "This dress is beautiful. You'll be surprised. Just wait and see." Half a minute earlier, Layla was answering Michael's question. "Young Duke, don't worry. You'll be very surprised, because this dress is so beautiful. Just wait and see." After a moment, Lucas entered the room and asked, "Madam, it's me. Are you ready?" Before he could finish, he stopped, surprised. Hearing the movement, Layla turned and said, "Oh, you're here? You arrived faster than I thought." Lucas said, "It seems you're ready." She nodded and replied, "Yes, I just finished too. Is there something you came for?" Lucas then explained,
I intended for us to depart a little earlier. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, His Majesty wanted to see me, so he sent a letter early this morning. Meanwhile, Layla was also assessing his outfit, a suit that matched the color of her dress. Inside the suit was a black shirt and a handsome tie. The harmonious combination gave the observer an unusually serene aura, especially the emerald earrings and the very attractive lapel pin. As expected, your style today isn't bad at all. But, thinking this, she suddenly called out, "Duke." Lucas replied, "I'm listening." Layla, her professional instincts kicking in, hesitated and said, The thing is, I wonder if I could touch your face for a moment." Hearing this, Lucas couldn't help but be suspicious. "Me? I don't know how I should take these words of yours." Layla quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't trying to be rude to you. We're in the same boat, after all." Lucas hesitated slightly. "That's true."
Instead, Layla immediately pulled out the chair by the dressing table. "Please sit down for a moment. You'll understand what I mean." After thinking for a moment, Lucas agreed. We don't have much time." Layla replied, "Yes, I know. Could you close your eyes, just for a little while, really?" Yielding to her insistence, Lucas closed his eyes, thinking to himself, how suspicious. On the other side, Layla produced her makeup bag, smiling as she thought, "As a professional, I won't disappoint you. This much should be enough for today, right? An exfoliating pad, summarizing primer, concealer, and foundation." First, she cleansed the skin with an exfoliating pad. After carefully applying the pore-minimizing primer, she applied concealer to the freckles. The final step was to set with powder to control oil, and that was it. After letting her do all sorts of things to his face, Lucas suddenly asked, "I don't know what you're doing, but can I open my eyes now?" Layla quickly said, "Just a moment." She thought to herself, it would be a shame to finish just like this. Then she continued to apply makeup to Lucas's face for a while.
Then she said, "You can open your eyes now." Looking at his flawless face in the mirror, Lucas asked in surprise, "What exactly is this?" Layla smiled. "How do you feel? Do you like it?" Lucas was silent for a moment, then thought, although I know the effects of makeup, I didn't expect it could also cover up freckles. Seeing his lack of response, Layla quickly said, "If you feel uncomfortable, I can remove it. Since it's your coming-of-age ceremony, I wanted to give you a small gift. If we put on beautiful makeup on such a good day, happiness will be doubled, right?" Lucas suddenly called out, "Madam." Layla, startled, replied, "Yes?" He turned to her and asked, "With your ability to do makeup like this, why don't you make yourself beautiful? Isn't it strange? You help others become beautiful, but you yourself endure humiliation." Layla stammered, That. She wondered what to do now, how she should answer. Lucas said, "You won't forget the words you spoke, will you? The fact that we are in the same boat." Layla became even more flustered, wondering how she could refute something so true. Just then her savior, Vincent, suddenly announced, "Duke, it's time. I've come to inform you because it seems we're running late." Lucas turned his head to look outside. All right then, let's depart first." Layla immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Phew." Lucas suddenly turned around, extending his hand and saying, "Ah, thank you." She replied doubtfully, "Yes?" He then explained, "The gift for the coming-of-age ceremony." Hearing that, Layla thought to herself, "He liked it? That's wonderful. I can help others with this skill." Although my own coming-of-age ceremony was nothing short of a disaster, for him, good memories will be preserved. The two got into the carriage, and on the way, Lucas kept his head down, silently reading a book. Suddenly, he turned to look outside, saw the streets beyond the window, and Lucas said, "Oh, it seems we've arrived at the capital. We'll be at the Imperial Palace soon." Hearing this, Layla clenched her hands, thinking, the 20th birthday coming-of-age ceremony from the original story is finally about to begin. After today, Layla will officially enter her first period of confinement. I will escape Heinrich's control at the Imperial Palace. While Lucas went to meet the Emperor, Layla sat in the waiting room, sighing. Sigh, how could I have made such a mistake? Recalling Lucas's words, "You have such a talent for makeup, why don't you make yourself beautiful?" Layla couldn't help but sigh, fortunate that she had gotten through that interrogation. If she hadn't managed to escape it, she would have been ruined. She raised a finger and mumbled, "This is how I answered. Actually, I'm a transmigrator into a novel world, and in this novel, I am the female lead. If I were to make myself beautiful, I would be imprisoned and become a fool, so I have to dress like an ugly person to prevent that from happening." At this point, Layla suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. I said that. Do I need to explain it again? He'll think I'm crazy and call off the engagement. What an incredibly foolish mistake. What should I do now? For now, I have no other choice but to avoid the topic every time he brings it up. Will that be okay? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Excuse me, Miss Penatelli. This room belongs to Duke Montefeltro." Layla looked towards the door and hesitantly asked, Is something wrong?" Despite the servant's attempts to stop her, Charlotte walked straight in and said, I heard there was an ugly young lady marrying an ugly duke from the north. So she's here, is she? But what can be done?"
I want this young lady to leave this reception room immediately, Layla thought in surprise. Charlotte. A servant from outside quickly rushed in and said, Miss, as I've told you, this room belongs to Duke Montefeltro. Please choose another room. Charlotte haughtily declared, Isn't this the largest room? I must use the largest room. Are you making me leave just because of an ugly person? Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but speak up. It seems you've misunderstood, miss. Duke Montefeltro is not as ugly as the rumors say. She thought to herself, Penatelli Charlotte, I've never had to deal with someone like her. Charlotte sneered. Ha, what did you say? As soon as she heard her manner of speaking, a name immediately popped into Layla's mind. Jin Yura. Charlotte continued. How could I be mistaken when I heard it directly? I suppose ugly people have very poor judgment, don't they? Layla replied coldly. It seems someone who barges in without permission isn't worthy of discussing such matters. What right do you have, miss, to belittle others like that? Charlotte angrily demanded. What did you say? Right? Have you lost your mind, or do you think you have power in your hands because you're the Duchess? But how could that be? In this Basium Empire, power comes from beauty.
Seeing Lila's silence, she smiled smugly, thinking, what, nothing left to say? I just wanted to vent a little. Why did Theo ask Monica to be his dance partner? No matter how you look at it, aren't I more beautiful? I felt so annoyed when I went to ask Theo about it, but I never expected even this ugly girl to dare talk back to me when she knows nothing. Anyway, she needs to be taught a good lesson, doesn't she? Thinking this, Charlotte immediately slapped Lila across the face, making her cry out in pain. Ah! After that, she casually sat on the sofa and said, Hey, you there, what are you doing? Aren't you preparing tea for me? The servant stammered. That, Charlotte then said, Bring me another cup of tea and clear away the cup she drank from. One is an ugly lady and the other is an ugly duke, a surprisingly well-matched pair. May I meet and inquire about your ugly husband? No matter how much I think about it, I'm very curious about the kind of beauty that would make Theo issue a social ban. Layla turned around and said in a low voice, Hearing you say that. Suddenly, Lucas's voice rang out. My lady, I apologize for making you wait so long. His Majesty was rather inclined to talk, so... Seeing him walk in, Charlotte froze, thinking, Is that the Duke of Montefeltro? She shifted her gaze to Lucas's face.
Hard to believe. Is she ugly as rumored? Lucas's voice suddenly turned cold. Oh, you're acquainted with that lowly woman? Charlotte asked, startled. What? Lucas added, Miss Penatelli, you've become the crown princess without my knowledge? Charlotte hesitated. No. He asked again, Then are you Duke Heinrich Prediau's wife? Layla, standing nearby, thought to herself, Look at that. Although he doesn't seem like a kind person, this is the first time I've seen him wear such a cold expression. Lucas, still maintaining his cold demeanor, said, If neither is the case, then it's truly strange. By what right do you presume to sit in my room? Charlotte was speechless, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Lucas suddenly turned to Layla. Madam? She replied, startled. Oh, yes? Lucas suggested, I don't know when this uninvited guest will leave, so why don't we take a stroll in the flower garden? With that, he turned back to Charlotte. I expect you to leave immediately, because this is not a suitable place for someone of your kind. Hearing these words, Charlotte trembled with anger, but she could only ask herself, Why? Why? I haven't even received a marriage proposal from the Crown Prince yet.
So why is that ugly person so happy? No, I won't allow it. I definitely won't let them get away with it. At the Crown Prince's office, a servant announced, Your Royal Highness Theobald, Miss Penatelli requests an audience with Your Royal Highness. Theobald frowned and asked, Charlotte has come to see me? You said Charlotte has come to see me? The servant replied, Yes, the young lady is waiting in reception room number 1, Your Royal Highness. Hearing this, Theobald smirked and spoke in a cold voice. She truly has no sense, daring to compare me to Heinrich and Alfonso. Immediately after her dance partner was snatched by her friend, she runs to me. What's the matter? Did she harm an innocent palace maid? The servant hesitated slightly and said, Miss Charlotte is sitting with Miss Layla Este and waiting for Your Royal Highness in reception room number 1. Theobald was suspicious. That ugly young lady? In reception room number 1? So the rumor that Lucas proposed to her is true, isn't it?
Today is Lucas's coming-of-age ceremony, and there must be many interesting things to enjoy, particularly the debut of the ugliest couple in high society. They arrived at just the right moment, right when I was getting bored. A new wind will blow in and make high society more lively. Meanwhile, whispers echoed throughout the party. I heard Duke Montefeltro is also present today, isn't he? Since it's a coming-of-age ceremony, all nobles of the empire must attend, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince already issued an order forbidding the Duke from appearing. And hey, have you heard the news? There's a rumor that ugly young lady was sold to Duke Montefeltro. Just then, the guards outside the Grand Hall suddenly announced, Duke Montefeltro and the future Duchess, Lady Este, have arrived.
As the two entered, their stunning looks immediately captivated everyone. The young ladies gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is that the ugly Duke from the rumors? I can't believe it. He shouldn't be walking next to that ugly lady. Oh no, our eyes just met." Hearing the whispers, Lucas softly said, "It seems the makeup worked quite well. How do you feel? I can clearly see your skills are incredibly effective. Why aren't you saying anything?" Turning to look at Layla, he suddenly paused and thought, "She's completely frozen stiff. She'll be leaving in a year, yet she treats Michael with such strange gentleness and even casually displays that expression. Yet she put on beautiful makeup out of concern for me and is ready to speak up in my defense when someone looks down on me." Thinking this, Lucas suddenly mused, "I don't know if she's timid or courageous anymore." Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before them. Alfonso spoke, "Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Alfonso Luvinia, and this is Heinrich V Pradio." Charlotte also added, in a friendly tone, "And I am Charlotte B. Penatelli."
In the silent atmosphere, Layla thought to herself, they're so polite with their greetings. After a moment, Lucas replied concisely, "Yes, I am Montefeltro." Alfonso and Charlotte immediately froze. Lucas then said, "Heinrich, long time no see. Well, I'll be going now." Having said that, he pulled Layla, who was still bewildered, away. Thinking to himself, I don't want to receive greetings from that woman. It's truly annoying and troublesome. Charlotte gritted her teeth, thinking, even though I'm annoyed, I managed to suppress it and greet him with a smile, yet he dares to treat me like this. Alfonso frowned. Why is his attitude so unpleasant? It's as if he's looking down on our greetings. Heinrich also unhappily added, he didn't even introduce himself. That's going too far. Charlotte continued to think, how dare they? After they had walked quite a distance, Layla finally spoke. Your Grace, I didn't greet the Duke and the Marquis. Is that all right? Lucas silently looked at her for a moment, then opened his mouth and said with a gentle smile, You don't need to add your Grace when addressing them. Besides His Majesty, you don't need to concern yourself with such formalities, because you are the Duchess of Montefeltro, understand? Layla immediately nodded. Yes. At the same time, the guards announced, the son of the Basium Empire, His Imperial Highness Crown Prince Theobald Basium Aprinia and Lady Monica Rowe Arias have arrived. As soon as the words finished, Theobald led Monica in, immediately becoming the center of attention at the party. Seeing Theobald, Layla quickly bowed her head, thinking to herself, why? I thought this time it would finally happen. The attention on the Crown Prince had not yet subsided when another couple entered. The guards once again loudly announced, the son of the Basium Empire, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress have arrived. The Emperor spoke, Everyone rise. Prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony for those who have reached adulthood this year. The main figures of today's ceremony will now be called. The Chamberlain immediately read aloud, First, please invite Lucas Hugh Montefeltro to step forward.
Hearing his name called, Lucas looked at Layla with a bit of worry. He thought to himself, she's still afraid. Sensing his concerned gaze, Layla whispered, Let's go, Duke. She thought to herself, he's put in so much effort. Suddenly, Lucas bent down and placed a kiss on her hand. Only then did he turn and leave, leaving Layla blushing and thinking, why did he suddenly do something he'd never done before? Lucas stepped forward in front of the Emperor and Empress.
Respectfully, he said, I, your humble servant, greet His Imperial Majesty, the son of the Empire, and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. The Emperor nodded. Lucas Hugh Rocafeltra, congratulations on reaching adulthood, Duke. I hope that in the future, the Duke will remain loyal to the Empire. Lucas immediately bowed and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Layla, standing below, thought, Why do I keep feeling like the atmosphere is so cold? Or am I just imagining it? When Lucas returned to her side, the Chamberlain then spoke. Next, please welcome Duke Heinrich V. Pradio. Layla lowered her eyes again, a hint of worry appearing on her face. Seeing this, Lucas immediately took her hand. Layla looked up at him in surprise. Then she blushed slightly and lowered her head. And as if remembering the current situation, Layla began to assess her surroundings. Alfonso, not interested in me. Heinrich, not interested in me. Neither of them is looking at me. That's great. If only I could escape Theobald, the main male lead in the original story. At this thought, Layla turned to Theobald, but coincidentally met his sharp, cold eyes. Layla immediately turned pale. She quickly turned away to look elsewhere, wondering to herself, why is he looking this way? Is he looking at Lucas? No, that gaze is clearly... Sensing her anxiety, Lucas quietly looked over. Then he smiled and asked, Shall I get you a drink?
Layla, startled, replied, yes, could you get it for me? Lucas smiled and nodded. Of course. After he left, Layla regained her composure and thought, thanks to him, I feel more relieved. It's good not to be here alone. After a while, the emperor said, the ceremony is complete. Please enjoy your private moments. Then melodious music immediately began to play. At the same time, Theobald also walked towards Layla. Seeing a figure blocking her view, Layla thought Lucas had returned, so she said, you've gone to a lot of trouble, thank you. Upon getting a clear look at him, she immediately flinched. It was the crown prince. Theobald frowned and remarked, you're still as ugly as ever, aren't you, young lady? After saying that, he found himself wondering why he felt such conflicting emotions towards this unsightly woman. Meanwhile, the woman was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to ask herself, what am I doing? The other person, however, was looking at her as if he wanted to devour her, but she had no interest in him whatsoever. This person, she looked at me and coldly turned away. Why? Unable to bear the irritation within me, I approached to investigate. Layla stammered in fright. Your Imperial Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you. She wondered why. Why was this happening? Couldn't she escape the plot? She had lived with this ugly appearance for 10 years. Were all the things she had done now useless? Just as Lila's spirit crumbled, a warm hand suddenly patted her shoulder, and Lucas's familiar voice rang out. Long time no see, Your Imperial Highness. Is there something wrong between Your Highness and my wife? Seeing him, Theobald unconsciously frowned. He glanced at the hand on Layla's shoulder. Then he sneered. Wife? You two aren't even married yet, Duke. Have you no shame? Lucas smiled coldly. Your Highness, you are mistaken. Before the ceremony, I already met His Majesty. My wife and I will not go through the rehearsal. We will marry as soon as possible. So what's so strange about me calling her my wife beforehand, Your Highness? Hearing that, Theobald gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking, why have I been feeling this way all along? Suddenly, Monica interjected. Your Highness, it's time for you to open the ball. That way other couples can begin dancing. Theobald immediately understood the implication. Other nobles were watching him, so it was best to stop. Then he turned and said, very well, I've kept the lady waiting long enough. Monica replied, it is an honor for me, Your Highness.
As the two people left, their first dance was about to begin. Layla let out a breath. That's right, that's where you belong. Just don't mind me. As she finished thinking, Lucas suddenly said, by convention, we're next. My lady, will you dance with me? Layla clenched her hands, feeling a slight stirring in her heart. Perhaps I... Then she took his hand, smiling as she replied, yes. Afterward, she thought, she had felt where she was meant to be. It felt as if her heart was about to burst. Something was constricting her chest, making her strangely thrilled. Could this feeling be... Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed, and Layla and Lucas immediately froze. She blushed, thinking, oh no, did my dress tear? Then she stammered, no, not now. Lucas quickly reassured her. Don't worry, calm down, hold on tight to me. As he said this, he suddenly lifted Layla, making her exclaim, hey! Lucas glanced over, softly saying, we'll be at the carriage in a little while. Hold on tight to me. Layla's face was flushed to her ears, and she mumbled in response, yes. In her heart, she thought, oh my, how embarrassing, but why do I feel so flustered? Seeing the two of them emerge, the coachman quickly ran over. Duke, Lucas suddenly murmured, so light.
Layla didn't hear clearly, so she asked again, what? Lucas didn't answer, directly ordering, open the carriage door, depart for the mansion. The coachman, flustered, said, as you command. And so the carriage gradually left the palace. Inside the carriage, Lucas was still holding Layla in his arms. She stammered, Duke, you can put me down now. Lucas suddenly lowered his voice. Duchess, I will summon that tailor. Hearing him say that, Layla couldn't help but be puzzled. What? Oh yes, I'm sorry, it's just because of me that... Lucas suddenly raised his voice. I will have her brought here. Layla looked blankly and asked, what do you mean? Lucas angrily said, with tailoring skills like this, she dares to claim she's the best tailor in the north? Hearing this, Layla suddenly felt a pang of guilt. About that, it's probably because I've gained weight, so... Lucas immediately burst out laughing. Duchess, you're a bit strange. Truly very strange. I've been poking your waist this whole time, but you haven't reacted at all. Layla was startled and thought, oh no, isn't that where all the padding is?
Noticing her frightened expression, Lucas smiled and asked, what are you truly hiding? Will you tell me first, or should I find out myself? Did you know the number of freckles on your face is different from before you attended the party? If I counted them when we first met, would I seem like a strange person? Layla's eyes widened as she thought, very much so. Who would count those spots? Oh no, this won't do. What now? I can't think of any more excuses. Sensing her mood, Lucas then said, don't be afraid. You don't have to be completely honest with me just yet, because I will be honest with you first. By the time they returned to the ducal mansion, the sky had darkened. Lucas assisted Layla out of the carriage, and once she was steady on her feet, he spoke, "You seem unwell. Would you like me to carry you inside this time?" Layla's voice trembled as she said, "No, thank you, I can walk." Then she thought with suspicion, "Wow, he's been going all this time, isn't he tired? He talked the whole way back." She recalled Lucas's words, "The air quality in the capital is truly awful. Is it because the people living here are unclean? There are also many unclean people in the north. If you're tired, just sleep in the carriage. Don't worry too much. We're about to be husband and wife, so don't be shy." Layla continued to think, "I thought he was a bit gruff and blunt, but very kind. He pretended not to care out of politeness, but when he got angry, he displayed the imposing aura of a ruthless noble. If it was all just an act, then what kind of man have I married, for heaven's sake? How have I survived until now? I want a vacation."
Seeing her stumble, Lucas immediately said, "Let me help you." Layla looked up, blushing slightly as she thought, "But I can't bring myself to hate this man." Then she replied, "Yes." Afterwards, she thought again, "Because this man's appearance is exactly the ideal type I drew in my dreams when I was Cho Yun-sel. I had never seen him smile, so I had no idea. My ideal type checklist: double eyelids, dimples when he smiles, a bright smile revealing a charming canine tooth, a mole right at the corner of his eye, speaks with polite send. I can't believe my ideal type actually exists like this." Lucas suddenly asked, "What are you thinking, making such a face in front of me?" Layla quickly denied, "No, I'm not thinking anything at all."
Instead, he smiled again and said, "If you need anything, just call Vincent. It seems I must leave as there are some matters I need to attend to. First, you should rest, and we will talk later." Layla replied, "But I have nothing to say to you." Lucas continued, "I think I should work with that tailor. I will choose a close attendant for you." Hearing this, Layla was stunned. "Ah, yes, then we must discuss it." She thought to herself, "I thought he wanted to uncover that secret, but it turns out he wants to discuss this. I can rest easy now." Thinking this, Layla smiled with relief and said, "You should also rest, Duke." Lucas replied, "See you tomorrow." Watching her retreating figure, Lucas thought to himself, "Before, no matter who I faced, I never felt this comfortable. I am an ugly noble. People mock me just for breathing. I also have no intention of talking about how nobles often badmouth others to kill time. That's why I always feel uncomfortable at parties. To be able to smile so happily, it's the first time since I was born. I am so happy that I even forget myself." After walking a bit further, Lucas's expression suddenly darkened. He muttered, "It seems someone has forgotten where this is." Finishing his words, Lucas immediately pulled open the door and loudly asked, "How dare you enter the mansion when the Duke is not here?" Inside, a woman with blonde hair exclaimed, "Oh my, the Duke just walked in without even knocking. How rude." This woman was Anna, the late Duchess. She stroked Michael's head and asked, "Do I need permission to visit my son?" Michael hesitantly called out, "Uncle." Anna then said, "Ah, you've arrived at just the right time. You haven't even officially married, yet you've already let her stay in my room? Get out of my room immediately." Lucas gritted his teeth. A duchess who has abandoned her duties has no rights whatsoever.
"Michael, isn't it time for your studies? Go to your study room." Michael was startled. Yes, I know." Seeing him leave the room, Anna immediately said angrily, "I am the ruler of this duchy and the mother of that child. Who are you to dare give orders to him?" "The ruler of this duchy, indeed?" Lucas didn't answer, only coldly called out, "Vincent, Owen." The two quickly appeared. "Yes, dude." He immediately ordered, "Thoroughly search the servants this woman brought, and Vincent, you are to take good care of this nominal duchess." Anna loudly said, "Hey, brother-in-law, that's going too far." Lucas turned around, shaking his head as he replied, "So you have no manners, shouting in someone else's mansion. Don't call me brother-in-law. I have never considered you my sister-in-law." Hearing that, Anna also froze. Her two hands unconsciously tightened on her skirt as she thought, "How strange. Before, he was always silent and had a gloomy expression. What is this feeling of pressure?" In the heavy silence, Lucas slowly walked out of the room. The ancient wolf god Lupus, that royal bloodline continues to this day. Whether Kate kisses someone they don't love or if they both kill each other, it's none of your business. Even if they run off with their lovers, that's also not your concern. I am a descendant of Lupus, a god of love and family. After returning to his room, Lucas suddenly leaned against the wall and cried out, "Ugh!" He thought uncomfortably to himself, "Damn it, why did she have to come at this moment?" Royalty, when born, carries within them a source of power and a curse. Lucas mumbled, "Medicine. I need medicine."
Men of royal blood would periodically experience their fertility cycle. After finishing a bottle of medicine, Lucas let out a breath and said, "Ha, she must be sent away immediately." He thought to himself, "This medicine is exclusive to the royal family, so I have no choice but to respect them."
Then he muttered, "How annoying." Simultaneously, an old memory flashed through his mind. The first time Lucas had an episode, he cried out, "Mother, mother, save me." But she screamed, "Get away from me. You're as hideous as a wild beast. You're an abomination." Lucas thought to himself, even if people despised him or gave him sarcastic smiles, he scoffed at himself, "I can't resist it. Perhaps she will also despise me." Meanwhile, in Layla's room, she murmured to herself while looking in the mirror, "It's a good thing the coming-of-age ceremony went smoothly." Looking at her earrings, Layla suddenly smiled. She continued, "I wonder if he'll keep his promise." Before the coming-of-age ceremony, Lucas had sent me a jewelry box. When Vincent delivered it, Layla asked in surprise, "From the Duke?" He replied, "Yes, His Grace asked me to convey that the lady should wear it during the coming-of-age ceremony." Layla opened the gift box and said in surprise, "It's so beautiful. Is it shaped like a hydrangea?" Vincent replied, "Yes, only the royal family is allowed to use jewelry shaped like hydrangeas. This is a piece of jewelry from the Duke's personal treasury. If the lady wears this jewelry, no one will have the right to treat her arbitrarily or disrespectfully, except for the royal family. Perhaps His Grace wishes to convey his intentions through this piece of jewelry."
Hearing that, Layla suddenly shivered and thought, does he mean not to make him lose face? That's what I thought. But when Lucas said it, the only people she should respect were the royal family. After all, she was already the Duchess. Layla smiled and said, "The more I understand him, the more I realize he's not what I imagined. What should I do to reciprocate?" Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Layla immediately startled and asked, Who is it?" A strange voice from outside replied, "I am Kerner, here to replace the butler. I'm opening the door now." Layla quickly yelled, "No, wait a moment." As she frantically applied her makeup, she thought, "Did I ask him to come? Is he crazy or something? Good thing I haven't removed all my makeup yet. I need to quickly dab on a few freckles." Once done, Layla rushed to the door and asked irritably, "What's the matter that you're opening the door without permission?" Kerner said, "On behalf of the butler, I will help you choose your personal attendants. There isn't much time, so please allow me to enter." Layla frowned. "Ah, personal attendants," she secretly thought. "Look at that attitude. His personality doesn't seem very stable." Then she ordered, "Kerner, bring the tea and dessert here. The rest of you, come into the room." Finishing her words, Layla turned and walked inside. Sitting on the sofa, she watched the maids who followed her in and thought, "Before, I only ever met Vincent, so I felt very comfortable." She paused for a moment.
Seeing their ashen faces, Layla continued to think, "Seriously, if you can't even look me in the eye, what kind of close attendant are you? Is this the kind of attitude you display before your master?" Then she pointed at one person. "Starting from the left, each of you, tell me your specialty." A red-haired maid said, "I can only comb hair. I can't do anything else." The green-haired maid next to her said, "I'm good at cleaning dust and dirt with a broom." The black-haired maid said, "As soon as I lie down, I fall asleep." The blue-haired maid added, "I don't have any specialties at all." Hearing that, Layla thought, "Are you all here to protest because you don't like working or something?" Suddenly, laughter reached her ears. When Layla turned her head, Kerner quickly avoided her gaze. Then he put down the items and said, "Here is the tea and dessert you requested. Please choose what you like, and then just give your orders. If you'll excuse me." Layla suddenly interrupted, "No, I like all of them, so I can't choose."
It seems better to choose a close butler, right? Kerner asked, startled. What did you say?" Layla continued, "This idea isn't bad," recalling Lucas's words, "because I will be honest with you first." She thought to herself, "You've already said that. Should I be honest with you too?" Then she said, "All right, let's start the game." After a while, the red-haired maid respectfully presented a jar of cream. This is the Notia family's special skin protection cream. If you apply this cream before bed, your skin will become radiant the next day. This cream was made by Notia's brother, an alchemist. Layla opened the lid, tried applying it to her hand, and said, "Oh, that's good. Approved." The red-haired maid immediately jumped for joy. "Thank you, madam." Looking at Kerner's pale face, Layla smirked. "Now it's just you left, isn't it, Kerner? Congratulations on becoming my personal butler. The rest of you may leave now." The other 4 maids immediately showed their delight. "Thank you, madam, and congratulations, Butler Kerner." Layla still kept a faint smile on her lips. The origin of the events had taken place about 2 hours earlier, when she had said, "Let's start the game." Kerner frowned and said, "I and all the servants are busy. We don't have time to play games with madam." Layla ignored him and directly asked, "Who can bring me water? Whoever brings the water fastest will not have to do personal work for me." The blue-haired maid reacted the fastest, quickly running off. "No tea will bring water to madam." Round 1. After sending away the most perceptive person, the game of life and death began. Layla then said, "Who can walk 30 laps around the room the fastest?" "Kerner, no running. You're out." "Who can bow the best?"
Kerner gritted his teeth and said, "You can't just grovel everywhere." Meanwhile, the black-haired maid had already bent down, touching the ground with both hands, saying, "I can walk on all fours." Layla continued, "Who can spin in one spot the longest? Who can make the most dog-like sound?" One more time for the eliminated contestant. As she watched Kerner's struggle among the four maids, Layla thought, "I find this four-way elimination match incredibly satisfying." She then said, "Bring me a gift that pleases me." And now Layla placed the jar of cream that the red-haired maid had brought onto the table, smiling as she thought, "It looks quite similar to modern cosmetics. The cream's texture isn't bad." Then she waved her hand and said, "I'm tired now. You may leave, my personal butler." As Kerner gritted his teeth and left, Layla thought again, "I have enough life experience to know just by looking. I'm angry now. He's just a hot-headed young man, weak-spirited and doesn't know what to do. From the very beginning, I played this game to target him. Training those maids was just a bonus. He'll give up eventually." At this point, she leaned back in her chair and said, "Now I can go remove my makeup and relax. One thing is done."
After removing her makeup, Lila flopped onto the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Then she thought, making decisions on my own is truly tiring. Even so, I feel quite comfortable. The coming-of-age ceremony concluded smoothly, so would it be all right to reveal a bit of this face's beauty? I won't stuff any more cotton into my clothes. I can truly rest assured now. Meanwhile, in another room, Anna, still angry and bewildered, asked, "Why did he change like that? Before, he didn't care whether I came or where Michael was. What happened during that time? The ugly lady? The ugly lady. I must meet her in person."
The next day, Lila slowly walked through the hallway. As soon as they saw her, the maids gaped in surprise. Sensing their gazes, Lila happily thought, "Have you seen it yet? Have you felt it yet? This is professional makeup, you know. Since I can't suddenly transform into someone else, I can only make a few changes to my face. Luckily, my figure and skin are naturally beautiful. All thanks to the female lead's character design." Arriving at the dining room, Lila opened the door and stepped in. "Good evening, Duke, young master." Seeing Anna sitting next to Michael, she suddenly froze. Anna suddenly spoke. "Pleased to meet you. I am Anna Hugh Montefeltra." Lila silently thought, "Montefeltra? Is she Michael's mother? So she's the one." Remembering the whispers and the servants' disrespectful attitudes, Lila continued to think, the one who looked at her son with contempt and abandoned him. Then she introduced herself. "It's our first meeting. I am Layla El Este." The two looked directly at each other. Lila thought to herself, "I don't know why she's here, but I can't lose." After that, she turned and called out, "Young master, I'm so happy to see you. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Michael smiled and replied, "A long, long time, seeing my ugly one again." As he spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth, looking fearfully at Anna. She immediately said, "Michael, you mustn't speak so casually. She truly is ugly, but you must know how to address people with dignity. I've told you not to joke around so freely, haven't I? Or do you want everyone to laugh at you?"
People who are not beautiful should be careful with their words and facial expressions. Have you forgotten everything Mother taught you? Michael stammered, his voice trembling. I'm sorry." Seeing his expression, Layla spoke gently. "It's all right, because we are family. A child who feels happy laughs. No one would laugh at them or get angry." Anna frowned and looked over. "You speak so arrogantly. You haven't officially married yet. Have you forgotten? I am this child's mother. I don't know where you get the right to interfere. While I wasn't here, did you teach the boy in that manner? He is the heir to this ducal family. If he goes out into society and is scorned by everyone, can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing those words, Layla couldn't suppress her anger and asked, "So you're the one who fed the boy cucumbers and applied that cucumber-containing substance to his face, aren't you?" Anna asked, puzzled, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Seeing herself in a disadvantageous situation, she wanted to change the subject. Layla asked loudly, "Is that how you care for your child?" She recalled Michael's words. "Before going to bed, the servant would apply something to my face. After it was applied, I kept scratching my face. The servant said it was because the massage with the applied substance was taking effect, but it was really itchy." Layla continued, caring so much that the boy's face swelled up red from an allergic reaction. Recalling Michael's naive question, "Doesn't eating cucumbers taste spicy and burning?" Layla's voice grew colder. "Or perhaps you don't even know that the inside of his mouth is swollen, burning, and ulcerated."
"And yet you're still so indifferent even now?" Anna asked blankly. "What do you mean? Michael, is what she said true?" Michael replied fearfully, "Yes, if I eat cucumber or apply it to my face, I feel itchy and painful." Hearing that, Anna asked in a panic, "Why didn't you tell me? What if something happens to your body?" Lucas, who had just arrived, also said coldly, "It was said, but it was met with indifference from those around you."
Chelsea and Rose, huh? And you brought back the people I fired?
Someone, drag these two out immediately. Seeing her servants being dragged away, Anna quickly called out, "Wait!" But Lucas ordered, "As soon as it's light, you're to leave this place too. Not kicking you out right now is the last courtesy I'll extend to you." Anna hesitated. I just came to see my child. Mother, I'm here, Michael." After a moment of silence, Michael suddenly said, "Layla isn't bad. Layla isn't an ugly person." Hearing this, Anna completely lost her composure. Mother. She agitatedly stood up, stammering, I just... Lucas suddenly said in a cold voice, "Enough. You can't even manage basic table manners. Go somewhere else. You're startling the boy." Anna was thus sent back to her room. She had so much she wanted to say. However, after looking directly at Michael for a few moments, she said nothing more and left. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became a little heavy. Seeing this, Layla said with a touch of remorse, "I apologize, young master. I spoke without considering your feelings." Michael said, "It's all right. Do you think I'm a child who knows nothing? If you have nothing to do, would you like to go see the hydrangeas in the garden?" Layla happily replied, "Of course, let's go together." She thought to herself, "After that incident, the boy just ate without saying a word, which worried me greatly, but he seems fine now, thankfully." After a while, in the garden, Michael suddenly said, "Hey, your face looks a little different today. It's a bit like how you looked before." Layla replied, "I'm trying to be as brave as the young master." Michael asked, puzzled, "Brave?" She immediately affirmed, "That's right, young master, you are very brave. Every day you diligently study and train physically, don't you? Although you're not yet an adult, you're as busy as the Duke." Michael's face immediately flushed.
He stammered, More than that. Do you know why Uncle is sick? When he went out, did anything happen?" Layla was stunned. "Oh, let me think. There wasn't anything that would make him sick, was there?" As she spoke, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After sending the person away, he went back to rest immediately. She recalled Lucas's words, "Sorry, I don't feel well. See you tomorrow." Layla immediately said, "It's probably just about your mother. Don't worry too much. I'll go see him later." Michael nodded. Thank you. I wish I had green eyes like Uncle, or blue eyes. That would be so much better." Hearing him say that, Layla couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "Huh? Why?" Michael replied, "I hate my own eye color. When I look in the mirror, I feel pathetic." He recalled Anna's words, "Mom said not to laugh casually. Do you two want everyone to laugh in your faces?" He continued, "I don't want to see them. I hate these pink eyes."
Layla burst out laughing and said, "But I like the color of your eyes, young master." Michael was startled and asked, "Really?" Layla nodded. "I really, really like that pink color. Before you wore a pink shirt and it suited you perfectly." Michael asked again, "Really?" Layla smiled and replied, "I'm telling the truth. From now on, young Duke, you must wear pink clothes." Michael blushed and said, I know, but hey, you ugly thing, why do you keep changing your face? Are you really a sorceress?" Layla tilted her head. "You're calling me an ugly thing again. So do you like my face?" Michael immediately nodded, "Yes." Hearing his answer, Layla couldn't help but feel flustered. She knew the boy was serious, but outwardly she said, Thank you." Michael suddenly said, "Seriously, I'm going home. I have to read and go to sleep." Layla quickly said, "Oh, then let's go back together." Michael looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "I can go back by myself, but fine, I'll go with you. Don't you have a close attendant yet?" Layla replied, "Not yet." That evening, Layla stopped in a corner somewhere, helplessly saying, "Wow, there's a place like this too?" She thought to herself, since she couldn't sleep, she went for a walk and unexpectedly found a place she hadn't known before. Looking at the pile of tools nearby, Layla mumbled, "Are they cleaning up?" Then she thought to herself again, the Crown Prince's gaze, Lucas's true self, even meeting that Duchess. So many things had happened in such a short time that even if she wanted to sleep, her mind couldn't relax.
No, it must be because I slept too well at noon that I'm feeling this way now. After musing aimlessly for a while, Layla took a step and walked towards a tree. What is this? What a pleasant scent. It's not that I'm taking a walk, it's that I don't know the way. Since I don't know anything, this is my predicament. I really need to find a trusted maid, but what should I do? Just as she thought this, a shout suddenly reached her. "You idiot! Do I have to get physical for you to listen? You just won't let it go, will you?" Layla looked over and saw a black-haired maid being surrounded by 3 other maids. The maid asked loudly, "Why do I have to clean this place by myself? You shouldn't push people too far." A red-haired maid said, "If your face isn't pretty and your family background isn't good, you should at least be obedient." The brown-haired maid next to her added, "What, just because that ugly wretch became the Duchess, you want to too?" The black-haired maid named Jessie angrily retorted, "You shouldn't talk like that. The mistress is the Duchess, and as maids we should behave like proper maids."
"You are not allowed to steal the Duke's belongings." The maids immediately retorted, "Who are you to tell us what to do? The Duke wouldn't." Hearing this, Layla immediately wondered, "Oh, since they're bad-mouthing me, should I intervene?" Thinking this, she stepped out and asked, "Why is it so noisy?" The group of maids immediately shrieked, "Look, the Duchess!" Layla raised an eyebrow, covering her ears, and said, "Ah, it's too loud. What are you doing instead of working?"
The red-haired maid unconsciously said, "You are not allowed in here. This place is only for official members of the Montefeltro family." Lila smiled and replied, "How interesting. What if I don't comply? Who dares to punish me?" The brown-haired maid pointed at her face and declared, "The Duke, of course. You're still wandering around in the middle of the night, even getting lost. You must behave like a duchess." Lila chuckled and asked, "Punish me? The Duke? Are you saying he would punish the one he loves?" "All right, let me tell you. The greenhouse door is wide open like this, and I wonder if you're neglecting your cleaning duties? And since you've told me the rules of this place, I should reward you. What are your names?" Someone, it's unclear who, pointed at Jessie and falsely claimed, I am Jessie. I was just warning her because she's lazy and not working." Lila thought to herself, "Do they take me for a fool?" Outwardly, she asked, "You're cleaning, yet why are there still leaves and grass fluttering about like this?"
Jessie bowed her head. This servant apologizes. This servant was careless and fell, so..." Layla thought to herself, "It seems she doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I'll just let it go." Then she said, "All right, I'll handle the punishment. All of you, withdraw." "What? Not even a goodbye?" After a moment of silence, Layla turned and asked, "You're Jessie, right? Follow me." Jessie replied, startled, "Yes." A moment later, in Layla's room, seeing Jessie sitting silently on the sofa, Layla couldn't help but be curious. "Why are you so tense? Do you think I'll eat you?" Jessie replied unconsciously, Yes, no, this servant will accept any kind of punishment. I shouldn't have been allowed to go up to the 3rd floor." Layla replied, "Since I brought you here, it's fine. Turn your head this way. I need to apply some medicine." Jessie asked, surprised. "Medicine, you say?" Layla didn't explain, directly applying the medicine to Jessie's face. Jessie immediately cried out, "Ouch, it stings!" After applying it, Layla said again, "I brought you into the room for 2 reasons. The first is to treat your wounds, and the second is, Jessie, would you like to become my personal maid?" Jessie waved her hand, refusing her offer. This is an honor for a servant like me, but I cannot. I am just a lowly maid, not qualified to become my mistress's personal maid." Seeing her so flustered, Layla quickly reassured her. "All right, I understand. Now go rest and regain your strength. Take this as well. If you put this cotton pad into water, foam will appear. After washing your face with this foam, you must not vigorously wipe your face with a towel. Instead, just gently pat your face. Next, apply the cream. This is a topical cream. If a pimple bursts, do not use your hands to apply the cream. Dampen a clean cloth, wipe the affected area, then gently apply the cream to your face." After hearing her long explanation, Jessie, perspiring, replied, Yes. Layla reminded her again, "You must do this before going to bed. Do you understand?" Holding the 2 cosmetic items in her hands, Jessie gratefully said, "Yes, I thank you, mistress. I will remember this. It's late, so I will take my leave. Good night, mistress." Layla waved goodbye. "You sleep well, too." She thought to herself, "I just need to make her qualified. See you again, Jessie." As she left, Layla stepped back inside, muttering, "So I've used everything I have. Should I ask the Duke for help? Since the cosmetics in the makeup bag will reappear, I'll take them out and start a business. Come to think of it, I wonder if the Duke has recovered yet." Recalling Lucas's smile, she mused, he looked so full of life before.
But now it seems he's back to his old self. Thinking this, Layla reached for her makeup bag, and while removing her makeup, she mumbled, "His health isn't good either. I wonder if there's anything I can do to help. I've come to understand his personality better. It seems we're growing closer, but I wish I could understand him even more." The next day at the Duke's mansion.
In the hallway, Layla stood facing Anna, thinking to herself, her journey to understand him was anything but easy. As she was looking for Lucas's room, Anna Hugh Montefeltro appeared. She asked, "May I speak with you for a moment?" Layla silently thought, "I didn't come early just to meet her." Seeing that she didn't answer, Anna immediately said, "Vincent, prepare tea in the reception room." He replied, "Yes, I understand." Hearing this, Layla grew even more annoyed, thinking, "I haven't even answered yet." As she walked past Layla, Anna added, "Let's go." Layla could only turn around, thinking, "No matter how casually you speak, I won't just sit idly by and listen." Upon entering Anna's room, she then said, "You may step out for a moment." Vincent respectfully replied, "I apologize, I cannot comply." Anna understood his predicament and said, "If you're worried, stand right outside the door, or inform my brother-in-law immediately." Seeing how serious she was, Layla grew even more confused. "What exactly do you intend to say that requires such measures?" As if knowing what she was thinking, Anna replied, "I won't do what you think I will do." Layla paused for a moment. Then she turned and said, "It's all right, Vincent." Catching her eye, Vincent bowed and replied, "If Madam says so, I will wait right outside the door." With that, he stepped out, and the room fell silent.
After a moment, Anna spoke. "What you and Michael said yesterday bothered me all night. You insulted me." Layla asked, "So you've come to vent your anger? To physically attack me?" Anna replied bluntly, "I'd love to." Layla smiled and continued, "But you can't, can you?" Anna paused for a moment and then said, "I've only come to get an answer." Layla was skeptical. "An answer from me?" Anna nodded. "That's right.
I must hear an answer from an ugly person like you. Hearing this insult, Layla felt a bit angry and thought, she's truly unbelievable. Then Anna spoke again. A face must be truly beautiful. If it's ugly, then it deserves to be scorned. Isn't it obvious to leave your child with a servant and go find a lover? Seeing Layla remain silent and not respond, Anna spoke again. How strange. Your child uses vulgar language, laughs miserably. Remembering Michael's words. Yes, that's right. You ugly thing. Layla was not ugly. Anna continued. You didn't treat me well, but I feel very good.
Hearing my child say those words, it seemed the bad person wasn't her, but me. Michael, who always kept his face down, looked straight into my eyes for the first time. Last night, I couldn't stop thinking about his gaze, so I couldn't get any sleep. Even though I knew she wouldn't like it, I had to meet her no matter what. Why? Why do I feel this way? Layla replied, because you feel regret. Every child deserves to grow up with love. Michael, too, he deserves to receive love. Anna hesitated. The door suddenly opened, and Vincent stepped in, saying, Excuse my interruption, but the carriage prepared for the lady has arrived. The Duke said he has arranged for your belongings and servants, so please accept them. Hearing this, Layla immediately stood up. I should go now. With that, she walked out the door. As she passed Vincent, she began to ponder again. It wasn't thoughtless words as I imagined, but rather it was even more exhausting. It seems that before she leaves, the Duke will come to meet her, and the young master is already at school. I also need to go back and rest for a bit. I really want to see both of them. That evening, Layla went to Lucas's office. Did you call for me? He nodded. Good evening. I apologize for calling you here so late. The conversation with that woman took longer than I expected. Layla silently observed and thought, is it green today? Doesn't it suit his eye color perfectly? Handsome and with good taste. Every time I look, I can't take my eyes off him.
After a while, Lucas suddenly said, The way you look at me is very strange. Normally, no one would meet my eyes because I am not handsome. Layla immediately retorted, Ugly? They only think that way because they don't understand. The Duke's face is perfectly to my taste. Lucas burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Layla, a little confused, asked, Why are you laughing? I'm serious. Lucas laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've heard such words. Is it because your taste is so peculiar that you do your makeup like that? Layla awkwardly replied, Well, you could say that. Lucas stopped laughing and said, I notice you're not wearing as much on your face anymore. You must have changed your mind, haven't you? But you still haven't been completely honest with me. Layla silently thought in rebuttal, You yourself haven't told me the reason for your illness either. If he didn't want to say, she couldn't force him, so she replied indifferently, We are merely spouses by contract, after all. Lucas narrowed his eyes and asked softly, Only that? Layla, not hearing clearly, asked again, What? What did you just say? Lucas gently touched her face, then asked, Is it really just that? Layla asked in confusion, What do you mean by just that? What are you talking about? Lucas replied, Oh, nothing. Layla suddenly closed her eyes, her face also turning red. Seeing this, Lucas pinched her cheek and said, It's much better now.
I just wanted to see if your face was less freckled. When I touched it, your face felt like pudding. I apologize. Don't just keep standing there. Let's sit down and talk. Layla touched her face, smiled, and replied, Yes, she thought to herself, feeling utterly exasperated. After a moment, Lucas spoke again. You've met the candidates for the position of personal attendant, haven't you? Is there anyone suitable? Layla smiled and replied, Yes, she wasn't among the candidates, but I'd like the person named Jessie to be my personal attendant. It seems she's not allowed on the 3rd floor. Hearing her words, Lucas immediately said, I won't interfere with this matter. If you've chosen her, I'll speak with Owen. Layla said gratefully, Thank you, Your Grace. And I don't know if it's possible, but could you give me a few small glass bottles? I want to try making some things, so... Hearing this, Lucas thought again. This time, too, it's a sweet scent. At first, I thought this scent didn't suit her at all, but now, just smelling it feels incredibly pleasant. As he thought this, his vision began to blur. At this moment, Layla was still speaking. Duke, anyway, this matter is a bit difficult, isn't it? He didn't reply, only kept thinking. Perhaps it's because I feel comfortable when I'm with the owner of this scent. After a long while, Layla suddenly asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Lucas? He was startled then. Oh, I'm listening. Seeing this, Layla said, I apologize, since you didn't respond. Is everything all right? Is your body still tired? Lucas gave a wry smile. Oh no, I was just preoccupied with other thoughts. My apologies, my lady. I will send the blast file to your room shortly. Furthermore, if you wish for anything else, feel free to purchase it, for in the Montefelter household, nothing is beyond your reach. Hearing this, Layla replied with a touch of sadness. Yes, thank you, my lord. Lucas then thought to himself, I want her to feel at ease when she's with me, so from now on, I will listen to her wishes. Until she completely trusts me, I will hide this desire I have for her. Then he abruptly said, Your dress, it would be more beautiful if it were altered to fit properly. As expected, you've lost weight because you were sick, haven't you? Your waist is too wide now. Layla smiled and replied, "Oh, you only say that because you're unaware." Lucas said, "If you don't speak plainly, how can I know?" Layla then stammered, "Well, that..." Seeing her reluctance to speak, Lucas said, "All right, this time I'll find a more meticulous tailor and ask them to make a dress for you, if we head to the road to the north."
Hearing the knock at the door, he suddenly asked, "Who is it?" From outside, Michael's voice rang out, "Uncle, it's me. I heard there was some ugly stuff here, so..." Seeing him carrying a basket, Layla immediately stood up and called out, "Young master, oh dear, you're sweating so much. It must be heavy, isn't it? Give it to me, let me help you carry it." Michael shook his head. No need, it's not heavy at all, it's just hot, that's why." Finishing his sentence, he placed the basket on the table with a thud. Layla couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What did you bring that makes a sound like that?" Michael pulled back the cloth covering the basket, then said, "I picked these things up on the way here." Layla stammered, This is..." Looking at the basket of rough gemstones in front of her, Michael said, "Ugly stuff, you can keep it." Lucas, standing nearby, rubbed his chin and asked, "Those are some big stones. Are you using them to play cooking games in the garden?" Layla quickly explained, "They're not just stones, Duke. They're all quality gemstones. Oh my goodness, is this amethyst? Colored stones, sapphires, and even rubies. All of this, young master, is it for me?" Michael replied, This much is enough to surprise others. It's not worth much, so you can have it." Lucas casually said, "I know these are precious gems, but I don't understand why you'd pick up rough gemstones like these."
Layla said again, "Duke, I like these stones." Michael followed up, "Don't ugly things like them?" Lucas was speechless, standing frozen and watching the two for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Michael, you've won. I give up. By the way, why don't you and Michael go look for a tailor shop now?" Holding the check in her hand, Layla asked in surprise, This is," she thought to herself, "a magic check." After a moment of being stunned, Layla finally asked, "Could it be that today is my birthday and I'm the only one who doesn't know?" Michael tilted his head. "Birthday?" Lucas then said, "When your birthday comes, remember to tell me. I'll pay attention. Go now before it's too late." Pushed out the door by him, Layla quickly said, "Yes, wait, is it just me and the little Duke? Isn't your Grace coming with us? It would surely be a lot of fun." Lucas smiled and said, "I still have work to deal with, which I can't put aside for now. I'll go with you next time. When you come back, tell me how much fun you had." Layla replied, "Yes, of course. Next time, your Grace will definitely..."
"You have to come with me." Before he finished speaking, Lucas closed the door. Then he sighed and mumbled, "I'm truly pathetic, getting jealous of a child. I won't show it too obviously, will I?" The next day, on the street, Layla thought to herself, "That evening I didn't see Lucas at dinner, and today, because he went out, he didn't even bother to come for breakfast. Did I accidentally say something wrong?" Beside her, Michael asked curiously, "Ugly, what are you thinking about?" Layla turned and replied, "Oh, I'm with you, but my mind keeps wandering to other things. Sorry, it's about yesterday. I feel troubled about the Duke." Michael laughed and said, "Oh, because he slammed the door shut? He's angry with us because he couldn't come along. But he's busy, so let's just buy him a gift." Layla agreed. "That's a good idea." Then the two entered a clothing store. Michael looked up and said, "I heard the previous tailor shop did poor quality work. I've looked into it, and the owner of this tailor shop doesn't have a very good relationship with that one, so coming here is the right choice." Layla was speechless, thinking, I have no idea where the kid got that logic from, but he did diligently investigate. After a moment, Michael looked around and asked, "Why is no one here? Is the tailor shop owner Kate here?" Immediately a voice rang out, "Hello, esteemed customers." My apologies, esteemed customers. I was so engrossed in preparations that..." Seeing her stop short upon seeing them, Layla felt a bit displeased, thinking, I already gave a heads up, yet she still doesn't know? Moreover, that sudden stop, acting so disrespectfully in front of the young master, I won't let it slide. Before she could finish her thought, Kate covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, is that Lupus? Please come this way. You two are like brilliant rays of light. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't feel regret." Layla's face went blank as she asked, "Huh? You're sweating, and this place seems a bit strange, doesn't it?" After a moment, Kate brought out the tea and said, "You are esteemed guests here, but I only have tea to offer. I apologize." Layla thought, "The aroma and appearance of this tea are so delightful that I can't stop drinking it." Then she spoke, "Not at all. The tea truly smells wonderful." Kate happily said, "I'm so glad you like this tea. How can your voice be so clear and refreshing, like a fairy descended to the mortal world? What kind of outfit would you like to see?" Michael, who was beside them, interjected, "This is my aunt. She's here to look at dresses." Hearing this, Kate exclaimed again, "Oh my goodness, young master, your eyes are as bright and fresh as flower petals. So she is the young master's aunt. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I'll bring out the dresses right away." Seeing her enthusiasm, Layla awkwardly said, All right. She picked up her teacup again, and as she drank, she thought, even though she said those things, I didn't find her insincere at all. How strange. Seeing her deep in thought, Michael couldn't help but ask worriedly, Is she a problem?" Layla looked up and asked doubtfully, "Young master?" Michael blushed slightly and said, What's with, like, flower petals? All that flattery makes my skin crawl."
Doesn't she have an ulterior motive, like selling at a high price? Hearing that, Layla suddenly burst out laughing and said, "But she looks very sincere, young master, don't you see? I'm not the only one who likes your eyes." Michael became even more embarrassed. "Really? Is that true? You're just saying that to comfort me, aren't you? You're just saying that because you're kind. I know it." Layla shook her head and replied, "I'm not doing anything. I'm just speaking my mind. It might seem a bit unique, but it looks like we've come to the right place." Just then, Kate returned and said, "Sorry for interrupting the two lovebirds' conversation." Layla thought with a hint of resignation, "I can't get used to this way of talking." Kate wheeled in a clothing rack, smiling, and said, "These dresses are my passion. I'll take them out one by one for you to see." Seeing this display, Layla couldn't help but think in surprise. "Oh, she hangs the clothes on a rack and shows them to customers? This is a modern approach, both convenient and comfortable. It seems she's using this selection method because there are no staff." Kate then said, "Before you choose your clothes, may I introduce myself briefly?" Layla replied, "Of course, go ahead." She then solemnly stated, "I am Kate Michelle. To help everyone become beautiful every day, I create outfits that enhance the wearer's captivating beauty."
The first dress I want to introduce is, Kate was saying a lot, but Layla happily thought, it's been a long time since I felt this at ease. Although she had become a noble in a class-divided society, everyone she met insulted her regardless of their status. How could she dress like that and come to a royal party? Shouldn't someone stop her? How could she be so ugly? If you're going to think about these things, you should pay attention to yourself first. If you're ugly, you should hang out with other ugly people like yourself. After recalling those words, Layla continued to think. Even a child had to grow up under the gaze of contempt. If she told Lucas about the servants' disrespect, he would severely punish and dismiss them, but this wasn't a satisfactory solution. But everyone in this country was like that. She wondered if she could punish and dismiss them all. Even if she got angry or sought revenge, that moment would only be filled with loneliness. While she was lost in thought, Kate was still talking, saying that this dress was flattering and the waist was also made very comfortable. Layla thought to herself, despite everything, someone like her still existed, which truly made her feel incredibly at ease. Then she replied, "I particularly like that dress. Let me try it on." Kate quickly brought it over and said, "It's an honor for me to be chosen by you, my lady. Do you need my help to put on the dress?" Layla shook her head. "It's all right. I can put it on myself." Kate's smile grew brighter. "I'm very grateful that such a beautiful lady can see the true value of the dress." Layla smiled and said, "I'm also very happy to have found such a beautiful dress." She thought again, although it was a bit strange, at least Kate didn't judge others by their appearance. Someone who could see beyond the surface and find the charm in others, meeting someone like her truly made her very happy.
After a moment, Layla stepped out in a new dress. "What do you all think?" she wondered. She thought to herself, "It's been a long time since I've worn a dress that truly suits my taste. I don't even need a bra. Isn't this just wonderfully comfortable?" Kate suddenly knelt down, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, it's Lord Lupus!" Seeing this, Layla, a little flustered, said, "You, please calm down." Kate said with a trembling voice, "Even if this body were to be burned, it wouldn't matter." Layla quickly helped her up. "I know, but mind your knees." Michael also gasped in admiration. "So beautiful." Hearing his praise, Layla smiled and said, "Thank you, little Duke. I like it very much too." Michael immediately shouted, "Great! I'll buy all the dresses in the shop." Layla and Kate gasped and asked, "What?" Layla quickly tried to dissuade him. Little Duke, although I really like the dresses in this shop, the money we're using belongs to the Duke, so—" Michael asked blankly. "Huh? What do you mean?" "I'm using my own pocket money. Uncle said I could buy a whole shop." Layla froze, thinking, "A whole shop?"
Kate also covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, the aristocracy's finances are truly immense. With such an enormous sum, one shouldn't even lay a finger on it." Layla nodded in agreement. "That's right." Kate looked over with a puzzled expression. "Pardon?" Layla immediately replied, "It's nothing." She thought to herself, "As an adult, I must teach this boy properly." Then she said, "I appreciate the young Duke's kind intentions, but you must be careful with how you spend your money. What if later the young master wants to buy more expensive items, but unforeseen circumstances arise and you need this money? Isn't this the money the young master has diligently saved up to this point?" Michael said, "But I only ever go to school, so I never get a chance to use this money. I don't know how to use it, nor do I know where to spend it."
Layla nodded. He was right. Always busy with studies. Michael added, "Uncle also said similar things, but I don't mind at all. Even if I spend all this money, I won't regret it. Just thinking about being able to buy clothes for Auntie makes me happy." Hearing that, Layla and Kate were once again touched, thinking, "What are we going to do with this angelic child?" Then Kate spoke up, young master, it's all right. I'll charge a low price so you don't have to worry." Layla said, "No, you must receive the amount that matches the value of the dress." She thought to herself, "There's no other way. Once you've started, you have to see it through." Then she declared, "I have money too. Bring out all the dresses you have for me." Kate exclaimed once more, "Oh dear customer." At the same time, Layla thought to herself, "If it's not enough, at worst I can just start a cosmetics business to pay it back. Lucas, I'm going to make full use of that check."
Having decided, Layla then asked, "Do you have shoes that would suit the young master? Please bring them out too." Kate replied, "Of course. Young master, please wait a moment." Michael, dumbfounded, asked, "Huh? What? Shoes for me?" That afternoon, on the way home, Layla smiled and asked, "Today was really fun, wasn't it, little Duke?"
Michael Boffer replied as if on the verge of death, well, this is really fun." Seeing this, Layla said worriedly, "Young master, don't you dare ascend to heaven just yet." Michael replied wearily, "It's really fun, but I'm so tired." Layla chuckled and said, "Fun comes at a price, you know." She thought to herself, "These outfits are ones we painstakingly selected after much deliberation to find the ones we were happy with. For the remaining outfits, we decided to get new designs. Kate seemed very interested. She knows a lot about boys' clothing." At this moment, Michael suddenly suggested, "Ugly thing, next time you definitely have to bring Uncle along." Layla nodded and said, "Of course, I'll bring him along." She thought to herself, "The boy truly is a wingless angel. It's undeniable." At the same time, Michael was sporting a mischievous smile and muttering, "I can't die alone. Uncle, you have to go through this suffering with me." Suddenly, Layla asked, "And how long do you plan on calling me Ugly Thing? I have a name, too. It's Layla." Michael looked at her for a long time. Then he hesitated and replied, I know. Ugly Layla. You too. Call me by my name, Michael." Layla nodded. "All right, Michael." That night, in the Duke's mansion, while Michael was sound asleep in bed, Layla thought in confusion, "How strange. After putting Michael to sleep, before taking a bath, I just wanted to take a short walk in the hallway." Looking at the person holding her hands tightly, she stammered, This is... After observing Lucas for a moment, Layla stammered again. Duke? She wondered to herself, "How did things turn out like this?" After a moment, Lucas sat up, rubbing his forehead without saying a word. Layla thought to herself, "I absolutely did not come here with that intention. It's just that I originally intended to give him a gift before removing my makeup. It's because of the scent, that damn scent."
A few minutes ago, Layla stopped in front of Lucas's room, muttering to herself, "He hasn't gone to sleep yet, has he?" After pondering for a moment, she knocked on the door and said, "Duke, it's me. Are you in there?" There was no answer, and Layla muttered again, "Has he really gone to sleep? His body must still be tired, so he's still in pain, isn't he? I'll come back tomorrow morning then. Tomorrow, I'll bring the gift and apologize for using the money from the check." Just as she turned around, Layla stopped again. What is this scent? It seemed to be coming from inside the room. From that moment on, I don't remember clearly anymore. I opened the door and walked in dazedly, and slowly approached the sleeping person. Seeing Lucas in a deep sleep, Layla unconsciously reached out her hand. Just then, Lucas suddenly woke up, grabbed her hand, and asked in a cold voice, "Who?" She quickly replied, Layla. Back in the present, Layla thought again, "I don't know why I did that. I almost died because I was mistaken for an assassin, and he didn't say anything else after that. Was he annoyed because I suddenly came to find him? His complexion doesn't look very good."
"What am I to do? Pray, I must prostrate myself and pray." At this point, Layla immediately said, "No, Duke," and simultaneously Lucas uttered, "My lady." Layla jumped in surprise and cried out, "Oh yes, please speak, I'm listening." Lucas softly reassured, "You don't need to be so flustered. I understand. Being grabbed and pushed onto the bed, you would naturally feel scared and ashamed. Moreover, that man even looked pathetic, panting like a beast. Even if you say you don't want to see me again, I would understand." Seeing him so self-conscious, Layla quickly said, "No, not at all. What are you talking about? I was the one who spoke. I apologize for startling you. If I had known you were sleeping, I should have turned back."
"I went out with Michael, so I bought gifts for both your Grace and the little Duke. I used more money from the check than I thought, so I wanted to meet your Grace in person to discuss this and present the gifts. I was very startled when I saw your Grace's face was flushed red, and your complexion wasn't looking good either. Oh, I apologize for disturbing you while you were resting, but I absolutely don't think that was a sign of weakness at all." Lucas interrupted her. "All right, as long as you're not uncomfortable, it's fine. You didn't disturb me. On the contrary, I had a terrible nightmare, and thanks to you, I've recovered my spirits." Layla asked doubtfully, "A nightmare? What kind of nightmare was it?" He shook his head and said, "I forgot everything the moment I saw you. Right now, I feel like I'm dreaming. Your warmth, your voice, are they all just my dreams?" Layla explained, "No, this time it's real." Lucas then said, "Let me hold you like this a little longer." He thought to himself, even though he had clearly drawn boundaries and hidden his longing for her. Layla replied, "Yes, I will stay by your side until you fall asleep." Lucas thought again. Because he had made that decision, this longing was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. When he was younger than Michael, he had never acted like such a child. Then he said, "Will you sleep with me tonight?" Layla was startled and said, "Oh, that..." She let out a gasp, then quickly sat up, awkwardly saying, "Not yet. I need to go get my toiletries right away." After saying that, Layla immediately jumped off the bed and ran out, and he heard her slam the door shut. Lucas, with a blank expression, said,
Because she's wearing makeup, she has to wash her face before going to bed.
What an enigmatic girl. The next day, just as the sun was high, Lucas was woken up by a rapid knocking at the door. He said irritably, "It's only early morning." Layla also asked, "What's going on?" Lucas said, "You get some more sleep. I'll handle it." Then he got out of bed and asked coldly, "Who is it? Vincent? Didn't I say not to wake me before I woke up on my own?" Outside the door, Michael said anxiously, "Uncle, Ugly isn't anywhere to be found. Let's put out a notice, Uncle. Mom must have done something. Uncle, what should we do?"
Lucas said, "That's not it, Michael." Layla didn't wait for him to finish speaking before Michael yelled, "We clearly decided to sleep together in the ugly one's room, but when I woke up, she was gone." Lucas asked, puzzled, "Why were you sleeping in your aunt's room?" Michael didn't answer, continuing, "The ugly one didn't come back to her room all night. She must have been kidnapped. Wah, wah, wah." Seeing him cry, Lucas, sweating, said, Wait, calm down and listen to me first." At this moment, Layla also got out of bed and ran out anxiously. "Michael, what's wrong?" Lucas awkwardly said, No, this..." Again, without waiting for him to explain, Layla turned and angrily said, "The boy could have just knocked on the door in the morning. How could you make him cry like that? Michael, don't cry anymore. I'll scold the Duke for you." Michael sobbed, "Hick, Layla." Lucas could only force a laugh, ha ha ha, secretly thinking that he had been planning to say it had been a long time since he felt this happy in the morning with Layla. On the other side, Layla softly asked, "Have you been looking for me since this morning?" Michael nodded. "Yeah, I woke up and didn't see you next to me, so I got a little scared." Hearing this, Layla said with a touch of guilt, "I'm sorry, Michael. I came here to give a gift to the Duke." Michael asked curiously, "It's okay, but aren't you wearing makeup today?" Layla replied, "Now even the Duke knows." She thought to herself, "It's only early morning, and he's already become an innocent uncle who made his nephew cry." After that, she had to apologize profusely. She bowed repeatedly, saying, "I am truly sorry. Yesterday I used the banknote to buy all the clothes in the tailor shop, and then I suddenly entered your room, and this morning I didn't bother to listen to you, so I misunderstood that you were furious." Lucas replied helplessly, "It's all right. It's because you care for my nephew that you did this. You can even buy the whole shop if you want."
Even if I was yelled at first thing in the morning, it's fine. She's completely blameless. Recalling his distant voice, Layla broke out in a sweat and muttered, "He can't be that angry, can he? I have to return the blanket later, or perhaps I should have food delivered. That would be more fitting for a duchess, wouldn't it?" Just then a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Madam, I've brought your hot tea." Layla smiled and said, "Oh, you're here. Come in, Jessie." Jessie stepped in. "Good morning, madam." Layla stood up and said, "The scent is truly lovely. What kind of tea is it today?" Jessie replied, "Nodi brewed hibiscus tea with dried fruit." Layla smiled. "The aroma is very soothing. It's both fragrant and gently sweet. I will enjoy this cup of tea. It's a bit dull to drink alone. Won't you join me?" Jessie happily replied, Yes. If Madam commands it, Nodi would be delighted."
Seeing how stiff she was, Layla thought, "I told her she could rest comfortably if there were no special instructions, but Jessie voluntarily stood by my side." After her appointment, on the first day she came to greet her, Jessie bowed very low and said, "This servant is Jessie Lou Collin. From today, this servant will become your ladyship's personal attendant. Thank you, your ladyship, for entrusting this servant with such an important responsibility. Your ladyship said Jessie doesn't need to do anything special. However, this servant will try her best to be useful to your ladyship." Layla raised her teacup, drinking as she thought, "She's already said so much. I can't stop her, so let's just leave it at that. Now, without her, I wouldn't even know how to live. This is the dedicated service of a professional, truly top-notch." Thinking this, Layla once again suggested, "Why don't you sit next to me and we can drink tea together?" Jessie hesitated. Yes, but without waiting for her to finish, Layla said, "If you're uncomfortable, you can just sit down. You've worked hard." Under her insistence, Jessie finally sat down. Yes, thank you, your ladyship." After that, Layla found another topic to discuss. "Are you using the cream I gave you on your skin? The acne marks are gradually disappearing." As soon as she heard about her skin, Jessie excitedly said, "Yes, this morning the servant no longer felt any itching or redness." Layla then asked, "When you woke up and washed your face, you felt very happy, didn't you?" Jessie replied with a smile, "Yes, washing my face with soap didn't even sting." Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Layla turned and asked, "Who is it? Come in." Michael immediately opened the door and rushed in. "Layla, good morning." She replied with a smile, "Michael, good morning. Is there something you came so early for?" "Oh, wait, this is Jessie, my personal attendant."
Jessie immediately stood up, stepped back about 2 meters, then bowed and said, "It's an honor to meet you for the first time, young master. This servant is Jessie Lou Collin, here to serve the Duchess." Layla thought helplessly, "Her characterization is quite clear, isn't it?" Michael replied somewhat stiffly, "Oh, I see. Hello." Layla then added, "She's a bit nervous meeting the young master for the first time." Michael suddenly pointed at his face. "But more importantly, look, isn't my skin gradually getting better? I don't know why, but when I look in the mirror, I even feel my skin is a bit soft and supple." Layla smiled and replied, "That's right, your complexion is also improved significantly. Michael said proudly. "It's thanks to the products you gave me. I've taken very good care of my skin." Layla replied, "While skincare products do improve the skin, it's also thanks to Michael eating well and sleeping soundly that your skin looks this way." Hearing this, Michael said with a hint of embarrassment, "Of course, it's because you said you liked me so much, so—" "Oh, right, the task Layla gave me last time, I'm almost finished with it. It will definitely arrive soon." Layla asked in surprise, "Oh my, it's already done?" I had been wondering what to use the gemstones Michael gave me for, so I drew a design and commissioned a special item.
Michael held up the blueprint and replied, if it's here, let's see if it matches your blueprint. Michael wondered, but if the blueprint is already here, wouldn't that be an issue? Then what will the magic scholars examine? Lucas's voice suddenly rang out. I've already made a copy. How could I hand over the Duchess's blueprint to them?
"I don't know what it is, but it's just been delivered." Seeing him, Layla suddenly blushed and thought, "Wow, he's dressed very stylishly today." Then she stood up and asked, "Oh, did you receive it directly?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, it arrived just as I was on my way here. If you want to open it with Michael, may I watch?" Layla smiled and said, "Yes, of course. Michael, could you move over a bit?" He quickly replied, okay." Lucas sat down on the sofa and said, "Thank you." Seeing this, Michael suddenly felt a bit strange and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? You're suddenly smiling and saying things you've never done before." Lucas asked indifferently, "I'm just in a good mood lately. Is that not allowed?" Michael replied with a trembling voice, "No, I didn't say anything at all." Hearing their conversation, Layla happily said, "Michael is a bit shy, isn't he?" Lucas also smiled, realizing how quickly the two had become close, talking to each other so comfortably. "So what is the item you drew in your design?" Layla looked at the briefcase in his hand, smiled and said, That? It's a toy that helps develop a child's brain and dexterity. Jesse, please clear the table for me." Jesse, who had just brought out the tea, immediately replied after hearing this, "Yes, do you need your servant to prepare some snacks?" Layla nodded. Yes, please, because using your brain a lot can lower blood sugar. It's a bit heavy because it's made of gemstones." She thought to herself, "I had hesitated about making jewelry, but I decided to make full use of my memories from when I was Cho Yin-sel. It's a creative puzzle toy. Before my parents passed away, I recalled the happy memories of playing this puzzle game together. I also want Michael to have such memories." Lucas picked up a red block and asked, "What is this block? A dice?" Michael loudly retorted, "What do you mean, block? This is incredible, and you call it that? This is your first time seeing these things too, isn't it? Do you know how to use them? Layla showed me the blueprint earlier. Look, you just connect them like this, and you can create anything. I'm going to make a mansion, a park, horses, and even a beach." Lucas silently watched him, then smiled and asked, "Do you know about architectural styles? You're not planning to build the roof first, are you?" Michael's face instantly darkened. "What? What do you mean architectural styles? What is that?" Lucas chuckled. "All right, place the blocks at the corners to define the area. How many rooms and how many floors do you want to build?" Michael replied, 10 rooms and 3 floors. Lucas asked again, "What's the size of each room? What's the purpose of each room?" Michael said, my room, Layla's room, your room." Layla sat watching the two play Lego, smiling as she thought, "I didn't expect the Duke to be so interested. This is a better outcome than I hoped for. Playing together like this truly feels like—" Jesse placed a plate of fruit down and then left. It was then that Lila's train of thought resumed. "A family, huh?" That evening, Lila lay stretched out on her bed, muttering, "What a truly meaningful day of fun. It would be wonderful if I could live like this forever, but things have to end eventually, since this is just a contract marriage. Still, I feel so happy, just like the days when my parents were by my side." As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand to cover her face. Then she sat up abruptly and said loudly, "Why cry? You need to think about the immediate future. What's the next step? Maybe it's better to do some research first, huh? Besides the bird trapped in a cage, I've also read many other stories. If the worldviews are different, then they can't be used for reference." At this point, Lila took out her diary, reading and muttering, "This is interesting. A soul wishing for healing. La. It's awkward when my god is a minion. The Cooking Witch is my favorite work. Why is this story written here? This is the page where I write comments for other works. Why is the bird trapped in a cage here? What the hell is this? The bird trapped in a cage ends with the female protagonist becoming insane, huh? Amazing. There's a resurrection keyword in the work's introduction." Suddenly, the scene turned black. After light appeared, Lila found herself in another place, asking blankly, At this moment, Heinrich's voice suddenly rang out. "It cannot be like this. I must meet the young lady." Opposite him, Theobald loudly replied, "She is my woman, and she has naturally returned to her rightful place." Heinrich loudly questioned, "Didn't your highness use a forbidden enchanting perfume?" Lila thought stunned, "Heinrich, Theobald." On the other side, Heinrich was still saying, "The lady herself said so. She said that when she approached His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, she smelled a sweet fragrance, and her body felt strange." On this side, Layla thought in a panic,
What is this? I was clearly reading a diary in my room. She unconsciously edged a little closer. The two men immediately turned around. Heinrich said in surprise, "Lady?" While Theobald asked in disbelief, "How can you be here?" Layla immediately turned and fled, thinking at the same time, "No, this can't be happening. The coming-of-age ceremony is over. I didn't attract anyone's attention and left the imperial palace safely. So why are these two acting like this towards me? Those covetous eyes." Layla kept running until she saw something, her own corpse. Seeing her own body lying in a pool of blood, Layla's face immediately turned ashen.
Just then, a series of calls suddenly reached her ears. "Layla! Layla! Layla!" Layla immediately opened her eyes wide. In front of her, Lucas asked anxiously, "You're awake, are you all right?" Seeing Layla sit up abruptly, panting, Lucas then said, "I heard screaming, so I came here to check. Fortunately, there were no signs of an intruder. Did you have a nightmare?" Hearing this, Layla threw herself into his arms. Lucas's face immediately turned red, and his body stiffened. After a few seconds, he slowly embraced Layla's trembling body and gently comforted her. "Nothing happened. It's all right now. Did you have a nightmare?" Layla mumbled, "Yes." She blushed, thinking to herself, "This sweet scent calms my heart again. This is the scent that enchanted me last night. It truly is Lucas's scent."
However, this was not merely a sweet scent. Just being next to this man, she felt an unusual sense of peace. Seeing Layla lift her head, Lucas immediately said, "Look how much you've cried. Your eyes are all swollen and red." Layla sobbed, "Yes." Seeing this, Lucas then said, "I'll go warm up a towel. Can you stay here alone for a moment?" Layla, stunned, replied, "Yes, oh yes." So Lucas stood up. "I'll be right back." Watching his back recede, Layla's expression returned to one of fear, and she wondered, what was that dream after all? As soon as Lucas left, the dream reappeared vividly in her mind. Theobald, Eric, and her own horrific death. Why did it feel like it would become a reality? Lucas returned just in time, and seeing her looking gloomy again, he asked, "Have you calmed down a bit? Turn over here so I can see. If you feel too hot, let me know." Layla closed her eyes and said softly, "It's warm." She let Lucas wipe her face, thinking to herself, "He's truly skilled. I wonder what this man would look like if he cried." Thinking of this, Layla couldn't help but feel curious. "Your Grace also has nightmares, don't you?" Lucas smiled and replied, "Indeed, to the extent that you wouldn't have thought that on the day you entered my room, I was having a nightmare."
Hearing that, Layla flinched and stepped back. Seeing her reaction, Lucas froze for a moment. He then thought to himself, he couldn't tell if she was scared or not, but he had no intention of refusing. After a few seconds, Layla looked up and asked, "Is it because of nightmares that your Grace has been having trouble sleeping lately? Since the coming-of-age ceremony, your Grace's health has been declining." Lucas asked in surprise, "Is it that obvious? I don't want others to see me in such a state." Hearing that, Layla, for some reason, said with a hint of anger, "Why hide it when you're tired? You need to show it so people know how to take care of you. Do you know the cause, whether it's fear or worry about something?" Lucas hesitated slightly and said, "This will probably disappear after a while. Last time, thanks to you, I was able to escape. Thank you." Hearing those words, Layla's face turned red again. She thought shyly, Why is my heart pounding like this? It was just a thank you. Heart, calm down." Seeing her appearance, Lucas asked puzzled, "What's wrong with you? Your face is all red. Aren't you the one who's sick? It looks like you have a fever." Layla stammered, That? Yes, that's right. A good night's sleep will get rid of the fever right away." After pulling Lucas down to lie, Layla thought blankly, "The scent. No, it's because of that nightmare. My heart rate only sped up because I dreamt such a scary nightmare." After hypnotizing herself, she said in a trembling voice, I'm just afraid of dying. That's why I'm like this." Then she thought again, "I don't feel nervous at all. I'm a contract employee for 1 year. I'm just afraid of dying. That's why I'm like this." Hearing that, Lucas suddenly smiled. After suppressing it until he trembled, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha! I had a nightmare. Around this time, I always dream a recurring, unpleasant dream that I'm sick of. Even though that dream has been repeating for over 5 years, I still haven't gotten used to it. At that moment, I heard screaming." A moment earlier, after being woken by Layla's scream, Lucas immediately leaned against the wall, stood up, and called out, "Layla!" I disregarded all dignity and ran barefoot, completely forgetting my nightmare. Nothing was more terrifying than something bad happening to her. Lucas opened the door, calling loudly, "Layla!" He continued to think, and the sight of her I encountered then, those eyes were clearly. Back in the present, Lucas stroked her hair and softly asked, "You feel relieved because you saw me, right?" Layla replied, "Yes." Lucas suddenly recalled a saying, "Only by finding true love can this curse be broken." Then he added, "Me too."
Seeing him lean forward, Layla asked, puzzled, "Duke?" Lucas added, "When I knew it was you, I felt an unusual sense of peace. Can we sleep together from now on?" After speaking, he thought, "It seems I finally understood the meaning of it now." Then he continued,
don't go anywhere. Please stay by my side. The next day, Layla woke up in Lucas's bed, muttering to herself, was it a dream? Then she thought to herself, no, it can't be. It makes no sense at all. Compared to that other dream, this one felt vivid in a different way. Suddenly seeing a piece of paper, Layla picked it up and read, I had some matters to attend to, so I woke up earlier. I've instructed your personal attendant to let you sleep a little longer. She said with a hint of resignation, you also wake up late, don't you? How ironic.
She thought again after that. Last night I still hadn't responded to His Highness's words. Clearly I liked it very much and wanted to respond. She then suddenly remembered Heinrich's words, that the lady herself had said so. The lady had said that when she approached His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, she smelled a sweet fragrance and her body felt strange. Layla thought again. But was my mind also clouded by his scent? I still harbored doubts, so I didn't want to give an immature answer. Suddenly she heard a knock at the door. Layla immediately looked up and asked, who is it? Who's there? A voice from outside replied, Madam, it's me, Jessie. I apologize for disturbing you, but there's an urgent announcement, so may I come in? Layla looked around, frantically thinking, where is my makeup bag? Then she quickly said, wait, not yet. Can you just stand there and tell me? Jessie replied, yes, I understand. Madame Anna Hugh Montefeltro said she would be leaving before the afternoon. At the same time, Michael was walking down the corridor, and when he reached Anna's door, he stopped and said, Mother, I have something to tell you. Back to last night, in Anna's room. She sat on the bed, holding her head in her hands and muttering, this mansion is so strange, and my brother-in-law Michael is also too strange. Haven't I been sending letters continuously? At the end of every letter, I always wrote that I loved the boy, and I even stopped spending money. I did everything because I wanted what was best for the boy. If they were in the same situation as me, they would do the same.
But why do this to me? Anna gritted her teeth, angrily smashing the teacup. Then she mumbled helplessly, why does everyone act as if it's all my fault? She stopped short at this point and silently bowed her head until dawn. Then she said, if I stay here any longer, I'll surely go mad. Fine, even if my sister-in-law or son doesn't love me, I don't need it anymore. You ugly lot, go live together happily. There's no one there. I must prepare to return. And she left the room. Michael arrived. He spoke, Mother, I have something to tell you. Anna turned and asked Vincent, could you leave for a moment? He replied, yes, but time is limited. I still hope Madam understands. After Vincent left, Anna spoke again. I don't think you came here just to say goodbye.
Michael pondered in silence for a moment before replying, yes, Mother. If you leave this time, please don't ever return to this mansion again. I beg you, Mother. Around the bend, Layla was stunned, thinking, Michael, did he go to see Madam by himself? What should I do? I should be by his side, holding his hand. No, I shouldn't, because Michael didn't call for me. When he needs me, I'll step forward then. On the other side, Anna asked in disbelief, do you hate me that much? Hate me so much that you don't want to see this face again? Michael shook his head. No, I don't hate you, Mother. I have never dared to defy you, Mother, because I felt guilty that I could never become the son you wished for, so it was only natural that I wasn't loved. But now I know that's not actually the case. Hearing these words, Layla was once again stunned in surprise, while Anna pressed her lips together, speechless. Michael continued, when I was mocked by others, or had to endure the judgmental gazes of the world, I felt immense pain. Because I was afraid and because everyone disliked me, I had no choice but to endure it. I didn't dare express my feelings to you, Mother, because I was afraid you would say that I was too ugly, and that's why I had to suffer such things. But right now I don't feel scared anymore, because Michael suddenly recalled beautiful memories, like when Layla first arrived, and he, the young master, went exploring. When he gave Layla a basket of flowers. Thank you, it's truly beautiful. Then when they both fought on the same side. Young master, I'm very pleased. Isn't it true that even things considered ugly can be pleasing? And also when the three of them played games together. At this point, tears suddenly streamed down Michael's face. He said, I have received love, and I feel that affection, Mother. Your hatred for me, it doesn't matter anymore. In this mansion, there's no one left for you to trample on anymore. Hearing these words, Layla couldn't help but clench her hands in worry. The boy was calmly expressing his own feelings. These must have been words he had thought about for a very long time. How would the madam react? The madam still hadn't said a word, and coupled with the fact that Layla couldn't see her facial expression, she had no way of knowing. Thinking back to that moment, it wouldn't be surprising if the madam lost her composure and lashed out. On the other side, Anna stammered, I. She told herself she wouldn't hurt the boy anymore, then said, Michael, I've always thought it was very normal for an ugly person to be hated. It's human nature to always avoid unpleasant things, and it's truly an eyesore to see an ugly person. Layla thought angrily, how can she talk like that to a child? Just as she was about to rush out, Anna said again, but I swear to you, I have never hated you.
No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand where I went wrong. Because I loved you, I always worried about you. wishing you a good life, that's all. Now I understand. I made you mistakenly believe that I hated you. After saying that, Anna thought again. From the moment the boy was born, I was so afraid. Afraid he would have to endure judgmental stares. Afraid of all the pain he would have to bear. Seeing the boy in this state, my own future would also be filled with suffering. At that moment, whispers arose. Oh dear, he looks exactly like his ugly father. The only thing worth looking at is his eyes, which resemble the lady's. And then that person arrived. Poor Anna, come here. She immediately rushed into the newcomer's arms. I will live with my lover, as long as enough money and servants are sent. That person comforted her, saying, no one would dare to speak ill of someone as beautiful as you. Recalling Layla's words, how could the lady still be so indifferent? Anna then said, I love you, but at the same time, I avoided you, abandoned you. I'm sorry. You must live well, my son. The lady quietly left. She no longer urged Michael, and the stiff conversations between them ceased. Layla thought to herself, it's just that before leaving, she left me with these words. With a condescending attitude, Anna said, so there are some things only ugly people can understand, aren't there? Thank you. Hearing those words, Layla couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. To make people hate even a thank you, that's truly an undeniable talent.
As she was thinking, Michael's voice suddenly rang out. Layla, you heard everything, right? Did I do well? Layla asked with a smile. Oh, how did you know? Michael replied, well, I can smell your scent. You had a nightmare last night, so you must be very tired. Uncle told me I had to stay by your side. Because I had to talk to Mom, I was late. Layla cheerfully said, oh, it's all right. After the Duke arrived, I slept very well. Michael said worriedly, when Mom arrived, Uncle was sick all the time. I heard you also had nightmares, so I was very scared. Therefore, from now on, I will protect everyone, and in the future too, everyone must always be healthy and stay by my side for a very long time. Hearing him say that, Layla felt a bit awkward and thought, what should I do? Recalling Lucas's words, don't go anywhere, my lady. Please live with me. Layla thought helplessly, I have no choice but to leave. She would leave in a carriage.
Lucas held the marriage contract in his hand, sighed, and said, how am I supposed to deal with this useless piece of paper? I am Michael, the young master of the Montefeltro family. I am the nephew of a wonderful but strange and silly aunt. I am diligently following the skincare routine I learned from Aunt Layla. Thinking of this, he patted his face and said, the pre-sleep skincare routine is complete. He learned this phrase from Layla too. Remembering Layla's words, the cream was applied. Now he just needed to wait for his aunt to finish her bath. Michael mumbled, why is Layla taking so long to bathe? Why would a 9-year-old kid sleep with his aunt? Well, there's a reason for everything. Layla seemed to have frequent nightmares, and his uncle was busy with work, so he asked Michael to sleep with her. Michael suddenly picked up a tube of cream and mumbled, it's a good thing Mom left without saying much. Layla's bag seemed to contain many strange items. He was currently 9 years old, the age of curiosity. But after a moment of thought, Michael shook his head and said, no, it would be rude to peek at Aunt's important things. I'll have to ask Aunt to show me her bag later. Or maybe I'll check the drawer. As soon as he opened it, Michael was immediately surprised. Huh? This is a contract from the Montefeltro family? What is this? Why would Layla sign a contract with the Montefeltro family? What exactly is the content of this? Will Layla leave after officially getting married? Just then, Layla stepped out of the bathroom. So refreshing. Michael, you've been waiting long, haven't you? Michael, startled, quickly hid the contract behind his back. No, I was just diligently applying cream.
Layla smiled and said, that's great, your skin is like a baby's now. Michael used magic to make the contract fly out the door. He pouted and replied, I'm not a baby, I'm 9 years old. Layla chuckled, I only meant to compliment your skin, saying it's as beautiful as a baby's. Even if you're not a baby, you still need to grow taller, so let's go to sleep now. Michael replied, if I hug you, I won't have nightmares anymore. The next morning, Jessie pushed a food cart to Layla's room. Then she called out, Madam, I'm Jessie. I've brought your morning tea. Madam, are you still asleep? Layla slowly woke up. She went to open the door, looked at Jessie and said, Sorry, I've been waiting for you all morning. Jessie, startled, said, Madam, your complexion, did something happen last night? Layla, looking dazed, replied, No, last night I just talked a little with Michael, that's all. Bring the tea in, I'll drink it slowly. Oh, and please tell the butler to cancel Michael's morning lessons for me. He might wake up late. Jessie, sweating, said, Yes, I understand. I'll go prepare another tea to help Madam wake up more. Layla nodded. Thank you. Watching Jessie's retreating back, Layla thought to herself, Jessie is indeed very kind. My choice was not wrong.
Time for another nap while Jessie makes tea. Yesterday, after showering, I thought I'd go straight to sleep with Michael, but I don't know what got into him. He started boasting about the Montefeltro family. Michael said, Hey Lila, we have a lot of cool stuff at home, don't we?
There's a laboratory, magic scientists, and even alchemists. When we're older, I'll take you to see them." At first, Lila was a bit surprised. "This is the first time I've known such a place exists." Michael added, "Well, there are many magical items, and you've never been to the Northern Festival, have you?" Lila replied, "Not yet. Why?"
He said, "The festival will start soon, and the hydrangeas will also be in full bloom. If so, everywhere will be the blue of the sky. I'm sure you'll like it too." Layla excitedly said, "Really? It must be beautiful. If the flowers bloom, we definitely have to go see them together." Seeing her interest, Michael immediately started chattering nonstop. My family mainly deals in minerals. Have you ever been to a mineral mine? Let's try going there too. There's also a large lake nearby. We'll go boating in a magic stone boat. I'm still small, so I can't row a boat yet. But if I get a little bigger, taller than Layla, then I can row a boat." Layla lay still, listening to him, her eyes trying to stay wide open. She thought to herself, "Of course, these are interesting and curious stories. Later, if I have the chance, I'd like to go there with the boy. It's really interesting, but I'm so sleepy. It's really late, Michael." Back to the present, Layla walked to the bed and continued to think. Jessie came, so I put on makeup. Now going to sleep again isn't very promising. It's not that I didn't think about telling the boy to go to sleep and continue tomorrow. The other day, something like that happened to him with his mother. Actually, what Michael wanted to tell me wasn't to brag about those things. Looking at Michael's sleeping face, Layla unconsciously smiled. Then she lay down on the bed and thought, might as well just get some more sleep. A few days later, Michael, with a very serious expression, looked straight at Lucas. Lucas looked down suspiciously and curiously asked, "Is something wrong? Why aren't you with Layla, coming out here to meet me?" Michael seriously said, "Uncle, I have something to say." Seeing his solemn expression, Lucas considered for a moment and then said, "All right, Owen, I'll talk to my nephew here, so please arrange the things you brought to help me." Owen replied, "I understand."
Then Lucas and Michael went into the private room, and Michael immediately slammed the contract onto the table. Seeing it, Lucas couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Huh? How did you get this contract?" Michael didn't answer, but angrily asked back, "Uncle, how could you treat Layla like that?" Lucas said blankly, "Huh?" Michael again asked loudly, "What, huh? How could you tie Layla down with such an inhumane contract?" Lucas began, "No, this contract—" Without waiting for him to explain, Michael yelled, "You talk too much. There's no way I'd ever listen to a malicious swindler like you."
"You'd make Auntie a wife for just 1 year and then send her abroad? If that's the case, then Uncle, call off the wedding. Wait until I'm over 11 and I'll make Layla happier than you ever could." Hearing him say that, Lucas's face went blank. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then Lucas suddenly raised a hand to cover his mouth and burst out laughing. Michael immediately blushed and asked, What is it? Is that really you, Uncle, laughing like that?" "No, hold on. You can still laugh at a time like this?" "You're looking down on me because I'm still a child, aren't you?" Lucas said nonchalantly. "You really are still a child. I don't know what happened, but I'm very happy that you secured this contract." Now it was Michael's turn to look bewildered. "Huh?" Lucas said, "Just when I'm feeling regret, you must help your uncle. Let's work together, Michael." Michael asked, startled, "Work together?" Lucas nodded. "That's right, work together so we don't send Layla away." Hearing him say that, Michael immediately warned sternly, "If you intend to use despicable tactics, I'll tell Auntie." Lucas rubbed his chin and said, "I don't recall doing anything to make you lose trust in me, do I?" Michael muttered, "Honestly, Uncle has been acting like a different person these past few days." Then he nodded. "All right then, what do I need to do?" Lucas smiled. "It's good that this conversation went smoothly."
You don't need to do anything major. First, give this contract to me. Second, keep this a secret from your aunt. Can you do that?" Michael hesitated for a moment before replying, "I can do that. So what will you do, Uncle?" Lucas slightly avoided his gaze. "First, besides convincing her..." Michael didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Huh? What did you say, Uncle?" Lucas said, "A child like you doesn't need to understand. Adults know what they should do." Michael warned again, "If you do anything suspicious, I won't let it go. If you do anything to Aunt, like threatening her, then..." Before he could finish, Lucas couldn't help but say, "You've been constantly pressuring me this whole time, and that's not right. You're not the only one who wants to treat your aunt well." Michael lowered his voice and said, "The uncle I know, I never thought he would love or like anyone. Lately, it seems like you've completely become a different person."
Lucas tapped his fingers on his shirt, nodding seriously. "That's right, my uncle is like this thanks to my Aunt Layla." Recalling Layla's call, "Duke," he added, "she makes me want to be more honest in front of her. I feel like I finally found myself again." Michael said, "You were originally a solitary person, but lately you've been acting like someone who's used up all their luck." Hearing that, Lucas grabbed him by the collar and pulled him outside, saying, "I know, so get out." Michael narrowed his eyes and added, "And petty too." Lucas put him down, then retorted, "You're no different from me. Before you used to be obedient, but now you're rude and yelling. Now it's time for school, future Duke." Michael swatted his hand away, annoyed, and said, "Look at this bird's nest of a head. What future, Duke?" After saying that, he stuck out his tongue to tease, then turned and left. On the way, Michael smoothed his hair, thinking to himself, "Actually, I respect him a lot." Layla came and made my uncle change for the better. A few days later, in Layla's room, she put on a hat.
Stepping out of the room, she flashed a bright smile. At the same time, she thought that, as per Lucas's suggestion, they would be visiting the Northern Festival today. A few days prior, upon hearing the suggestion, Lila couldn't help but wonder, "The Northern Festival?" Lucas replied, "I attended the meeting, and they mentioned it would be held a bit earlier today. If you'd like, we can visit the Commoners District." Lila asked again, "The Commoners District?" Like other regions, the North was also divided into two districts, one for the nobility and one for commoners, the Commoners District and the Nobles District, though there were no rules prohibiting entry or exit between the two. Thinking of this, Lila immediately said, "I'd love to, but would it be all right for me to go? I don't want to attract unwanted attention." Lucas smiled and said, "As long as no one knows who we are, it'll be fine." Lila nodded. "All right then. If the Duke finds it acceptable, I'd like to go too, and perhaps Michael could come along." Lucas shook his head and said, "Michael cannot come." Lila was taken aback. "What?" But Lucas interjected, "He cannot come. It will just be the two of us."
She hesitated and said, "But it seems Michael also wants to go out with us." Lucas awkwardly explained, "Lately he often skips school, so I want him to focus on his studies. Besides, even if you ask, he'll just give the same answer as me." Hearing that, Layla was a bit suspicious, but still replied, "What? Oh, yes." Lucas then said, "It's a bit difficult for us to go out, and I want to suggest something else. Here, take this gift." Looking at the gift box he offered, Layla suspiciously asked, "Yes, is it for me?" Lucas said, "It's obvious enough that it's a gift for you, yet in the end you didn't even bother to ask for it." Layla thought to herself, "How can I ask when I'm shy?" Outwardly she replied, "Thank you. Can I open it now?" Lucas nodded and said, "Go ahead, it's yours." Receiving his permission, Layla immediately opened the gift box, then exclaimed in surprise, "This is a dress?" Lucas calmly smiled, "Yes, you'll wear it to go out with me. You don't need to put on too much makeup. No one will be scrutinizing you." Layla was startled. "What? No, I'm happy, but what if we get discovered? You're a duke, and if you get caught in an assassination attempt?" Seeing her so agitated, Lucas smiled and said, "Anyway, no one knows your face. I've also never gone out with a bare face."
Last time she did my makeup, my face felt a bit stuffy. We only need about 1 day. Layla thought to herself. Although it sounded very appealing, she had thought he couldn't understand her feelings. He's showing concern for me, she thought, and then smiled. Yes, all right, I'm really looking forward to that day. Back in the present, Layla thought again. It seems Lucas is someone who would accept all kinds of suggestions on the spot. He cares for me so carefully, thinking of everything for me. I feel a bit foolish. Then she mumbled, maybe because I didn't know, he chose a hat for me that could cover my entire face. The dress design is also comfortable, and it suits my taste. How did he know my preferences? What should I call a husband like this? There's a name, the name of a car brand, called Ben. Ben. After mumbling for a while, Layla suddenly said with a touch of annoyance, "Now is not the time for this. We're only in a contractual relationship. I'm just lingering in a place where I don't belong. When I want to live a life dedicated to cosmetics, I will become a billionaire through my own abilities. That's what happiness should be. I will overcome obstacles and be honest with him. If I'm still sent away after a year, then things will be difficult. Well then, I just need to be grateful and enjoy the trip. Come on." At the same time, in Lucas's room, he said seriously, "This day has come." Then he thought to himself, "This time when we go out, I'll tell her to cancel the contract. The contract term is 1 year until the official marriage. The royal family has also allowed the cohabitation period to pass, moving towards marriage. If things continue like this, she'll leave in just a few more months at most. I'm very impatient."
The Montefeltro family's contract is a magic-infused one. It's not easy to break at will and keep Layla. However, because Michael is involved, it can be canceled if Layla agrees. Thinking back, separating Michael to go alone was also extremely difficult. As soon as Lucas revealed his plan, Michael angrily retorted, "What? I'm also really looking forward to the festival. If you can't keep Auntie and fail, I'm leaving too." After recalling that, Lucas suddenly smiled and murmured, "Neither the boy nor I can live without her." Then he mused. When she looked at the dress, her eyes truly sparkled. I know some places worth taking her to enjoy this fun, but I still don't understand her true feelings. At this point, Lucas put on his hat, turned and walked out, muttering, "If only her heart's desire were the same as mine." Meanwhile, at a tea party, Monica stood up and said, "Your Highness, listen, do you know what perfume I'm wearing today?"
I have heard that green grape scent is very popular these days, if your highness doesn't mind. Charlotte, standing nearby, interjected, His Highness Theo doesn't like fruit scents at all, Miss Heiress. Monica turned her head to look at her. Then, smiling, she said, If that's the case, what does your highness think of a floral scent? This time it's a product developed by a royal perfumer. The fragrance is extracted from lilac flowers. I've heard that your highness has been having strange dreams lately, and the scent of lilac flowers can help your highness have a deep sleep. Theobald remained silent. He thought to himself, lately a woman has been constantly appearing in his dreams, remembering the gentle call, Theo. He continued to think. She turned to look with light purple hair and a faint scent of lilac flowers. I only wanted to answer that call and embrace her, but I couldn't, because she didn't want Theobald at all. She was willing to hold the hands of other men, but refused only Theobald. Theobald captured and imprisoned her, even killed her. After having her in his grasp, Heiress dared to question Theobald. Isn't your highness the one who uses the enchanting fragrance forbidden by law? The lady herself said so. When approaching his imperial highness the crown prince, the lady smelled a sweet fragrance, and her mind gradually became strange.
Theobald rubbed his chin, thinking, I am not one to use cheap tricks like enchanting scents, but I must make others captivated by my own fragrance. Just as he thought this, Monica asked again, Your Highness, does your highness like scents? Before she could finish, Alfonso suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the autumn hunting competition will still be held as it was last year, won't it? The location for the competition is the Royal Forest. Will the guest list and the invitation be the same as last year? Theobald pondered before replying. I don't think anything will change. The venue and the guest list have been that way for a long time. Charlotte suddenly interjected. The Royal Forest is where the competition is held, but why doesn't your highness change the guest list? Theobald asked with interest. For example? She immediately said, like the ugly couple, for instance. One cannot invite royalty without including the Montefeltro family, can one? Theobald snorted, then fell into thought again. Thinking back, he couldn't understand why that woman resembled the one in his dreams. Impossible. How ridiculous. That ugly face. To let her live and wander around like that was unforgivable. If Layla heard that, she would say, that's too much. But she couldn't hear him. So Theobald continued to think that the matching hair and eye colors were merely a coincidence. Seeing him raise his brow, Charlotte couldn't help but feel suspicious. Your Highness? Thinking Theobald felt awkward, Monica immediately reminded him, Miss Penatelli, if that's the case, your Highness will have to see their faces throughout the hunting competition. Without waiting for her to finish, Theobald spoke. How interesting. Invite the Montefeltro family. Monica gasped. Your Highness. He then said, as the young lady said, we should have new amusements. We can't be bored forever. Besides, I'm quite displeased with that insolent gaze. Let's see how I should play with them, shall we? At the Northern Festival, Layla exclaimed excitedly, Oh, it's so beautiful.
Is this flower in the greenhouse at the Duke's mansion? Lucas replied, In the greenhouse, this flower hasn't bloomed yet. It's called jacaranda. It's a flower symbolizing summer in the Northern Hemisphere. I prefer jacaranda to hydrangeas. Its meaning is bright happiness. Its color would suit your lady very well. As he said this, he suddenly looked at her with an inquiring expression. Isn't that right? Layla was stunned for a moment, then blushed and thought, yes, even a large physique is useless. Because if you just look up, you'd see a sky like that, wouldn't you? I used to feel very comfortable praising his beauty, but now I can't do that anymore. Seeing her say nothing, Lucas smiled again and said, Shall we go visit somewhere else? Layla passively replied, Yes. After a while, she said again, full of enthusiasm, There are so many people. Lucas replied, Because the population here is several times larger than the noble district. Do you find it inconvenient? Layla quickly shook her head. No, I really like this kind of atmosphere. Do you come here alone every year? Lucas replied, When I was little, I usually preferred to stay home, but after becoming a duke, I became busier than before, so I rarely went out. She asked further, Do you know any friends here? He shook his head. Unfortunately, he's not a friendly person. Hearing that, Layla immediately smiled and said, Hey, judging by what you've done for me lately, it seems you're quite well liked. Suddenly, a vendor's cry reached them. Skewers here, delicious skewers here. Everyone come and enjoy. These skewers are healthy, delicious, and cheap, and try the special spicy flavor too. Layla was immediately drawn in, turned her head to look. Skewers? Spicy flavor? Looking at the hot skewers on the grill, she widened her eyes, a drop of longing drool escaping the corner of her mouth. Wow, this spicy flavor is seriously good.
Seeing that, Lucas couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Madam, what are you staring at? At this moment, he also heard the vendor's cry, Grilled skewers here, delicious grilled skewers here. So he smiled, walked over and said, Give me 1 skewer of each kind. The proprietress immediately replied, Coming right up, that'll be 5 renya in total. Layla, startled, turned around. Huh? No, Hearing her stomach rumble, Lucas chuckled again. All right, I know even if you don't say it. The proprietress also said, Oh my, here, we even have a service prepared. After a while, Layla held several grilled skewers in her hands, her eyes teary as she said,
So many, how can I eat all of this? And it's so embarrassing. Beside her, Lucas held a skewer of meat and chuckled. Just hearing the vendors cry, I thought you'd eat at least 10 skewers. Layla ate as she spoke. Well, but still. Seeing her eat so deliciously that her words were unclear, Lucas suddenly leaned in and took a bite. Layla immediately recoiled, shouting, "You startled me." Lucas licked his lips and said, "And just like that, I've eaten some grilled skewers." Layla said flustered, "If you want to eat, just ask normally, Duke. Are you listening?" Lucas burst out laughing. "I heard you, so feed me a bite. This is normal now." Layla asked back, "How is that normal?" He replied, "Between husband and wife, that's normal." Hearing that, Layla said somewhat awkwardly, "However, we are still husband and wife by contract." Lucas then said, "I bought these skewers with my own money." Layla was speechless.
That evening, on a bench at the edge of the forest, the finished skewers were set aside. Layla leaned her head against Lucas. He asked, "Are you happy today, my lady?" She replied, "Yes, I'm truly very happy." Hearing that, Lucas, relieved, said, "That's a relief, because if only I were happy, I would feel truly guilty." Layla asked back, "Guilty of what?" "I'm even using your money, and my guide for the tour is also the Duke." Lucas seized the opportunity to ask, "Then at next year's festival, will you repay me, my lady?" Not hearing Layla's reply, he added, "I had prepared so many things just to keep you here, but I didn't manage to do a single one."
I also don't know what I should do. When I saw her being more honest with me, I completely forgot everything I had prepared. Her attention made me as excited as a child. I like her. Can you genuinely like me more? Layla thought silently. But she said in a low voice, "I have a reason to leave the capital." Lucas nodded. Layla added, "I can't tell you the reason." He replied, "I understand." Layla seriously said, "It's truly frustrating and easy to suspect when the person you love hides so many secrets. People naturally get disheartened. If I can't tell you everything about myself, can you bear it, even if I can't be completely honest with you?" Lucas smiled and replied, "It's true, I'm a little regretful, but I have no reason not to love you." Layla thought moved. In that moment, as long as I could be with this man, I didn't care what happened to me, no matter what might occur later. While the two were being affectionate outside, at the Duke's mansion, Michael stood motionless in his room. In his hand was a piece of paper. Looking at the 4 words, "admission letter," Michael trembled and mumbled, "I completely forgot. What do I do? What do I do? I have to leave the mansion next week anyway. Even if Uncle could keep Layla, then." He imagined Layla finding out and saying disappointedly, "Michael, you told me to stay with me, but you're leaving me and going away. You hurt me. I can't live with a liar like you anymore. Goodbye." Michael immediately yelled, "No, it can't be like that. Think of something, Michael Montefeltro. You can do it. You can keep Layla here." After a moment of panic, he calmed down. Indeed, I'll have to prepare for that. The next morning at the Duke's mansion.
Amidst the peaceful atmosphere, Layla's shrill voice rang out. "What? Michael also knows about the marriage contract? No, you should have discussed that with me. Did I promise? And what if I refuse? You two deliberately tricked me, you scoundrels." Lucas, startled, said, "Well, this is a good thing, isn't it? Don't you share my thoughts?" Layla shouted again, "Shameless!" Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Michael immediately denied. I just followed Uncle's orders." Hearing that, Lucas retorted, "Just tell her. You're the one who found the contract and stole it, aren't you?" Layla, startled, asked, "Huh? Stole it? Don't tell me. Could it be? You said we slept together just to steal the contract?" Michael narrowed his eyes at Lucas. Uncle, how embarrassing."
Seeing this, Lila immediately changed her target and started scolding loudly. "You are truly the most wicked person in the world. As an adult, you shouldn't scold the child, so why did you go and betray him?" Lucas replied with a smile. "But isn't it thanks to that we're together without having to worry about that contract? In fact, you're quite happy, aren't you?" Lila gritted her teeth, veins popping out on her face. A second later, she directly headbutted Lucas and said loudly, "Oh, I'm so happy, you wicked bastard. Do you think I'll just overlook everything if you show that face? What kind of person do you think I am?" "Michael, you won't steal anymore, right?" Michael tentatively stepped back and replied with a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I absolutely won't do that again from now on." At this point, Lila suddenly wondered, "But hey, Michael, how did you manage to steal it? You took it while I was washing my face, right? Because during that time, it wouldn't take too long to get to the room and find it." Michael hesitated. About that, let me show you something," Lila asked in surprise. "Huh?" Michael raised his hand, and a dust-like light emanated from his finger, extending to the paper on the table. Seeing the paper flying towards her, Lila bewilderedly took it. When the words on the paper floated up, Michael said, "If we do it like this, there's no need to go back to the room." Lila exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, Michael, are you a wizard? Oh my god, the contract is moving by itself, and the words have flown away too." Michael scratched his face and said, "Sorry for keeping it from you. Royal magic is top secret. Even the royal family doesn't know about my abilities." Lila had to keep that secret. She replied, "Of course, but why keep Michael's abilities a secret?" Lucas interjected, "Let me tell you about this." Michael immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I feel like I've come back to to life. Lucas added, "You also know that the ancestors of the royal family are the wolf god Lupus." Looking at his nose, Michael worriedly called out, "Uncle, you're bleeding." But Lucas didn't care and continued, "If Pretio was ennobled as a meritorious official of the empire, then Montefeltro originates from the royal Basium lineage. Therefore, Montefeltro also inherited the royal bloodline." Lila pulled out a handkerchief and said, "Wipe the blood first, then continue." Lucas immediately complied. Because they inherited the blood of the wolf god Lupus, every male in the royal family possesses a special ability. My brother's ability is like Michael's, which is magic. We also don't know what the abilities of the emperor or the crown prince are.
Similarly, Michael and I also kept our abilities a secret from them. As candidates who could contend for the throne, the royal family saw us as a threat. I personally thought the royal family would tear each other apart, but having a hidden card up my sleeve wasn't a bad thing at all. Layla asked curiously, "So you can use magic too?" Lucas immediately shook his head. "No, I can't use magic." "Instead?" Layla questioned. "Instead?" Suddenly, Lucas stepped forward, wrapped her arms around her waist, then gently tossed her into the air. Layla cried out in bewilderment, "Huh? Ah." As she fell, Lucas reached out to catch her and said, "Doing things like this with just a few fingers, that's what I can do. Or perhaps it's because my lady is as light as a feather. An extraordinary ability, isn't it? How do you feel about flying through the air? Quite reliable, wouldn't you say?" Layla laughed coldly. "So reliable." Seeing Lucas being hit and continuously crying out in pain, "Ow, Michael sighed and said, "You just got a beating a moment ago and you still haven't learned your lesson." After a moment, Layla asked puzzled, "But is it really okay for you to tell me all this? We're not officially married yet. Moreover, I also have secrets I can't tell you."
"My temperament is also prone to change." Lucas gently called out, "My lady, you're saying such foolish things. Now, let's become a family to each other." Seeing this, Michael helplessly cried out, "Uncle, oh uncle, stop it. If you want to say something really cool, get treated first. Let me use my magic." A moment later, after being treated by Michael, Lucas spoke again. "I know you've always been afraid of something. I also cannot tell you what frightens me, as fear prevents me from speaking it. At this moment, I'm not asking you to reveal your secret. I just want to tell you, we are capable enough to protect you. Don't worry anymore. You were the one who taught us what happiness is. That truth will never change. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely ask you, my lady, to become family with us." Layla thought to herself, "Mom, Dad, I found a real family in this world. I'll be happy again." Then she replied with a tearful smile, "Yes, I agree." Seeing this, Lucas asked, "What's that? Are you crying or laughing?" Layla angrily said, "Stop teasing me, just thinking that we are truly together now. My feelings are so strange. I feel happy, but also very unfamiliar." Lucas spread his arms. "Come here for a hug." Michael hesitantly said, Don't cry. I also," Layla said, "there's really no more talk of parting ways now." Michael stammered, "I'll hug you too."
With that, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and, determined, thought, "I have to speak before it's too late. I can't just keep being happy forever." Lucas turned, saw him crying, and said, "Don't just stand there crying. Come here and hug your family." Layla also said, "That's our Michael. Come here for a hug." Hearing that, Michael grew even more tense and stammered, About that, I'm also very happy, but actually, yesterday I received my admission letter, and next week I have to move into the dormitory. I can't come home till the summer break." Layla was shocked and asked loudly, "What?" Michael replied flustered, "Sorry, I meant to tell you yesterday, but I forgot." Layla, agitated, knelt down and exclaimed, "No, don't you only get admitted to the academy at 10 years old? Michael, you're only 9. Michael, startled, replied, "Yes, I'm starting early. Layla, watch your knees." Layla, sobbing, asked, "Can you change your mind? Take another year off? Play with me a little longer, please?" Michael, also with tears streaming down his face, replied, "I don't know if I can, but it's probably too late."
Lucas beside him felt a little flustered. The tutor had recommended enrolling the child, and I had completely forgotten about it. If we want to change the enrollment date, we have to tell them a month in advance. Hearing that, Lila immediately broke down, crying out, "No way!" Michael quickly comforted her. "Jean, I'm sorry, I already took the test before Lila arrived." Lila sadly said, "I still have so many gifts I want to give you. We haven't even had a proper chance to go out and stroll around." Lucas smiled and said, "Don't be too sad. It's not like you're saying goodbye to him forever." He thought to himself, they'll both live happily, and when the child returns, they can tell each other all about it. But outwardly, he said, the two of us will have a good time together. Michael, who was beside them, spoke up indignantly, "Uncle, your thoughts and words don't match." Then a series of thumps rang out. After being beaten up, Lucas obediently knelt to one side. Lila hugged Michael and said, "What will I do when Michael leaves? Michael is still at an age that needs care. Will you be okay by yourself?" He winked and replied, "Yes, I'll be fine. But I think even if I live well, I'll miss Lila every day. So Lila, you know, I've already prepared everything. Hearing those words, Lila couldn't help but ask suspiciously, prepared? Michael reached into his shirt. It's nothing special.
It's my gift, Layla. You must always keep it with you. I made it myself. Layla picked up the gift he offered, a necklace with a stone that Michael had crafted himself. Lucas stepped forward and said, "Oh, it's a magic device for communication. And also, you should stand up, slowly now." Michael nodded and said, "That's right, Layla. Try pressing the small button underneath." Layla touched the surface of the necklace and asked, "Are you talking about pressing the button on this small part?" As soon as she did, the stone immediately projected Michael's image. He said, "It's amazing, isn't it? Normally you'd only hear my voice, but I thought Layla would miss me, so I added the image as well." Layla's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's miraculous." Michael added, "This way, even when I'm at the dormitory, Layla can see me every day. I know Layla will like it. Just press it again and it will turn off." She immediately tried it, then exclaimed again, "Wow, it turned off. Thank you so much. I really love this gift." Michael smiled. "Hee. So, you two know, even if we live far apart, we'll always be family, right?" Lucas and Layla looked at each other and smiled, then said loudly, "Of course!" As the two embraced him, Michael, though smiling, said, "Oh, really, don't cry, you two." A week passed in the blink of an eye.
Layla started by telling herself to remember the hydrangeas she had seen on a rainy day in Korea before they bloomed. Michael performed magic and showed her the raindrops clinging to the hydrangeas. As Layla gazed at the flowers, she thought it seemed she had almost forgotten everything that happened when she was Yunseo. All she could remember were memories of makeup and her parents. As she thought this, the hydrangeas suddenly burst open in front of Layla. She gasped, "Ah, it's so cold!" Michael, who was beside her, immediately asked worriedly, Are you all right?" Layla held up 2 fingers. "Goodness, I'm fine. A little water won't make it run." Michael said helplessly, "I wasn't talking about your makeup, you know, but that's fine too." After a moment, he asked again, "Layla has a reason to hide her true face, doesn't she? Even though I don't know what it is?" She hesitated slightly. I guess so." Hearing this, Michael suddenly held out his hand. "Can you show me the magic tool for transmitting messages that I gave you last time, Layla?" Layla quickly took out the necklace. Of course. After taking it in his hand, Michael began to use magic. Once the light faded, Layla smiled and said, "Every time I see it, Michael's magic is so beautiful. What kind of magic do you use?" He returned the necklace, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing much. I use magic to prevent others from accurately recognizing a face."
If you don't want others to see your face, just press the button twice. Layla looked down at the necklace in her hand in surprise. "You can even put magic like this into it? Michael, aren't you a genius? With such talent, you probably don't even need an academy anymore." Michael smiled and said, "I have to go. As a member of the Montefeltro family, I must graduate." At this moment, Vincent suddenly approached and said, "Young master, it's time to depart." Michael turned and said, "Layla, see me off, won't you?" Layla happily replied, "Of course. After receiving such a wonderful gift, how could I not see you off?" Michael sighed, correcting her, "Even without a gift, you still have to come out and see me off." Layla nodded. All right, I know." Michael suddenly teased, "What if you cry your eyes out when I'm not around?" Layla immediately retorted, "Who do you think I am? I'm 20 years old, you know, not a child anymore. That's something I should be telling you. Michael, don't go crying your eyes out once you're in the carriage." After that, Michael's carriage gradually drove away. Seeing Layla still watching, Jessie, standing behind her, softly asked, "Madam, shall I get you a handkerchief?" Layla immediately nodded, "Yes, please." Taking the handkerchief, Layla wiped her tears while thinking, "I smiled brightly until the boy got into the carriage. It's not a permanent farewell. I can see his face through magical tools." But when the carriage drove away, tears suddenly fell.
While drinking the tea Jessie had prepared, seeing her lost in thought, Jessie called out, "Madam?" I cried every time I removed my makeup, and that evening, as I lay next to Lucas, he asked, "Did you cry all day while I was out working? It's only been 1 day and you're all swollen up. You didn't have a proper dinner, did you? Michael would probably love it if he knew." Hearing this, Layla suddenly whined in a childish voice, I know, but I can't help but keep crying. What can I do? I'll only cry for today." Lucas smiled and said, "If you know that, then get some sleep. Tomorrow." He paused abruptly.
Lucas thought to himself, for someone who is crying, there's no need to make her worry any further. The two embraced, gradually falling asleep. In the middle of the night, growls echoed in his ears. Lucas startled and asked, "My lady, have you cried so much that your voice is hoarse? Your breathing sounds like an animal sleeping in a cave." When Lucas opened his eyes, in front of him was truly an animal. Lucas immediately sat up and looked around. In the dark space, Lupus the white wolf asked, "Are you awake, my descendant?" Lucas asked in a daze, "What is this exactly? My lady, where is she?" Lupus the white wolf said, "Your lady is still sleeping beside you, a place you arrive at after falling asleep. If not in a dream, where else could you be?" Hearing that, Lucas regained his composure and asked, "Then why are you appearing in my dream?" Sir Lupus looked at him, silent for a moment. Then he spoke, "The opportunity I have long awaited has arrived. I have personally come to encourage my descendant." Lucas asked, puzzled, "Opportunity? Why, there haven't been any special omens recently. Are you planning to give an order? Lupus the White Wolf asked back. None? That person is still sleeping beside you, isn't she? What kind of god do you think Lupus is? Isn't her appearance the most special omen? Lucas asked again, bewildered. Are you talking about Layla? I will not hand over Layla, even if it's you, Sir Lupus. Seeing his hostility, Lupus the White Wolf couldn't help but say helplessly, I haven't said anything yet. Don't worry, my descendant. You will do what you must do, and live happily ever after with her as you wish.
Hearing his words, Lucas became even more confused. You said this is the opportunity you've always been waiting for. Lord Lupus, have you always been waiting for my wife and me to be happy? Is that what you mean? Lupus the White Wolf replied, explaining it is quite troublesome. Similarly, in short, you are the one she chose. She didn't choose the heir to the Averanian royal family, but you. Lucas asked, stunned. What? But the royal family is also a descendant of Lupus, aren't they? Lupus the White Wolf nodded. They are indeed descendants of Lupus, but not my descendants, because Lupus is a species.
Lupus fell in love with a woman, and the chosen one was Black Wolf, not me. But I am a wolf. Once I've given my heart to the one I've chosen as my mate, I can no longer leave humanity. I simply fell into a deep sleep and waited for an opportunity, hoping my mate would return. She endured much suffering and accidentally lost her life, and thanks to that, an opportunity came to us. She went through countless reincarnations to finally reach this world. You must stay by her side and make her happy. The descendant of Black Wolf missed the opportunity, so he lost his power. Now how joyful it is that the opportunity has come to you. My descendant, I will tell you the spell that will help you and your mate always stay together. Remember it well. After finishing speaking, Lupus White Wolf said again, That is all. You must accomplish what even Black Wolf could not. Seeing it about to leave, Lucas quickly called out, Wait, Sir Lupus. But Lupus White Wolf didn't give him a chance. It directly howled, Oh, my proud descendant of White Wolf, make my dream a reality. Lucas woke up with a start. Sir Lupus, wait. Looking at the familiar ceiling, he kept breathing heavily. Gasp.
After a while, Lucas sat up, breathing heavily. He glanced at Lila, who was sound asleep beside him, then wondered, did she accidentally lose her life? What exactly happened to her? Is the descendant of the Black Wolf related to her fear of the Crown Prince? Before she came to me, I had no idea what she had been through or where. But, Lupus, I cannot see her misfortune as an opportunity for me. However, her meeting me, I will strive to become an opportunity for her. I will definitely fulfill your wish for Lila. The next afternoon, Jessie came to Lila's room. Madam, it's Jessie. May I come in? I have some good herbs to help reduce the swelling for you, madam. Are your eyes all right? Lila removed the wet towel from her face and replied, Compared to when I woke up, I'm much better now, thank you. This morning, Jessie discovered my bare face. Because my eyes were so swollen I couldn't open them. I couldn't put on makeup, couldn't do anything. As soon as she woke up, Lila asked, Jessie, are you coming in? Jessie replied doubtfully, Yes. Lila said, I'm sorry, but could you come help me a little? And listen, when you come in, the person you see is your madam. Although she had been told beforehand, when Jessie entered, she still exclaimed in surprise about something else. Oh my goodness, you cried so much yesterday. I told you your eyes would definitely swell, even though I predicted it to be this swollen like a silkworm's eyes. Lila said helplessly, Exactly, so please bring me a warm towel.
Jessie replied, I knew beforehand, so I've already prepared. Layla happily said, Jessie is the best. Not long after, she brought a towel and placed it over Layla's eyes, then said, Please lie down, madam. I'll go get some herbs. The head chef is keeping them. Layla lay still on the bed and replied, Thank you. Hearing the sound of the cart moving away, she thought to herself, How miraculous. She didn't react as much as I thought she would. Is it because her eyes are too swollen, overshadowing her beauty? When Jessie returned, Layla immediately asked, Jessie, when you saw my bare face, weren't you surprised? She hesitated and replied, Well, about that, the first time I saw you, every day I see a new kind of beauty from you, so I wasn't very surprised. Layla burst out laughing. You're probably the only one trying to sugarcoat things with me. Jessie quickly explained, I'm not sugarcoating anything. I'm speaking from the heart. I was a little surprised by how beautiful your skin is. It just glows. Why do you wear such heavy makeup every day, madam? Layla wondered to herself, what should I call it? My job or my creativity? Then she hesitated and said, let's see, why is that? I want to meet someone who genuinely cares about me, someone who treats me well no matter what face I wear. Seeing this face of mine, I thought that those who came to me would bring me misfortune.
I don't want to live just to be beautiful in the eyes of others. That's why I resisted. In any form, as long as I live comfortably and am content with it, that is my beautiful face. After hearing the reason she fabricated, Jessie believed it and agreed, saying, Indeed, there is no one in this world quite like you, madam. Layla feigned anger and asked, Are you praising or scolding me?
Jessie immediately panicked and replied, all of it is praise. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Layla asked suspiciously, who is it? A voice from outside replied, it's Vincent, madam. I apologize for disturbing you so early, but we have a guest. Layla opened her eyes and asked, no announcement? And they arrived without prior contact? Vincent awkwardly replied, yes, about that. The visiting guest is the Duke's cousin, Miss Hilda Hill Ezrata. I heard the young lady came because she wanted to meet the Duchess. Layla thought silently. I should have realized it by now. The matter of marrying someone. In the reception room, Hilda spoke. The Duke has to go to work early in the morning, but she herself wakes up late. Miss Este really is. Our Lucas cannot build a family with someone like this. If she doesn't have the looks, the young lady must prove herself to be a virtuous lady.
Hilda, I will instruct you in the fundamentals of being a lady. It was then that Lila's belated thought surfaced, which meant she would have to take on his entire family as well. Inside the Montefeltro family's carriage, Lucas held a stack of documents in his hand. He thought to himself, Michael had already gone to the academy, leaving only him. He had to stay by Lila's side. Because of the Council of Elders, he had to travel back and forth every day. The Council of Elders, they were the vassal families of the ducal house of Montefeltro and had long supported the Montefeltro family's activities. But their loyalty as faithful servants was a thing of the past. The current Council of Elders were, at best, hyenas seeking to seize greater power. They would always find fault with anything beneficial to the territory, unless it yielded profit, however small. They also sought to control everything, and if matters proceeded smoothly, their kin would attribute it all to the Council of Elders' efforts.
Lucas continued to think, when his brother died in a carriage accident, immediately upon inheriting the title, he only knew how to be angry, and in his first few years as Duke, he couldn't accomplish anything. All around him at that time were the voices of the Council of Elders. Duke, please sign this document. The commoner's fire incident. Your Grace doesn't need to read such trivial matters. We will handle it. The work of the gem, gold, and precious stone mines is, after all, the business of adults. Public matters were one thing, but even private matters. Every day when he dragged his tired body out, Hilda would be waiting to say, "Are you done with your work, Lucas? Then I will now tutor you, young master." After remembering those things, Lucas's face darkened as he muttered, "Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. If the news of the marriage spreads, there will be trouble, especially with that girl. I must deal with the Council of Elders quickly so they cannot meet Layla. With just this document, I can pressure the Council of Elders. No, I can disband them." At this, he looked at the stack of documents in his hand and said, "All this running around is worth it, isn't it?" Owen's voice suddenly rang out. "I think so too, Your Grace. You've worked hard. After this is over, we won't have to worry about being manipulated by the Council of Elders, nor will we need to secretly investigate them anymore." Lucas noted, "Indeed."
The carriage suddenly stopped, and Owen immediately said, it seems we've arrived. At the newly opened jewelry store, the craftsman is of royal descent, so you don't need to greet him directly, sir. Lucas stepped down from the carriage and asked, "Do you want me to do whatever I please while doing this pointless task?" Looking at the deserted scene, he suddenly paused. "But what exactly is this situation?" Owen said, flustered, I apologize. There must be some mistake with the schedule. No, the location and time are exactly as written in the letter." Hearing that, Lucas sneered coldly. Lend me a horse." Owen asked, surprised. Yes. Seeing Lucas unfasten the reins of the carriage horse, Owen quickly ran over and called out, Wait, Duke!" Lucas said in a low voice, "Owen, gather all documents, evidence, and witnesses and send them to my mansion." Owen stopped, immediately understanding the situation. "Yes, if you say so. Could it be?" Lucas nodded. "That's right. Your could it be has already happened. How dare they lure me away to lay a hand on my people?" Carrying his anger, Lucas snapped the reins. "Hup!" Watching his retreating back, Owen bowed and said, "I will prepare thoroughly." Then he turned and said, "Hey, quickly go find a horse and bring it back here." The coachman immediately replied, Yes. As he frantically ran off, Owen shook his head again and muttered, "I truly didn't expect this. I didn't foresee this ploy." He thought to himself, "Will they threaten or persuade to pressure the madam while she's alone? The madam will surely be fine." At the Duke's mansion, Hilda spoke up. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. I am Hilda Hugh Ezrata. I am a childhood friend of the Duke, from his maternal side of the family." Layla smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Layla Este." As she spoke, she was surprised to think, in this country it's rare for someone to act normally when they see my makeup. Outwardly, Layla maintained a polite demeanor and said, "Please have a seat, miss." Hilda smiled and replied, "Thank you." Seeing this, Layla thought again, her demeanor and posture are truly aristocratic. She's quite impressive. A moment later, Hilda suddenly said, "I apologize for coming so abruptly. I also live in the north, but I've only just heard about your marriage news." Layla replied, "Perhaps it's because the Northern Territory is so vast?" She thought to herself, "It would be great if we could become friends." Hilda then said, "Although it's a bit late, Miss Este, I have many things I'd like to discuss. Are you busy?"
Layla smiled and replied, I'm not busy. My nephew just started at the academy. She thought again. Everyone is eager to leave here immediately, so can I really become close with this person? Hearing her say that, Hilda smirked. Oh my, so that's how it is. We'll have plenty to talk about. After a while, Layla frowned and wondered, friends? Hearing the continuous stream of empty chatter in her ear, she wondered again, friends?
Noticing her distraction, Hilda immediately asked, Lady Este, are you listening? Layla smiled in response. Hilda then continued, Oh good, I thought you were thinking about something else because you were bored with my advice. Layla thought to herself, oh my, that angelic smile. Hilda was still talking. I think you need to pay more attention to what the other person is saying. A noble lady must not lose the spirit in her eyes. Your face is so striking that people find it hard to look away, so shouldn't you focus more on your gaze? Oh dear, the hem of your dress is full of wrinkles. It's only been 4 minutes and 28 seconds since I told you to maintain a proper posture, hasn't it? Layla thought to herself, good, no, speak up. Having a friend like this, I'd rather live alone. Because I heard she was related to the Duke and I wanted to get along, I tried to listen. But sitting and listening to her talk for 30 minutes felt like my lifespan had shortened by 30 years. 30 minutes ago, at the start of her rambling, Hilda smiled brightly and said, We'll have so much to talk about. That sentence was the beginning of the disaster. After that, she said, Lady, if the Duchess isn't busy, then who in this mansion is busy? Layla asked doubtfully, What? Without waiting for her to say more, Hilda began to lecture. If you say you're idle, then it seems my Lucas and this ancient ducal family have become a laughingstock. You, as the Duchess, lack the knowledge a noble should possess. You might think I've interfered too much, but my father is a member of the Elder Council that supports the ducal family. For the future of my Lucas, I cannot help but worry.
The young lady refused to greet the Council of Elders early this morning. It seems the young lady doesn't entirely care about the operations of the ducal family. I am very fond of the young lady, therefore I will guide her to become a better person. Layla thought, annoyed. Enduring the wishes of superiors will get you paid, right? Do married people have to live and endure their in-laws like this? I have a feeling if I endure much longer, I'll lose something important. I'll give up. Then she spoke. Young Lady Israta, thank you for your kind intentions, but even if I still have shortcomings, for you, lady, to instruct me like a child when I haven't asked for it is utterly disrespectful. Hilda calmly retorted, Why do you say that, lady? I represent the wishes of my father, a member of the Council of Elders. Layla countered, I am the Duke's partner, not the Council of Elders' partner. Before becoming a perfect lady, as an adult, you must know your boundaries. I listened to what you said, lady, with an open and receptive mind, hearing criticism from someone I had only just met. I couldn't help but wonder if you behave this way towards other ladies. Hilda immediately replied, Of course, if other ladies have shortcomings, I will speak up immediately, because many people, due to their pride, disregard their own flaws. It's truly a pity. Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but silently think, Goodness, does her family just let her get away with this? Meanwhile, Hilda continued, I see that you, lady, listen to my words just like Lucas, so I thought you were ready to improve your shortcomings. What a pity. I wonder if my Lucas can endure the young lady's rude temperament. When he was little, my Lucas was often faint-hearted, so I had to take care of him. For the sake of my Lucas's future, your marriage must be postponed. Now she's really pushing it, Layla thought, a smirk playing on her lips. My Lucas? Hilda asked with a bright smile. It's a pity, but because of her true feelings for Lucas, young Lady Este will accept this decision, won't she? Layla said seriously. No, this is not something to discuss with the young lady. The young lady and the Duke might have had a connection when they were children, but for the young lady to call someone else's husband without using honorifics in front of his fiancé is an act of disrespect. Hilda smiled, casually replying, It's fine, because Lucas won't become young Lady Este's fiancé anyway, Layla said coldly. It's quite amusing that someone I've just met would assert such a thing so confidently. Hilda raised her teacup and slowly took a sip. Just then, a voice from outside called out, Ma'am, ma'am, Layla asked, puzzled. Jessie, what's wrong? Jessie rushed in. Pardon me, ma'am, but you might need to go out urgently. The elders from the council have suddenly come to visit, and they say they must see you immediately. Outside, Vincent said seriously, You came here without any announcement. Why are you suddenly summoning our madam? Countess Rada chuckled. Oh ho, Vincent, don't be so disappointed. What kind of relationship do we have that we still need to be shy about sharing? She will become a member of our family, so shouldn't we come to greet her while the council is free? We've come to discuss something very important. Please relay the message for us." At the same time, Lucas was spurring his horse back. Inside the mansion, Layla thought with a serious expression, "These guests are deliberately dragging me out while Lucas isn't here." Hearing that the elders' council had arrived, Hilda covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh dear, young miss, are you planning to greet the family elders with that fierce expression? If only they had arrived a little later. I still have so much to teach you." Hearing her say that, Layla couldn't help but frown and think, "Perfect timing, elders. Thank you very, very much for rushing here. I absolutely don't want to meet them, but Vincent will feel awkward if I don't show up." Then she stood up and said, "Coming to meet the head of the family without prior notice, how can you expect me to have a pleasant expression? The elders have arrived in such a hurry, I wonder if there's something urgent. I should go and listen to find out." Then she thought, "I'll let you meet me, but don't even dream of me meekly obeying your words." At this, Layla's voice deepened. "If there's nothing important and you're just wasting my time, you will pay the price."
As she stepped out, Countess Rada immediately put on an arrogant face and said, "Well, well, well, look who it is. It's a pleasure to finally meet Lady Este. I am Count Ezrada of the Council of Elders. I've heard much about you for a long time, and now I finally get to meet you, lady. Did the Duke not instruct you that you should greet us?" Layla fumed inwardly. Just because he holds a high position, he expects me to greet him first? Is he trying to assert his authority? Even if seniority dictates, one should still consider the other party's identity, yet he dares to openly disrespect a couple holding a higher title. Then she replied, "No, as the Duchess of the ducal family, shouldn't the greetings come from your side, the elders? If you were coming, it would naturally be announced to us, so why didn't you inform me beforehand?" He said nothing further, perhaps to avoid creating unnecessary ill will. Hilda, standing nearby, interjected, "Lady Este, are you vaguely suggesting that your indolence is because of Luca? If you wish to become the head of the family, you must take initiative yourself." Before the words were out, Countess Rada roared, "Hilda, that's enough. Who gave you permission to act so arbitrarily? I told you not to interfere. You are absolutely not to meddle." She immediately bowed her head and said, "I apologize." Seeing the antics of the two, Layla immediately thought, this father-son relationship just felt so frustrating. Countess Rada then said, "Oh dear, it would be truly regrettable for you, who will become the Duchess, to appear like this. It seems young Master Lucas truly cannot tell the young lady everything. He has only just entered adulthood, and the truth is, we still have to help him a great deal. The young lady surely wants others to see her as a respectable Duchess, not someone who should feel ashamed of herself, no?" After hearing him speak, Layla couldn't help but think, and besides, I understand why Lucas didn't say anything about this person. He treated Lucas intimately and like a child, while also acting friendly towards me and enticing me to listen to what he had to say. A person as cunning as a snake. If I were Layla at 21, I wouldn't have recognized his true colors. But that gaze was a look of contempt that I was all too familiar with. From the very beginning, he had no intention of meeting me. First, he didn't trust me. Now he wants to make things difficult for me. It would be good if there was nothing to do, but since we've met, I just have to do my job. At this point, Layla also spoke in a cold voice. "Your Grace."
"Not young master. You must address Duke Lucas Hugh Montefeltro. I am also the Duchess, officially recognized by His Majesty. Please be polite and state what is necessary. I don't know what this matter is, but I hope it is something valuable enough for me to meet with you all." She thought to herself, if it were before, I would have locked the door and refused to meet anyone. Sometimes I think I'll eventually leave this place, so I don't want to get involved in power struggles and always pretend to overlook everything. Hearing her questioning, Count Ezrada's face darkened as he chuckled softly. "Oh," Layla thought again, but now it's different. After chuckling, Count Ezrada lowered his voice. "This young lady is useless, with such a dreadful appearance and a minor baronial title. But since the Duke had already chosen her, I wondered if I should retract it. Her mind isn't sharp, and she's also impolite. Can this young lady truly handle the position of mistress of the family?" Layla thought with amusement. Just as I thought, he changed his attitude the moment I didn't obey him. People like this reveal their true nature when they feel they can't compromise. Count Ezrada added, "I consider not spitting in her face to be polite behavior already. A face like this, and she's called a young lady?" Hearing this, Vincent immediately stepped forward to admonish, "Count, this is the Duchess. Be careful with your words and actions." Layla reminded herself, "I am a member of the Montefeltro family, the mistress they must serve." Count Ezrada, maintaining his arrogant demeanor, said, Vincent, have you been looking at this face for so long that your eyes have gone blurry? I saw it when I first met her. What are you talking about?" Vincent growled, "Count." Meanwhile, Layla still thought, there's no need to worry about the words of uninvited guests. No matter what he says, my position remains unchanged.
But she remained silent. Count Ezrada, pointing directly at her, said,
Etiquette? Duchess, indeed? In this north I am king. I have protected this territory since Prince Lucas was a child. Without my permission, you won't set foot in the Duchess's room, understand? Layla calmly thought that responding to each of them would only be a waste of time and effort. The two people following Countess Rada also said, without the Council of Elders, how could Prince Lucas resolve everything so quickly? Her appearance is not beautiful. I had hoped that a gentle demeanor would convey the profound meaning of the Council of Elders to the young lord. Countess Rada interjected, always encountering such similar people. If things continue this way, the Council of Elders can never rest assured.
Hearing this, Layla also spoke up. That's enough. She told herself that as the lady of this house, she must speak with conviction. And then she said, even if the Lord is a 10-year-old child, you should still show respect according to his status. What you are doing is utterly disrespectful. Count Israta gritted his teeth and said angrily, my patience has run out. Seeing him grab Layla's hand, Hilda cried out in alarm, Father, Father, stop! Layla cried out in pain, Ah! Vincent and Jessie called out worriedly, Madam! Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, Layla, however, curled her lips into a smirk and thought, do you think this will intimidate me? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Then she said, grabbing a girl's hand like that? Is that Count Esrata's definition of courtesy? He grew even angrier, raised his arm and said, regardless of whose face it is, words spoken must be polite. Polite indeed. This young lady needs to experience hardship to come to her senses. Hilda cried out in alarm, Father, that's an excessive threat. Layla meanwhile thought, I will hand this matter over to the royal court to handle. Just then, the room door opened, and Lucas stepped in. When he saw Countess Rada striking Layla, his eyes immediately filled with murderous intent.
Moments later, Lucas grabbed him, pinning him forcefully to the floor. A blonde elder nervously called out, Count, Duke, you are being disrespectful. Lucas asked coldly, disrespectful? What I just witnessed, that is disrespectful. I've been wondering what scheme you were planning, dragging me out of my mansion, only to lay hands on my wife. How dare you? Even while pinned down by him, Count Ezra childishly maintained his arrogance. Let go of me. Even if you were a duke, treating an elder like me this way is unacceptable behavior. Lucas let out a soft laugh. Oh right, elders. You are elders, aren't you? Once you leave this city today, will you still be called elders? For the past 5 years, on Tenebrous Peak, where you borrowed money and conducted illegal business, everything there has been mine. Distributing gemstones without informing the ducal family or the royal family, and of course you even did business with the government to deduct taxes. Hearing his secrets exposed, Count Ezra asked in a panic, How can this be? Lucas added, all those records are currently en route to the mansion. Get out of my sight immediately if you still wish to keep the emergency funds in that luxurious mansion. With that, the Council of Elders hastily ran out. The blonde elder frantically exclaimed, My apologies, I have urgent business to attend to, so Count Ezra meanwhile cursed loudly. Damn it, so he's the Duke of Tenebrous? If I'm accused, I'll be expelled. I must tell the other elders. Hilda, who remained, stammered. Lucas, young lady, I also now, Lucas said coldly, address me as your grace, and her as the Duchess.
Hilda was speechless. She hurriedly ran to the door and said, How rude of me. Seeing this, Layla let out a cold snort. The perfect young lady tucked her tail and ran away. How truly rude. Lucas said with concern, I can tell you've suffered just by looking at you. She let out a sigh. Oh, please, don't say anything. Lucas changed the subject. More importantly, is your hand okay? Did he touch you anywhere else? Layla replied, Oh, I'm fine. It was only grabbed for a few seconds. Taking her hand, Lucas said heartbrokenly, It left a mark here. Jessie immediately turned around and said, I'll go prepare the medicine. Lucas nodded, reminding her, Bring it to my study. Then he turned back to Layla and said, I came back late. I'm sorry. I had already guessed their schemes. If only I had come back a little sooner. Not letting him finish speaking, Layla said, I also have to directly handle the family's affairs now. I am the Duchess, but I don't know anything at all. Hearing that, Lucas couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Then he smiled. He bent down and picked her up. Layla immediately startled and shrieked, Oh! Lucas smiled and said, You should also learn some self-defense skills. Hands are very important for people with busy jobs. Layla retorted, It only left a scratch on my hand. I can still move around. Lucas chuckled. All parts of the body are connected. If your hand gets startled, your leg will react similarly. Layla helplessly asked, Do you even know you're talking nonsense? Lucas replied, When I was a young master, if I got startled, I would lose my reason and common sense. Hearing that, Layla also burst out laughing. That's really funny. She thought to herself, Half a day has passed like a storm. Did the Elder Council matter just end like that? Then she asked, But is it true that the Elder Council was corrupt? Lucas nodded. Yes, I've been preparing for quite a while. I'll explain the details to you while I apply the medicine. Layla replied. Okay. Then she thought, The coming of age ceremony is over, so there shouldn't be any more problems, right? But why do I feel like things aren't over yet? As if sensing her worry, Lucas said, "Later, I will be much busier, and many more troubles will arise." Hearing that, Layla couldn't help but be curious. "Like what?" He replied, "I will do the work that the Elder Council used to do. You will have to exchange letters with relatives you don't like." Hearing this, Layla immediately feigned fright and exclaimed, "Oh no, that's terrible." She thought to herself, even though her heart was very uneasy. Then she spoke up and asked, "Can I do it however I want?"
Lucas nodded. "Of course, I won't let anyone touch a single hair on your head." Hearing his promise, Layla smiled and thought, "When I'm with this person, I feel like I can face anything." Then she asked again, "You're not just saying that, are you?" Lucas smiled and asked back, "Do I have to run faster than my horse for you to believe me?" Somewhere, Charlotte held up a box, a sly smile on her lips, and said, "Ugly Duke, ugly young lady, how amusing their pathetic figures crying on the floor will be. Layla is sound asleep in the mansion." When she opened her eyes, the scene suddenly changed. She mumbled in confusion, "This is a luxurious dressing room. It's my first time seeing this place, but why does it feel so familiar? How strange. I was clearly in the Duke's room. Wait, this is the place where I died in my dream." No sooner had she finished speaking than another Layla suddenly appeared before her, saying, "You are me." Layla gasped and cried out, "Look." Once she calmed down, she asked, "You are me?" The other Layla didn't answer, but suddenly said, "I want to die. I'm incredibly tired. I miss Father." After a moment of silence,
she said again, "He promised. The man in black decided to help me. He said he would help me die." Layla asked in surprise, "Help? Help you die? You can still live. We can turn back. If I can't go back to my body, then—" The other Layla said, "You don't have to leave. That's what I want. Even if I go back, I don't want to live. I've been through everything already. Are you telling me to go back and meet those I utterly despise? I want to kill. I want to kill those who ruined me. You say that because you don't know. Now is my chance. I will get my revenge. Alfonso intended to possess me like a toy. Theobald turned me into a fool. Heinrich, who said he loved me and protected me." Hearing the frantic voice ringing in her ears, Layla reeled, thinking, I want to stop her. I have to say something, but some noise is making my head."
She clutched her head, trying to get a clear look at the person in front of her. That Layla was still laughing like a madwoman. In her hand, she held something, crumpling it as she loudly declared, "Revenge! They are the best, those who love me most." Layla woke with a start on the large bed, gasping. After catching her breath for a moment, she turned over and mumbled, "So it was the magical communication device Michael gave me. It was because of that sound." Layla rubbed her eyes, let out a sigh, then sat up, took out her necklace, pressed a button, and said, "Good morning, Michael." Michael's image appeared, and he frowned, saying, "You're answering quite late. Did you perhaps nap until now?" Layla chuckled in response. "Bear with me a little. I had to ride in a carriage early this morning and only arrived a few minutes ago." Michael suddenly remembered. "Ah, right, it's today, isn't it? So, Layla, did you arrive safely?" She looked out the window and said, "Of course, this is my and the Duke's room in the capital. Lucas and I are currently in the capital because we received an invitation to the Royal Hunting Convention." Layla thought to herself, "Just arrived in the capital and already had a nightmare. How unlucky." Michael suddenly asked, "Ah, Layla, you once said you don't like the capital, right? Are you all right?" She nodded and replied, I'm not in a very good mood. I don't know when I'll see my child again, so I'll try to endure it." Michael smiled and said, "Yes, it would be great if you could see them. Oh, it's time for roll call. Michael will contact you again." Layla nodded. "All right, sleep well, Michael." When the communication device turned off, Layla took a deep breath. Then she thought, "I've been through a series of busy days since the day the Council of Elders visited. Lucas has been running around tirelessly to quickly disband the Council of Elders. As for me, I have to quickly learn how to manage a ducal family with Vincent's help."
Meanwhile, looking at the invitation in her hand, Lila asked suspiciously, why was this person's invitation sent here? Up until now, he has never once invited the Montefeltro family. Why send an invitation like this out of the blue? Just thinking about what schemes that person might be planning already makes me utterly exhausted. Anyway, in the diary I wrote, the bird in the cage is a regression element. Didn't the female lead of the bird in the cage end up foolishly? Excellent. The keyword regression appeared in the work's introduction. At this point, Lila suddenly thought gloomily, but that Lila, perhaps the Lila in the original story, never wanted to regress. Lila ran her hand through her hair, saying, no, maybe it's just a normal dream, just a dream. But it felt very real, she continued to think. That sorrow, hatred, indignation, and resentment, such vivid and prolonged emotions couldn't be a normal dream. Lila tossed the letter aside, muttering, the hunting competition, I hope nothing bad happens. Very soon the day of the event arrived, amidst a bustling atmosphere.
Your Highness seems to be in a very good mood, Crown Prince, an aide remarked. Because last night I had a beautiful dream, Theobald replied. Hearing this, the aide immediately chuckled and said, oh, that's a good omen. Theobald smiled, thinking, 2 months.
2 months had passed since that beautiful girl appeared in his dreams every day. Finally, after 2 months, she had turned and smiled at him. The name he remembered calling her was, he unconsciously mumbled, Layla, I think. The aide asked in surprise, "Ah, are you referring to the ugly Duchess from the rumors? This time the royal family has also invited the Montefeltro family. You must be very curious about that lady, aren't you? Once you see her, you won't forget her in many ways." Hearing this, Theobald suddenly remembered, wait, that woman's name is also Layla, isn't it? Now that I think about it, her facial features and figure look very similar, as to her hair color, eye color, and scent. It's insane, yet she's a completely different person. If only I had met her sooner, how wonderful that would be. Seeing her only in my dreams truly makes me want to go crazy. Just then, the aide spoke again. Well, well, speak of the devil.
Duke Montefeltro, no, the ugly couple. Theobald immediately looked towards Layla. At this moment, whispers arose, dressed so plainly yet she can still smile. But the Duke seems better than rumored. An aide suddenly called out, "Your Highness." Theobald mumbled, "That's right, someone else. Haha, not funny at all." On the other side, Lucas reached out and pulled Layla into his arms. Seeing this, Theobald unconsciously frowned and said, "A couple?" Among the crowd, Charlotte thought irritably. It was so difficult to invite that ugly Duke and his wife, yet they're ungrateful and even dared to be late. Recalling the coming-of-age ceremony, because of those useless people, my self-esteem was so hurt. Lucas's greeting still echoed in her ears. "Pleased to meet you, Montefeltro." After recalling, Charlotte grew even angrier. How dare he? Does he think being a little handsome gives him the right to look down on others? I tried to endure by imagining the Duke kicking that woman away and then coming to beg me. But when I couldn't control myself, I would attend social gatherings and curse at her to vent my anger. To attract the Duke, who never attended such parties, I had to participate in gatherings hosted by the Crown Prince and Monica. That hurt my self-esteem, making me feel as if my skin was about to be ruined. After grinding her teeth for a moment, Charlotte told herself, "Ouch, grinding my teeth like this isn't good for my jaw. I need to be careful." At this moment, a voice reached them. "Ah, there they are, the ugly Duke and Duchess. They finally appeared. It's them. I've never met them before. They don't look too bad, do they?" On the other side, Lucas was walking in, holding Layla's hand. Seeing this, the nobles began to whisper. "We thought they wouldn't come because of the rumors, but they did. This time, I want to talk to the Duke about business. We don't have much information about Montefeltro. Well, all we know is that their council of elders is very fond of gambling. The Duke's suit is a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? But overall, it's not bad. Look at the color of his buttons. That's premium emerald. And Lady Este is a bit bland today, isn't she? I thought she'd wear some strange outfit again. She's dressed quite in sync with the Duke. What a pity." At this moment, Charlotte suddenly interjected, asking, "What are you all talking about that's so amusing?" A cheerful pink-haired lady exclaimed, "Oh my, Lady Pinatelli." The brown-haired lady next to her added, "Ah, speaking of which, you were the one who suggested inviting Montefeltro, weren't you?" Charlotte replied, "Yes, it's a pity. I also wanted to see her strange sense of style. Perhaps she was trying to impress the Duke, so she tried to do things that weren't appropriate."
Pretense only lasts for a moment. One's true nature cannot be hidden. No matter how dull something is, one only needs to try to make it interesting. Finishing her thought, Charlotte mused. She will regret standing in such an unsuitable position. In this high society, she is merely a laughingstock. I cannot allow my pride to be wounded by someone like her. At this, she declared, "Just wait and see how ridiculous she becomes. If she dares to challenge my dignity, Charlotte Pinatelli, she will face the consequences." Not long after, a guard loudly announced, His Imperial Majesty, the son of the Basium Empire, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the little son. The Emperor declared solemnly, "We express our gratitude to the god Lupus for once again allowing us to host this traditional hunting tournament, a tradition since the founding of our nation. Crown Prince Theobald will participate as an ordinary competitor. I wish all hunters a successful hunt, so that abundant offerings may be presented to the god Lupus. Whoever hunts the most prey or the rarest prey will be rewarded with a high-grade magic stone. Hunters, please step forward to receive your bows when your names are called."
Theobald, standing nearby, thought coldly, "How annoying. This hunt, I will trample over everyone." Feeling his gaze, Layla shivered and exclaimed, "Oh my, why do I keep getting goosebumps?" Lucas asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" She smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I'm probably just a little nervous." Lucas nodded and said, "There won't be any problems. We'll head back as soon as the event is over." Layla agreed, "Let's do that. And how's my face? No red spots anywhere, right?" Lucas replied, "It's fine, but it looks a bit heavy, doesn't it? Is it really necessary to wear makeup?" Layla said shyly, "Please understand, I find people's whispers very uncomfortable." Lucas could only say, "All right then, if you insist." Layla replied gratefully, "Thank you." Lucas thought to himself, "In reality, it's your makeup that makes people whisper. It's not hard to understand at all. No, actually, it's very clear. hiding herself when coming to the capital, her apprehension about attending noble gatherings, it's all very obvious. In Bosium, infidelity is commonplace, and lecherous old nobles are always seeking young beautiful ladies. The Este baronial family is not a powerful one, so it's understandable that they feel threatened. A disgusting country where one cannot even live comfortably with a bare face. Just as he was deep in thought, the master of ceremonies called out, "Duke Lucas Hugh Montefeltra, please receive your bow." Hearing this, Lucas said, "I'll be gone for a moment." Layla nodded. "Yes, you go ahead. During the hunt, to ensure fairness, everyone must use bows provided by the Imperial Palace."
However, not everyone receives the same type of bow. There are bows embedded with magic stones that shoot faster or can shoot multiple arrows at once. Many different types of bows are mixed in here. Seeing Lucas arrive, Theobald's aide immediately said, "Please take any bow from these boxes." Lucas thought to himself that since receiving a box was random, getting a good bow was thanks to the blessing of the god Lupos. That was the royal explanation. He reached out his hand and opened a box.
The aide immediately exclaimed, "What a pity! This is the worst bow among the available ones. However, it is also popular among commoners due to its superior performance for its price. Good luck, Duke." Lucas indifferently looked at the bow in his hand. What was there to expect? Everyone knew that the best bows were reserved for the Crown Prince's close associates. People just pretended not to know. As he walked back, someone suddenly asked, "Lucas, are you well?" Turning his head, he saw Heinrich, and Lucas immediately replied, "Of course I'm well." Heinrich smiled and said, "Your personality hasn't changed at all, has it? Your face has changed a lot since our academy days. I'm curious if anything special happened. In a positive way, of course." Lucas was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "What happened?" He recalled Layla doing his makeup. "My lady, my neck is about to stiffen up." At that time, Layla said, "Just bear with it a little longer, just a tiny bit more." Then Lucas unexpectedly burst out laughing. Seeing that, Heinrich was startled and thought, "He's laughing? That Lucas can actually laugh in front of me?" He quickly shook his head and said, "Oh no, you're completely different from your academy days." Lucas said irritably, "First you say I haven't changed, then you say I have. You talk too much. Now that you've checked my face, everyone go back to your companions." Heinrich nodded, "Yes, I'll be cheering for you." On his way back, Lucas continued with his thoughts. "This is a rotten tradition, but I only look forward to one thing at this event. I don't need a bow that shoots faster or more arrows." He walked up to Layla, smiled, and called, "My lady." In the imperial hunting competition, people usually tied handkerchiefs they had embroidered themselves onto their beloved's bows. Thinking of this, Lucas softly asked, "Can you tie your handkerchief onto my bow?" She immediately said, "Even though my needlework isn't very skillful, I embroidered it with the wish for your safe return." As Layla tied the handkerchief onto the bow, Lucas smiled, looking at her, and thought, "As long as I have this handkerchief, I won't envy any other bow." Seeing him frozen, Layla couldn't help but shyly call out, "Duke, it's done." Lucas suddenly reached out, gently embraced her, and gave her a kiss. Then, smiling, he said, "I will do my best for you." Layla raised her hand to touch her lips, happily replying, "Yes, I'll wait for you." At the same time, the host suddenly shouted, "All contestants, return to your positions." At that moment, we had no idea that in this hunting competition, there were shadows targeting us. Among the young ladies, Charlotte suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "Hoo-hoo-hoo," Layla's thoughts echoed again, and she couldn't have imagined she would have to go through such crazy things. Right beside her was Monica Heiress. Once Charlotte's closest confidant and the darling of high society, she has recently been gradually isolated for showing interest in the crown prince Charlotte had her eyes on. Monaco thought to herself, of course, not all nobles were Charlotte's devotees, but everyone knew that offending Charlotte's pride meant enduring truly bothersome and problematic harassment for a long time, so no one wanted to bring trouble upon themselves. Monaco thought dejectedly, now it seems all attention is focused on that ugly Lady Este, but it's only a matter of time. The brunt of that wrath will eventually fall on me. But of course, I won't refuse the crown prince out of fear of Charlotte. No matter what, I must build my own power base. Thinking this, she turned her head to look out the tent door. There, Layla was silently looking inside. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the young ladies didn't spare her a glance. Only Monaco seemed about to speak, then stopped herself. Charlotte, meanwhile, was smiling smugly. Layla took another step forward. Then she gritted her teeth and thought, I was prepared to be scorned, but to remove the very chair I was sitting on, that's truly beyond words. So childish, so despicable, so ridiculous. She must have ordered the palace servants to take all the chairs away. What to do? It would be better to stay away from these people and be alone. But in front of her, a young lady in a pink dress suddenly laughed and said, What to do, Lady Pinetel? It seems there aren't enough chairs. Charlotte feigned innocence and added, Oh, is that so? We must tell the palace servants to bring more chairs.
But since earlier there hasn't been a single maid in sight. What's going on? We can't force the busy maids to come here, Lady Esty. You'll probably have to stand and wait until a maid arrives. We hope you'll be generous and understanding. If you feel uncomfortable, you can step outside for a moment. Layla thought to herself, my leaving is exactly what they want. It would be synonymous with fleeing because I couldn't endure the humiliation and disgrace. The lady in the pink dress said, as expected of Lady Pinatel. The lady in the blue dress next to her added, you even have compassion and understanding for the maid's circumstances. Layla found it amusing and thought, yes, if it were before, I would certainly have done that. But now I am no longer the person I used to be. Then she spoke, how strange. Why should I wait for a maid to arrive? Charlotte covered her mouth and chuckled. Lady Esty, not showing understanding for the maid's circumstances is unbecoming of a noble. Layla interrupted, even if I am a future fiancé, I am a member of a ducal family.
In this place, I am the one with the highest status, and yielding your seat to me is a matter of noble courtesy. That seat was originally mine. So, Miss Pinatelli, you may move aside now. I'm sorry you've taken the wrong seat, but since there's a shortage of chairs, I can overlook your mistake. Seeing her angry face, Layla thought to herself, Charlotte, she is the quintessential example of a bossium noble. Nobles have an abundance of time and money, with many good deeds to do, such as charity, studying, and physical training. But what about Charlotte and the young ladies who follow her? They only use money for beauty and time to badmouth others. They are foolish to think they will become strong by bullying the weaker. She is accustomed to always having people applaud and praise her, no matter what she says. Before, I used to be very afraid of her. Just seeing her made me want to run away, and when I met her, I didn't know what to do. But now that I've calmed down, I realize that she is, in essence, just a foolish, ill-tempered child. After grinding her teeth in anger for a moment, Charlotte suddenly forced a laugh. How ridiculous! Why should I give up my seat to you? If Miss Este had arrived earlier, then— Once again, Layla interrupted. Miss Pinatelli, it is impolite to raise your fan to cover your face while conversing with others. If you wish to speak of nobility, you should at least know this much. Hearing this, Charlotte could no longer maintain her feigned composure. She slammed the table and shouted loudly, Shut up! What right do you have to lecture me? Your face is the impolite one. If you're ugly, at least try to live with some decency. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, and the young ladies all looked towards her, their astonishment clearly visible on their faces.
At this moment, Monica suddenly spoke up. You've gone too far with your words. Charlot turned to ask, What? Monica immediately repeated, I said you're speaking out of turn, and Lady Este hasn't said a single wrong word. Even if Lady Pinatelli is a countess, Lady Este is still the future duchess. I hear the two of them will marry without a honeymoon period, so they are already considered officially married. Lady Pinatelli should yield her seat to the duchess, as is proper. That seat was Lady Este's from the very beginning, wasn't it? Charlot gritted her teeth. How dare you? At this moment, a lady in a purple dress suddenly spoke up. I also think Lady Este is right. Lady Pinatelli should go outside and get some fresh air to calm down. I don't know what Lady Este will do, but if it were me, I would tell my husband every single one of Lady Pinatelli's insulting words. Hearing that, Charlot immediately froze, secretly cursing in her heart. Damn it, she's an influential countess.
Then she clutched the fan tightly in her hand. After a moment of silence, under Layla's watchful gaze, Charlotte ran out. Miss Heiress innocently stood up and called out, Wait, miss. Seeing that Charlotte still didn't stop, Miss Heiress then said, I'll follow, Miss Pinatelli. Watching the backs of the two women, Layla thought to herself, thanks to Charlotte's outburst, everything ended more easily and expected. Monica, does Miss Arias have a feud with Charlotte? Why did she suddenly take my side? Anyway, it's all settled now. Thinking this, she squinted her eyes towards the banquet table. Coincidentally, Monica was smiling and looking in her direction. Layla was surprised and thought, What is this? After confirming the smile on Monica's face, Layla thought blankly, What's going on? Huh? What does that smile mean? Like she's looking at a chicken reserved for roasting tomorrow? Outside the tent, Charlotte stopped by a bush, angrily cursed. That bitch, that wretched brat, may she be eliminated soon. Just one unfortunate incident. It's fine. As long as I have this, she'll regret not following my words. But to use this, I have to call her into the forest. What should I do? While she was hesitating, a voice suddenly rang out. Miss Pinatelli. Charlotte immediately froze. Behind her, Miss Heiress hesitantly asked, Are you all right? I'm so worried. Charlotte immediately flashed a cunning smile. Oh my, thank you for coming, miss. Miss Heiress looked at Charlotte with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She thought to herself, Poor Lady Pinatelli, it turns out she's here alone to calm down. It's ridiculous how those who are insecure about themselves take out their anger on people with beautiful appearances. But I'm different. I truly admire her and want to comfort her. Charlotte's appearance from earlier suddenly came to mind. Thank you for coming, lady. Recalling that made Lady Harassed feel a flutter. Oh, even when sad, she was still so beautiful and elegant.
Suddenly, Charlotte flashed a sly smile. Did Lady come here because you're worried about me? Lady Heiress immediately took her hand. Yes, of course, Lady Penatelli. Are you all right? You look very sad. Is there anything I can do to help? Please tell me. Everyone must just be misunderstanding. Who could possibly hate a perfect lady like you? On the other side, Charlotte frowned and thought to herself, how dare she casually grab my hand? It's so annoying. Nevertheless, on the surface, she forced herself to endure it, and weakly said, Lady Heiress is truly very kind.
But wrong is wrong. I should still apologize to Miss Este. Miss Heiress looked displeased. Miss Penatelli, why do you have to do that? Hearing this, Charlotte wiped away her tears and smiled. So could you bring Miss Este to me? I'm a little scared to go with others. I want to talk to her privately. Upon hearing this, Miss Heiress eagerly agreed. Of course, I'm sure Miss Este has also misunderstood Miss Penatelli. I'll be right back. At first, Charlotte covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, but a second later she revealed her true colors. Thank you very much, foolish Miss Heiress.
With that mediocre appearance, how dare you arrogantly climb over my head like that? I really didn't want to have to do this. After that, Charlotte calmly walked to a spot. There, she looked at the wolf in the cage and muttered, Good thing I prepared in advance. You will hunt that ugly brat for me. This is all your own doing, Lila Este. Elsewhere in the forest, Lucas was leisurely riding his horse, hunting. Suddenly he exclaimed, How quiet and pleasant it is! If only I could stroll through the forest with my wife, how wonderful that would be! Why was I called to these pointless hunts? It's just to kill time, that's all. Suddenly, Theobald's voice rang out. So you're here. I thought you knew where there were plenty of animals to hunt alone. But why is the trap I gave you so silent? Lucas felt annoyed internally. So what? You say you don't care, but you keep poking at others like this. Annoying. At the same time, he calmly replied, Yes, Your Highness. At this moment, Theobald lowered his eyes and fell into contemplation. For some reason, whenever I think of that guy next to the ugly lady, I get furious. The woman in my dream and this person are clearly different, so why is it like this? And that handkerchief, too. Lucas suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. I haven't seen any prey yet, Theobald replied indifferently. Of course, this is your first time participating in a hunting competition. Heinrich, who was behind them, heard this and suggested, Then, Your Highness Lucas, why don't you join us? At the same time, both Lucas and Theobald shared the same thought. No thanks. Although he didn't like the other person, Theobald still spoke up. All right, let's do that then. Lucas secretly fumed internally. People will think I'm clinging to him, even though I can't stand him. If you're going to be a snob, stop being so pretentious. But outwardly, Lucas calmly replied, Thank you for your kind offer.
With that, Lucas turned his head and thought, Normally I have no interest in such matters. Perhaps spending joyful time with my lady has made me sentimental. Suddenly, two voices rang out from behind. The Duke is indeed participating for the first time, which explains his awkwardness. If you had joined us from the start, you could have enjoyed this thrilling experience. I don't know much about the North. Please invite me to visit. If you invite me, I'll come immediately. The more Lucas listened, the more annoyed he became. He had deliberately separated himself to avoid these things, so why did they keep trying to interfere? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Oh, Your Highness, look, that's a white deer. Theobald took out his bow and arrow, preparing to aim. But on the opposite side, the deer also sensed the danger, so it swiftly fled, escaping the incoming arrow. Theobald, having lost his prey, looked annoyed. Tsk! The two people behind him, seeing this, immediately consoled him. What a pity, Your Highness. Perhaps it ran faster because it's a white deer. At this moment, Lucas secretly imagined, making a cloak from its hide for my lady would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Thinking this, he immediately raised his bow and aimed. Theobald, seeing this, sneered. Ha! Are you planning to shoot with that low-grade bow? You're just wasting arrows. A bow without magic stones, and you want to hit a target from this distance? The moment he finished speaking was also the moment Lucas shot the deer.
Seeing it fall, Lucas quickly spurred his horse forward. At the same time, the entire hunting party widened their eyes in astonishment. Everyone secretly admired. So cool. But only Theobald's expression was not very pleasant. Meanwhile, Lucas excitedly thought, The white deer's hide is very light and keeps warm well. She has never experienced a northern winter, so it will be very useful. Suddenly, he caught sight of another prey. Lucas slowly turned to look at it, and he joyfully murmured, A silver fox. Lucas quickly drew his bow and thought, It retains heat well. A scarf made from this would suit her perfectly. At the same time, Theobald also took aim at it from behind. A second later, both released their arrows. A moment later, their hunting bags were full of spoils. Afonso exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect the Duke to be so knowledgeable about hunting. Heinrich cheerfully added, That's why I said, back in the academy, he did everything half-heartedly. Walking ahead, Theobald spoke in a low voice, I'm also very surprised. Even if you're having fun, don't get so carried away next time. Afonso and Heinrich secretly panicked. This
This. Only Lucas calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." At the same time, he thought about having something custom-made at his favorite clothing store from before. He wanted some praise for such a successful hunt. The person Lucas missed, Layla, was currently panting. She was running hard and exclaiming, "Fool, I'm such a fool. Why did I think of going to meet Charlotte alone? Lady Heiress, I was wrong to trust and listen to that person." Recalling earlier, Lady Heiress had tried to persuade Layla. "I had a heartfelt conversation with Lady Penitelli in the Ninth Garden. She genuinely wants to apologize and is waiting for Lady Este. Lady Penitelli is indeed a bit sensitive, but isn't that typical of famous people, right? Lady Este also has her moments of temper and makes mistakes. Is it really so hard to just talk and accept an apology?" After listening, Layla secretly pondered. Lady Heiress's words sounded very sincere and reasonable. Sometimes I also want to believe that no one in this world is purely evil.
Perhaps Charlotte would also have moments of regret. She's human, after all. If we spoke frankly, she would surely understand. Therefore, I had hoped that perhaps... With good intentions, Layla stepped forward and said, "Miss Penitelli, I heard you were waiting." Suddenly, Charlotte interrupted her. "You actually came? Look, how much better it would have been if you had listened to me." Layla felt confused. "What are you suddenly talking about?" Charlotte abruptly asked. "You dare defy me. Why are you avoiding me? Are you afraid of me? My future Duchess." Layla frowned and explained, "No, it's because you're approaching me as if you're about to devour me." "Ugh, what's that?" Charlotte said dangerously. "I hate people who pretend to be kind like you the most." Layla coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. "Are you crazy? What's with this sudden coughing?" Charlotte pointed at her and cursed. "You hateful woman, pretending to be innocent, pretending to be weak, pretending to be pitiful. If you had silently followed my orders, you would have kept your life. Go to hell, as is your due. Aha!" Layla loudly stopped her. Hey, stop right there. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? What kind of powder is that? It smells horribly foul." Suddenly, Layla felt a chill down her spine. A wolf, with its mouth agape and drooling, was staring intently at her. Layla slowly backed away in fear. It was then that she realized this hunting competition was to honor the wolf god, Lupus. There couldn't be wolves in the park.
Where did this wolf come from? And that powder sprinkled on me? Surely when I received the invitation to this hunt, everything had already been prepared. Layla silently scolded herself. I'm so stupid. Going to talk once isn't wrong, but if I went, I should have at least prepared safety measures. Crushing her once made me arrogant, and I actually hoped to be able to talk to her? Layla quickly turned and ran, but suddenly realized there was a cliff in front of her. Suddenly her foot tripped on a branch and she fell to the ground. "Ah!" Layla groaned in pain. But then she immediately turned her head to look, and the wolf was still intently watching her. Layla thought to herself, it didn't even pay attention to Charlotte, but charged straight at me as soon as the powder was sprinkled. It must be because of that powder that it's chasing me. She braced her trembling hands, trying to stand up. Suddenly, Layla's hands slipped, and she uttered a bewildered, "Huh?" In an instant, Layla fell freely downwards, screaming in panic, "Ah!" At the same time, her heart was in turmoil. She hadn't thought she would fall like this. Before falling into the water, Layla cried out a familiar name, "Lucas!" Then she slowly sank. In her mind, Layla silently regretted, "No, Lucas, Michael, I don't want you to have to." The gurgling waterfall seemed to wash away all her thoughts. Elsewhere, Lucas slowly ran back to the gathering point.
Seeing the crowd gathered, Theobald immediately asked, "Why is everyone here? What's going on?" The ladies quickly cried out, Your Highness, I heard a wolf howl, and Lady Penitelli said she saw a wolf in the Ninth Garden." Theobald was surprised upon hearing this. What? Impossible. Before the hunt, the guards thoroughly checked and found no wolves. Guards, why isn't there a single guard here? A guard immediately appeared and replied, Your Highness, what is it?" Seeing this, Theobald ordered, "Where have you all been, only arriving now? Investigate this matter thoroughly." Lucas was secretly panicked. Layla's scent, no matter how much he concentrated, he couldn't sense it. He quickly dismounted. "Where is my wife?" Charlotte stammered. I just wanted to come talk. I had no idea there would be wolves there." After saying that, she feigned panic and cried out, Ah! Both Harry and Alphonse anxiously asked, Charlotte!
On the outside, she was weak and crying, but inside, Sackload secretly thought, now his ugly wife is gone. Someone who is already ugly, now torn apart by wild beasts, is even more pathetic. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Come on, come here, look at me, worry about me instead. At this moment, Lucas growled, Both of you, get out of the way. Sackload secretly rejoiced upon hearing this. That's right, this is how it should be. Now it's normal. He's displeased with this scene. He's jealous of these two men. Then carry me up just like you did with that ugly wife during the coming-of-age ceremony. But contrary to her expectations, Lucas coldly said, "Stop playing games. I know you're not unconscious. What happened to my wife? Tell me clearly." Seeing his murderous gaze, Sacklode could only tremble. In the ninth garden." Heinrich, seeing his tension, advised, Lucas, Sacklode needs to rest." But Lucas didn't care. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "The ninth garden. If anything happens to my wife, I'll kill everyone." With that, Lucas turned and ran quickly towards the forest. Seeing this, Heinrich tried to stop him. Wait, Lucas, if you just leave without saying anything, what are we supposed to do?"
"He's that fast? No one could keep up." Theobald was lost in thought. I knew Charlotte was plotting something, but I thought she would just end up embarrassing them. What on earth did she do? Suddenly, Charlotte nervously mumbled, "Why? No, is it possible? How could this be? Your Highness Theobald, is it true that Lord Lupus is angry? I'm so scared." But Theobald paid no attention to her. He loudly ordered, "What are you doing? Go search for him now. I will join the search myself. Duke Pretio, Marquis Venier, follow me." Everyone simultaneously shouted, "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing this, Charlotte panicked. Why? Why on earth? In the forest, Lucas ran with all his might, panting. He sensed and silently prayed, "Layla, she's still alive, right? Please hold on a little longer. I will definitely find you." The faint scent of sweat mixed with her fragrance, the smell of animals, and the smell of blood. He could feel her fear very deeply. The image of Layla, terrified from being chased, appeared in his mind. This made Lucas feel immense regret. I'm sorry for letting you go through such painful things. Please, survive."
"Now I cannot live without you." While running, Lucas stopped by the cliff. He cursed irritably. Damn it, a valley? Does the scent reach this far? Suddenly, Lucas recognized a familiar figure, and he cried out in panic, "Layla!" Then Lucas quickly approached her. He shouted anxiously, "Layla, can you hear me? Layla, I'm coming right away." In an instant, Lucas stepped into the water and moved closer to her. Just then, Theobald also arrived on horseback by the cliff. He surveyed the situation and muttered, "Found them." So following that strange scent was the right thing to do. Below, Lucas repeatedly cried out in fear, "Please wake up, Layla." Seeing this, Theobald sighed. But in that state, I don't know if she's alive or dead anymore. Suddenly, Theobald realized something. He looked at Layla and was surprised. That face, how can this be? How is it possible? The girl from my dream? Suddenly, Heinrich rushed over and urgently asked, "Your Highness, have they been found?" But Theobald paid no attention. Impossible. At this moment, Lucas lifted Layla into his arms. He stared intently at Theobald with a serious expression.
Immediately, Theobald felt a chill down his spine. Something wasn't right. Lucas walked past him carrying Layla and seriously announced, "I officially demand accountability from the royal palace." Theobald was flustered upon hearing this. Wait, hold on," he stammered. He watched their retreating figures and called out, "Her?" Theobald stood there dumbfounded. A moment later, he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. A little while later, Layla was safely brought home. Lucas intently gazed at her sleeping beauty. Suddenly, he leaned in and placed a kiss on Layla's forehead. Then Lucas gently said, "Please rest. Michael, while I'm away, take care of your aunt." Michael replied crumpily, "Even if you didn't say anything, I would still look after Layla."
Hearing this, Lucas turned back and said, "Oh, right, don't cry anymore. Your aunt will be surprised when she wakes up." Michael immediately felt embarrassed. Hey, I wasn't being a crybaby. Dust flew into my eyes, that's why I rubbed them." After teasing him, Lucas patted his head and said, "All right, I know. Remember to look after your aunt." Michael suddenly covered his mouth. "Shh, don't shout. You must catch the person who did this to Layla." Hearing that, Lucas replied, "Of course, you don't need to tell me. I was already planning to." After the incident, I submitted a petition to the royal court. I didn't expect active help from those in the palace. It was merely an inquiry to see what the royal family thought about this matter and how involved they were. Lucas thought to himself, he didn't need to know who it was or why. He clenched his fist and decided he would investigate thoroughly and expose that person. Dare to harm my wife? You will pay the price. In a room in the palace, Theobald sat in contemplation. Suddenly he spoke. Today she also appeared in my dream. She resented me, crying in anguish. Don't worry, even if you are that man's wife, I don't care. I will help you. You are mine. Layla's heart secretly panicked. Dark, too dark. Were they dragging her away? No, the color was different from the one earlier. Layla stared blankly in one direction. Then she realized it was the corpse of the wolf that had attacked her. So those other wolves were... Suddenly Layla saw a wolf with a blood-stained muzzle glance at her. Immediately Layla woke up from her dream. Gasp! Suddenly she felt a throbbing pain in her head and a tightness in her chest.
Lucas quickly stood up. "Layla, are you awake?" Layla was holding her head and groaning. Hearing the familiar voice, she slowly looked up. "Lucas!" Lucas joyfully replied, "Yes, it's me, Layla. This is the mansion in the capital." Layla weakly spoke. So that's it. Thank goodness. Lucas immediately advised, don't try to sit up. You still need a little more rest. Suddenly, Layla gripped his hand tightly. Lucas, I thought I wouldn't see you again. I thought I would have to leave you alone. Lucas quickly embraced her. Then he expressed, your waking up makes me very happy. From now on, I won't let you go again. Suddenly, Layla spoke. Oh, by the way, Lucas, when I was drifting on the stream, something very miraculous happened. Lucas asked, puzzled. Miraculous? Layla quickly replied. Yes, those wolves. Hearing this, Lucas was startled. Wolves? Not just one, Layla answered flustered. Yes, but it was a bit different from what Lucas was worried about. The thing is, it seems another pack of wolves saved me. After hearing this, Lucas wondered, saved you? There aren't many wolves in this hunting ground. Layla slowly recounted. I was pulled out of the stream, and the wolf that was chasing me was bitten to death.
And it seemed like they had greeted you, Lucas exclaimed in surprise. Greeted me? Perhaps it's thanks to the grace of the god Lupos. We should pray. Oh, by the way, do you know why the wolves appeared? As soon as she recalled it, Layla became angry. Charlotte summoned them. She sprinkled a strange powder, and then the wolves appeared. Now that I think about it, it seems like she had everything prepared. I'm sorry, I should have been more cautious. It was foolish of me to go alone. Lucas quickly cupped her face and comforted her. Don't say that, Layla. While you were unconscious, I couldn't stop thinking about the things I wanted to tell you when you woke up. And among those thoughts, I had no intention of blaming you at all. Don't worry about anything. If anyone is to blame, it's the woman who deceived you to harm you. Because you were a good person, you trusted her, but she betrayed that kindness. After hearing him speak, Layla was convinced. Yes, Lucas is right. I was overthinking things. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Layla frantically cried out. Oh, my head! My head! Lucas cried out in panic. Layla!
No. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm calling a doctor right away. Layla weakly protested. Oh, there's no need. No need to call a doctor. It'll pass in a moment. Lucas felt a pang of guilt. He had touched her forehead earlier and hadn't felt anything amiss. Who knew a light touch now would cause her such pain? I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. It's okay. Don't worry about anything. Just lie still and rest. Everything will be fine. That woman will pay for what she did. I will make her pay dearly. Suddenly, Michael flung open the door and yelled, Uncle, I just heard Layla screaming. Layla joyfully exclaimed, Michael! Seeing that she had woken up, Michael's eyes welled up with tears. Layla, you're awake, Layla. Layla spread her arms wide, ready to embrace him. Michael. A moment later, Michael nestled into her embrace and said, I'm so happy you're awake.
Ever since I came to this world, I have always lived in fear. I'd rather live hated than die loved, so I prepared myself. I cannot love anyone, nor can I be loved by anyone, because that's the only way for me to live well. Occasionally, in moments of shame and humiliation, I would look at myself in the mirror and wonder, why do I have to live like this? At that time, I simply thought it was because I didn't want to die. But now it's different. I have a home to return to and people who love and wait for me. Just then, Lucas suddenly announced, But Layla, when you were brought back, everyone saw your bare face. It seems there are rumors spreading about this. Should we stop them? Layla, upon hearing this, exclaimed, because the water washed it off. It's fine. I was planning to reveal it soon anyway. Constantly wearing makeup is exhausting. After hearing her opinion, Lucas happily said, All right then, I'll turn away any unnecessary visitors. Layla quickly replied, Thank you. In her heart, she secretly worried whether Theobald or Heinrich had seen her face. If they tried to kidnap or imprison her like in the original story, then... Suddenly, Michael's voice rang out. Layla. Layla startled. Huh? Seeing this, Michael wondered, Are you all right? Or are you still in pain and can't rest because of me? Lucas, sitting nearby, also added, That's right. If you can't rest comfortably because of us, then... Layla smiled and interjected, No, I'm fine. Because something scary happened, I feel more at ease with you by my side.
Layla secretly encouraged herself. It'll be all right. At the same time, she said aloud, I mean it. Layla's mood suddenly became relaxed. Now she just needed to rest a lot to recover. At that time, I still didn't know what was happening outside, unbeknownst to me. After the carriage stopped in front of the gate, Becky immediately asked, There won't be any problems, will there? Louis immediately replied, Yes, if we just follow the instructions, all that money will be ours. I don't understand why such a large sum of money has to be spent on this. Well then, while we're at it, let's also check if that rumor is true, and who else I'll have to meet at the Count's mansion. Count Penatelli walked along the corridor. When he reached Charlotte's room, he hesitated for a moment.
Then he knocked on the door and said, Charlotte, may I come in? She immediately replied, Yes, father. Count Penatelli entered, asking anxiously, Are you feeling better? Did you get any sleep? Charlotte replied again, Yes, thanks to your concern, father.
Count Penatelli sighed emotionally. My poor girl, why did you get involved in this? Charlotte tried to explain. But he cut her off. All right. It's fortunate the Duke Predio helped, making everything so easy. Why do they keep bullying my good daughter? Hearing that, Charlotte immediately put on an injured air and said, I didn't do anything wrong, father. You believe me, don't you? Count Penatelli immediately embraced her. Of course, that's obvious. The world of nobility is inherently like that. Just a small mistake can make you fall into an abyss. Therefore, you must be careful, and even more careful, my dear. Charlotte replied, Yes, I will. I love you, father. In her heart, she thought, those damn crazy Montefeltras, were they really going to drag me away? They probably don't know I used a magic artifact, do they? No matter how I explained, they wouldn't believe me. If caught, I would surely be tortured. If Heinrich hadn't arrived just in time, they would have definitely taken me away.
Recalling Heinrich's words, Stop it. No matter what Charlotte does, there's no clear evidence. Charlotte thought again. Was it necessary to make such a fuss over an ugly girl like that? She heard the girl wasn't seriously injured either. She truly couldn't understand. At this moment, Count Penatelli suddenly spoke. It seems Duke Pridio is particularly concerned about you. Charlotte asked doubtfully, Did the Duke say that? Count Penatelli smiled and replied, He said he would take care of everything and told you to stay home and rest for the time being. My dear, please stay home and rest. Charlotte said, I'm much better now. At the same time, she thought she wanted to go out to gather information and rumors, but Count Penatelli said, Tomorrow I have to go to the territory for guild matters, so just listen to the Duke and stay home to rest. Hearing that, Charlotte could only reply, Yes, I will. Count Penatelli then said, Get some good rest, my dear daughter. After saying that, he also left the room. Charlotte immediately got out of bed, pursing her lips in annoyance and muttering, I can't go out freely. How frustrating.
She shouted loudly again, Hey, is anyone there? Someone come into my room. At Duke Montefeltra's mansion, Lila held the small bottle of medicine to her forehead, marveling, This is truly miraculous. After just a few doses, the wound has healed completely without a scar. With this kind of alchemy, it's certainly possible to create many cosmetics, but that's a different matter. Just as she finished speaking, a voice from outside rang out, Layla, may I come in? She replied in surprise, Lucas, come in. I heard you were busy until tomorrow. What's wrong? Lucas opened the door and stepped in, saying, I thought you must be well by now, so I prepared a small gift to celebrate. It seems I've timed it perfectly. Congratulations on your recovery, Layla. Thank you for recovering so quickly. Layla took the bouquet, happily exclaiming, Oh my, such a large bouquet. It's beautiful. Lucas added, I noticed you seemed a bit restless staying in your room all the time. These flowers are blooming beautifully in the garden. I've also been busy, so I haven't been able to see you often, my lady. I've missed you a lot. Now that you're well again, will you spend some time with me? Layla happily replied, Yes, of course. Let's put work aside for a bit and spend some time together. You must have been tired from all the people bothering you lately, haven't you? Today, just close your room door and pretend no one's home. Just as she finished speaking, Jessie's voice rang out from outside the door. Master, I apologize for disturbing you while you're enjoying yourselves, but you have visitors. Lucas sighed and said, I'm not allowing any visitors today. Vincent already informed them, didn't he? Jessie poked his head in hesitatingly, saying, Duke, well, the butler said these guests are quite difficult to refuse, so he asked me to consult with both of you.
Layla also sighed and asked, Is that what Vincent said? You're giving me an impatient look, aren't you? Countless things happened during the days I was unconscious. At first, I received a pile of invitations from people I had never even heard of. As I was reading the letters, Michael came over and said, Layla, I'm going back to the academy now. I replied, Okay, be careful. I thought I had refused all of them. Who knew they would come all the way to my house, insisting on meeting me? When Vincent blocked them, those people stood at the door and whispered, Is she still in pain? Send her some medicine. Why is it so hard to meet her? Theobald also kept asking Lucas about me, but no matter what he asked, Lucas always replied with one word, no. Even Duke Predio and Marquis Veneer sent invitations. I had to pretend to be ill in front of their servants to decline these invitations. Fortunately, Charlotte remained silent. Thinking of this, Layla couldn't help but ask suspiciously, who exactly are these people?
Or perhaps His Royal Highness the Prince himself came. Jessie replied, no. Layla asked again, then Duke Predio? Jessie continued, no, madam. Layla grew even more suspicious. Is it Marquis Veneer? Jessie shook her head once more. No, madam. The gentlemen interested in this matter are not. It is Baron and Baroness Este who have arrived. After she finished speaking, Lucas and Layla's faces went blank. After a moment, Layla reacted, asking with an incredulous expression, What? Why? Why are they here? In the Duke's reception room, Louis and Becky were waiting. Becky kept looking around, exclaiming, Darling, this porcelain vase looks like something from the Duchy of Chalshua. I heard one of these is worth an entire mansion. Look at that chandelier. All these gemstones are real, not fake at all. The colors are magnificent. Whose craftsmanship is this sofa? It's so soft. After listening to her chatter for a while, Louis said with a hint of impatience, Quiet down, you look utterly undignified. Becky immediately straightened her posture and replied, "Yes, I know. I heard she suddenly became much more beautiful. I thought it was just a baseless rumor, but those rumors actually came from the royal knights." Louis continued, "Now that I think about it, she has changed completely from before. She was very pretty when she was little, but after her father passed away, both her face and personality changed entirely."
Now, I don't even clearly remember what she looked like when she was little anymore. But when her brother comes to visit, she should go out and greet him immediately, shouldn't she? Is it because she's become a duchess that she wants to show off? One should be grateful. I raised her, yet she dares to act superior to me. Just as he said this, Jessie stepped in to announce, "Duke Montefeltro and the Duchess have arrived. Please show respect." Louis indifferently opened his eyes. Then he exclaimed in shock, "No, it can't be. This face." At the same time outside, someone else was approaching. It was Monica. Seeing her, Kerner immediately asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you have an appointment?" Monica replied, "I sent a message earlier asking you to convey that Miss Monica Rowe Arias is come to visit." In the reception room, after staring at Layla's face for a long time, Louis and Becky exclaimed in surprise, "That face!" Layla smiled and replied, "Long time no see."
How could you two just show up without a word? I know you're happy to see each other after a long time, but aren't you going to greet the Duke? Becky quickly curtsied. My respects to the Duke." Louis followed suit. "A pleasure to meet your grace." Layla smiled, looking at both of them. Then she thought to herself, "Is it because I've become the Duchess that I'm speaking with such emphasis?" Even Lucas conceded to this authority. I wonder if he'll badmouth me behind my back. At the same time, Lucas spoke up. "Please, have a seat, both of you." Louis and Becky replied, "Yes, your grace." Yes." Layla and Lucas sat opposite them. She mused, "After my father passed away, I didn't feel comfortable at the Baron's house for even a single day. The moment my father died, I clearly felt that this life was trash. If things continued like this, I would have the same ending as in the original story. And those two started bullying me. Misfortune immediately befell me, not in the future, but right then and there. Before I even started putting on makeup, they had already sold the gift my father had given me and flaunted their luxurious lifestyle. When I went to look for it, they said they'd carelessly lost it. When I asked them why, they blamed everything on me. When I started putting on makeup, every time they passed by, they would pinch their noses, pretending to want to vomit. They even came into my room, looked at me, and cursed, saying I looked truly hideous, horrible. Although they were commenting on my makeup style, every word they uttered hurt me deeply. In this dream, they appeared as a nightmare and came to bully me."
All right, let's get serious. Looking at them, it seems they're not interested in formalities with me. Thinking this, Layla spoke up. "You still haven't answered my question. What urgent matter brought you here unannounced?" Louis replied, "I came because I was worried about you. Do you know how surprised I was when I heard the news about you? And besides, I haven't met your husband yet, so I wanted to come and meet him. It's truly a pleasure to meet you like this, your grace. I was worried my sister might be causing you trouble." Lucas replied, "Yes, the pleasure is mine. To me, she is an absolutely wonderful wife. Trouble? Your unannounced visit is what's truly troublesome." Hearing him speak so bluntly, Layla couldn't help but feel touched and think, is he acting so unconcerned because they are my family? Is this what you call luck? I could tell just by looking, that was an expression that screamed, "This is so annoying, please just leave." Still, considering this is his wife's family, is that appropriate? But they're not my parents, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Stand what? What did I just think? Is it because of my head injury that I forgot? What was I just thinking about?
Seeing her lost in thought, Louise immediately adopted a scolding tone. "Layla, your brother is visiting and you're thinking about other things?" She started, crying out, "Oh dear." Becky chimed in, "Madam, you must focus. You're a duchess now. How can you still allow yourself to make such errors? Living in such a grand house, you must uphold the decorum of a duchess." Layla thought with annoyance, "Here we go again. Making things difficult for me is your brightest pleasure, isn't it?" Outwardly, she forced a smile. "Oh dear, because I injured my head, it's a bit hard to focus. I'm becoming more and more absent-minded." Before she could finish, Lucas interjected, "She was merely glancing at me. You two are overreacting. Our marital affection is strong. It's only natural for us to gaze at each other. Do you normally behave so harshly towards my wife? I'm very worried and upset about my wife being hurt." At this, he turned to Layla and asked, "My dear, are you all right? Didn't you say your head hurts when you're stressed?" She replied in surprise, Yes, that." Suddenly seeing Lucas's smile, Layla immediately understood. A moment later, she held her head and cried out in pain, "Ah! Oh, my head! My head! It hurts like it's about to split open." Lucas worriedly called, "Layla!" She then asked, "Could this be the extreme stress the doctor mentioned?" Lucas added, "Layla, it seems you have a fever. You need nursing care immediately." "You two are being too harsh on the patient. Stop it." Under their dramatic performance, Louis helplessly asked, "No, why are you making me out to be the bad guy? I was curious about your news and wanted to check in, so even though I was busy, I still came here. But from earlier until now, you found us annoying, treated us badly, and only spoken words of complaint. Aren't you treating the family that raised you too terribly?"
Hearing him say that, Layla immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my, so you also know what going too far means now, do you? Every chance you get, you call me ugly, ask what's the point of me living, say it's utterly disgusting, tell me to behave properly or I'll disgrace the family. I thought you two didn't even know what going too far was." Becky quickly retorted, "No, young lady, if you say that, what kind of people will we be in front of the Duke?" Layla coldly said, "What else could you be but a family that opens its mouth only to say harsh words to its cousin? I'm just speaking the truth. What are you two ashamed of?"
You two are curious why my face looks different, aren't you? I've covered it with makeup, because I want to find someone who loves the real me, not this face. Because you two bullied me, I'm even more determined. I absolutely refuse to have people like you two as family. If you came to check on my health, this should be enough confirmation. You two can leave now. We will see you out. Get out of our house immediately. Huge commotion and were expelled from the mansion. If they had left politely, they might have left a good impression, but by losing face themselves like this, they have no one to blame but themselves. Actually, infidelity was common in the Bazium Empire, but etiquette towards family was highly valued. I was worried whether this incident would negatively affect the honor of the Montefeltro family. As if knowing what she was thinking, Lucas gently reassured her. "You don't need to worry, Layla. Those two cannot harm our honor, not even a scratch."
Layla smiled, thinking Lucas had already said so she didn't have to worry anymore. She even had unexpected support. Seeing her expression relax, Lucas said again, "Let's go inside and rest. I want to hear stories about your childhood." Layla chuckled, thinking, this is the time to spend with family, and today there are no more people coming to snoop around. Suddenly, Monica walked in and said, "Wait a minute, Lady and Duke Montefeltro, I apologize for interrupting your intimate moment, but have you forgotten about me? I've sent letters many times, so I don't think my presence here is disrespectful." Layla thought to herself, that's right, the unexpected support. Monica continued, "I am Monica Heiress, and I wish to speak privately with the lady." Layla was surprised, thinking, "Privately?" She asked again, "The young lady wishes to speak with me, without the Duke present?" Monica was silent for a few seconds, then looked straight into her eyes. "As I said, I want to speak privately, just me and the lady. The lady can just listen. I don't think this will cause any harm." Lucas interrupted, shouting, "Stop it right now. You people come here regardless of everything. Are you toying with me? Someone is injured. Focusing on recovery isn't enough. Then you get curious about rumors and send letters to announce yourselves. And now what? Private conversation? My lady has already met privately with Miss Penatelli, whom you often accompany, and you know what happened then. I don't care what tricks you're trying to pull here. Just leave." Seeing him angry, Layla couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, "Lucas, he always pretends to be fine, but I didn't expect him to be so stressed about this. He must have been trying to suppress it, probably afraid I'd worry. It's better to send her away. I might be in danger, just as Lucas said." Just as she thought this, Lucas said again, "My lady, please go inside and rest. It's not worth confronting this person." Hearing this, Monica quickly called out, Wait, your grace. I know how I might appear, but I have no ill intentions whatsoever. If you wish, you may search me."
"I haven't accompanied Lady Penatelli for a very long time, and it's concerning that matter that I've come here to speak with you, madam. Private matters between women, especially noble ladies like us, are never discussed in front of a husband. That is why I wish to speak privately." After hearing her explanation, Lucas looked at his wife and softly called, "Layla." She smiled and said, "It's all right if I talk for a bit, Lucas."
She helped me at the hunting competition, and I also noticed that the two of them no longer hung out together. On the other side, Monica trembled, thinking, "I'm so worried, my legs are shaking." On this side, Lucas said seriously, "If my lady says so, then it is so." Receiving his agreement, Layla immediately turned her head and called, "Miss Heiress." Monica startled and replied, "Yes, yes." Layla said, "Please come in, miss. Let's go to the living room." She thought to herself, As soon as she heard this, Monica's face lit up with excitement. Happily lifting her skirt, she followed, saying, "Thank you for allowing me." At this moment, Layla thought, "I need to confirm this." Back in the reception room, Monica was waiting for Layla. She thought to herself, "When I was little, instead of stories about the Duke of Montefeltro's son, I often heard the name of Miss Este, daughter of the Baron. She was always the center of attention wherever she went. Everyone around her constantly laughed and chatted, and there was no particular reason for it. She was the most beautiful, so I was convinced she would be the future darling of high society. At that time, Monica thought she wanted to befriend her. Of course, after many years of waiting, on a beautiful day amidst a party, Monica approached Layla. "Hello, Miss Este." Hearing the voice, Layla turned her head. She politely said, "Hello, miss." When she saw the freckles on her face, Monica's eyes widened in surprise. Miss Este had become an ugly young lady. All my beliefs crumbled. After recalling that incident, Monica murmured to herself, stunned, "That was such a shock." Layla walked in, heard her words, and asked curiously, "What happened that shocked you so much, miss?" Monica quickly stood up and stammered, "Miss, no, madam, you've arrived?" She thought to herself, "What's surprising? It's that face."
Receiving no answer, Layla didn't mind, sat down and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, miss, but I had to take my medicine on time." Monica replied, "It's all right. I came to visit a sick person, so I understand that madam needs to take her medicine. However, I didn't come here to confirm rumors, but it truly is a surprise."
Swept away by the valley waters, did madam disguise herself? Layla nodded. That's right. I also explained the reason to those who just left. I told them it was because I wanted to find someone who would love me for who I am, not for this face of mine. Monica exclaimed, "How romantic!" Layla smiled and said, "It's also thanks to what happened last time that I was able to resolve this so easily. Thank you." The thing is, when Louie and Becky were kicked out, Monica said that the family didn't let anyone rest at all, showing an unpleasant attitude right in front of the main gate, truly lacking in dignity, acting as if they were the only ones who came. As nobles, one should know when to leave. Recalling that, Monica smiled and said, "It's nothing. I've also heard bad things about the Este couple, so I'm very happy to be able to help madam. Once again, thank you, madam, for allowing me to visit."
I wish to state that I am no longer associated with Lady Penatelin, and I sincerely apologize to your ladyship for the events that have transpired lately. Layla gave a faint smile and said, "So that's how it is. May I now ask for the real reason or purpose?" Monica was a little surprised and quickly replied, "Yes, I only came to apologize." Hearing that, Layla spoke bluntly, "Lady Heiress, I almost died once, so I understand that life is very short. I want to quickly end this conversation with you and spend precious time with my family, even if it's just for a second." Monica set down her teacup, then asked, "If I tell you the real reason, will your ladyship understand me?" Layla replied, "One must hear it to know." Monica looked at her for a few more seconds. Then she said, "Lady Este, you will become the Duchess of Montefeltro. Do you wish to become the Queen of High Society?"
Layla's face went blank. After a moment, she asked doubtfully, "Huh? The Queen? What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, at Basium Imperial Academy, Michael walked down the hallway. As he passed a window, he slowed his pace again, muttering to himself, "Why was I suddenly called? Could it be about yesterday? No, that absolutely hasn't been discovered yet." Here it is. Michael stopped in front of the Academy Council room and announced loudly, "Hello, I am student Michael Hugh Montefeltro." Immediately, a voice answered from inside, "Michael, please come in. I'll open the door. I apologize calling you here so suddenly. It must be quite a surprise, isn't it? I am one of the Academy Council members. My name is Alfonso Luvanero. Do you have a moment?" Back at the Duke's mansion, Layla asked again, "The Queen? What are you talking about?" Monica sat back down on the sofa, bowing her head as she said, "My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Nevertheless, Madam is qualified to become the Queen of High Society. Currently, the one who controls High Society is Miss Penatelli. It's true she has the looks, but it's mainly thanks to her venomous personality or her chilling acting skills. Many people dislike Charlotte when they get close and understand her true nature. People usually have two types of reactions."
Maintain a moderate distance, or stay by her side and try to endure, Layla asked indifferently. Lady Heiress belongs to the second type, doesn't she? Monica immediately broke into a sweat and replied, well, she used to be like that. After His Royal Highness the Crown Prince chose me as his dance partner, Charlotte hindered me in everything, so I've been quite busy." Layla asked again, "Is that so?" She thought to herself, "I don't care. Instead of talking about the upper class, I want some information about Charlotte. Although I don't want to hear it, I need to be prepared if she's plotting something." Monica added, "That's how it is. I've heard that recently no one can endure and stay for long because it's too exhausting. Before, she used to pretend to be gentle, but lately she's been rude or slanderous. At parties, Charlotte would always ask, 'Why is Lady so slow in her actions? I've already asked, can't you resolve it faster?' Good heavens, did Lady come to the masquerade ball just to gaze at the faces of the noble young masters? How shameful." Recalling this, Monica couldn't help but sigh wearily. If someone smiled and acted courteously, she'd accuse them of feigning kindness or flattery. If someone showed no interest, she would be the most eager to react. But when another lady did something, she'd claim they were trying to attract attention. It's truly unbelievable. After listening for a while, Layla suddenly thought, for some reason this story sounds familiar. Meanwhile, Monica continued, "Therefore, madam, if you wish to ascend to the top, now is the time. You are the new belle, with perfect appearance and background. The gods will make Charlotte submit. If you allow me, I will transform you into the new queen." Seeing her full of vigor, Layla inadvertently poured a bucket of cold water on her. "No thank you." Monica asked again in disbelief, Why is that? Don't you want to get revenge on Charlotte?" Layla calmly replied, "I don't care. Miss Penatelli will eventually be punished when her actions are gradually exposed. Furthermore, I don't want to dedicate my energy to revenge or anything else. The upper class means nothing to me either.
Besides, weren't you, miss, also involved with Miss Penatelli in doing those kinds of things to me? Just with an apology, we immediately become friends. We still have many unresolved conflicts." Her words were like an arrow piercing Monica's chest, and she stammered, I feel sorry, so I did it because Charlotte ordered me to. Although this matter may not be important to you, but Layla nodded indifferently. Yes, I know. As you said, I don't care. We're done talking. Miss, you may leave at your leisure. It's getting late. Hearing her dismiss her guest, Monica could only stand up. If that is your wish, madam, then I shall comply. If you change your mind, madam, you must contact me. I will come running any time. Layla smiled and replied, It's good that you understand so quickly, miss. I was worried you might make things difficult for me, like the guests who left earlier. Monica said, I think even if I cling on, madam will not change her mind. Layla sighed in relief. What a relief. From the very beginning, I haven't cared about the upper class, not even a little. I also want to spend time with my family.
Jessie, please see the young lady to her carriage. Jessie immediately appeared and replied, Yes, madam. Monica politely said, Thank you for receiving me, madam, despite my unexpected visit. Also, honestly, I'm truly relieved that you are safe and sound. I knew she would act against you, but I didn't expect her to do something like that. At that time, I felt very uneasy that I couldn't help you escape that situation. Well then, I'll see you at the autumn masquerade ball. Listening to the footsteps fade away, Layla's expression also turned serious. She thought to herself, no matter what she tries to do or what trick she pulls, I will stop her. Not long after, Layla changed into her nightclothes, sat on the bed, and sighed. Whew, it's already dark, and I still haven't had time for Mika. No sooner had she mentioned Mika than the chime of a communication item rang out, startling her. Oh my goodness.
Good evening, Michael. Michael said in surprise. So fast? Were you about to sleep and I woke you up? Layla laughed and replied, No, I just finished dinner. Have you had dinner, Michael? Was it good? Michael nodded. It was a bit annoying having to eat with people from the council. Hearing him say that, Layla couldn't help but wonder. The council? Michael replied, The Academy Council called me in for a meeting today. Layla was startled and asked, What? Called in? Why? Is something wrong? Were you perhaps scolded? Michael quickly explained, No, it's not like that. It would be great if you and Layla could visit the academy sometime, because a few days ago I had an observational class. Layla said with a touch of guilt. Oh, that was when I was injured. Michael scratched his head and said, If Layla is still in pain, you don't have to come. She immediately replied, No, it's fine. I will definitely come. Hearing that, Michael asked again, So when will you two come? Layla happily said, I think we can go this week. I'll ask Lucas. I'm really looking forward to seeing Michael listening to lectures. Michael blushed slightly and said, I'm not a child. But Layla, do you know anyone on the Academy Council? Layla asked back in surprise. Huh? I just found out there was a council today. Michael nodded. Just as I thought.
The person who called me up said they wanted to meet Lila, so I thought they were an acquaintance. Their name seems to be Alfonso Luvanero. Hearing that name, Lila froze. Meanwhile, in the office, Lucas's voice rang out. How surprising. I thought Count Penatelli's family also had some shady aspects, but I didn't expect there to be so many. Owen continued. I was also astonished, so I reconfirmed it from multiple angles. Lucas raised his head and said, Cheap birth control pills with fake ingredients, fake magic tools made by a fraudulent sorcerer, those are one thing, but enchanting perfume? I didn't expect us to be selling prohibited goods within the imperial household. Is this item also a counterfeit, just made for show and then sold? Owen shook his head slightly. My apologies, Duke. We still haven't determined if it's fake or real. I heard this item is only sold at secret auctions. I've got the time and location of the auction. Lucas rubbed his chin and said, I had intended to dig deeper into this matter, thinking the Imperial Palace wouldn't punish that woman appropriately. But then I discovered that it's not just about personal revenge. Things are becoming increasingly complex now. Owen added, I've only greeted Count Penatelli once at the Academy. Should I go meet the former Marquis Venier who was introduced? Lucas questioned, Is the former Marquis Venier the Academy director? Owen replied, Yes, that's right. Hearing that, Lucas immediately muttered, I hope Michael doesn't get caught up in unnecessary trouble while at the Academy. I don't want to do good deeds for the Imperial family that I despise.
I will surely ruin that woman's house. The house of Count Penatelli. I will utterly crush you, to the point where you wouldn't dare lay a hand on my wife ever again. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Theobald clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, Damn it, why is father suddenly so unconcerned? Why do I have to go and curry favor with that ugly duke? Prepare the carriage at once. I must go see Layla. After he finished speaking, the royal secretary beside him immediately spoke up. Because of what happened to the Duchess, His Majesty is paying attention to His Grace the Duke.
I am certain the two of them will attend the autumn masquerade ball. By then, I will meet the lady, Theobald thought to himself. If I also had the ability, then Father would have... At this point, he suddenly raised a hand to his forehead. Then he groaned in pain. "Ah!" The Secretary General immediately asked, "Has your headache returned, Your Highness? I'll go get your medicine." Theobald said, "Increase my dosage. This headache is getting more and more severe." The Secretary General replied, "I understand, Your Highness. Please take your medicine and rest." When he left, Theobald thought again. After dreaming of her, my headaches have gradually become more severe, but in my dreams, I can gaze at her to my heart's content. He sat down on the sofa, resolving to himself, "I will definitely go see you." Murmuring Layla's name, Theobald gradually fell asleep and then appeared in the middle of a room. On a large bed, Layla was sitting with her back to him. Seeing this, Theobald immediately walked over and called out, "Layla." Hearing the call, Layla slowly turned her head. He saw her indifferent expression. Theobald smiled and asked, "My Layla, can't you sleep? You look melancholy and tired. It's all right. You're still very beautiful even so. I miss you. Do you miss me too? Now we've met again. Please tell me you miss me, Layla." As he embraced her, Layla finally whispered, "I want to kill you. I want to kill you, Theobald. Die." After saying that, she began to laugh loudly. Hearing that mad laughter, Theobald frantically called out, "Lie, Layla! Layla, stop it! Why are you saying such things to me with such an angelic voice? I love you, Layla. I love you." The moment he finished speaking, Theobald's arms were empty. Staring at the icy cold corpse before him, he stammered in shock, "Layla, no, this can't be. No, Layla, I told you to stay by my side, didn't I? Didn't I say I loved you? You can't leave like this." As Theobald screamed in despair, Layla's corpse suddenly smiled.
A cold voice rang out, "I died because you killed me." At this, Theobald woke up with a start. He covered his face, muttering hesitantly, "Why, even nightmares are so real. No, it's just a dream. She's clearly still alive. Is this a warning? Is it because I couldn't protect her? If not, then it's a rebuke. This is no time for thinking. I'll quickly take her to the palace and protect her at all times. Charlotte Pinatelli. I knew she was scheming, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Duke Montefeltro, no matter what tricks you've used, she will definitely come to me." The next day on the street, Layla smiled and said, "I have a feeling the buildings in the capital are much more magnificent, and the necklace Michael made for me is truly magical. There are so many people here, yet no one recognizes us, huh? No matter which shop we visit, if we don't start a conversation first, they won't pay attention to us." Lucas said, "Thanks to that, we can comfortably browse every shop, and it's good that you, my lady, feel comfortable, but it's truly sad that I can't see your face." From Lucas's perspective, Layla's face had no features. She turned back and asked, "Huh? Really? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Or should I take off my hat until we reach the academy?" Lucas shook his head. "It's fine. I can recognize you through your body scent. The most important thing is that you, my lady, feel comfortable." Layla burst out laughing. "Since Lucas said so, that's a relief." Recalling when Michael enchanted the necklace, it wasn't anything special. "I cast a spell so that no one could recognize Layla's face," she thought to herself. "I had thought it wouldn't have much use. My child is not just a genius, but he's incredibly, incredibly brilliant. A top 1% genius. Actually, it has nothing to do with the necklace's effectiveness, but I'm a bit worried about the academy." It seems the person who called Lucas and me to the academy is Alfonso. When Michael said Alfonso Louvenier, Layla froze for a long time. Honestly, hearing that name from Michael's mouth felt like a lightning strike. I had forgotten that name quite a while ago. Now that everything is in the past, I thought there was no need to face this person. At that moment, seeing her stunned for a long time, Michael worriedly asked, Layla, what's wrong? Why is your face changing color? Is it the name of someone you know?" In that moment, the words, "I have personal matters and cannot go," were stuck in her throat. Then Michael said, "If it's someone you don't like, then it's fine. You don't need to come. I'll go tell them you can't make it." As soon as she heard him say that, Layla remembered the promise among the three of them. Even if we live far from home for a while, we're still family, aren't we? Then she thought, for a child to say such words, he must be very lonely. Perhaps I miss Michael as much as he misses me. At this, Layla firmly said, "No, I'm fine. Although I dislike him a bit, I want to see Michael more." She thought to herself, "I can't hate him so much that I can never see Michael again. I've already had my coming-of-age ceremony. I'll go to the academy with Lucas. There's nothing to be afraid of." Then she smiled and said, "Lucas and I will buy lots of gifts." Michael worriedly said, "Layla, you don't have to force yourself." He then paused and happily nodded, "Yes, I'll wait."
Seeing that, Layla thought with even greater determination, "What should I do? My angel Michael is not only kind-hearted, but also a genius." At Michael's coming-of-age ceremony, who knows, perhaps all the young ladies in Bayesium will come begging to be his study partner? Returning to the present, Layla excitedly mumbled, is there anything else I haven't bought yet? Lucas asked, are you planning to buy more here? Layla immediately replied, he's at a growing age. Everything needs to be bought for him. Besides, he'll also get bored. Even though the academy has everything, it's better to buy more. Oh, what are they selling there that so many people are gathered? Lucas turned to observe and said, it looks like a shop selling small glass bottles. Layla asked in surprise, glass bottles? Is there nothing inside them? Lucas replied, it seems there's something. Sorry about this. Layla asked puzzled. Before she even had time to react, Lucas had already lifted her high and said, you'll have to check it yourself. Layla replied, blushing, yes, yes. Meanwhile, at the academy, Michael was researching documents, mumbling, Alfonso Louvenier, the person Layla dislikes.
Not long after, Lucas and Lila arrived in front of Bayesium Imperial Academy. Michael immediately ran out, throwing himself into Lila's arms and exclaiming, Lila! She happily called back, Michael! After a moment of hugging, Michael completely ignored Lucas and asked, is your health fully recovered now? Lila replied, yes, of course, I'm full of energy. Michael, are you doing well? How's life at the academy? Michael smiled and answered, of course I'm doing great. You ask me every night. Why are you asking again now? Lucas interjected, patting his head. You never told me that, grandson. You didn't even bother to greet me. Michael irritably adjusted his hair. Lila must have told you already. I didn't think you'd come along. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me so fiercely? Lucas sighed. All right, don't do that here anymore. Let's go into the academy. We have a lot of luggage. Lila, standing beside them, smiled and thought, Lucas is truly something. It turns out he thoroughly checked if anything had happened. Then she asked, so, Michael, will you show us around the academy today? He looked up and replied, yes, today's classes are over. The academy is very vast. There's a lot to see. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. That's right, just as young Michael said. The academy is very vast. As your grace knows, you will be able to enjoy a tour this afternoon. Before the tour, I'd like to discuss something briefly. Are the two of you all right with that? My apologies for the late introduction. I am Alfonso Louvenier. I hold a minor position on the Academy Council.
Lucas said indifferently, fine, I'm not the one directly teaching the boy, so there's probably nothing special. Let's just get it over with quickly. Alfonso replied with a wink. Of course, since Michael is an exemplary student, there's nothing important to discuss. I'm just meeting the parents once as a formality. Having said that, he thought smugly to himself, it will definitely be quick. I have nothing to say to you. I merely want to confirm the lady's face.
Is it a magic tool that obstructs consciousness? It appears to be a quite sophisticated product, completely hiding the face. Outwardly, Alfonso maintained his calm demeanor and said, I will lead the two of you to another room. Please follow this way. After a moment, in a certain room, Alfonso said, I was very surprised to hear about the madam's injury, but fortunately she is safely recovered. I was also present at the scene, but I couldn't do anything to help, which is truly shameful. At this point, he immediately changed the subject. But madam, you are using a magic tool, aren't you? Hearing that, Layla secretly let out a cold chuckle. Ha, he finally asked. As Lucas said, he isn't directly involved in teaching. The request for this discussion was just an excuse. I had already anticipated the reason for this discussion. He wants to confirm the rumors, doesn't he? But he's using Michael to do it, that hateful scoundrel. After thinking, Layla indifferently said, because of my severe injuries, I'm afraid to go out. There are many different rumors spreading out there. Alfonso replied, after all, this is a meeting with a parent. Not showing your face might be a bit impolite, wouldn't you agree? Layla thought to herself, I will show him my face, but someday I will make this hateful scoundrel pay. I had a conversation with Lucas on the way to the academy, and at that time she said, I will show him my face.
Lucas asked, so you also met Miss Arias last time? Layla laughed and asked, Miss Arias? Yes, I wanted to check if anything special would happen after meeting her. She thought to herself, what happened at the hunting competition was too terrifying. I feel like I can't trust anyone. I don't want to meet anyone other than Lucas and Michael. The letters sent to me were out of curiosity, but my hands trembled with fear, wondering if this was a plot to kill me. But I had to write countless letters of refusal, and had to meet the Este couple who unexpectedly sought me out. Simply put, there was no other way, so I had to do it, but it didn't seem like a big deal. Therefore, I decided to meet Miss Arias. Will I be okay meeting someone who once confronted me like Charlotte? At this point, Layla said again, and I'm still fine. I'm stronger than I thought. I will still live here with Lucas and Michael. So, returning to the present, Layla touched her pendant. The moment the magic was dispelled, her face was revealed. Under Alfonso's disbelieving gaze, Layla said, my face has been shown to you. I hope there's nothing more to say. Alfonso stammered, No. My lady is so beautiful. What more could I possibly say? If only my lady would attend the ball one more time, all the unpleasant rumors would disappear. It is truly an honor for me to see this beforehand, to the point where I must even lament the magical artifact. I am looking forward to the upcoming autumn ball. If I could see my lady wearing a beautiful dress. Layla said coldly, Stop.
I assume you wanted to see my face, which is why you summoned me here, but I find myself insulted. I know very well how you looked at me before. No matter what dress I wear, I have no intention of showing it to the Marquis. I will officially become the Duchess. Please show some respect."
Hearing that, Alfonso chuckled again and said, "My apologies, madam. I got a bit carried away and spoke out of turn." He thought to himself, a hidden rose full of thorns was even more alluring. Duke Montefeltro, is he the only one who knows this face? I don't know what tricks you've pulled, but you don't deserve to monopolize her. At this point, Alfonso continued, "It's just that I'm worried. When he was a student at the academy, the Duke was always silent and lived alone. With such a personality, he wouldn't force his wife into a situation." Layla said angrily, "Let's assume that if any similar baseless rumors were to spread, I would consider it the doing of Marquis Veneer. I don't even deem it worthy to respond to you. It seems you're just making absurd speculations about the boy. We're leaving now. I think further discussion is pointless, isn't it, Lucas?" Alfonso stammered. What did you say?" Lucas nodded and said, "As the madam sees it, so it is." Then the two of them turned and left directly. Alfonso hastily called after them, Wait, that's not what I meant. Madam, please, give me a chance to apologize." Lucas suddenly stopped, and with a cold gaze, he spoke at length.
The more he listened, the paler Alfonso's face became. Finally, Lucas patted him on the shoulder. Alfonso immediately opened his mouth in pain, about to cry out. But at that moment, Lucas asked, "Did you hear that clearly, Marquis Veneer? Please convey the message accurately." Watching his retreating back, Alfonso muttered to himself, "Is he really that kind of person?" After they had left for a while, Layla said flustered, "I was so angry that I blurted out everything I was thinking. It's the council. He's an important person, isn't he? What if he interferes with Michael's school life?" She thought guiltily. "I told myself to be prepared, but was I too stressed? Honestly, before leaving, I couldn't even clearly remember what I had said." She added, "I'm sorry, because he brought up Lucas's matter and I lost control, so..." Lucas suddenly hugged her. "Don't worry about it. I feel so relieved. It's the first time I've seen Marquis Veneer look so bewildered. It was incredibly hard for me to hold back my laughter. A few words won't easily affect the academic life of the Montefeltro heir. You don't need to worry."
After hearing him speak, Layla suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and said, "That's right. I worried for nothing. But now I see you've been smiling a lot lately." Lucas asked back, "Is that so?" She said, "At first I thought you were a cold person. Then I thought you were unapproachable. And after that, I found you unpredictable. So isn't it hard to hide the real Lucas?" Lucas smiled and said, "You guess. I never thought about how I should present myself. Because I hated facing others, I put on a cold face. And because I found conversations troublesome, I might have seemed difficult to approach, which made me seem unpredictable. I also hated being stared at by others, so it seems I lived without ever thinking about what kind of person I was. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm gradually understanding who I am, and that's because I met you." Layla smiled happily. "I'm also very happy to have met you." As soon as she finished speaking, Michael also ran towards them, and the two of them once again laughed and chatted with each other. Michael suddenly turned to question Lucas about something, and he shook his head. Then the three of them happily walked out. That afternoon, Alfonso stood before Charlotte and said, "Well, I'm leaving now." Seeing that she said nothing, he asked again, "Charlotte?" Meanwhile, Charlotte was wondering, are the rumors true? Looking at that idiot's face, and Alfonso calls it beautiful? Ridiculous. Doesn't he look at his own face every day? Even if he's late and judging, it should at least be reasonable. Or did the spray I used on that idiot have a different effect?
Seeing she didn't answer, Alfonso raised his voice. "Charlotte." She flinched and replied, "Oh, all right, be careful in your way back." Alfonso added, "I advise you, my lady, it's best to be careful at this autumn ball." Charlotte asked in surprise, "What? Why do you say that?" Alfonso said seriously, "If it weren't for Duke Pradio this time, you would hardly escape punishment. Your adversary is Montefeltro. I wouldn't be able to help either. If you're planning anything against Lady Este, seize it." Charlotte paused for a moment. Then, feigning weakness, she asked, "What are you talking about, Alfonso? How could I do such a thing?" "Do you also think I'm the culprit in the hunting festival?" Alfonso chuckled softly. "That's right. That's the Charlotte I know. Charlotte, I like someone like you. I'm very happy to see you. If you weren't a noble, you would probably have become the best actress in this country. It's a shame, isn't it? See you later." With that, he got into his carriage and left. In the carriage, Alfonso mumbled again, "Charlotte hasn't been as interesting to watch lately. Am I tired of Charlotte, or has Charlotte changed?" He thought to himself, "She used to be just difficult, but the current Charlotte, how should I put it, makes my skin crawl." Meanwhile, Charlotte was also gritting her teeth and saying, "A mere youth judging me." "Amanda, where is she? Bring Amanda here." A maid quickly ran off. "Yes, young lady." Charlotte then walked into the room. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she mumbled again, "I'm not satisfied with this mediocre face." With that, Charlotte suddenly grabbed the vase on the table, then raised it high. With a crash, she smashed the vase and thought, "I went through so much hardship to become a star, but before I could enjoy the glory, I lost my life." Recalling that moment, the instant her soul ascended, she thought, "No way, me? Am I dead? Along with that idiot?"
Just then a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. No, only you died. Cho Yun-so didn't die, but was transferred elsewhere, and I think you should also be given a chance, Jin Yunara. Seeing the Grim Reaper, she was startled and asked, "What?" The Grim Reaper said, "If you want to live, I will help, but on one condition, become the main character. Do you want to try?" Unsurprisingly, Jin Yunara agreed, and so she became Charlotte. After that, the Grim Reaper reappeared and said, "Nothing more can be done. It's too late, my friend. So do your best. You are the owner of this body." Back in the present, Charlotte gritted her teeth and said, "That ugly thing. Even if it changes its skin and flesh, I don't care. I absolutely won't let anyone take my position." Tenebrous Peak, Branch 1, a voice spoke. "We do not deal in these goods. Goodbye, esteemed customer." Hearing this, Heinrich immediately thought, "This is serious. It's not Tenebrous Peak, but Princess Cheksuwara's ceramic search route. To save Charlotte, I made a deal with the Emperor. Recently, the Emperor has been coveting the Pretio sea route to export magic stones, but my mother has continuously refused that offer. Anyway, the party in urgent need is the Imperial family, so she must be stalling for better terms." Thinking of Charlotte, Heinrich continued to ponder. "I cannot make arbitrary deals because I don't yet have control of the ducal family, but for Charlotte, I don't have time to consider that. Being caught by the Emperor and having to comply with all sorts of troublesome demands, if that's the price to save her, I will endure it."
Charlotte, my dream. I wish I could win her love. If I'm gone for too long, the news will reach my stepmother's ears. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I have to go to the black market. Just then, an excited voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Over here, just sitting in one place can transform you into a beautiful young lady." Upon hearing that, Heinrich immediately turned, observed, and then thought, "I've never seen this shop before. It seems they've rented an alchemist's house." When he saw Layla, he was suddenly surprised and said, Lady Este? Then he thought, no, only the hair color is similar. The face is completely different. But, recalling some rumors he had heard, Heinrich muttered, "I heard she revealed her beautiful face so completely that no one recognized her." Since Charlotte was extremely curious, it would be better to go confirm it once. With that, he also stepped into the store, and immediately someone came out to greet him. "Please come in." As soon as Heinrich looked inside, he froze again, calling out in surprise, "Lucas!" Lucas turned his head, sighed reluctantly. "Ah!" Heinrich walked over, asking blankly, "What are you doing here, and in that outfit?" Lucas suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Afterwards, both of them left the store amidst the greetings, "Thank you for your patronage, please come again." Heinrich, sweating, asked, "Lucas, what's wrong with you?" Lucas asked in a low voice, "For now, just follow me silently." The two arrived in an alley. Only then did Lucas speak. "When you see someone in a commoner's area, just keep your mouth shut and walk past. Why pretend to know them?" Heinrich awkwardly said, "I was too happy, so I didn't think about it. Sorry." Lucas asked again, "What's so good to be happy about? How ridiculous. If you hadn't made a deal with the Emperor, things wouldn't be this troublesome. I just want to catch the culprit who injured my wife, but why are there so many obstacles? Among them, the biggest obstacle is standing right in front of me." Heinrich replied with a slight hesitation, "Regarding that, I have nothing to say, because I also have to protect my own people." The two looked at each other for a moment. When the atmosphere became a little quiet, Heinrich said again, "It's quite something, really. You never used to care about others, showing no deep emotions or expressions. Lady Este, do you truly love the Duchess?" Lucas asked back, "You saw it, and you still don't know?" Heinrich was silent for a few seconds. Then he asked again, "So, does she love you as much as you love her?" Lucas didn't answer. Heinrich waited a little longer.
Due, turning awkwardly, said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that question was too impolite. I'm a bit tired today, so I misspoke." At this, Lucas finally replied, "I don't know. How would I know that? Emotions cannot be quantified. It's just that I'm grateful that I could meet and love her. This fact alone is already overwhelming. I don't even dare to measure her feelings." At this, he suddenly let out a sigh. "Honestly, I don't know why I even bothered answering that question."
I've already answered your rude question. If we meet, let's pretend we don't know each other. Keep your woman in check. Don't let her cause trouble at the autumn ball. What a waste of time. Watching Lucas's back disappear behind the shop, Heinrich suddenly said softly, "I'm truly envious, seeing the person you love smile like that." Meanwhile, after going back inside, Lucas was still annoyed, thinking, what a waste of time on nothing. I wanted to see the madam perform more magic. In front of him, a pink-haired young lady said, "The madam will come again next time, right?" Layla smiled and said, "Please spread the word far and wide." A gray-haired young lady asked, "Can I not spread rumors and just keep it to myself?" A blonde young lady asked, "If she comes next time, will there still be ice cream?" After observing for a moment, Lucas sighed again. Why did I ever think Duke Predio was an illegitimate child? When Duke Predio was at the academy, Heinrich was always gloomy, and no matter how hard he tried to be friendly, he was still labeled an illegitimate child.
But compared to being cursed directly to my face like I was, isn't that better? Heavens, look at his face turning red. It's true that seeing is believing. As he was recalling those unpleasant words from school, Layla suddenly walked over and said, "Lucas, thank you so much. It's all thanks to you. I couldn't have imagined experiencing a day like this. Today is the best day of my life." Lucas immediately pulled her into a hug. Enough about that terrible past. I need to explain why I had such a wonderful day with my madam. The reason for it all began 3 days ago, when a carriage stopped in front of the mansion, and Kate stepped out saying, "Duchess."
Layla said, "Kate, please come in. I apologize for calling you so urgently. This is Jessie, who will be helping us." Kate smiled and replied, "Not at all. It's an honor to be called upon at any time. It's an honor to meet you, Jessie. I am Kate, the designer." Jessie respectfully said, "Yes, I am Jessie Lou Coleman, the Duchess's personal maid. Please allow me to take your luggage." After handing her the luggage, Kate immediately said, "Well then, let's hurry now to create a sensational event this autumn. The Autumn Ball, one of the most prominent events among the nobility of the Basium Empire. As this was an occasion for each noble family to showcase their progress over the past year, the attire for the ball was more important than anything else for the nobility. The Montefeltro family was unsure about attending, so preparations had been delayed. After entering, Kate said again, "My lady, it's wonderful that you have recovered and woken up. I, Kate, staking my honor as a designer, have prepared everything for your magnificent return." And so the grand campaign of preparing ball gowns for the 3 women began. Lucas was sidelined because men's attire had to wait, as it needed to be designed to match the ball gowns. After Layla changed into a blue dress, Kate exclaimed, "How about this dress? It's a dress inspired by your clear, innocent eyes, my lady." Layla loudly replied, "Oh, it's beautiful." Then she changed into an orange dress. Kate, with tears of joy, asked, "How about this one? It expresses your radiant inner self and profound understanding, my lady." Layla replied, "This one is also incredibly beautiful." Then Kate pulled out more. "This dress, this one too, and this style."
After a long while, Layla, sweating, asked, "Kate, how many more outfits are there? I've liked all the ones I've tried on so far." Kate smiled and said, "It's my honor. Please don't worry, madam. There are only a few more outfits. You've currently tried about 1/3 of them. Let's keep going for a bit longer, shall we?" As she continued to try harder, Layla replied blankly, Then she thought that merely wearing them would suffice, but Kate had pulled all-nighters for several nights to prepare everything quickly, so she raised her hand and encouraged herself, "Come on, bring more dresses." Seeing this, Kate clapped her hands and exclaimed loudly, "Duchess, you're wonderful. I'll get them ready right away." Jessie also chimed in, "Madam, you are the most beautiful."
As soon as she finished speaking, Kate suddenly sighed again. "If only I could pair it with jewelry, that would be wonderful, but unfortunately I don't have many gemstones. Now I already have 50,000 ideas in my head." Hearing this, Lucas interjected, "I think I can solve that problem." Layla asked in surprise, "Lucas, didn't you say you were busy?" Lucas stepped forward and replied, "I've made some time because there's something I want to discuss. Let's—" Kate suddenly exclaimed, "Elegant, magnificent." Lucas was startled and asked, "What is it?" Kate didn't explain, but excitedly said, "Oh my goodness, Your Grace, it's such an honor to meet you like this. You are truly wonderful. How can you resemble Lord Michael so much? It would be an honor if I could immediately tailor an outfit for Your Grace." Lucas dodged her face, frowned, and said, "Surely Michael resembles me. Please tone it down a bit for me." Kate smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm truly sorry. It's just that Your Grace's noble face is so beautiful that I unconsciously—" At this moment, Jessie finally reacted, quickly bowing her head and saying, "My sincerest apologies, Your Grace. Kate has been up for several nights, so she's not quite herself. My sincerest apologies to you." Lucas sighed and replied, "All right, come with me for a moment. I don't have much time." Jessie was startled and asked, "Is it a punishment?" Lucas asked helplessly, "What are you talking about? Just the things needed to make the dress." Jessie breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, yes, I apologize." Then Lucas extended his hand towards Layla. "Come with me, my lady," she asked in surprise. "Lucas, am I going too?" He smiled and said, "Come with me and you'll see."
I've noticed my grandson often steals my spot, so this time I put in a little more effort. Let's head to the west drawing room. After a moment, Layla covered her face and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what is all this? You really didn't have to go to such lengths." Lucas chuckled and said, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, because I wanted to see that surprised look on your face." Layla burst out laughing. "Honestly, you're just like a child." "Thank you, Lucas. With all this, Kate will make a magnificent dress." Lucas said casually, "Of course it has to be beautiful. Who else would it be for?" Layla then turned to Kate and asked, "Kate, what do you think? With such a tight schedule, if you stay here, your work—" Kate covered her mouth and exclaimed, "I absolutely love it. I, Kate, will sacrifice my life to create evening wear for His Grace and an evening gown for Her Grace." Hearing her say that, Layla couldn't help but give a wry smile. "You don't need to go as far as sacrificing your life."
Meanwhile, Kate was already running around the room, searching for materials. This is Pollock silk, a limited specialty of the Duchy of Chalshua, and this is vicuña wool, only one bolt of which is produced each month. These jewels, each piece is cut and crafted from the highest quality materials. Duchess, Duke, I have an idea.
Jessie, please help me.
Jessie hurried over.
Yes, I understand.
Seeing this, Lucas said, "What a strange person." Layla smiled and said, "He's an interesting person." Lucas also smiled and asked, "Do interesting people attract other interesting people?" "Now, I'm heading back to my study. If you need anything, just tell Jessie or Vincent." Layla nodded. "Yes, thank you." Then she silently watched Lucas leave. Meanwhile, Kate was meticulously examining a piece of fabric. "Oh, the quality of this fabric is high-end, but if worn for a long time, it will be very stuffy." Hearing this, Layla was touched and thought, "So everyone thinks of me so much." Suddenly, Kate exclaimed, "Duchess, if you don't mind, could you take a look at this drawing?" Layla replied, "Of course." As she approached, Kate presented the design. "If you look at it this way, we can imagine the night sky and the gentle appearance of the two figures." Layla nodded in agreement. Oh, if it can be made, it will be very beautiful." Jessie, standing nearby, exclaimed in admiration, "It's so beautiful, truly wonderful." That day, all three stayed up all night to sew, try on, and admire the dress. Should it be said that because they stayed up all night together, a sense of camaraderie developed among them? Although their statuses were different, they shared personal stories with each other. And of course, Kate was the only one who survived until the end. The next day, Lucas walked over and knocked on the door. "Madam, are you still in there? It's time for breakfast."
She wasn't in her room either. Did the three of them really stay up all night together here? If the Duchess is in there, I'll enter. Seeing Kate open the door, he asked doubtfully, "Where is the Duchess?" Kate softly replied, "The Duchess has only just fallen asleep." Lucas asked in surprise, "Did you stay up all night?" Kate replied, "It's a common occurrence. Oh, since I have the opportunity to meet your grace like this, I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Lucas couldn't help but wonder, "What is it?" Kate whispered, "This is a private matter concerning the Duchess, so I can't disclose all the details. But according to what I heard last night, there's something very good your grace can do for the Duchess." And so, Lucas listened to her speak for a long time.
At the designer's suggestion, the event, "A Wonderful Day for the Lady," was held. Lucas thought to himself, if I had known she liked it so much, I would have organized the event a long time ago. If only the lady had told me the whole story. There must have been things she couldn't say out of concern for me, and also things she could comfortably share because they are both women. I must repay that designer. Thinking this, he immediately said, "When the autumn ball concludes, we will officially open the store. You find a building that you like." Layla, startled, asked, "To that extent?" Lucas said, "As long as the lady is happy, I can do anything. I have no talent, but I have money." Layla chuckled and said, "But just don't overdo it." Lucas thought to himself, I wish this world were filled with things that make you happy. How wonderful that would be, even if this wish is cliché. In a lavish and splendid ballroom, Layla, arm in arm with Lucas, entered. Immediately an announcement rang out. His Grace Duke Montefeltro and the future Duchess have arrived. And so the autumn ball finally began. At the magnificent and splendid castle, melodious music slowly emanated. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone began to whisper and discuss. The Duke and Duchess Montefeltro are also coming today, right? I heard so, but why haven't they appeared yet? Lady Este rejected everyone who sent invitations, didn't she? In reality, it's because she's the Duchess Montefeltro herself, so she's putting on airs, isn't she? I heard that the Montefeltro reception room has ceramics from the Duchy of Chaksora, right? Oh really, I want some too, but I can't get any. Is that ugly Michael here today too? He's a year younger, yet so arrogant and defiant. And that last announcement was somewhat intriguing. What kind of toy was it? In another corner, Heinrich and Charlotte were also present. Charlotte observed her surroundings and thought to herself, everything about Montefeltro is just idle gossip. There are no plastic surgery hospitals here. How much can that face really change? It must just be a stunt to attract attention at the ball. Clearly a baseless rumor. As soon as she appears, I'll drive her away and shame her so much that she'll never dare show her face again. From this moment on, I am the female lead here, and I will definitely reclaim the life of Jinura, a perfect female lead, so I will eliminate everything unpleasant right before my eyes. At this moment, a loud announcement rang out. Duke Montefeltro and Lady Este, the future Duchess, have arrived. Please observe proper etiquette. Following those words, Layla slowly entered. Charlotte's face froze the moment she saw her. Layla was perfectly beautiful, with her flowing purple hair and sparkling earrings as an accent. Her two hands were fair, smooth, and flawless, in a pair of large, captivating blue eyes. Layla and Lucas slowly walked into the hall. Layla had chosen a sea blue dress that made her more beautiful than ever. Suddenly, she realized a pair of eyes was intently watching her. Looking in that direction, Layla spotted Charlotte's figure. Charlotte was completely frozen in astonishment. No way! On the other side, Lila and Lucas slowly entered the hall. Charlotte watched Lila's every step, then secretly wondered in confusion, "What is this? I've never heard of someone like her. Even with full-body plastic surgery, it's impossible to achieve such a transformation in just 1 month." Seeing her look tense, Heinrich patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Are you all right, Charlotte? There's a temporary resting room." Charlotte immediately spun around with an angry face. She looked at Heinrich and silently judged, "No, not this weak man." Charlotte thought, "Duke Montefeltro, I want him, his financial power, his influence. I want to possess that man." Charlotte was so engrossed in her desire for Lucas that she didn't realize she had also fallen into Alfonso's sights.
Across the hall, everyone whispered in astonished admiration, "Oh my God, how can someone look like that? That appearance is as if it emerged from mythology. Choosing blue for an autumn ball? Truly unconventional. I can't take my eyes off her. She is definitely the main character of this ball. Miss Panatelli must be out of style now." But how did they manage to remove all their freckles? Exactly. Both of their faces were clearly covered in freckles. They couldn't be using forbidden alchemy, could they? Given Montefeltro's financial power, there might be another method. If I make a good impression on that couple, could I achieve such a method of becoming beautiful? Hearing this, Alfonso immediately had an idea. He flashed a friendly smile. Then Alfonso subtly remarked, "Indeed, that is the inherent appearance of a noble. Just yesterday they were criticizing and despising it as ugly, but now they admire and praise its beauty, even claiming it violates taboos and uses magic." Envy and jealousy are the flip side and also the interesting aspect of the nobility. Charlotte felt confused. "What are you talking about?" Alfonso replied after hearing her, "No, it's just that everyone is so honest. It's quite pleasant to observe. Charlotte, your entire face like this looks very attractive." Charlotte immediately slapped his hand away. She asked angrily, "Alfonso, why do you always say such confusing things? Casually touching a lady's face, I find it rather uncomfortable." Alfonso replied in a dangerous tone, taken aback, "Charlotte, did you just swap my hand away?"
Sensing the situation was amiss, Heinrich immediately stepped forward to intervene. "That's enough of this disrespectful behavior, Marquis Venier." Alfonso laughed loudly. "Ha ha, yes, I'll stop. But Charlotte also has a twisted side, doesn't she? Duke Predio must protect her well. Otherwise, Duke Montefeltro is waiting for his turn." Heinrich glanced in one direction, towards Montefeltro, suggested,
"Duke Predio, I'd like to change places." Heinrich quickly replied, "This doesn't seem like a good time. We should immediately—" Suddenly, an announcing voice rang out. "His Imperial Majesty, the son of the Basium Empire, Her Imperial Majesty, the moon of the Empire, and His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, the small son of the Empire, have arrived. Everyone, please observe proper etiquette." In another corner of the hall, Layla watched with wide, surprised eyes. "Wow, the atmosphere is really bad. I already knew Charlotte would be upset, but what's up with those other two? But because of that, the people who were gossiping about us have shifted their attention to the battle on the other side, which is great."
Indeed, it's a battle for love, isn't it? Fighting each other with Charlotte stuck in the middle. That's right, you two are doing great. Absolutely don't mind me. Just strive to win Charlotte. I'll manage just fine living with Lucas. Layla, innocent and unaware, was oblivious to the young ladies around her who were infatuated with her. Oh my, what a radiant smile. So dazzling, it almost makes one faint. And from above, a figure was quietly observing her. Theobald watched Layla intently with lifeless eyes. The evening banquet was the opening event for the autumn ball. After the students selected by the Academy read a congratulatory speech before the Emperor and Empress, the ball would commence. At this moment, Michael stood before the Emperor and Empress and began to speak. "First, I would like to congratulate our empire on the prosperity achieved through the diligent efforts of its people. I also wish to thank the god Lupus for always watching over and protecting the empire, and the outstanding students of Michael Montefeltro Academy." Everyone below listened in silence. After finishing his speech, Michael turned and bowed to everyone. In the crowd, Anna quietly observed Michael's growth. On the other side, Layla clapped happily, along with a relieved Lucas. At this, the Emperor praised. "That was an excellent speech. The Academy's representative showed great maturity, and I believe the future of our empire will flourish even more, thanks to the protection of the god Lupus. Everyone, please sit down, give thanks for the blessings of the god Lupus, and enjoy tonight's feast." After the ritual was completed, Michael approached Layla and eagerly exclaimed, "Auntie." Layla looked at him and smiled. "Michael, you were wonderful." Michael didn't waver at all and performed exceptionally well. Michael happily replied, "Yes, I practiced hard." Michael hadn't joined us earlier because he was preparing for this speech. I was both surprised and delighted to learn that he was chosen as the representative. It seemed his architectural presentation on the building blocks I created had caught the professor's attention. But it was also because Michael spoke so well that he was chosen. The boy was humble, yet presented himself with such confidence, so mature, my genius nephew. Noticing her strange expression, Michael immediately called out, "Auntie!" Layla snapped back to reality and pulled out a chair, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Michael. You must be very hungry, aren't you? Come sit here."
Michael hesitated. Oh, okay.
Seeing his shy demeanor, Layla chuckled to herself. The boy was growing more radiant by the day, yet still blushed when complimented. So adorable. Suddenly, Lucas approached and spoke up. "Madam, please take a seat. You'll get sore feet if you stand for too long." Layla immediately replied, "Thank you, Lucas." As she sat down, she thought, "Phew, thankfully everything is still going well." Although she felt a little uncomfortable because Theobald was sitting opposite her at this moment. He gazed at her infatuatedly and called out, "Layla?" Layla smiled outwardly, but inwardly cursed, "This bastard." Suddenly, Theobald spoke up. "You are truly beautiful. If you find it inconvenient, I will have someone change your seat." Hearing this, Layla was secretly furious. She had tried so hard not to swear, but her patience was wearing thin. But outwardly, she politely refused. "I truly appreciate your highness's kindness, but I am fine." As soon as she finished speaking, Layla got goosebumps to the point of nausea from Theobald's compliments. "You are the most beautiful person here. May I kiss your hand?" She thought to herself, "You're the one making me feel the most uncomfortable. How can you look at and address others with such familiarity?" But fortunately, it wasn't as terrifying as before. She could endure it if she tried her best.
Because of the seating arrangement at this dinner party, they were facing each other, and she tried to endure it a little longer. Suddenly, Layla noticed Lucas clenching his fists in restraint. At the same time, Lucas said in a low voice, "This fork, no, it's unusable. Isn't it terribly inconvenient to dine, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Seeing him like that, Layla worried inwardly. Lucas was about to reach his limit. Actually, we had met a few times before the dinner party. At that time, Layla even offered a perfunctory greeting. "It's an honor to meet Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." But Theobald asked affectionately, "All right, Layla, your injury is all right now, isn't it? I sent medicine to help you recover, but it seems you didn't receive it." Seeing this, Lucas immediately interjected and reminded him, "I have diligently taken care of her in Montefeltro, so my wife is perfectly fine. I returned the gift, hoping it would be used for a better purpose. Normally, I'm used to this kind of thing, so I didn't bother to respond. But that guy didn't pay attention to his surroundings and told me to follow him, offering a tour of the palace and constantly flirting, staring at me wherever we went." While Lucas was talking to other nobles, Theobald quickly approached. "Spending time with that guy is boring, isn't it? Call me anytime. I can help you sort things out." Layla turned around startled. "What exactly are you saying? He said that to me and then left. I didn't even have time to refute him."
Honestly, I also wanted Lucas to turn everything upside down, but thinking this, Lila immediately placed her hand on his and comforted him. "Lucas, I'm fine. Just tell them to give us a sturdier fork. I'm worried if you grip it too tightly, your hand will get hurt." Lucas heard this and immediately softened his voice. "I understand. I'm sorry for making you worry. I couldn't control myself because I wanted to quickly finish dinner and dance with you." At the same time, he thought, "Let's eat quickly and then get up and go somewhere else so we don't have to see that guy's face anymore." The two exchanged knowing glances and smiled happily. Suddenly, the admiring ladies commented, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a harmonious and happy couple. The Duke's gaze is so sweet. But what's wrong with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Is he a lover? But looking at Miss Este's reaction, it's one thing for her to become beautiful, but how can she openly flirt like that? Miss Este also looks uncomfortable. In front of everyone, it seems truly impolite. With such beauty, it's normal for men to be attracted. What's wrong with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Theobald silently reassured himself. No need to listen to them, those who only know one side of the story. In my dreams, she's already mine. Although I'm a bit late in understanding her, even if she denies it now, she's just lost, just as I once was. If I show her these feelings, she will surely remember her own emotions.
No need to rush. Right now, just seeing her in person is more than enough. Across from him, Layla was happily laughing and joking with Michael. "I've eaten all the cucumbers. Your cheeks are plumper now." Theobald intently watched her, thinking, "Wait for me, Layla." He was so engrossed that he completely ignored Lucas's angry face beside him. A moment later, the king joyfully announced, "This year's harvest has been excellent. This evening's banquet concludes here. Nobles, please proceed to the Knight Memorial Conservatory to gaze at the moon together." Upon hearing this, Layla sighed in relief. "Whew, now I don't have to be eye to eye with Theobald anymore. If it had lasted any longer, I'd surely be full to bursting." Suddenly, Michael excitedly asked, "We'll be able to see the night sky from the conservatory, right? It must be beautiful." Layla looked at him and replied, "Yes, I'm looking forward to it too." Hearing this, Lucas spoke up, "Our outfits this time are inspired by the conservatory. I'm looking forward to it as much as you are." Layla looked at him and suggested, "Dear, let's let Michael stay up late tonight." Lucas immediately replied, "I think even if we allow it, he'll still go to sleep when the clock strikes 10. Michael indignantly protested, "Ha, no way. At the dorm, I study late into the night too." Upon hearing this, Layla advised, "Just don't overdo it, Michael." The cozy family atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Charlotte's voice.
Duke Montefeltro, have you been well recently? She bumped into Michael, causing him to exclaim, "Ah, wait a minute!"
Seeing him fall, Layla quickly cried out, "Michael, are you all right?" Michael quickly replied, I'm fine." At this moment, Charlotte finally realized, "Oh dear, my apologies." Michael slowly stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Seeing that he seemed fine, Layla turned to question, "Miss Penatelli, is that your idea of an apology?" Charlotte nonchalantly replied, "Well, I truly apologize. Unfortunately, due to the dress I'm wearing, I can't bow. Actually, isn't it a bit rude for a servant to make such a fuss when the young master hasn't even said anything?" Seeing the young master stand up so strongly, "Your grandson truly resembles you, Duke. I rarely see you at parties, so I wanted to greet you."
Seeing Charlotte flirting with Lucas, Layla immediately looked displeased. What was she doing? Even if the Basil Empire was a paradise for affairs, and no matter how bad her reputation was, how could she do such a thing? And to openly flirt with someone about to be married, right in front of a child. Was she truly insane? This was no time to be surprised. Thinking this, Layla reminded her, a lady must show respect to the heir of a ducal family. Am I wrong, Lady Countess Penatelli? If you wish to greet the Duke, show respect to the heir first. Honestly, I wanted her to apologize immediately for making the boy fall, but this was the Imperial Palace, a gathering place for countless nobles. If I truly treated Michael as just a child, I would become disrespectful, just as Charlotte had said. Michael was not to be seen as a weak child needing protection, at least not by the nobles in this position, because he was the young Duke Montefeltro. In this fact, Michael understood best. Michael suddenly spoke seriously. As my aunt said, even if it's not a serious matter, you ladies should apologize properly. Given my position, your ignoring me is tantamount to ignoring the Montefeltro family. Is that the objective of the Penatelli family? Charlotte immediately explained, "Young Duke, it's not what you think." She flashed an ingratiating smile. "Oh, when one wears a beautiful dress, it's an unavoidable situation. The wearer finds it inconvenient to move too much. This is a difficulty that all noble women face. Since the young Duke hasn't experienced this, it's hard for you to understand this hardship. Isn't that right, everyone?"
How could they know? Besides his coming-of-age ceremony, this was Montefeltro's first time attending a ball. He and Lady St. didn't know such things would happen. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring, that might be it. After all, this is their first time here. Lady Penatelli is always amiable. Layla saw this and immediately thought, in just a moment she turned her mistake into a trivial matter and shifted the focus to us, implying that Michael and I didn't know either. As expected, Charlotte is not easy to deal with. But if it's an open war, then we also have a plan.
Therefore, Layla seriously criticized, "Oh, if you make someone fall, isn't it your duty to apologize to them? For a noble to behave so immoderately. That's how it should be, isn't it? This is the first I've heard of it." Upon seeing Anna, Layla immediately thought, as expected, she's nearby. After Michael entered, I saw her staring in this direction. She even watched when he fell, so she must have witnessed the entire incident. "Help me out a little, she pushed your son." At this moment, Anna suddenly spoke. "My husband passed away, and I also left the ducal family, but I always think of the family." Suddenly, Anna's voice deepened. "However, during the last hunting party, Lady St. fortunately did not face life-threatening danger, but there were rumors that Lady Penatelli was the culprit. I truly cannot help but worry that the heir will be harmed again in such a way. When I encountered you, lady, and Duke Michael as his birth mother, I was also very surprised. With such bad rumors about yourself, lady, you should be more cautious in your behavior, Lady Penatelli. Of course, those are untrue rumors. Nevertheless, on this occasion, it would be better for you to sincerely apologize to the two of them."
Hearing this, public opinion immediately shifted. So the rumors were true, huh? The incident happened after Miss Penatelli called her out to apologize. Since that day, I haven't seen Miss Harrod again. Oh my, if it's true, wasn't Miss Este's action very polite? Charlotte trembled slightly all over, then she quickly turned and ran away. "It seems the bump was too strong, so I feel a bit dizzy. I need to go rest." Layla, seeing this, immediately became annoyed. "Hey, Miss Penatelli, what kind of attitude is that?" Suddenly, Alfonso's voice rang out. "Excuse me, Miss Este. No, the future Duchess of Montefeltro. Charlotte has been a bit sensitive lately, so she sometimes causes trouble for those around her. We will talk to her later. For now, we hope the young Duke and Duchess will overlook it. It wouldn't be good to continue arguing during this Harvest Festival celebration." Layla listened, then secretly considered. All right, in this situation, Charlotte has lost. Her running away like that only makes her look ridiculous. Let her go. After that, Layla turned to look at Michael. Michael, seeing her look at him, grinned happily, his eyes crinkling. Seeing this, Layla happily exclaimed, "Fortunately, you're not hurt, Michael." Anna also looked at Michael with gentle eyes at this moment. Layla thought to herself, she's on my and Michael's side, and she even cares about our reputation. Someone with so much experience in high society truly is different. I didn't expect her to go this far. I wonder if this will help Michael's learning. It's not good for a child to learn how adults argue, but this is the world Michael will have to navigate in the future. It's better to learn from trustworthy adults on our side. But if it's too difficult, I'll just tell him not to bother. Suddenly, Anna spoke up. You seem to have been very frightened, young Duke, Michael. If everything is all right now, shall we go to the night greenhouse together? After saying this, Anna waited nervously. A moment later, Michael replied, All right. After that, all 4 people traveled together. At the night greenhouse, Michael sat in a corner and looked up at the sky. He softly murmured, It's truly beautiful.
After entering the night greenhouse, the group of adults and children would separate. He didn't know if it was because of that red-haired young lady or because Mother was nearby, but Michael was very worried for Layla. Michael recalled Layla's earlier instructions. Are you going to be okay by yourself? If anyone bullies you, you absolutely must shout loudly and let me know. He thought to himself, You fool, even if everyone here attacked me, my magic would be enough to win. Being with these children is boring and uninteresting. I want to meet Layla quickly. Suddenly, Michael smelled something. Huh? An extremely fragrant smell and noise. What's going on? Michael followed the scent and approached, then overheard a conversation. Stop it, I'll go call an adult. I just said to give me that. Michael thought to himself, It seems the scent is coming from this place. On the other side, 2 girls were bullying Chloe. Let me see how ugly you are inside those glasses. Would we look much prettier if we wore them? Ha ha, look at her braided hair. It's no different from a commoner's.
Chloe quickly protested, No, these are an important pair of glasses my parents gave me. The moment he saw her beauty, Michael was struck by love at first sight. At this moment, 3 children were standing in front of Chloe. From behind, Michael quietly determined, It's the scent coming from that child. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about a pleasant scent. Michael immediately asked, What are you all doing gathered here? It doesn't look like you're having a pleasant conversation. Kalon started in surprise and asked, Young Master Montefeltro, is something wrong? Michael looked at him and exclaimed, It's too noisy, so I heard everything from afar.
From what I hear, you're making a fuss demanding those glasses. If the adults accompanying you heard this, they'd surely be very proud of you, wouldn't they? Stop with these silly games. Break it up. Upon hearing this, Kelvin grumbled, putting on airs. Suddenly, Chloe's voice rang out. Hey, thank you so much, young master. I almost had my glasses taken. Michael replied awkwardly. All right, they were too noisy, so I just chased them away. But what perfume are you wearing? Chloe replied puzzled. Huh? No, I haven't sprayed anything. Michael turned his back after hearing that. All right then, next time they do that, just ignore them. There's no point talking to them. They're idiots. I'm leaving now. Chloe quickly stopped him. Wait, young master. Michael turned his head back and asked, What is it? If you're afraid those kids will come back, you know where to find me then. Before he could finish his sentence, Chloe held her skirt, curtsied, and introduced herself. I am Chloe L. Claist, and I thank young Master Montefeltro for your kindness. How could I dare to expect future assistance? I merely wish to introduce myself and offer a polite greeting. Michael's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chloe innocently spoke up. Young master, if you ever need help, please do tell me. Michael was so embarrassed that he stammered. Escort. Chloe didn't understand and asked again. Young master, what did you say? Then she heard Michael shout loudly. I said I will escort you.
Chloe beamed. Oh really? Then I'll leave it to you, your master. In the adults area, Layla frowned and asked, What's going on, Baroneste? Louis replied contemptuously, You don't have to be so formal with your brother. Layla immediately cut him off. Got it. If there's nothing else, you can go. Hearing this, Louis grew furious. Where did you learn to talk to your brother like that? Layla thought to herself, What am I supposed to say? Suddenly, Louis's attitude shifted. No, what I mean is, because of your hardships in Montefeltro, you've changed more than before. This brother of yours is very worried about you. How about returning to Este? What do you say? Layla turned her back and refused. I'm doing perfectly fine, but what Baroneste said makes my blood boil. I'll be going now. Louis saw this and quickly blocked her path. No, where are you going? Listen to me for a moment. Do you know how worried His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is about you? He might appear cold, but he's a deep person and values you far more than that Montefeltro. Layla suddenly spoke up. So it's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Louis quickly brightened. That's right. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself told me he's worried about you. But on the contrary, Layla said in a low voice, The one who made you do these crazy things and disturbed my peace of mind, that would be the Crown Prince, wouldn't it? Louis stammered a denial. No, the Crown Prince. Layla spun around. She walked closer to him and said angrily, If you can persuade your sister, I'll give you money. The Crown Prince said that, didn't he? If I were to go to the Crown Prince, are you hoping to become part of the royal family? The Crown Prince is truly a despicable person, using family members to break up other people's marriages.
Your gaze makes me uncomfortable, Your Highness. How could I not know the Crown Prince is approaching? Because after revealing his bare face, if His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince comes close, he emits a distinctive scent, a seemingly fragrant but sticky, disgusting odor. Suddenly, Heinrich's voice echoed in her ear. The young lady said that if His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince comes close, he will emit a sweet fragrance that makes one's mind feel strange. Layla thought to herself, Heinrich said that in her dream. Did he spray himself with strange perfume? Her mood was truly unpleasant. At this moment, Theobald approached and said affectionately, Layla, isn't true love about expressing oneself honestly without deceit? With such a perfectly concealed identity, how can you consider that a sincere relationship? Layla felt bewildered and dizzy. Nevertheless, she tried to retort. No matter what the face looks like, if the relationship remains unchanged, that is true love. When a preferred face is revealed, isn't such a rapid change in attitude a sign of deceit? Theobald immediately explained. No, Layla, you've misunderstood. If you look deep within your heart, you will know I am there. Layla quickly stepped back, maintaining her distance, and replied, Due to your Highness's command, I have no choice but to converse. While my husband is meeting with His Majesty, I must be very cautious when speaking with your Highness.
Considering His Highness's reputation, it would be better if His Highness stayed with his dance partner, Theobald hastily denied. Layla, she and I are not. Before he could finish his sentence, Monica interjected. Oh dear, Your Highness, so you are here. You've been out for a stroll for so long, I was worried you might be ill, but it turns out you're chatting with the Duchess of Montefeltro. Come to think of it, you're about to officially get married, aren't you? Your Highness, really, if you were going to congratulate her, you should have called me too. Congratulations in advance, Duchess. Your Highness, come with me now. Everyone says the flowers to the west look very beautiful. Theobald immediately complied. All right. After walking for a while, Monica turned her head and glanced at Layla with an unfriendly look. Layla, who was waving goodbye, immediately froze. It seems she hadn't come to help her, but thanks to her she was still alive. And the fact that Louis and Becky were lingering around her was also Theobald's doing. He really pulled all sorts of stunts. She had thought it was because of her beautiful bare face that those two were doing such meaningless things. Looking at the way he spoke, she felt he was a little different from before.
Is this some kind of protagonist buff now? I'm just overthinking things. I should go to the ladies' lounge to rest. It seems Lucas is still stuck with the Emperor. In the ladies' lounge, Charlotte was secretly contemplating something. After some consideration, she concluded without a doubt that that bitch was the female lead. This entire world has revolved around her. For the past few years, I've been the queen of high society, and she was just a pathetic, ugly wretch. Just because she drew a line on that pumpkin, people's attitudes have completely changed. Well, that's good. If I know which bitch needs to be eliminated, I'll find it easier to take the next step. I've made countless rivals surrender and become a famous actress. Thinking this, Charlotte muttered, Do you think I can't subdue you? That arrogance is only temporary. That's right, starting with that bitch's man. In the spacious corridor, Layla stood looking out at the night sky.
Behind her, Lucas was watching her. The king saw this and chuckled. Oh dear, it seems I've kept the Duke for too long. Upon hearing this, Lucas bowed. Then I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. The king nodded. For the remaining time, enjoy yourself with your lady. Lucas thought to himself, every time he was away from his lady, he worried himself sick, fearing something might happen to her. Just as she said, I know clinging to each other forever won't be good for either of us, but... Lucas suddenly recalled Layla's words. Don't worry, Lucas, no one in the Imperial Palace will harm me. You shouldn't keep hiding behind me. I want to show them that Layla isn't someone easily dealt with or manipulated. As Lucas walked, he thought, she clearly looked very scared, yet she said she would handle it herself. My role is to trust Layla. If I tell her she can't do it, then I'm no different from those outsiders. Suddenly, Lucas stopped. But now I miss her. I need to hurry. Suddenly, a meddling Theobald appeared. You use sweet words to entice an innocent woman, then act as if you own the world. Lucas sighed wearily. What could I possibly entice my own wife with?
Crown Prince Theobald, hearing this, was puzzled. Otherwise, how could Layla choose someone like you? I know your true nature is as filthy as mud. If you had a conscience, you would have let her go by now. Lucas thought irritably, he's starting to talk nonsense again, but fine, it's better if he stays here like this and doesn't bother my wife. On the other side, Theobald angrily explained, she's just confused. You'll soon realize that I am her true love, not someone like you. He seemed possessed, suddenly shouting, it's me. You should know your place. How dare you touch my girl? She is my flower. She should be in my hands. If someone like you hadn't deceived her, by now we would have... Suddenly Lucas interrupted in a low, firm voice. Your Highness, why are you like this with my wife? Your Highness doesn't care about Layla Este, my wife. Not only that, your Highness has scorned and mocked her in front of everyone. Yes, she is a flower, but the idea that you can pick her whenever you want is just your delusion. Hearing this, Theobald was at a loss for words. Clearly in my dream, she held my hand, turning towards me. Suddenly a servant rushed over, shouting, Your Grace, Duke Montefeltro, you must quickly go to the resting room.
Lucas asked sternly. What's wrong? The servant breathlessly reported. The Duchess is having a loud argument with Miss Penitelli. Miss Penitelli started using force, and the Duchess has been caught up in it.
Hearing this, Theobald immediately spoke up. No, I will go. This incident occurred at the palace banquet. In his royalty, I naturally must. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, stopping him. Lucas pushed Theobald back and then quickly ran forward. Lucas abruptly stopped and called out, "Hurry up and go." A bewildered Theobald questioned, "You? How dare you?" Upon hearing this, Lucas immediately rebuked him. "You swayed just from a light flick of the hand. It seems your highness is very lazy with training. I don't think such a weak your highness can stop Lady Penitelli." Theobald angrily yelled, "You!" At this moment, Lucas continued, "That's precisely why, all this time, your highness has allowed Lady Penitelli to do as she wishes." Everyone around watched the spectacle, and then whispered amongst themselves, "The crown prince, your highness, is truly something else. Being with Lady Penitelli like that, but when someone more beautiful appears, he immediately turns his back and looks down on her. As for Lady Este..."
Hearing these words, Theobald immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Ahead, Lucas quickly made his way to Layla. As he walked, he thought, she certainly wouldn't do something like before in the palace. The inspection of items brought into the palace was very strict, and now that damned crown prince wasn't on that woman's side anymore. Damn it, I must quickly get to the lady. A moment later, the servant who followed behind guided him. That way is the ladies' lounge. Lucas opened the door and called out, "Pardon my intrusion." Inside the room, Layla angrily shouted, "That's enough. Are you a 3-year-old child?" Charlotte furiously cursed, "You crazy woman. Shut up. You're the one who annoyed me first." Layla retorted, refusing to back down. "I didn't do anything. You always bullied me first. I've already conceded, but you still resort to physical aggression. What am I supposed to do? Do you think everything should go your way? Please grow up and stop acting so unreasonably." Charlotte quickly screamed, "Shut up, shut up, shut up. Someone like you should be ugly your whole life. How could you ever be better than me? Everything must go my way. That's what's right." Suddenly, Lucas firmly grabbed Charlotte's wrist. He seriously stopped her. "Stop it." Layla was completely surprised by his appearance here. Afterwards, she felt relieved. "A few minutes earlier, I was touching up my makeup when Charlotte came to strike up a conversation." Charlotte asked out of the blue, "What is your true nature?"
Someone like you I know all too well. You pretend to be good while making others look bad. Do you think I don't know your rotten nature?" Layla was bewildered after hearing that, wondering what the hell she was saying just showing up here. After that, Layla turned away, ignoring her, just letting it go. Being ignored made Charlotte furious. "Who are you to be like that? All the attention belongs to me. Why do you have it? You, why? Because of people like you, I..." Next, Charlotte went ballistic, showering Layla with insults. Charlotte said something and then started leaning down to scratch me. I couldn't understand what she was saying. She must have lost her mind. After that, I thought I wasn't sane anymore either. By the way, I fight much better than her. At that moment, Layla angrily retorted, "What? Fake? Pretending to be good? Are you talking about yourself? I'm just trying to save face. I live a very honest life, mind you. Whether you're disappointed or not, I don't care. What do I care if those who mock and ridicule me every day are disappointed? You're the one who often mocks and badmouths others. What right do you have to judge my hard-working days?" Recalling this, Layla thought to herself, "I wonder if I should be glad Lucas wasn't here while I was in a fit of rage hitting someone."
Back in the present, Lucas reached out to help her and worriedly asked, "Are you all right, madam?" Layla replied softly, "Yes, of course." After the battle ended, only Charlotte was left alone. At this moment, the people around her gathered and started gossiping. "Oh my goodness, I just arrived and don't know what happened. Why did she hit her like that? So was the previous incident really Miss Ponitelli's doing? Look at her face. It's as if she needs to tear someone apart to feel satisfied." Hearing this, Charlotte felt wronged and thought, "I was hit too. Someone help me up." She glanced at everyone and secretly wished, "Someone..." Charlotte saw Manaka watching her and thought Manaka would help her up again. But no, she merely watched as if it were a spectacle, then laughed and left. Charlotte clenched her trembling fists. "What is this? No way! You can't treat me like this! You can't treat the protagonist like this!" Thinking this, she suddenly turned around, looked towards Alfonso and cried out, "Ah, Alfonso, I'm in so much pain! Ah, please take me home!" Alfonso looked down from above, his voice indifferent. "We'll see." "See, I warned you not to overdo it." After hearing him speak, Charlotte immediately yelled furiously, "What are you talking about? You saw it too, didn't you? How that bitch treated me?" Alfonso calmly walked over. "Yeah, that's right. Very impressive and cruel. It was a strange feeling to witness." "Ha ha." He gently touched Charlotte's face. Then he pinched her with force, and she immediately screamed, "Ah, what are you doing?" Alfonso smiled coldly. "No, it's just that you look better bruised and bleeding than I thought. Is it because of your hair color? All right, I'll take you home." Layla, standing by, fell into deep thought at the sight. Among the 3 male leads, Alfonso was the most inherently evil. Judging by Alfonso's gaze, Charlotte would undoubtedly regret this moment until her death.
Seeing her keep looking in that direction, Lucas asked curiously, "Do you still want to say anything to that woman? If you want to hit her more, just say so." Layla turned around, replying with a forced smile, "No, Lucas, Michael must be very scared. Let's go home quickly." She thought to herself, "Perhaps I don't need to worry about it, because he shares my thought that he won't let anyone off the hook." Lucas put his arm around her shoulder and gently said, "Let's go home quickly and apply medicine." Layla felt a little uneasy. "Actually, I was the one who hit her more." After hearing that, Lucas seriously instructed her, "Next time, don't let yourself be hit even once. Only hit back." Layla awkwardly said, "There won't be a next time." A few days later, in a carriage, Layla let out a tired sigh. Jessie immediately asked worriedly, "Are you all right, madam? Indeed, you should have refused and told the Duke later." Layla gently shook her head. No, I'd rather go out in a carriage. It's the only way I feel alive." Hearing her say that, Jessie immediately exclaimed loudly, "The Duke is truly something. No matter what, he's too strict." Layla took a deep breath and thought, "Yes, the one who made me like this is Lucas. It all started that night. As soon as they got home, Lucas solemnly said, 'Madam, I can't bear it anymore. I know you're independent and find relying on me a burden, but too many things have happened to you.'" Layla sat quietly, enduring it. Her face was pale, but thanks to the medicine, the scratch marks were gone. Lucas added, "I truly want to keep you safe in this mansion, but—"
I shouldn't hold you back just because of my own insecurities, Layla said apologetically. I'm sorry, Lucas, for always making you worry. Lucas Gettin shook his head. Why are you apologizing? It's the fault of those insects that annoyed you for no reason. Even so, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you listen? Layla immediately said, Yes, Lucas, you're asking me for a favor? Anything at all, just say it. Lucas kindly reminded her. It might be a bit tiring, but she replied, It's fine. If you ask, I'll even pick stars for you. Hearing that, Lucas immediately smiled happily. Layla, I'm so happy, so please accept this. Looking at the box he presented, Layla asked in bewilderment, Yes, a gift? Why suddenly? Then the next day, Lucas brought someone. This is the teacher I invited. She specializes in martial arts and self-defense skills. Layla was taken aback. Yes? And for the past few days, I've been so engrossed in training that I haven't had time to think about anything else. It was a fast-paced class, from basic physical training to practical self-defense skills. Mid-session, the teacher said, You're doing great, just a little more, almost done. Layla tremblingly asked, Didn't you just say that 5 minutes ago? Then during the punching session, the teacher taught, Use full power from your shoulder blades and shoulders. Good, step back. As soon as Layla knocked down the dummy, the teacher immediately said, Repeat this movement 100 times. Layla thought to herself, In the past few days, I have been reborn once again. If I were to fight Charlotte again, she'd probably faint in just one blow. But it's better not to have to use these skills at all. After a while, Jessie suddenly said with a hint of worry, Madam, this is His Majesty's order, but is it all right if you don't tell the Duke? Layla awkwardly replied, Well, what can I do? I can't go call someone who's working, and I can't keep His Majesty's chief secretary waiting any longer. Jessie nervously said, I'm so worried. Layla looked out the window, lost in thought. That's right. Right now, I'm on my way to meet the Emperor. This morning, the Emperor's chief secretary unexpectedly arrived, holding up an imperial decree and saying, This is the Emperor's command. Miss Layla LST is to immediately proceed to the Imperial Palace to have an audience with His Majesty. Honestly, I wanted to call Lucas, so I did. Layla found a corner and activated a communication item. Lucas, the Emperor's chief secretary is here, telling me to immediately enter the palace. From her earring, Lucas's sigh immediately echoed. Why does that family keep bothering you so much? I'll also head to the Imperial Palace right away. Layla helplessly replied, Yes, see you later.
This was all thanks to Michael. On the day she and Charlotte finished, Michael frantically asked, Layla, what are these wounds? What happened? Who was it? Should I use magic to blow them away? Because Michael was so surprised that day, he made additional communication devices for me and Lucas. That very night, Michael also stayed up all night, saying, Wait for me, Layla. Before going to the academy, I absolutely must finish this. After recalling his gloomy expression, Layla let out a sigh. It had been a long time since they last met, and all she did was make the boy worry, so they didn't get to talk much. At this moment, the coachman suddenly announced, We've arrived, so Layla stepped down from the carriage, thinking to herself, On the way home, I must find a gift for Michael. The Secretary General led her into the Imperial Palace. Standing before the Great Hall, he immediately said, Please come in, Your Majesty is waiting for you. Layla stepped inside seriously, bowing respectfully. Layla LST greets His Imperial Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body sway. She thought to herself in surprise, I feel a bit dizzy. The perfume, which I hadn't noticed with so many people around, seems to be a strong scent he prefers. The Emperor remained silent for a moment, then said, All right, it's Miss Estée, isn't it? Even meeting again, it still feels quite miraculous. You're wearing some kind of perfume, aren't you? Layla was startled and thought, I rushed out so quickly that I didn't spray any perfume. It's probably not some strange scent, is it? I'll just say I did. Then she respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I am. The Emperor mused. Is that so? At the autumn ball, you encountered an unfortunate incident, didn't you? This time, I will make a transparent judgment. You may withdraw, miss. Hearing this, Layla bowed again and replied, Yes, Your Majesty, thank you. She thought with relief. This matter? So it's nothing serious, thankfully. Watching her retreating back, the Emperor couldn't help but muse aloud. I wonder what this strong scent is. I even thought it might be the scent of the legendary founder of the nation. Turns out it was just my imagination. How long does that Theobald fellow intend to keep this up? It's truly annoying.
Meanwhile, Theobald, upon hearing Layla had entered the palace, immediately rushed out. Seeing she was about to leave, he called out loudly, Wait, Layla, I have something to tell you. In Theobald's dream, Layla had said, Being with your highness, I don't know why I have such a floating sensation. Even if I talk to others or look at other things, as soon as I smell your highness's scent, my mind is filled only with your image. Is this love? She had said she loved me. Theobald smiled and replied, I love you too, Layla. We were a perfect couple, but those who would obstruct our relationship appeared. Heinrich and Alfonso suddenly appeared and said, Drowning in a scent makes your mind hazy, and you call that love? Ridiculous. You've been deceived, Lady Este. Hearing this, Layla began to panic and said, Your Highness, what have you done to me? Don't come near me. Until I know the truth, I don't want to see your Highness. Theobald was stunned, but it was fine. I could handle it. It's because she temporarily forgot my scent that she was so confused. As long as we are together, there will be no more problems. After imprisoning her, Theobald asked, Right, Layla? Now you don't need to think about other things. Just remember me, and no one else needs to come between us. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anything. Only I exist in your world. Layla's face gradually became vacant. Then she smiled and said, I curse you. Having said that, she also plunged the knife into her own neck. Blood splattered onto Theobald's face, and he screamed in horror. Layla! She had forgotten me, I thought. At that moment, I sought out the god Lupus Hock Long and said, The soulmate I just found? I cannot lose her.
Offer your magic as a sacrifice, and I will turn back time once. Theobald immediately said loudly, I will offer my magic, so please. He thought to himself, My daughter. Back to the present at the tea table, Layla asked indifferently, So what is it you wish to say? Theobald silently clenched his fists. By birth, the Basium royal family possesses a special ability. Both that Lucas and his father possessed abilities, but he himself had none, which caused him great distress. But not having an ability for this was worth it. Thinking of this, he then spoke. I know this sounds hard to believe, but I must tell you. A few months ago, I dreamt of you. When you went out with that strange makeup, I already knew your true appearance. In the dream, we were lovers, we were very happy and received everyone's blessings. But we had misunderstandings because of others. If not for Duke Pradio and Marquis Venier, we would not have had such an outcome. To change our relationship, I offered up my power. I turned back time so that you could live.
The forgotten part of my memory, I have recalled it, please believe me. Layla was stunned, thinking, what's going on? Isn't this quite similar to the original plot? It seemed Theobald was speaking from his own perspective. They were originally lovers, but were hindered by Heinrich and Alfonso. That was the content I had tried to avoid. How did Theobald know about this? She suddenly remembered. Oh right, the regression keyword was known from the diary. Didn't the female lead of the novel, The Bird in the Cage, become a fool, and that was the end? Amazing. The regression keyword even appeared in the introduction. At this point, Layla couldn't help but find it amusing. What now? He knew my true appearance but didn't recognize me and looked down on me? Where did that confidence come from? And he overlooked the imprisonment and giving me medicine. Did he think I knew nothing? He didn't know at all. So just pretend. Then she said indifferently, I don't know what your highness is talking about. I think we're done talking. I'll stand up now. As soon as she finished speaking, Layla stood up, telling herself to leave quickly. The scent emanating from earlier was making her headache and feel uncomfortable. Theobald quickly said loudly, Wait, Layla, please believe me. I can explain.
Lucas suddenly appeared and asked, Your Highness, what do you intend to explain to my wife? I don't understand why your Highness always calls my wife out for private conversations. Seeing him, a smile immediately appeared on Layla's face. Theobald, annoyed, asked, You clearly went to the east, didn't you? Lucas slowly walked closer, responding indifferently. Because of your Highness, I was worried about my wife and couldn't feel at ease working. Your Highness has stood up, so perhaps you're done talking? We'll take our leave now. The moment she stood close to him, Layla suddenly felt a sense of relief. Oh, because Lucas came, the scent that had been bothering her had dissipated. In its place was a very fresh scent.
On the other side, Theobald sneered angrily. Ha, you are being too disrespectful. Layla still has many things to tell me. Interrupting someone else's conversation like that, what kind of rude act are you performing? I can no longer overlook that dismissive attitude. Immediately drag him out for me. Hearing that, Lucas said, that guy told us to go out. Let's go out by ourselves, shall we? Layla smiled and replied, yes, Lucas. After saying that, she thought to herself that she should go back and ask what perfume he was wearing. Was it because she had been smelling the strong scent for a while? She felt a little dizzy.
As the two were leaving, Theobald was still shouting loudly, "Can you hear me? Is nobody here? Where is everyone? Where have all the people gone?" Layla, feeling a little guilty, said, "I'm sorry, it's because of me." Lucas immediately shook his head and replied, "It's all right, I was the one who arrived late." When his calls went unanswered, Theobald gritted his teeth. How dare they be so insolent? Then he ran straight towards the two of them, grabbed Lucas by the shoulder and pulled him back. After that, he threw a punch, under Layla's astonished gaze. Lucas dodged, caught Theobald's fist, and said nonchalantly, "With this much strength, Your Highness, you won't be able to hurt me." When Lucas released his grip, Theobald immediately stepped back, taking an angry breath. Lucas paid him no mind, turning around to ask tenderly, "You're very frightened, aren't you, Layla?" "I'm all right." Seeing her fall, he was startled and called out, "Layla!" She thought blankly, "Oh, why am I—" Lucas worriedly embraced his wife, calling out loudly, "Layla!" The two quickly returned to the Montefeltro mansion. The doctor said, "Your Grace, the lady's health is nothing to worry about. It's just a faint, but something must have shocked the lady for her to faint like that." Lucas recounted, "She had a bit of tea at the Crown Prince's behest." After hearing this, the doctor said, "At that time, the lady might have heard something shocking or painful. The lady will be fine after a good sleep. Nevertheless, for peace of mind, please call me." Lucas nodded and said, "I understand. You may withdraw." After the doctor left, Lucas silently watched Layla for a long time, then sighed and asked, "What exactly did the Crown Prince say to you?" Seeing that she was awake but hadn't opened her eyes, Lucas sat down on the bed, silently thinking, "I know she has a secret. Her fear upon first meeting the Crown Prince must be related to this secret. What kind of secret is it? If you don't want to tell me, I'll never know. But that's all right." Thinking this, Lucas gently said again, "If you want to confide in me, then tell me." Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Your Grace, it's Vincent. The people of the territory have gathered here." Lucas immediately stood up and said, "I'll be right there." Having said that, he also walked out of the room. Layla remained still on the bed. Waiting for the footsteps to fade away, she suddenly sat up, muttering in fright, "Have I been discovered?" She was just thinking about where to start, but he had already gotten up and left, missing the opportunity to speak. I had intended to tell him at some point. How should I explain this now? She sighed, then thought again. I know that even if I don't explain, Lucas will be fine with this.
But that's why I don't want to hide it anymore. I want to tell him the truth. After getting out of bed, Layla immediately walked towards the dressing table. After silently looking at herself in the mirror for a moment, she picked up her purse again and took out her diary. Initially, I just wanted to survive. My goal was not to become the Layla from the original story, and I achieved that. But because I'm not the real Layla and I know the entire story in the novel, Layla wondered, if she told Lucas, he wouldn't think she had hit her head and was acting strangely, would he? What if he didn't want to know this and resented me? She mumbled. If she continued to be afraid and cover up the truth, he always respected her. If she kept hiding it and then imagining things, then she would be too cowardly.
It's okay, just practice, so I can tell him everything about my situation. After making up her mind, Layla looked into the mirror and began to practice saying, Time quickly passed, and that evening, in their room, Lucas spoke first. "It's a good thing your body is fine. You have something you absolutely must tell me." Layla hesitated slightly. "It's about today. It's about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But I intend to talk about it, about the fact that I've been hiding it. I have to tell you." Seeing herself stammering, Layla silently scolded herself. Practicing alone is useless. Then she added, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince traveled back in time. In the past, he and I were lovers. To save me, he sacrificed his energy." At this point, Layla thought again, "I'm scared to face him." Then she continued, "I know it's true. Currently, I don't love the Crown Prince, but the Layla of the past probably did love him. I am someone else who entered Layla's body. Because I'm from another world, I read a book about Layla. I died in that world, and when I opened my eyes, I was already in Layla's body as a child. But the Layla in the book I read was the person Alfonso and Harry wanted. She was taken back by the Crown Prince and held captive. Ultimately, because she drank the medicine given by the Crown Prince, she became insane. I was very afraid that I would have such an outcome. So I disguised myself to look ridiculous, and I didn't care if anyone laughed at me, because I wanted to change my life. And then I met you. Initially, I used you, waiting for the day to leave and abandon everything. But I gradually grew to hate that idea. I want to live happily with you. I'm sorry for always keeping this a secret.
At this point, Layla could no longer hold back her tears and fear. Don't leave me, Lucas.
I wouldn't be able to live without you. Lucas leaned forward, calling Layla's name, his heart aching. He pulled her hand away, gently saying, "Look at me. It's okay. Don't cry. And please continue your story. I'm ready. I can listen for as long as you need. I'll dedicate this whole night to you." Layla was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she nodded and replied, "Yes. When I first met you..." Lucas listened for a moment, then burst out laughing. Layla laughed too.
Amidst the happy atmosphere, the two held hands. Then they walked towards the bed, and a quiet night passed. The next morning, in the bedroom, Lucas slowly sat up. With a dazed expression, he pondered. Died in another world and came to this place. The words of Lupus White Wolf suddenly appeared in his mind. She suffered greatly and died due to a misunderstanding. Thanks to that, we got this opportunity. How lucky. She has reincarnated countless times and has now come to this world from a distant place. Lucas looked over at Layla and thought to himself, so that's why Sir Lupus said those words. He gently stroked her head. It seemed she had been thinking about this issue for a very long time. Recalling last night, seeing Lucas's reaction, Layla couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You believe my words so easily? This is a world inside a novel I read. Don't pretend to believe just for my sake. Tell me what you really think. I want to hear your honest thoughts." At that moment, Lucas said, "Layla, calm down. From the very beginning, I already knew your secret. It's okay if you didn't want to tell me, but I'm truly happy to hear it from you. A secret you've thought about for a long time and told me. Whether this world is hell or inside a novel, I don't care. Layla, my place is by your side, no matter where." After hearing him speak, Layla burst into tears, crying out, "Lucas, boo-hoo-hoo." After recalling that, Lucas thought, she really is a crybaby. How much she hates me leaving for work. Seeing him get out of bed, Layla suddenly reached out and pulled him back. She hesitantly asked, "Lucas, please don't go, okay?" Lucas looked at her for a moment, then decisively nodded, then lay back down on the bed, burrowed under the covers and said, "My wife told me not to go. What can I do?"
With that, the couple looked at each other again and smiled happily. A second later, Lucas said, "Honey, I'm so sleepy." Layla replied, "Of course, we only went to sleep near dawn." Lucas added, "It's not like I stayed up all night working, but this is the first time I've overslept like this." After hearing that, Layla immediately asked, "How can you still function like that? You're incredible." A few days later, in the office, Owen hesitantly said, "Duke, it's already dark." Lucas indifferently asked back, "So?" Owen then said, "It's already past dinner time." Hearing that, Lucas was startled and asked, "It's past dinner time?" Owen nodded, "Yes." Then Lucas closed the documents and said, "Let's stop." Seeing that, Owen also sighed in relief, thinking, "I'm starving to death." Just as he finished thinking, Lucas threw over a piece of paper. "Oh, right, find out about that person for me." Owen took it, asking doubtfully, "This person?" Lucas smiled and said, "If we investigate thoroughly, we can deal a huge blow to the Penatelli Count's family." After hearing that, Owen immediately said, "Oh, I understand." After assigning the work, Lucas immediately walked towards the door. "All right then, see you tomorrow." Owen replied with a smile, "Yes, Duke, please rest well." In his heart, he also happily thought, "Work is over for today. I must finish it tomorrow."
Lucas walked towards Layla's room, thinking joyfully, "That day we rested in the room for a day and set an important goal, to return to Monte Feltra this month. Because of that, we were busy dealing with our own affairs and spent time together after dinner." As soon as the thought ended, Lucas had arrived. He opened the door and said, "My lady, I'm here." Inside, Layla's voice suddenly rang out, "No, Karen, stand up straight. Stretch your shoulders. I am truly elegant, lovely. Is there anyone more beautiful than me here? Say it again." In front of her, two maids stammered, "Oh." After a moment, the maid Amanda shyly blurted out, "Truly elegant, lovely. I am the most beautiful." Layla immediately smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, that's the feeling. Well done, Amanda." Not far away, Jessie, with a look of existential doubt, said, "My lady, I don't know how many times I've washed it. My face is melting away. Wash, makeup, then wash again." Layla quickly comforted her. "Jessie, just bear with it a little longer. I will restore your face with healing potions and masks. Come on, shout a little louder." Jessie, Amanda, and Karen replied in unison, "Yes." Seeing this, Lucas slowly closed the door, letting out a soft sigh as he thought, "It seems it will take a while longer to finish. Layla has started her makeup business."
She said she would teach her makeup techniques to Corinne and Amanda and open a makeup salon. Business expansion, once the exclusive privilege of the nobility, has now become a popular business. These two commoners were introduced by the designer, but their attitude and work results seemed very good. That day, Kate suddenly brought the two of them. They were absolutely splendid and perfect.
I've brought people to carry out the noble lady's plan. Lucas continued to think. She might be a crybaby, but she has a keen eye for people and works very reliably. My wife is always adorable.
Anyway, her business is thriving. Now I need to focus on Penelope, just as the business sectors are overlapping to a perplexing extent. I must handle it before anyone tries anything. The final location was determined to be the Marquis Venier's estate. I can't keep playing around. I'll probably have to go back and finish the work. Owen, at his office, was about to leave for the day, completely unaware he was about to work overtime. Meanwhile, at Alfonso's mansion, Charlotte loudly screamed, "Open the door right now, you lunatic!" After pounding on the door a few times, she cursed again. "Damn it, isn't you a crazy bastard? Bringing injured people back and locking them in the house. No wonder. I should have investigated when the Marquise's carriage arrived. It's all that bitch Layla's fault." That day, after getting out of the carriage, Charlotte asked in shock, "What? Why is this the Marquise's mansion? I asked to be taken home." As soon as they arrived, that bastard immediately revealed his true nature. Alfonso said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll make you forget your home. How cute you look screaming like this." Back to the present, the tightly locked room door suddenly opened. Charlotte immediately recoiled, still thinking to herself. When he said that, the look in that lunatic's eyes. Alfonso slowly walked in. "Aha, do you miss me that much? Actually, I'm a little late because I was preparing a gift." Seeing the chain in his hand, Charlotte continued to back away. Seeing this, Alfonso asked, "Why aren't you answering?" Charlotte thought in a panic. "I have to get out of here. I absolutely have to get out of here."
At the Montefeltro Manor, maids rushed through the corridors. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Butler Vincent called out loudly, "Hey, males, don't leave the luggage there. Take it to the carriage at the main gate." Males replied, "Yes, Butler." Vincent then turned to someone else. "Linda, have you finished arranging the dining utensils?" Linda replied, "Yes, Butler, I've arranged them where you instructed." While everyone else was busy, Layla was lying on her bed. Actually, she had intended to go around and work, but she was sent away, so she returned to her room to lie down, musing to herself, "It's been so long since I've been free at this hour. It feels unfamiliar." Just as she finished thinking, the necklace around her neck suddenly glowed. Layla asked in surprise, "Huh, Michael? Michael, isn't it the middle of the day?" Michael nodded. Good afternoon." Seeing his demeanor, Layla couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Something's different from usual. Normally, Michael would say, "Layla, good evening." Thinking of that, she immediately asked worriedly, "Is something wrong, Michael?" After a moment of silence, Michael finally said, "I heard you two are returning to the north soon. Today he came to see me, but Layla just left like that, didn't she?" She asked in surprise, "Huh? Lucas came to find you? I'm only hearing about this now. Why didn't he tell me anything?" Michael said, So Layla didn't know." Layla replied confused, "That's right, I had no idea. What did he talk to you about?" Michael hesitated slightly. He just asked me for a small favor, that's all. Before you leave, Layla, you absolutely must come see me, okay?" Layla quickly replied, "Of course, I want to see you soon." Michael happily returned, smiling, Me too. I have to go to class now, I'm just connecting." After turning off the communication device, Michael stood still for a moment, then mumbled, "Is he planning a surprise gift? It's final exam season, and I'm so exhausted. But if it's a gift for Layla, that's a different story. He can't be the only one to benefit. I have to deliver it myself. Does he think he's the only one who knows how to give surprise gifts? I know how to too, you know." As he stepped out from around the corner, he ran into an acquaintance. Kellen exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this our young Duke?"
It's such a fun lunch break. Why are you hiding alone in the corner and refusing to come out? You always act like you're so great, but you don't even have a single friend. The orange-haired kid chimed in. All alone in the corner. What a pitiful sight. Michael fell silent for a moment after hearing that, thinking that he'd rather be alone than play with these guys. How laughable. Speaking his mind, Michael bluntly stated, "I don't need to play with people like you. Being alone is more beneficial." Kellen, embarrassed, immediately flared up. "You little punk. How dare you use your uncle's influence to act superior to us? There's no one here to defend you. Do you think you're a duke now? If you want to live peacefully in this academy, you better know your place." Michael sighed helplessly. "Hey, it's final exam season. Are you guys that idle? Don't you have anything better to do?" Kellen yelled back. "You really—" At this moment, Alfonso's voice suddenly rang out. "Kellen, that's enough." Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Kellen asked somewhat angrily, "What is it? Who is it? Marquis Venier?" As he looked startled, Alfonso gently advised, "Just as Michael said, you are in the middle of exams. Instead of arguing, it's better to focus on your studies."
The academy is a place for learning, irrespective of social standing. It just so happens that I've recently come to understand the importance of discipline. I hope you will pay more attention." Kellen quickly replied, "Yes, I apologize." Having said that, he immediately ran off. At this moment, Alfonso called out again, "Michael." Michael replied, "Yes." Alfonso smiled and said, "I've been looking for you everywhere. I hear the Duke and Duchess of Montefeltro are returning to the north soon, aren't they?" Michael replied indifferently, Oh yes, that's what I understand, Alfonso added. As soon as the exams are over, I will arrange for Michael to return to the north with the Duke and Duchess. Hearing that, Michael couldn't help but ask in surprise. What? But isn't the new semester supposed to start a month after the exams? Alfonso smiled and replied, That's true, but you've already completed the first-year curriculum before matriculating, haven't you? Your midterm scores were almost perfect too. If you're hesitant, I'll grant you permission to go out. You can try discussing it with the Duke. Michael was silent for a few seconds, then said, In that case, I'll go out today to speak with him and then return. Alfonso nodded. All right, I'll prepare a carriage for you. And could you convey my message to the Duke? Michael replied, I can, but wouldn't sending a letter be more convenient? Alfonso said, It's not anything so important that it requires a letter. If you entrust it to me, everything will proceed as he wishes. Just conveying the message for me will suffice. The content is simple, isn't it? Michael, looking bewildered, replied, Yes, I'll convey the message to Uncle. After he agreed, Alfonso turned around. All right then, listen carefully to the lecture, and when you're done, just get into the carriage in the garden. Michael quickly replied, Yes, thank you. Watching Alfonso's retreating back, he silently wondered if that was his true nature. After walking a considerable distance, Alfonso also slowed his pace, raised a hand to rub his chin, and muttered, How strange.
Am I really this kind of person? In the imperial palace, Theobald's voice rang out. Father, why not? It's merely a rehearsal for the newlywed stage. They are not officially husband and wife yet. I don't understand why you're preventing me from being with her. The emperor, while drawing his bow and aiming, said, As for me, I don't understand what's so special about that child that you're making such a fuss about. Theobald said agitatedly, Honestly, I want to bring Layla back immediately, but I'm still waiting. I only ask for your blessing for the marriage. I will take care of the rest myself.
Right now, Layla can hardly escape. You must help her. The emperor released his hand, the arrow striking the target but missing the bullseye. He immediately grumbled, Seriously, it's off-center. Your incessant chatter next to me distracts me. Get out of my sight right now. Theobald tried to plead, Father, please. Hearing this, the emperor could no longer hold back and exclaimed, I have already betrothed her to the Duke. If I retract it now, what will that make me? If you can't see through that girl, then blame yourself instead of complaining here. I thought you merely lacked the capabilities of a royal, but you don't even behave appropriately for your age. Instead of whining here, focus on contemplating your future. Theobald silently thought, If it had been before, I would have felt guilty when he brought up my competence, but my lack of competence is proof that I saved her. He then responded, I understand. The emperor then added, If you get it, then get out of my sight immediately. After leaving the training ground, Theobald called out, Chief Steward. The chief steward instantly responded, Yes, your royal highness. Theobald commanded, Prepare it for me. The chief steward, startled, asked, You mean? Theobald's woods was cold. It's that. The thing I told you to prepare along with my private estate. In the afternoon, on the street, Michael asked, Is it true that the chocolates from this store are very popular? The new butler, Henry, responded, The rumors have reached the academy. I haven't tried them myself, but I hear they are very popular as gifts among the aristocracy. Michael mused, I need to give a gift before my aunt returns to the north. Henry instantly agreed. This is indeed an excellent choice. I'm certain the madam will adore it.
Seeing this, Michael couldn't help but break into a sweat, wondering what's wrong with her. Among the new servants hired after Layla arrived, she was unusually cheerful. Just as he thought this, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Oh, it's her! Not far away in front of a bookstore, Choice smiled and said, Hello. Seeing Michael staring blankly in that direction, Henry immediately asked, Young master, is something wrong? Michael lifted his feet and walked towards the bookstore, leaving a remark, Chocolate, just buy a moderate amount. I'll be back in a bit. Henry quickly called after him, Young master, but Michael had already run into the bookstore amidst the greeting, Welcome. He stopped, muttering in surprise, Is this a bookstore? Seeing Chloe standing over there, Michael wondered, Does she like books? What book is she reading? If I just ask, she'll be surprised. First, I'll grab a random book and pretend to be very interested. Having thought this, Michael immediately began his plan. After a long while,
Chloe finally noticed someone next to her. She glanced, then happily said, Oh, young Master Michael, I didn't expect to see you here. Michael also feigned surprise. Oh, you're here too. Chloe replied, Yes, this is my usual bookstore. It's nice to meet young master like this. Ah, I like that book too, Michael said, looking down at the book in his hand. Oh, is that so? I see, he said, turning to walk out. The staff member saw him and said, Shall I ring you up, sir? Michael nodded. Chloe followed, saying, Ring me up too. The two walked out and Chloe said again, This is the first time I've met a classmate here. I'm very happy. Shall we try the chocolate shop next door? I used to visit it, and recently I heard it's become very famous. It's good that my favorite shop is doing well, but now there are too many people, so I can't eat there. Michael asked indifferently, Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, Henry's voice rang out. Oh, you're out already. Young master.
What should I do? I couldn't control myself and accidentally bought 2 bags of chocolate, both large and expensive. What should I do? This is food. It can't be returned. What am I supposed to do? Seeing his fake act, a huge question mark appeared on Michael's face.
Chloe saw that and asked, "He made a mistake. Will he be scolded now?" Michael heard that and suddenly realized, he cleared his throat. Then he said, "That uncle isn't generous at all. If he comes back like this, he might even be fired." Lucas, who had just arrived, froze when he heard himself being slandered. On this side, Michael continued, "But if there's a proper reason, he'll be understanding. Just say we bought a lot. For example, if we say, 'I'm giving a gift because I met a friend at the academy,' he won't say anything else." Henry quickly handed a bag of chocolates to Chloe. "So this is a gift from the young master to the young lady." The little girl stammered, "Yes, for me? Thank you very much. But can I accept it? Giving a gift to His Grace the Duke would be fine too." Michael made up another story. "My uncle doesn't like chocolate." Lucas's face went blank once more. Chloe said, flustered, The little girl closed her eyes and nervously exclaimed, "Although it's a bit embarrassing, I'll accept it. I'm very happy to be able to help you." Henry smiled and said, "Please don't say that. I should be the one saying it. Thank you for helping me. Young lady, give me the books. I'll put them in the bag right away. Here you go, young lady. Thank you." Chloe took the bag and said again, "Mr. Butler?" Henry smiled and said, "Please feel free to call me Henry." Chloe replied, "Yes, Mr. Henry." Michael suddenly remembered something. That's right. Chloe, give me your hand." Chloe asked suspiciously, "Why?" Michael then placed a necklace in her hand. "Take this." Seeing the necklace, Chloe stammered again. "Yes, I sincerely thank you, but if I keep accepting things like this," Michael interrupted. "It's fine. If I want to give it to you, I will. It's a communication tool, and I just happen to think it suits you very well."
When I contact you, you must answer. Chloe immediately imagined him as a cat. Then she replied, "Yes, I will do so. Today I'm truly happy to have met you, young master. See you again at the academy." Michael waved. Me too." As she left, Chloe muttered doubtfully, "What's a communication tool?" Seeing that she had gone far, Henry immediately bowed and asked, "I did very well, didn't I, young master?" Michael nodded. Very good." It was then that Lucas came out and said, "Yes, so good that he even sold me out."
Henry broke into a sweat, forcing a smile. Your Grace, what brings you here?" Lucas said, "I just finished up on the opposite side, and as I stepped out, I saw a familiar figure. You haven't been at the academy long, and you already have someone interested, huh?" Michael immediately retorted, "What are you talking about, Uncle?" Lucas shrugged. "No one did anything, and they're even talking about you, Uncle. Do things properly. You were caught red-handed." Michael no longer denied it. "You don't need to tell me. I already know." "Oh, Uncle, right after the exams, I can go back north with you and Layla." Lucas was suspicious. But the semester starts in another month?" Michael said, "Marquis Venny, the academy director, has already given permission, and he asked me to tell you that if it's entrusted to me, everything will proceed according to your wishes." After hearing him speak, Lucas narrowed his eyes and let out a huh. A day earlier, in the office, Owen had said, "I've looked into Miss Penatelli, who is currently at the Marquis' estate. Some say the Marquis seems to be holding her captive. The young lady has caused a commotion and demanded to be released." At that time, Lucas had said he didn't know what he was thinking, but he understood now. Back in the present, he said, "That's perfect timing. If you come back early, I can speed up the schedule." Michael asked curiously, "Huh? What schedule?" Lucas smiled. "I haven't told your aunt yet, but today I chose the design for the ring. I will officially marry your aunt." Michael immediately widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Really, Uncle?" In a carriage heading straight north, Countess Ezrata said, "Anyway, you don't know how the Duke has treated our elders. He doesn't bother to listen to what we say, and now he's even preparing to hold a wedding against the wishes of the imperial family."
I wonder if the Duke is still young and naive, behaving so disrespectfully. "Opposite," Raphael said gravely. "Enough. That's why I traveled such a long distance. If I waited until the work was done to leave, it would surely be winter already." In the Marquis' mansion, Charlotte sat huddled in a corner, lost in thought. "I cannot stay here another second. The more I get entangled with that pervert, the more I'm gradually adapting to this insane life of captivity. That bastard treats me like an animal. If I do well, I'm rewarded. If I make a mistake, I'm tortured. He continues to imprison me, forcing me to wait. What must I do to escape? You dog, I am Jin Yura. I cannot be locked up to rot in a room like this."
Should I call a doctor because of the pain? They say it's an illness that can only be cured at Pinatelli Manor. It's almost time for the maid to arrive. I'll try to cause a commotion, since it seems that scoundrel Alfonso isn't home today. Just as she thought this, Charlotte heard footsteps outside the door. Before her frightened face, a soft voice spoke. "Milady, may I come in?" Charlotte asked in surprise, Wait, this voice is different from the maid who usually comes. Have they changed people? Or could it be someone the Duke sent to rescue me? The room door opened, and a maid stepped in, saying, "Milady, we don't have any more time. We must escape quickly." Charlotte said irritably, "You arrived quickly. If it's the Duke, then I know where you came from. The maid interrupted. "Duke Bordeaux went to great lengths to get me in here. He is very worried about Milady." Hearing it was Heinrich, Charlotte exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that so? I understand. Lead the way quickly." The maid said, "I will help you. Once we're in the carriage, I will remove your leg shackles." As she let herself be led, Charlotte wondered, "Why am I suddenly thinking of that ugly dupe's name? Unbelievable. How annoying. Damn it. It feels like someone is manipulating my mind. How did things turn out this way? I didn't do anything wrong. Why? It's all because of that bitch Layla. It's all your fault." A few days later, Northern Region, Montefeltro Manor. Lucas was working in his office with a mountain of documents. Before him, Owen reported softly, "During your absence, many people showed irresponsible work attitudes. Butler Vincent is currently handling it." Lucas said, "You've had a tough time. I really shouldn't have paid those people for so long." Owen smiled and said, "After the Duchess arrived, your Grace has also been busy in many aspects."
Lucas frowned and said, "No need to defend me. Even before Layla arrived, it was true that I didn't care about the mansion. I'm fine with whatever. People have always treated me this way, so I'm quite used to it. I only care because I want Layla to have a better life." Owen chuckled and said, "Whatever the reason, I do see that your Excellency has improved a lot compared to before. It's a pity I have to work overtime now, so I'm a bit sad." Lucas asked again, "What did you just say?" Owen immediately denied it. "Nothing, Your Excellency." "Oh, the analysis results for the medicine you mentioned are in. The ingredients of the medicine are rare and high-grade materials. However, most of the ingredients can be purchased, but there's one herb that the royal family considers exclusive. They won't sell it unless there's a special reason." Lucas immediately raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. "The royal family?" Owen asked. "Should I place an order with the royal family?" Lucas immediately shook his head. "No." "All right, go help Vincent with his work." Owen immediately replied, "Yes, I understand. If there's any more special information, I will report it to Your Excellency." Lucas nodded. "Okay," he thought to himself, "I've handed over the royal family's aphrodisiac to the family laboratory."
Only the imperial palace could formulate the medicine that controls the heat cycle a royal family member must endure. From ancient times until now, the Montefeltro family has been bound to the imperial family because of this medicine. I made a risky move to end this vicious cycle. I only kept the necessary amount of medicine to get through this heat cycle and gave the rest to the laboratory. If the imperial family requested it, they certainly wouldn't hand over that herb. Thinking of this, Lucas suddenly felt a bit dejected. Since he had made a gamble, he had to take responsibility for this choice. With the current amount of medicine, he could endure until the wedding. Upon returning to Montefeltro, I spoke about officially marrying Layla. As soon as she heard, Layla excitedly asked, 2 months from now, that's faster than I thought, but I like it. I'm really happy." After recalling her smile, Lucas overcame his worries with the power of love. "That's right, everything will be fine." Then he dejectedly said, "How can it be fine? I have to do something. Clearly, I had already put effort into developing that medicine before, but I was too busy and couldn't make progress.
I have to go to the library." At the same time, Layla skipped into the library. Mumbling, she said, getting married, I'm getting married." She thought to herself, "Hearing the news that we would officially get married, I couldn't stay still in my room, so I decided to help Vincent prepare for the wedding. It's my responsibility anyway." Arriving there, Layla looked around again and said, "Let's see, where are the documents related to the wedding?" Suddenly, her gaze fell upon someone. Michael. "What are you reading?" Michael looked up and asked, "Layla, do you like romance novels too?" She exclaimed, "Huh?" in surprise and replied, "Yes, I used to read a lot of them. Do you like them too, Michael?" Michael hesitated. "Oh, I was just curious. I heard that young ladies really like romance novels."
"I think I believe in fate, Layla. Do you believe in fate? I'm just curious, that's why I'm asking." Layla immediately exclaimed, "Aha!" She thought to herself, the boy has someone he's interested in at the academy, huh? "Currently, I don't like novels anymore, but if you ask about fate, that's different." At this, Layla immediately said, "I believe in fate." Then she thought, my coming to this world and meeting Lucas and Michael, meeting everyone here is my important destiny. Then she continued, "Because your uncle and I believe that we are each other's destiny." That's what I thought, but why is this happening to me? Seeing the bookshelf toppling towards her, Leela was so terrified she froze. Did I ever like romance novels? It's strange. Besides the fairy tales my father read to me when I was little, I rarely touched books. Clearly, because of romance novels, I tried to avoid Theobald, Alfonso, and Heinrich. But why? As Layla was wondering, a rapid call suddenly echoed in her ears. "Layla, Layla!" She startled, opened her eyes wide, and sat up, replying, "Yes, yes." In front of her, Lucas was holding up the bookshelf, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Seeing his sexy appearance, Layla stared wide-eyed and thought, "Oh my God, his back." Then she startled and shouted, "No, this is not the time to admire his back. Lucas, are you okay?" Lucas gently pushed the bookshelf upright and calmly said, "You can look all you want. This is nothing to me. I came to the library for something, but it's fortunate that I did. This bookshelf fell without being touched. We'll probably have to check the entire library."
Michael, still scared, said, "That was almost a big disaster, wasn't it? Lila, you're okay, right?" Lila smiled and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Lucas blocked the bookshelf so I didn't get hurt anywhere. Michael, are you okay?" He also nodded. "Yeah, it didn't fall towards me." Hearing that, Lila thought, anything can truly happen. Until now, I had simply assumed it was an accident. After thinking, she smiled and asked, "So Michael, what kind of lady is she?" Michael awkwardly said, well... Lucas smiled, looking at the two of them as if the bookshelf incident had never happened. But this incident was just the beginning. A few days later, Lila sat in her room distraught, thinking, what did I do wrong? While out looking for tablecloths and decorative flowers for the wedding, I was almost kidnapped for money by a stranger. When I went to Kate's dress shop to discuss the wedding gown, an overly excited horse charged straight into the shop.
While strolling with Lucas around the mansion's backyard, a brick fell and hit my head. It was a spot where no one could have intentionally thrown a brick, as the building's exterior wall was incredibly sturdy. Lucas said he was having it investigated to see if someone had cursed me. Layla racked her brain, thinking, this must be it, the female lead's peril event. After all, being the female lead in a romance novel is a challenging job, so hardships constantly arise. Poisoned tea, getting caught in bomb explosions, outbreaks of war, being hanged. Why? Because the female lead needs to face challenges for the story to be interesting, and readers will comment more diligently. Don't be like that, everything will be fine. It's not really, is it? Oh, sister, your life is too miserable. What will happen in the next chapter? Author, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Layla continued to think, no, I can live peacefully now, so why add more suffering? This much suffering is exactly the standard for a tragedy. At this thought, she suddenly froze. Then, bewildered, she said, wait, I'm not the female lead? What an excessive delusion. I've been cooped up in my room for too long, so I'm thinking all sorts of nonsense. I need to go out and clear my head. As she stepped outside, by the window, the silhouette of the Grim Reaper appeared. Just in case something happens, I'll drop by and take a look.
And it was true, just as expected. After a while, Jessie tearfully said, Madam, normally you're not allowed to go out alone. Since you're very tired, we'll only take a 5-minute stroll. Just 5 minutes, okay? Layla replied, I know, just 5 minutes. No, I'll only take 10 steps. 1. As she spoke, she took a stride that was a meter long. Jessie, even more worried, cried out, Madam! Layla stopped, chuckled, and said, I'm just kidding. I'll just go get some fresh air. Jessie grumbled, if the Duke finds out, you'll be scolded. Layla suddenly sniffed and asked, what's that smell? Looking to the side, Jessie said, oh, he's gathering fallen leaves and burning them. Seeing the pile of fire, Layla immediately said, aha, if we put sweet potatoes and chestnuts in to roast, it'll be absolutely delicious.
Jessie, if there are sweet potatoes and chestnuts, please bring them out for me. Jessie cautiously asked, what are you planning to do? Layla said, just bring them out first. I'll show you something very interesting. Although very reluctant, Jessie could only say, then please stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. A moment later, the two approached the fire pit. The trash burner respectfully said, hello, madam. Is there something you need? Is smoke getting into the room? I can move it further away. Layla smiled and replied, no, I just came to borrow a little fire. The trash burner replied, yes, please feel free to use it. Layla thought to herself, without aluminum foil, the outside might get a little burnt, but the inside will still taste good, right? Then she turned back and said, Jessie, carefully put each one into the pot. Jessie asked in surprise, yes, the sweet potatoes and chestnuts? Layla immediately gave a thumbs up. Just trust me and put them in. I used to cook them like this a lot when I was little. They're delicious. Roasted chestnuts and roasted sweet potatoes are truly delicious, but we must be extremely careful when putting something into the fire. Layla exclaimed with a blank face, oh dear. Then the fire pot immediately exploded, followed by Layla's scream, ah! Lucas immediately ran over anxiously. Layla, he thought to himself, what the hell is going on? I've already tightened security, so what is this explosion? Is it from the garden? And attack? But who could it be? Is it that brainless crown prince bastard again? He wants to kidnap my wife? As soon as he opened the door to the garden, Lucas immediately shouted, Layla, what happened? Layla turned her head, her face slightly blackened by the fire, and her voice trembled as she said, Lucas, I'm sorry. I was going to roast chestnuts to eat, but I forgot to cut a slit in their shells before roasting them, and they exploded. Hearing this, Lucas raised his hand to his forehead and said, no, it's fine as long as you're okay. He thought to himself,
Ugh, it must be because of too much stress. It's not even mating season yet, and my body is this hot.
Seeing him staggering, Layla immediately asked with concern, Lucas, are you okay? Lucas, what's wrong with you? She rushed over to support him. Lucas struggled to keep his balance, his face flushed, wondering to himself, strange, there's still time before the expected time. Why am I like this? Layla, on the other hand, thought it seemed Lucas wasn't feeling well because he had been working late nights continuously. She said apologetically, it's clear you're sick, and I've even made you worry unnecessarily like this. I'm truly sorry. Lucas stammered, no, Before he could finish speaking, Layla interjected, go back to sleep quickly, don't work anymore today. I gave him the medicine from my bag. I popped the fever-reducing pill into Lucas's mouth and handed him a glass of water, saying, drink it with water. Thinking back, my bag didn't just contain cosmetics, but also many other essential medicines. Hooray for street vendors. Fortunately, the medicine was effective, so his fever subsided very quickly, and that night ended peacefully for us. Everything had been going smoothly until that moment. Raphael stepped down from the carriage and said, long time no see.
I've come to stop your wedding. A moment later, in the garden, Raphael sat opposite Layla. She thought to herself, Lucas and Michael had first brought him inside. I'm afraid if things continue like this, there will be a family dispute. Recalling earlier, after hearing Raphael had come to disrupt the wedding, Lucas let out a sneer. Ha! Is this how a father visits his child? Michael, not to be outdone, said, I'm on Auntie's side. I won't follow grandfather's wishes. Returning to the present, Layla continued to think, if he had only come here to cause trouble without reason, she would have let the family members resolve it among themselves. But, looking at Raphael's face, Layla paused for a moment, then continued to think, he seemed very flustered. At this point, she spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, former Duke. I am Layla El Este. He immediately set down his teacup and replied, yes, I am Raphael Hugh Montefeltro. I didn't come here with good intentions, but you still welcome me. I thank you. Layla smiled and replied, you are Lucas's father and Michael's grandfather. Perhaps you feel worried or doubtful about your son's marriage, but even so, I'm very happy that you sought me out to talk like this. However, could you tell me the reason you oppose the marriage? Raphael was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. Then he said, according to Count Israta, you coerced the Council of Elders into dissolving, and he said you are someone who knows nothing about internal affairs, yet went on to seduce the Duke.
Layla calmly shook her head. That's not true. Lucas had long since uncovered the Elder Council's corruption concerning the gem mine, which is why he had to dissolve the council. The dissolution had already been decided in principle. It was just that my marriage to Lucas expedited the process slightly. I also assisted with the follow-up, and I can show you the documents if you wish. Raphael asked in surprise, you handled those documents with Lucas? Layla nodded. Yes, after that, I'm still helping him with whatever I can. I know I still have many shortcomings, but I'm constantly learning. Raphael mumbled, a child so suspicious yet so practical. It turns out this isn't merely a political marriage, and there's business involved with investments too? Hearing him ask, Layla replied with a hint of embarrassment, oh yes, Lucas has really helped me a great deal. Furthermore, we're not marrying based on a contractual relationship. We truly love each other, Father. We can't live without each other. We don't want to marry anyone else but each other. Both of us are filling the void left by the Council of Elders, and the distribution network for precious minerals is also proceeding very smoothly. I will do my utmost not to harm the reputation or traditions of the ducal family. Please give us your blessing. Raphael didn't agree immediately. He smiled and said, I will investigate the matter concerning Sir Israta. However, I still have a concern, which I believe you can guess. Layla asked in surprise. A concern? Raphael narrowed his eyes and said, the matter between you and the Crown Prince. As soon as she heard Theobald's name, Layla gritted her teeth and thought, ugh, it's really him again. Then she said, there's absolutely nothing going on between the Crown Prince and me.
I don't know what His Highness told you, but I have no relationship with His Highness whatsoever. You can confirm this with others. Many nobles know well that not long ago His Highness publicly insulted and disdained me. Seeing her murderous demeanor, Raphael couldn't help but feel a little scared and waved his hand. I understand. I'll check. Calm down. I'm not concerned about that, but you need to talk clearly with Lucas. Layla smiled and replied, oh yes, you must be tired from your long journey here. If you'd like, you can rest and we can talk later. Raphael stood up and said, all right, it's nothing urgent. You truly are a strange child. Rarely does anyone smile when facing a man from my family. Layla calmly replied, I, on the other hand, find others strange. Raphael looked at her in silence for a few seconds, then asked, is that so? After a while in Lucas's office, hearing a knock at the door, he immediately said, yes, I'm in here. Raphael opened the door, stepped in, and said, it's been a long time, and you're greeting your father with such affection, my son. Lucas replied irritably, it's been a long time, and the reason for your visit isn't a good one. Then he added,
Father, I've just finished dealing with the Elder Council's documents. If you're here to see, Raphael interrupted. It's not about that, because I already know everything.
Lucas was doubtful. Yes, why would you? Raphael replied, They are the Council of Elders. You must have had a reason to decide to dissolve them. My concern comes from the Imperial Palace. It seems the one who approached Count Israta and made him break off your engagement is the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness is acting as if he will do everything in his power to sabotage your engagement. Hearing Theobald's name, Lucas also gritted his teeth in anger. It's that name again. Raphael gently reminded him, If you confront the royal family, how will you deal with the medicine for your heat cycle? You're thinking about the future, which is why you chose to confront the Crown Prince, isn't that right? Lucas said evasively, I'm researching the medicine. Raphael continued, Research? Looking at the situation, you've probably used this quarter's medicine for your research, but still haven't found a method. Do you think I don't feel resentful about being manipulated by the royal family? I've lived humbly because the danger we would have to bear was too great. Even if you can endure it, what about Mykern? What will happen to him in a few years? I've met the young lady. She's a good person, but when she sees you in that state, what will she think? And have you really used up all of this quarter's medicine? What do you plan to do when your next heat cycle comes? Lucas sighed, rubbing his forehead. There's still one vial, but this time the heat cycle came earlier than usual, so I'm worried. At this point, Lucas reacted. After a moment of sensing, he muttered doubtfully, Why don't I have any symptoms? Raphael wondered, What are you suddenly talking about?
As if remembering something, Lucas gasped and covered his mouth. Then he looked up and said, It seems I have found a method. At the same time, in the office, Layla held a stack of documents and said, Let's see. The harvest yield in the north this autumn isn't as good as last year's. Should we open the warehouse early or wait until it gets a bit colder before opening it? In about a month, we'll have to filter the guest list for wedding invitations. While muttering, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. She looked up and asked, Yes, who is it? Lucas's voice rang out from outside. Layla, do you have a moment? Layla replied, Lucas, of course, come in. Is something wrong? Lucas urgently called out, Layla? She replied, Yes. Lucas asked, Do you still have the medicine you gave me yesterday? Layla worriedly said, I do. It's in my room. Are you sick again? Lucas replied, No, I'm not. There's something I need to tell you. Perhaps after hearing it, you'll be disappointed in me. Even so, I hope you'll listen to the whole story. After a while, in their room, Lucas and Layla sat on the bed. He began to recount that accompanying the special powers of the royal males was a curse called the maturation period. This curse appeared annually at a specific time, if one did not take the medicine provided by the royal family. Lucas explained everything to me with his head bowed. Although his voice was steady, I could see that he was trembling. He briefly explained the symptoms of the curse and the benefits intertwined with the royal family.
But the pain he had to endure was probably much longer and deeper than what had been explained. Lucas continued, So we're at a standstill in drug research, and I apologize for saying this right before our wedding. After listening, Layla reached out and touched his shoulder, then gently comforted him. You know you don't need to apologize to me. You've worked so hard. Lucas paused for a few seconds, then took her hand and said emotionally, Thank you. But unlike your secret, my secret could affect our married life. The dirty symptoms, royal interference. I want to efficiently marry you after everything is resolved.
If it weren't for your medicine, perhaps you would have seen my ugly form. I'm afraid that after hearing my story, you would find me repulsive. I've hidden my secret, but I doubt your trust in me. Layla silently looked at him for a moment, then said, It would be a lie to say I'm not sad, but I will forgive you. Anyway, that medicine is effective against your curse of arousal, isn't it? Lucas nodded. Even though I had symptoms that day, I was perfectly fine, so it's certain. Hearing that, Layla said, That's truly miraculous, because in my world, people only use it as a painkiller whenever they have a cold, fever, or headache. As she said this, she suddenly paused, wondering to herself, Wait, was I just talking about the world I used to live in? Seeing her silence, Lucas called out with a hint of worry, Layla. She startled and said, Oh, I'm sorry. Lucas continued to ask, Are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look good at all. Layla smiled and replied, It's nothing. I just don't remember clearly about the world I used to live in. It's been a long time, and my memories aren't clear anymore. More importantly, I think we should start finalizing the guest list for the invitations. Would you like to look over the list I've filtered for the first time? Lucas stood up and said, Yes, it's perfect timing. I have something I want to give you. I'll show you. At the same time, Layla thought to herself, I need to recall things occasionally so I don't forget. I must write a diary. Autumn had passed, and winter arrived. In early winter, the wedding invitations of the House of Montefeltro were sent out to the nobles.
Layla paced back and forth in the room, muttering incessantly. There are so many people I don't want to invite at all, but I can't not invite them. It's the middle of winter in the north. I wish many people would just give up on coming. Contrary to that wish, the wedding of the Montefeltro couple became the talk of the nobility. Countless carriages were heading towards Montefeltro. And among them, Charlotte sat in Heinrich's carriage, seething. How dare that thing ignore me, not sending an invitation? She thought to herself, I barely managed to escape that mad bastard's mansion, but the Count's family was far from peaceful, and Heinrich's eyes also grew dark. If that bitch is the female lead, then the male lead must be that duke. If it's a romance genre, being loved by the male lead is probably the condition to be called the female lead. Right now, that man loves that bitch, so she's the female lead. The principle is simple. Charlotte gave a sinister smile and said, all I have to do is make him mine. Damn it, just because the duke was in seclusion in the north, I mistakenly thought another man was the male lead. I shouldn't have had to squeeze into this tiny carriage. As long as I secure the position of the female lead and escape this trashy world, I'll make you pay for looking down on me. I must get into the mansion at all costs. Just getting in there. Everything will be mine. In another carriage,
Theobald said gloomily, officially getting married, are you? Layla, why are you acting so hastily? It's all right, I'll reverse everything. If you stay by my side, only looking at me, you'll understand. Your true love is me, and I will make you realize that. In the dream, another Layla stood by the window. Her face was cold and expressionless, devoid of any emotion. In her hand was a piece of broken glass. The moment she turned her head to look back, Layla gasped and cried out, wait, listen to what I have to say first. But that other Layla had already plunged the piece of glass into her own neck. Then a hoarse voice rang out, this is the only way. Layla immediately woke up with a start. She sat there in a daze for a while.
Then she thought, at first what had happened made her feel scared, but not anymore. Don't overthink it, she told herself, because today is an important day. Time passed quickly, and soon it was midwinter. The city of Montefeltro was filled with anticipation and excitement, welcoming the long-awaited wedding. Lucas said with a hint of annoyance, we went to all the trouble of organizing the wedding in midwinter, and still so many people showed up. Looking at the bustling line of carriages below, he gritted his teeth. His deep voice uttered, whoever interferes, I will not let them off easily. In a carriage, Alfonso stroked his chin thoughtfully, then mumbled, let's see what interesting spectacle this will be. In Heiress's carriage, he said anxiously, Charlotte, it's too dangerous. Stop now. Meanwhile, Theobald stepped out of his carriage, looked up at the castle before him, and declared, Layla, I will definitely win you back. Lucas and Layla quickly appeared to greet him, saying, thank you, Your Highness, for attending our wedding. Though outwardly polite, Layla thought to herself, he's royalty, so we had to send an invitation, but he actually came.
Theobald suddenly raised his hand towards her. Of course. Could you lead me inside the castle? Layla heard him call her name, and veins immediately popped out on Layla's face. Before she could refuse, Lucas stepped in front of her and said, this might be a bit difficult, Your Highness. We've been preparing for the ceremony since early morning, so my wife isn't feeling well right now. I hope Your Highness understands. Theobald didn't give up. I asked Layla, I don't understand why the Duke is answering. Lucas replied, expressing a refusal on behalf of a tired wife is naturally a husband's duty. Theobald stubbornly said, she hasn't said a word yet. Isn't the Duke forcing her against her will? Layla thought to herself, that tone again. She suppressed her anger and replied, Your Highness, my husband is just concerned about me. Please don't misunderstand. Theobald immediately turned and called, Layla? She replied again, I'm not well enough to lead you inside. I'm afraid I'll cause more trouble, so I apologize, Your Highness. Theobald called again, Layla? Looking at his expression, Layla felt like she was going to vomit a rainbow-colored liquid. That hurt expression, it was disgusting to see. Suddenly, Alfonso stepped forward. Oh, you're all here. Thank you for inviting me. The north is colder than I thought. I heard the lady here isn't feeling well. Let's go inside and warm up, Your Highness. Layla reluctantly thought she had only sent the invitation out of courtesy. Who would have thought he would actually come? He was the second nicest. Seeing someone intervene, Theobald could only nod. All right. Alfonso smiled again and said, actually, I thought not many people would come in this cold weather, yet there are so many carriages. I didn't expect to meet the Crown Prince here. It seems Duke Predio brought Charlotte with him. Layla was stunned, thinking, what? Alfonso suddenly winked and said, you've had a tough time, lady. I'm really looking forward to the wedding ceremony. Layla replied, yes, thank you. She wondered if Alfonso was intentionally helping her. Why? She hoped he didn't have any other intentions.
I absolutely did not send Charlotte an invitation, so why is she here? Heinrich brought her along, so it's hard to refuse. Oh, my head. I'll have to take a pill once I get inside. Seeing her raise her hand to her forehead, Lucas immediately asked, are you all right? Wife, go inside. Besides the Crown Prince, whom we must greet out of politeness, you don't need to entertain anyone else. I will have Charlotte Bieber-Nikili removed from the city. Layla quickly said, no, there's no need for that, dear. On the contrary, expelling her would only bother me more. She's already here. I'll just ignore her. Besides, the Imperial Crown Prince is also here, and I don't like going in alone. Come in with me. Lucas nodded. All right, let's go in together. Then the two of them walked inside, arm in arm. Guests continued to pour in, but there were few welcome guests and many undesirable ones. While Lucas entertained guests alone, Layla retreated to a corner.
She took out a pill, and as she swallowed it, she thought it had been a long time since she'd taken medicine without water. After swallowing it, she handed the pill wrapper to a maid. "Please dispose of this for me." The maid quickly replied, "Yes, madam." Layla then walked back out when a lady said, "You are truly beautiful, Duchess." Layla gratefully replied, "Thank you, Lady Boulanger." At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. Charlotte walked towards the maid from earlier, pulled her by the shoulder and called out, "You." The maid, startled, replied, "Yes, yes." Charlotte said loudly, "Give that to me." In a corner, the young ladies gathered and gossiped. "Did you see Miss Pinatelli attending someone else's wedding dressed like that? She didn't even receive an invitation, yet she deliberately came here anyway. That person, suspected of attempted murder, is truly too imprudent." Monica covered her mouth and asked, "Did you all see just now? She asked for the trash that the Duchess discarded. Miss Pinatelli has fallen to such a state. How pathetic." Meanwhile, Charlotte held the pill wrapper in her hand, her face filled with alarm as she thought, "Unbelievable."
I'm not the only one who died and came to this world. If the ending is the female lead's happy marriage, if that bitch is the female lead, then me. Seeing Layla standing alone, Charlotte's expression darkened. She took slow steps towards Layla. Then she loudly demanded, "Who exactly are you? Do you even know who I am?" Layla cried out in pain as her hair was grabbed. "Ah!" Charlotte then declared loudly, "I am Jin Yura, the top actress of the Republic of Korea. Do you think someone like you can beat me just by putting on a little makeup? Who do you think you are to so easily steal the female lead's position?" Layla yanked her hand away, then retorted loudly, "So what? I am the protagonist of my own life. Who are you to usurp someone else's life and then decide who the protagonist is?" Charlotte, unable to overpower her, screamed, "Let go, you crazy woman." Layla continued, "Get a grip. How can someone who hasn't learned to live like a human being be a top actress? You throw tantrums and curse whenever things don't go your way. It's truly shameful." Charlotte, as if going mad, shrieked, "Shut up, shut up, I said shut up." The quarrel attracted everyone's attention. Alfonso rushed in and asked, "What's going on, Duchess?" Herrick also asked worriedly, "Charlotte, what are you doing there?" Charlotte broke free from Layla's grasp and loudly declared, "Ridiculous! You talk as if you're so great. I am always the protagonist. All other bitches are trash. Someone as clueless as you has no business lecturing others."
I am also the protagonist of this world. Layla paused for a moment. Then she smiled calmly. "Yes, you're not wrong. Now you are the protagonist of this world. Being the protagonist of this world is not an easy thing to achieve, but it seems the position of protagonist is truly meant for you. Do well." After saying that, she turned and left. Charlotte de Panatelli felt a strange satisfaction. Now it's done. I am the female lead. While she was acting like she was going crazy, Alfonso suddenly said, "Duke Pradio, you still treat Charlotte like a child who needs to be cherished in your arms. Charlotte prefers things that are more stimulating than that."
Heinrich said in a low voice, "Marquise Venier, stop. I know you were the one who imprisoned Charlotte. I told you not to bother Charlotte anymore." While the two were arguing, Charlotte mumbled, "Yes, that's right. If I, Charlotte V. Penatelli, am not the protagonist, then who could be?" Heinrich called out worriedly, "Charlotte!" She slapped him and then yelled, "Too noisy, you good-for-nothing. I don't have time to humor the likes of you now." "Ah-ha-ha!" With a maniacal laugh, she dashed out. Heinrich quickly called after her, "Charlotte, wait!" But Charlotte had completely lost her mind. She thought excitedly, "I am the female lead. The foolish male leads will fight over me. Right now there are only Alfonso and Heinrich. But just wait. Soon the Prince and Duke Montefeltro will also vie for my affection. Where are those two? I must quickly go and see them go crazy over me." Thinking this, she laughed loudly again. Finally, Charlotte V. Penatelli, who had secured the position of female lead, ran off as if being led to a place to fulfill her role as the female lead in The Happy Bird, trapped in a cage. When she came to her senses, she asked blankly, "What? Where is this?" After looking around for a moment, Charlotte exclaimed in surprise, "The backyard? It's like the Imperial Palace's backyard. How much money is this?" That's right, if you're a noble, it's normal for incidents to happen in the backyard. If I'm here, the male leads will automatically find me, right? Because I'm the female lead now. Then a thwack rang out. A brick fell and hit Charlotte's head, and she immediately collapsed. From behind, Heinrich ran over worriedly. "Charlotte?"
"No, she was hit by a falling brick. Wake up, Charlotte," Alfonso said. "Don't worry, I always carry medicine with me." After giving Charlotte the medicine, Alfonso asked again, "Duke Pradio, you think if you dedicate yourself to Charlotte, she'll notice you, right? But you're wrong, sadly, because she's gone mad, reckless, and foolish. You'd be better off agreeing with me. I just find Charlotte interesting and have no intention of monopolizing her." "Don't you want to monopolize her? What she needs isn't dedication, but protection and guidance." Hearing that, Heinrich also said in a low voice, Perhaps so."
In the dressing room, Jessie said angrily, "It's a good thing no one was seriously injured. I can't believe it, causing such a disturbance at someone else's wedding."
"Madam, I've redone your hair. Please, both of you, come inside and rest for a bit." Layla replied, "Thank you, Jessie, I'm fine. Go enjoy your life as the female lead as you wish." As she said this, she thought to herself, "What a relief. Now I don't have to worry about Theobald anymore. I hope he'll pay attention to Charlotte." On the balcony, Theobald loudly declared, "She's mine." Lucas paid him no mind, so Theobald continued, "You don't think I came here to offer congratulations." It was then that Lucas said, "It seems His Imperial Highness is seriously misunderstanding something. Your Highness has brazenly come to a wedding ceremony and is harassing another man's wife." Theobald angrily retorted, "Are you just going to say whatever you want because you have a mouth? What's with that arrogant attitude? Don't you fear the imperial family?" Lucas calmly stated, "The imperial family should not treat Montefeltro so casually." Theobald drew his sword and said, "Ha! Father's erratic temper will pass soon enough. You've only just been permitted to marry, and you're already acting so smug. It seems you don't want to receive the medicine for your next rut. Montefeltro will become a dog in heat and humiliate her." Lucas chuckled softly. "Huh, your medicine." He directly grabbed the blade. Then he asked, "Do you think that will threaten me forever? All the magic stones the imperial family uses come from Montefeltro's mines. Without Montefeltro, could the imperial family enjoy the wealth and prosperity they currently have? I will not take that medicine. Let's see what happens. Your affairs are not worth my concern. Get out." Having said that, Lucas immediately flicked the blade at Theobald, who instantly cried out, "Ah!"
After Theobald fell to the ground, Lucas said again, "A person like you don't think you can obstruct our wedding." With that, he turned and left. Theobald slowly got up, gritting his teeth, and said, "That bastard, how dare he? You might have everything now, but don't get complacent. It must be her." At the same time, Layla was strolling in the garden. She thought to herself, as soon as Charlotte said she was the main character, memories suddenly flooded back. Memories of her identity as Choi Yen-so. This was the world of a caged bird. Was it some power or rule that compelled the female lead to live this way, like the events that caused her suffering, making her gradually forget her past outside the work? These memories returning meant she was no longer the female lead. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and said, "I'm overthinking things." Then she turned around, muttering as she walked back, "I'll probably stroll a bit more, then head inside." On the balcony, Theobald's eyes widened, and he muttered like a madman, "Yes, God is on my side." Then he jumped down. Upon landing, Theobald began to take soft steps towards Layla. While she was still thinking, but if this is the case, what will be the ending of the work? Theobald suddenly grabbed her shoulder, calling out loudly, "Layla." Layla flinched and stepped back.
Huang asked fearfully, "What's wrong, Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince? I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding before the marriage. If Your Highness has something to say, please convey it through a servant." Theobald said, "Layla, please listen to me. You are being deceived right now. This is your only chance to turn back." Layla screamed, "Please stop." Seeing this, Theobald asked again, "Why won't you listen to me? What did that man say that you only listen to him? Don't lock yourself in a cage anymore. I came here to save you." Layla closed her eyes tightly, thinking to herself, "Because I've recovered my memories, I understand very well that Theobald thinks he's saving Layla." But she clenched her fist, saying angrily, "The Layla you once knew is dead. You killed her yourself. There is no longer a Layla in this world who smiles at you." Theobald asked, stunned, "What did you say?" "Layla, have you remembered the time we loved each other? Now listen to me, because to save your life, I sacrificed my powers." Layla immediately slapped him across the face. "Listen to what others are saying. Save what? You're the one who ruined Layla." Hearing the commotion, Lucas and Michael quickly ran over and asked, "Layla, what's wrong?" Layla immediately ignored Theobald, running towards Lucas and Michael. At this moment, Theobald's eye suddenly flashed. He grabbed her and said seriously, "No, I can't let you go." Layla screamed, "Ah!" Michael and Lucas anxiously called out, "Layla!" She struggled, saying, let go of me. What the hell are you doing?" Theobald smiled and said, "It's all right. What we need is time. I'll make you understand. You'll come with me." Seeing him take out a teleportation item, Michael quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, no!" Layla frantically called out, "Micah!" Before her voice faded, she and Theobald were teleported away. Lucas froze for a moment, then loudly shouted, "Layla!" At the same time, Layla and Theobald were teleported to a snow-capped mountain.
In a daze, Layla slowly opened her eyes. Is that Lucas?" Hearing her voice, Theobald let out a soft groan. Then he softly called, "Layla." She immediately shot up, yelling loudly, "Ah, what is this? What in the world? Are you crazy? Have you gone mad? Please, what the hell have you done, you crazy bastard?" "That's right, the communication artifact." Layla immediately tried to contact them. "Please, please," she called out loudly. "Lucas!" At this moment, Theobald also woke up. At Montefeltro Castle, murmurs arose in the banquet hall. Has His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince kidnapped Lady Este? They vanished in an instant. Did he prepare a magic artifact? Good heavens, what is he doing right in the middle of someone else's wedding?
In the room, Lucas said loudly, "Immediately summon all the alchemists in the castle. No, those belonging to Montefeltro. Quickly, track down that damned magic artifact for me." Michael quickly pulled him back. "Wait, Uncle, listen to me first. Although we couldn't prevent the magic artifact from activating, we did stop it from moving any further. If it's within the Montefeltro area, I can teleport one person there. If Layla contacts us, I'll teleport you there, and then I'll lead the night squad to follow." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lucas received a signal. He anxiously asked, "Layla, are you all right?" Her voice came from the other side. "Lucas, now. Kia, stay away." Lucas anxiously asked, "Layla, can you hear me? Please, Layla." Michael hurriedly said, "Uncle, quickly give me the magic communication device." Lucas tried to remain calm and replied, "All right, it's all up to you." Michael took the magic device, sensing the coordinates while thinking, "Layla, please don't let anything happen. We'll come to save Layla right away." On the snowy mountain, Theobald said, "Layla, come here with me. It'll be very cold if you stand there alone. Let's find shelter from the cold. Layla, you'll be fine." When his hand touched her shoulder, Layla screamed, "Ah, stay away." Theobald called out again, "Layla." She quickly backed away and said, "Stay away from me. What exactly are you trying to do?" Seeing this, Theobald asked, "Why are you turning your back on me? Don't I deserve a chance too? Why are you getting angry before even listening to what I have to say?" Layla loudly replied, "How many more times do I have to tell you? I have nothing to say to your highness." "Lucas, Michael, can you hear me?"
Layla frowned and cried out, "Ugh." Theobald then said, "If it's about recalling through sensation, you also—" As he spoke, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Layla immediately widened her eyes and headbutted Theobald hard in the face. "That's enough, you crazy bastard." Blood gushed from his nose, and Theobald cried out in a daze. "Gah!" Layla swung her hand again and said, "Don't you dare touch me." "Happy? Was I ever happy with you? What the hell do you care about Layla's feelings? Nor do you care about what Layla wants. You're only ever consumed by your lust." After she slapped his face until it swelled, Theobald, stunned, asked, "What? How could you bring yourself to hit me?" Layla's face darkened even more. She kicked his leg, then screamed, "I'm going to kill you." "You don't love Layla at all. You just want to possess her." "What are you saying? That we're happy? Aren't you ashamed to lie? It was you. You're the one who killed Layla, the one who ruined and destroyed Layla's life. A person like you deserves to die. You should also die a tragic death like Layla." As she choked him, Theobald trembled as he called out, Layla, as if losing her mind again, frantically screamed, "Die! Die! Die!" Theobald struggled to speak, cough, gasp, Layla." A second later, he suddenly sprang up, grabbed her hand and said, "Stop right now, Layla. What you're doing is wrong." Her wrist was tightly gripped, and Layla immediately screamed, "Ah!" Theobald took the opportunity to pin her down. "It's okay. All of this happened because of that bastard Lucas. I'll make you forget everything. As long as you're in my arms, someone like him, I'll treat you so gently and sweetly that your mind won't be able to remember him anymore." Layla shook her head and screamed, "I don't want to! I don't want to! Lucas!" Following her call, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Lucas slowly stepped out. As soon as he saw the scene before him, he stomped his foot, rushed forward, grabbed Theobald and yelled loudly, "Get off her right now!" After saying that, Lucas immediately threw Theobald backward. Seeing him, Layla happily cried out, "Lucas!" On the other side, Theobald fell to the ground and said in surprise, "You, how did you get here?" Lucas, radiating a thick murderous aura, replied, "It's none of your business." Then he immediately punched Theobald in the face. "Ugh."
Theo yelled, Ah, stop it!" Layla stood up, watching her husband assault someone. A little guilt gnawed at her, making her wonder, what should I do? Should I intervene? Theo on the other side screamed miserably, "How dare you hit me? Please spare me." Hearing that, Layla immediately thought she probably should stop him, but honestly she felt quite satisfied, and surely Lucas would know when to stop on his own. She decided to stay put so as not to hinder him. Just as she thought this, she saw Theo reaching for his sword, so she quickly yelled, "Wait, it's dangerous, Lucas!" Theo swung his sword and cursed loudly, "You bastard!" Lucas leaned back to dodge a sword strike. Theo immediately took the opportunity to stand up, continuing to swing the sheathed sword at him. "Did you think I would just lie there and take it? You gained the upper hand because you cowardly ambushed me, but that's only temporary. With just one sword strike, I'll chop off that arrogant neck of yours." Lucas slowly drew the sword from his hip. "You're not worth my reply, you foolish, trashy crown prince."
Two swords clashed. Theobald roared, "I'll make you regret that disrespectful mouth of yours." While the two fought and cursed at each other, Layla, on her side, thought, "My heart is about to leap out of my chest. I don't think Lucas will lose, but I'll retreat a little further just in case I get in his way." As soon as she took a step back, she suddenly froze, slowly turned her head to look down, and let out a gasp. Uh-oh. Then she thought in horror, "Oh no, behind me is an abyss, because everything was covered in white snow. I didn't notice." On the other side, Lucas sneered, "Ha, with that kind of strength, you dare to teach me manners?"
He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, thrust it upwards from below, and declared, "Enough playing around." Theobald's sword immediately flew into the air, and he let out a choked gasp. Then Lucas added, "You're the one who needs to learn manners and know your place, dead crown prince." As he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. "Wait, danger, Layla." Seeing the sword flying towards her, Layla cried out in a daze, "Ah!" Her feet unconsciously retreated.
A sudden feeling of losing balance quickly came over her. Layla's eyes snapped open, thinking, "No." Lucas rushed towards her, shouting, "Layla!" He reached out his hand, but their hands brushed past each other. Realizing he couldn't catch her, Lucas didn't hesitate, throwing himself after her. Seeing the two of them fall into the abyss together, Theobald said in horror, No, I didn't want things to turn out this way." In her consciousness, a voice echoed in Layla's ear, "Wake up, wake up." Her eyes snapped open, and she sat up. Seeing the person in front of her, Layla exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Death! This damned Death!" Hearing her scolding, Death said, a little annoyed, "I came to help, and you're still getting angry at me?" Layla, however, flared up and yelled, "What, help? Help? What good has your help brought me? Do you think I'd be grateful for being the main character in a novel like this? And what about Jin Yura? Are you going to make the two of us fight while you watch for entertainment?" Death lifted his baseball cap, calmly saying, "I didn't bring that woman in." Layla asked, puzzled, "If you didn't bring her, then who did?" Death replied, "It was a demon impersonating me." Layla was even more doubtful. An impersonating demon? Seeing that she didn't believe him, Death then explained, "Jin Yura was a killer for pushing you to your death, even if it was an accident. But at that moment, Jin Yura already harbored murderous intent. Death would never grant an opportunity to someone like that."
"That fake demon and the woman named Jin Yura, I will make them pay," Layla replied indifferently. "That's good then. I want to ask you one more question, righteous Grim Reaper. The owner of this body, why didn't you give Layla a chance? You didn't provoke her into committing suicide, did you?" The Grim Reaper shrugged. "Unfortunately, that was her choice. She only wished for death. I have no right to tell her to live again, to live once more, and she would be happy. I couldn't persuade her like that. What kind of Grim Reaper could persuade someone not to die? If someone like you were by that child's side, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Time's up. Go." Hearing him say that, Layla couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Wait, go? Go where?" Before she could finish her words, the Grim Reaper had vanished without a trace, and the space became as black as ink. Layla asked, even more confused, "What is this? Why is it so dark? I can't see anything at all. Where did you tell me to go?" Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, and she turned her head. Seeing the owner of this body, Layla couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Layla!" That Layla asked, "If I were like you, would I be happy? If I could live again just like you?" Layla replied, "I don't know. How would I know when I'm not the Grim Reaper?"
Still, I wish he would give her another chance. After hearing her answer, the other Lila raised a finger and pointed behind herself. Lila looked at her for a moment, then slowly walked towards it. She didn't forget to appreciate it, thanking her. A flash of light, and Lila woke up in Lucas's arms. She sat up abruptly, stammering, "This is—" When she clearly saw who was lying on the ground, Lila cried out in panic, "Lucas! Lucas, wake up, Lucas! What should I do? He's bleeding too much! Lucas, wake up! His body is getting cold, and there's no one around to help!" Suddenly, a voice came from above. Lila listened silently for a moment. Then she thought joyfully, "That voice! It's Michael! It's okay, calm down! He's here to save us! This isn't the time to cry!" Then she took a deep breath and shouted, "Over here! We're here! Michael, down by the cliff!" But her shouts were drowned out by the snowstorm. On the mountaintop, Michael advanced with a troop of knights. In front of him, Theowood tried to protest. "Those two, I don't know, they might have run off together somewhere. Take me to safety immediately. Let go! How dare you treat royalty like this? Do you think you'll get away with it unscathed?" Michael said angrily, "From now on, I declare Montefeltro independent from Basidum. Knights, immediately expel the royal family and the Royal Knight Order from the Northern Territories." Hearing the command, the knights immediately escorted Ward away. At this moment, Michael finally showed a worried expression and mumbled, "You two are still safe, aren't you?" He wiped away his tears. Then he said loudly, "The coordinates are here, no mistake. Quickly search the surroundings. There isn't much time left." The knights immediately split up. "Yes." Down in the chasm, Layla was still calling loudly, "Michael, over here, Michael!" After shouting herself hoarse, she panted as she thought, "Down by the cliff, the wind was too strong. He couldn't hear my voice." Then Layla called out softly again, "Lucas, please wake up. My voice alone isn't enough. Help me call for him. Just hold on a little longer. We'll go home together." Meanwhile, Lucas in the realm of consciousness.
Lucas wondered, "Where is this? I'm looking for something, but I can't remember what. Someone is waiting for me. I need to find them quickly." He kept wandering around in the dark space. Then he thought again, "Where? Someone is clearly calling me. It's pitch black and cold here. I want to find them quickly to get out." Suddenly, a furry paw pushed hard against him, and Lucas immediately cried out, "Ah!" Then he turned around and asked, What? At this moment, a voice both familiar and strange rang out. What exactly are you doing here? Lucas looked up blankly, asking suspiciously, Who are you, sir? Lupus by Klang asked, Why did you abandon your mate and wander around here alone? Lucas looked at his hands. Seeing this, Lupus by Klang immediately asked, Were you defeated by the son of Haklang Lupus? How pathetic. After a moment of silence, Lupus suddenly looked up and said, Ah, my mate. At this moment, Layla's voice also reached him. Lucas, please wake up, Lucas. Lucas quickly stood up.
He asked doubtfully, Who is calling me? Lupus White Wolf said, She is the most important person to both you and me. Lucas unconsciously corrected, She is calling me, not you. Lupus White Wolf snorted contemptuously. White Wolf, you are so jealous you don't even remember who she is. Can't you feel that kind of feeling? She has been your destiny for a very long time. Lucas retorted, That's not true. She and I love each other not because of destiny, but because of her. She is the one who truly treats me well and allows me to live true to myself. I love her because I cannot help but love her. If you truly want her to be happy, please leave. Lupus White Wolf replied, Very well, I will always watch over her. She is desperately calling your name. Go. Lucas turned, said gratefully, Thank you, then quickly ran towards the light. Lupus White Wolf then slowly lay down, and the space fell into silence. Outside, Lucas slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Layla excitedly said, Lucas, you're awake. Lucas, I thought you wouldn't wake up again. Lucas stared blankly at her. Layla, I'm fine. I'm truly fine now, finally. The knights arrived shortly after. Your Grace, Duchess, where are you two? Your Grace, Duchess. Seeing the approaching light, Layla cried out in surprise. Ah, to survive, I had to abandon everything. Lucas took a breath and called out, Over here, this way. Layla also shouted, We're here, come this way. The knights rushed over, and the two were rescued and brought back. The story was gradually coming to an end. Dawn gradually broke, and the situation was only fully resolved when morning arrived. Lucas stood before all the nobles and declared, Because Crown Prince Basium threatened our lives, Montefeltro hereby declares its separation from the Basium Empire.
The Crown Prince refused peaceful exile, so the knights will directly apprehend and escort him. The Basium royal family will have to pay a commensurate price for the crimes the Crown Prince has committed. All Basium nobles are to leave immediately, unless they wish to be escorted out like the Crown Prince. Since Duke Claudio and Marquis Vinier, who could have stood up in protest, were not present, the nobles obediently retreated. Not seeing Charlotte, Heinrich, and Alfonso made me feel uneasy, but right now I don't have time to look for them.
As if by magic, our wounds healed quickly. And then Michael angrily scolded, Uncle, you idiot, why didn't you bring your magic tools? Why did you only bring portable tools? No matter how rushed you were, you shouldn't have done that. You should have brought protective or communication magic tools too, shouldn't you? I was worried sick, you foolish uncle. What would Montefeltro do without you? You should think before you act. You're a grown man. Why are you acting so strangely? Lucas, choked up, replied, I'm sorry. Layla suddenly looked a little worried. But Lucas, is it really okay to suddenly declare independence like this? Will the royal family just let it happen? He nodded. It's fine. That's a right guaranteed by an ancient covenant. Until now, we've had to be cautious because of medicines related to the maturation period. With this, the royal family will suffer considerable losses, as they depend on Montefeltro in many areas, such as spirit stones and gemstones. Now they'll have to pay to buy things that used to be taxes, which will surely sting. In short, you don't need to worry. More importantly, I'm considering reorganizing the wedding. How about February? This time those annoying nobles won't be there. Our wedding will only have the people of Montefeltro and those you personally invite. Layla smiled and replied, Yes, my dear. Hearing that, Lucas immediately blushed and asked, My dear? Why suddenly? Layla asked back, Suddenly what? We're husband and wife now, aren't we? My dear, I'm really looking forward to it. Lucas happily said, I'm also really looking forward to it, Layla, my wife.
The two held hands. Layla called out, My dear, while Lucas called out, Wife. Michael was left out. His face darkened as he thought, That's such deep affection, but I don't want to intrude. Finally, we could prepare for the wedding. At the same time, Theobald returned to the imperial palace. Facing him, the emperor's face was so grim it looked like you could wring water from it. What? You, this lunatic, went and kidnapped another man's woman? Do you even know what kind of stunt you pulled? Guards, lock the crown prince in his room immediately. The prince shall stay in there and repent until I give further orders. After being sent back to his room, Theobald wondered to himself, Why did it turn out like this? I merely love her. If what I did wasn't for love, then what was it, after all? Did I kill you? What are you talking about? I did everything for you. At this point, he suddenly stopped, his hand slowly reaching towards the cabinet. After taking out the bottle of medicine from inside, Theobald continued, I wanted to keep you in my world and protect you safely. I love you, I love you, I love you, I will love you forever. As he spoke, he poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth.
Outside the imperial palace, a carriage stopped. Monica stepped out of the carriage, smiling as she said, Charlotte is missing and the crown prince is not lucid. Now is my time. This opportunity won't come a second time. Life is something one must seize for oneself. This Monica Ariette will take everything. First, the position of empress, wouldn't you say? At Predio Manor, Heiress held a blood-stained sword in his hand. Beside him, Alfonso's voice rang out. Good heavens, Duke Predio, I never thought you capable of such a deed. To personally kill your own mother? Even if your mother considered that girlfriend a thorn in her side, you've truly gone mad. Heiress said indifferently, Mother didn't love me, and neither does Charlotte. I know she doesn't love me at all. I never received love from my mother, but I absolutely must have Charlotte's love. Alfonso asked curiously, Are you planning to persuade Charlotte? She's so arrogant and stubborn, it won't be easy. Heiress replied, It's all right. I will always be by her side. We still have a long time. Somewhere in a room, Charlotte loudly asked, Is anyone there? Is there no one at all? Let me go! Let me go! I can't see anything. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. She struggled, but her hands were tightly bound by shackles.
And so I screamed again, Let me go! I said, let me go quickly! Charlotte had become the main character, just as she wished. I don't know anymore, and it doesn't matter to me. 2 months later, Lucas and Layla held their wedding again. It was witnessed by all their close relatives, the servants of the Montefeltro household, and even little Chloe. The novel, Bird in a Cage, had concluded. In front of everyone, Lucas slowly lifted Layla's head. Then he gently gave her a kiss. And the captivating plot points of a story, such as falling in love, misunderstandings, arguments, and encountering danger, were all over. Now, the main character in this world no longer held any significance. Only my story remained, the story of someone who would do their utmost to live their life to the fullest. Layla happily said, We will be happy. Then, the two exchanged another kiss. Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. Have a great day.